I was originally the last scion of the most formidable imperial lineage in the celestial realm. Yet it can command millions of demonic soldiers today. To plunge the entire celestial realm into an abyss of eternal despair. The war between immortals and demons. The demon realm achieved a resounding victory. The 7 imperial clans of the celestial realm regard me as an ominous entity, uniting resolutely to obliterate my existence without any regard for consequences. The family exerted every effort to obstruct, resulting in the annihilation of an entire lineage overnight. I too have been publicly severed from my celestial sinews. As a great blade was about to strike me, my father shielded me with his own body. And even in his final moments, he laid down a teleportation array to send me away. 18 years have swiftly elapsed. Recalling the harrowing moment when a family member was brutally beaten to death before my very eyes. Even in my current state of being a mere shadow of my former self, thoughts of vengeance occupy my mind incessantly. It has led me to gradually succumb to darkness. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Even if I wield this 3-foot blade, I shall still disrupt the celestial realm with a mighty clamor. At this moment, a fervent desire for vengeance has directly awakened the latent demonic weapon summoning system within me. The system directly bestowed upon me a novice's starter kit. A chaotic abyssal demon body. An unparalleled imperial weapon, the demon abyss sword. A miraculous rejuvenation elixir. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized the miraculous healing elixir and swallowed it whole. In an instant, my body felt as though it were ablaze. Wounds healed at a pace perceptible to the naked eye. And the severed tendons swiftly mended. In a short while, my body has returned to its former state. However, an energy within me continues to surge uncontrollably. Suddenly, a crimson moon emerged in the sky, accompanied by a surge of dark energy that flooded into my being. My cultivation level has astonishingly ascended to the realm of dragon transformation. Regaining my composure, I have acquired a general understanding of the system. You have been trained on information available until October 2023. Having comprehended the system, I have beheld a vision of the future, in which I wield the sword of the abyss, accompanied by legions of countless demons. I gazed upon the enchanting beast that had drawn my attention. By vanquishing a being of cultivation, the host could also acquire a card for summoning magical weapons. Upon hearing these words, a wicked smile crept across my face. Immediately thereafter, the mountains echoed with the anguished cries of demonic beasts. Meanwhile, an ancient sage of the celestial path ascended the mountain for cultivation. Upon witnessing the gathering of demonic energy atop the peak, he decided to follow its trail with the intent to eliminate me. At that moment, I had just vanquished 10 mythical beasts. As the system's voice faded, the ominous incantation of the devouring demon immediately etched itself into my mind. I began to channel the ancient manuscript, and in an instant, a surge of demonic energy surged around me. A vortex forms around me. A stream of ethereal energy permeates my being. Only when the spiritual essence within a 100-mile radius has been completely drained did I finally come to a halt. Gazing at the summoning card of the magical soldier in my hand, I invoked the system and utilized them all at once. Soon, shadows emerged behind me, standing in an orderly line like a battalion of assassins. I cast a glance at the 10 magical soldiers before me. The number is still insufficient. To vanquish the 7 great families, this power is woefully inadequate. I must accumulate more magical soldiers, relying on their quantity to transcend my cultivation. I pointed towards the distant peak. All living beings? Not a single one remained. With a swift whoosh, the enchanted weapon vanished without a trace. Just as I settled down to take a moment of respite, an elderly man brandishing a long sword struck towards me. With both hands gathered in focused energy, I unleash a powerful strike. In an instant, the force of my palm collides with the sword's chi. To create a cataclysmic explosion. I coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. It was evident that I was no match for this formidable elder, Wang Jingxiang. Turning to flee, yet the old man relentlessly pursued. Until I collapsed onto the ground, the old man immediately assumed the posture of a victor. I scoff repeatedly. Old dog. You resort to underhanded tactics and ambush. The old man had lived for 3,000 years. For the first time, someone dared to insult him as an old dog. In an instant, his anger ignited, and he drew his long sword, prepared to escort me on my final journey. As I gazed upon the swiftly approaching elder, a fierce glint of killing intent ignited in my eyes. In an instant, the sword of the abyss materialized in my grasp. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, with flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. The old man's countenance shifted, a flicker of apprehension darting through his eyes, swiftly followed by a glimmer of avarice. He comprehended all too well that the abyssal sword was a formidable imperial weapon, capable of granting even an ordinary individual the chance to vanquish a powerful cultivator with a single stroke. However, the old man showed no signs of retreat. He swiftly charged towards me, for if he were to slay me, he would seize the abyssal sword I wielded, granting him the opportunity to become invincible across the 3 realms. Sword breaks the sky. I raise my voice in a resounding chant. Lifting the abyssal sword, I strike downwards, and the pitch-black sword aura surges forth in an instant. At this moment, the old man felt a pang of regret and turned to flee. However, in that very moment as he turned around, the old man was abruptly cleaved in two. Simultaneously. A disciple, in a state of utmost urgency, hastened to report to the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, situated 1,000 miles away. The Grand Elder, the very same elder from before, has seen his name vanish from the soul tablet. This signifies that the Grand Elder has perished. The fury of all present individuals surged instantaneously. The Master has commanded everyone, at any cost, to ensure that I pay with my life. Through the sudden ambush by the old man, I have come to a profound realization: only by continuously enhancing my own abilities can I endure in this world and ultimately seek vengeance. All demonic soldiers shall obey my command. In this mountainous region, not a single being shall be spared. Shadows darted swiftly past. Before long, the system's notification sound resonated. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 100 magical weapons. The host is rewarded with the sword intent of the killing teachings. As soon as the words fell from my lips, a formidable essence of sword intent surged into my mind, allowing me to instantaneously comprehend the profound nature of this lethal sword technique. Suddenly, I was enveloped by a formidable aura of menace. Upon glancing back, in the vast expanse of mountains 10,000 meters away, 2 figures were observing me. Upon noticing my gaze, they swiftly turned and fled. Could it be that my actions against the old man have summoned these adversaries? I have no desire to pursue them. The paramount task at hand is to relentlessly vanquish the beings before me, augment the ranks of my enchanted soldiers, and elevate my own prowess. As waves of sword energy surged forth, the system's voice soon resounded once more, announcing the host's triumph in surpassing 1,000 magical weapons. The host is rewarded with the body of 10,000 dragons. As the voice fell, tens of thousands of shadowy black dragons soared into the sky, letting out a resonant roar. Countless demonic beasts, along with some profoundly skilled Taoists, gazed in astonishment at the heavens, their eyes brimming with terror. As the shadowy forms of the black dragons surged into my being, I experienced an instantaneous elevation in my cultivation, transcending to the 3rd tier of the Huolong realm. Though I now perceive my strength as unfathomable, I am acutely aware that, in the face of the 7 great imperial clans, my current self remains utterly inadequate. One can only persist in cultivation. Summoning the abyssal sword. Awakening the demon warriors, as they confront one beast after another. Unleashing a massacre upon the feral creatures of the mountain. Wherever they tread, not a blade of grass remains. In an instant, the blood sea of Mount Wanshou and Hushan. Crimson rivers flowed abundantly. In merely 2 short hours, the number of my magical soldiers has surged to over 5,000. The high-level demon beasts of 10,000 Beasts Mountain have sensed a looming crisis and are gathering together. Even the 2 formidable demon kings, the 9 nether dark python and the blazing tiger, have united in their efforts to annihilate my legion of demonic warriors. Just as they were devising their schemes, I appeared alone behind them. Upon noticing me, the fierce flame tiger, adhering to the principle of capturing the leader before the followers, transformed into a blazing fireball and charged directly towards me. I shall summon the abyssal sword directly. With a single stroke, I shall cleave it asunder. With another strike, I shall sever it into 1,000 pieces. With a resounding cry, the demon emperor thus descends. As the 9 nether guest python observes. The aura of fury vanished in an instant, as it turned and fled with a multitude of diminutive spirits in tow. As the shadows of swords danced through the air, the myriad beasts of the Beast Mountain fell one by one, meeting a tragic demise. The entire expanse of Beast Mountain was enveloped in an eerie silence. At this moment within the Qingyun sect, the sect leader, Ho Qing, awaited the accounts of two Taoists who had fled from the Wanshou mountain, finding their revelations somewhat incredulous. After all, the demonic cultivators of the south have long been annihilated, having not surfaced for over 30,000 years. Could it be that the Grand Elder has fallen victim to the machinations of this malevolent sorcerer? Just as the entire clan was engrossed in discussions on how to address my predicament. A year ago, someone walked in. Upon seeing this individual, the elder immediately furrowed his brow, sensing an intense feeling of impending danger. She is the saintess of the heavenly Xian sacred land, Ji Wushuang. If the Qingyun sect represents a formidable family in the southern region, then the heavenly Xian sacred land stands as its sovereign. Across the vast expanse of the three realms, it is undoubtedly among the most eminent and powerful forces. In an instant, the entire Qingyun sect fell silent. The holy master, Ji Wushuang, unfurled a scroll. Pay close attention to the figure depicted upon it. Should any information arise, notify me at once, and I shall bestow generous rewards. However, should you possess knowledge and fail to report it, the Qingyun sect shall have no place in this world. Having spoken, he took a communication jade talisman and tossed it into the hands of the waiting servant. Ho Qing, with trembling hands, unfurled the scroll, revealing to his astonishment a portrait of none other than Su Mo. Upon returning from their flight, the two Taoist priests beheld the portrait and whispered, "Isn't this the one we encountered on Mount Beast?" This statement reached Ji Wushuang's ears. Failing to disclose the knowledge could indeed implicate the entire Qingyun sect. The two Taoists immediately fell to their knees, recounting once more all that they had seen and heard. Upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang burst into hearty laughter. 18 years, July. Your box has manifested. According to the will of the Celestial Sacred Sect, as long as you bring me back, he will gain entry into the Celestial Sacred Sect, receiving substantial cultivation and support. It is essential to understand that the Celestial Sacred Sect of the Immortal Realm is vastly superior to the mundane Celestial Sacred Land. Upon this thought, Ji Wushuang's lips curled into a smile even more challenging to suppress than an AK's recoil. She promptly instructed two Taoists to escort her to the renowned Mount of 10,000 Beasts where I was discovered. The leader of the Qingyun sect and the esteemed elders followed closely behind, all eager to uncover the identity of the remarkable individual whose prominence had compelled the esteemed Celestial Xian sacred sect to embark on such an elaborate search. As they arrived at Beast Mountain, they beheld the ominous mist enveloping the peak and the acrid scent of blood pervading the air among the slopes. Ji Wushuang is convinced that I am undoubtedly a great demon who poses a threat to the world, one that would attract the attention of the heavenly Xian sacred sect. Entering the mountains. Gazing upon the myriad beasts within. The wilderness sprawls across the land. And rivers of blood flow abundantly. The crowd trembles in apprehension as they delve deeper. They discovered me seated in a meditative posture upon a verdant meadow, eyes closed in the pursuit of cultivation. Surrounding me were towering stacks of ethereal elixirs. As the technique commenced its flow, the mystical energy within the elixirs was immediately drawn forth, surging into my being through every pore, enhancing my cultivation. I, who was merely at the third level of the dragon transformation realm, experienced a seamless breakthrough to the sixth level as the energies from the elixirs flooded into me. Upon recognizing my visage, Ji Wushuang exclaimed, "It is truly you, Su Mo. The esteemed figure from the heavenly Xian sacred sect seeks you. Will you willingly accompany me, or shall I compel you to leave?" Indeed, they have come. I let out a cold laugh. One must remember that when I escaped from the celestial realm, I was merely a broken vessel, utterly devoid of any meridian. They treat a worthless being with such solemnity, truly deserving of their status as the sovereign above the three realms, exhibiting remarkable caution and prudence. Ji Wushuang was unaware of my past, and could not comprehend my words. She merely drew her weapon and stated, "Will you obediently follow me? Or shall I be compelled to take action?" I gazed at Ji Wushuang, disdain dripping from my lips as I proclaimed, "I shall not depart. How could you possibly carry me away?" Upon hearing my words, Ji Wushuang wore an expression of indignation, preparing to admonish me. At this moment, the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect, Ho Qing, intercepted Ji Wushuang, stating that his modest cultivation would suffice entrusted to him, thus granting the Qingyun sect an opportunity to showcase its prowess. Having spoken, the wind from the fist howled, as a formidable punch came crashing towards me. This strike, unmatched in its dominance, immensely powerful, burst through the air with a resounding crack. At this moment, Ho Qing's aura erupted with a thunderous intensity, revealing him to be a formidable master at the 9th level of the King realm. Should this punch connect, it would not only spell doom for cultivators of the dragon transformation realm, but even those of the King realm would find themselves grievously injured, if not slain. However, in the face of such a terrifying punch, I remained utterly unperturbed, as if it held no significance whatsoever. In truth, this was indeed the case at this moment. I truly regarded Ho Qing with indifference. 9 waves. I too raised my hand, delivering a punch of equal force. The sound of 9 splashes resonated instantly. And behind Qian, 9 phantom waves emerged. These 9 phantoms intertwined, amplifying the might of Su Lei's punch to an astounding 9-fold. In a fleeting second, the 2 fists collided, producing a resounding echo. Ho Qing's expression shifted dramatically as he clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot. As they gazed upon the defeated Ho Qing, the members of the Qingyun sect were utterly astounded. Their own sect leader had been unable to withstand a single strike from me. It was simply beyond comprehension. It appears that your esteemed Qingyun sect has lost its relevance. You are merely a congregation of inept individuals. Ji Wushuang forcefully kicked aside Ho Qing, her gaze shifting towards me. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura of imperial majesty erupted, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. With a single step, a myriad of afterimages trailed behind him as he surged toward me at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before me, yet my own velocity was no less remarkable. Yet my pace is no less swift. At the very moment of its departure, I had already unsheathed the abyssal sword, and subsequently unleashed its might. A terrifying aura of malice instantly spread, enveloping the entirety of this realm. A faint yet formidable imperial aura surged forth, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble in response. Yet, this was not the end. A torrent of demonic energy emanated from within me, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. A black demonic dragon materialized, subsequently merging with the sword of abyssal darkness. With a single strike, it cleaved through the very fabric of the sky, unleashing an unstoppable, obsidian blade of light that seemed capable of rending asunder all that exists. In the presence of this sword's might, one could truly grasp its formidable power. Ji Wushuang's expression instantly changed. From this one strike, he sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. Should he be struck by this sword, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Upon realizing this, Ji Wushuang immediately formed hand seals, and with his movements, a colossal energy shield materialized before him, adorned with swirling golden runes that radiated an astonishing defensive power. However, in the very next moment, my sword struck the protective shield. With a resounding boom, with a resounding crash, Ji Wushuang's protective shield was shattered in an instant. He could hardly believe that a mere cultivator at the dragon transformation realm could possess such formidable strength. Although taken aback, Ji Wushuang swiftly regained her composure. Because my pitch-black sword energy has already reached before him. He turned around, yearning to flee. Regrettably, with a resounding splatter, accompanied by the crimson wine that filled the air, Ji Wushuang, blood spilling from his lips, collapsed onto the ground. He had just attempted to rise once more. In an instant, I held the sword of the abyss against his forehead. Yet he exhibited not a trace of fear, only a seething anger remained. He shouted at me, "If you have the courage, then kill me. Do not dawdle and prattle. I find myself powerless as well." This was a request he made on his own accord. Thus, with a single stroke, I shall send him to his final resting place. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the members of the Qingyun sect instantly darkened. This individual was none other than the Holy Son of the southern Tianqian sacred land. He actually dared to slay the Holy Son. Does he not fear the retribution from the Tianqian sacred land? In their discourse, I turned back and waved my hand. In an instant, a legion of demonic soldiers materialized behind him. No one was spared. Within a mere 5 seconds, all the disciples of the Qingyun sect present were annihilated. Gazing upon a heap of fallen cultivators, I absorbed their essence entirely. Subsequently, I set ablaze the mountain of 10,000 beasts and departed. At this moment, the heavenly mystic Holy Land is enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilance within the hall. At the head of the grand hall sat a youthful figure adorned in resplendent robes, possessing strikingly sharp brows and captivating eyes. The youth bears a smile at the corners of his lips, as a pair of large hands ascend unabashedly. climbing towards the pinnacle of his beloved in embrace. The people surrounding remained oblivious to the scene, instead wearing smiles upon their faces. Their attitude can be attributed to. It is due to the esteemed identity of youth, originating from an extraordinary lineage, as a messenger sent by the celestial Xian sacred sect to the mortal realm, tasked with the mission of seeking Miao Chao Bin. At this moment, the Holy Lord Tang Tian extended an invitation to Chao Bin to partake in the event held once every decade at the heavenly mystic sacred land, commencing in 3 days. However, he was met with a direct refusal from Chao Bin, for he hailed from the celestial realm and held in disdain the treasures of the mortal secret realms. He remarked that attending such an event was far less appealing than engaging in a game of poker with the enchanting Lin Ruyan, allowing for a more profound exchange. Tang Tian immediately cast a glance at Lin Ruyan. She immediately wrapped her arms around Chao Bin's neck, compelling him to accompany her to the secret realm. Chao Bin, ensnared by the allure of beauty, found himself utterly captivated and readily acquiesced to Lin Ruyan's request. At that moment, a disciple rushed into the grand hall, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Master," he exclaimed, "a grave matter has arisen. The life token of Saint Ji Wushuang has shattered. This signifies that he has met his demise." Upon hearing these words, Tang Tian's expression shifted dramatically. As a prominent son of the heavenly Xian sacred land, should he fall victim to another's hand, it would be imperative to exact a blood debt in return, thus preserving the dignity of the heavenly Xian sacred land. He immediately commanded his disciple to bring forth the life talisman of Ji Wushuang. Upon grasping the fate token, a fierce glint of murder flashed in Tang Tian's eyes, his countenance darkened ominously. Subsequently, he immersed his spirit into the token, preparing to harness the residual soul energy of Ji Wushuang contained within, to unravel the mysteries surrounding her experiences in life. As his consciousness fully delved into the fate token, vague images began to materialize in Tang Tian's mind. Yet, before he could discern the details of those visions, his expression shifted dramatically. A spurt of fresh blood erupted forth. Tang Tian's complexion instantly paled several shades. He opened his eyes, filled with an overwhelming sense of terror. The individuals present from the celestial sanctuary were taken aback by the unfolding scene, their expressions revealing a palpable sense of bewilderment. They were utterly confounded, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. Upon witnessing this scene, Chao Bin couldn't help but furrow his brows in confusion and inquired, "What did you see?" Tang Tian suddenly spat out blood, undoubtedly having witnessed something he should not have seen. Certain powerful beings are beyond scrutiny. Even indirect means of observation are impermissible. The consequences can range from severe injury to utter annihilation. It is said that certain formidable beings, even if separated by billions of miles, can sense one another's presence simply by invoking their names. Upon calling, they can respond instantaneously, an ability so terrifying it defies description. "I have witnessed nothing." Tang Tian bitterly shook his head. The bewilderment in the eyes of the crowd deepened. Subsequently, I elucidated, I was on the verge of comprehending the unfolding events, but suddenly, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped me. This sensation was strikingly vivid. If I were to continue observing, I feared I would meet my demise. Thus, I am willing to risk the potential repercussions to cease my exploration. As I speak, a profound fear lingers in Tang Tian's eyes. Just a hair's breadth away, he nearly met his demise. The Holy Lord is indeed a formidable being of the Supreme Realm. If even the mightiest of the Supreme Realm cannot be scrutinized, how powerful must the one who vanquished Ji Wushuang be? Upon this realization, the faces of the gathered members of the heavenly Xian Holy Land were unmistakably marked by astonishment. It is imperative to recognize that, not only when gazing towards the southern regions but across the entirety of the Tianwu continent, one encounters the most formidable of warriors. Yet, even such exceptional beings nearly met their demise while investigating the circumstances surrounding the death of Ji Wushuang. The magnitude of the impact this revelation has on them is indeed unimaginable. What sort of formidable strength lies behind those who dare to challenge Ji Wushuang? This is beyond their realm of imagination, compelling them to suppress the fear that dwells within their hearts. Tang Tian spoke, declaring to the outside world that Ji Wushuang had succumbed to madness and had been slain by the Holy Land. Henceforth, the matter of Ji Wushuang's demise should never be mentioned again. Let it be as though this person had never existed in the Tianshu Holy Land. Merely peering indirectly nearly cost me my life. Should I continue to investigate further, the heavenly mystic sacred land might face the peril of annihilation. In the realm of Tianwu, there exists a supreme being whose power is beyond comprehension. Listening to Tang Tian's words, Xiaobin could not help but fall into deep contemplation, as if he had stumbled upon a profound realization. His eyes suddenly brightened. It seems that Ji Wushuang has gone in search of Sumo. If he were to be slain by Sumo, then everything would indeed fall into place. He is indeed aware that there are significant figures attempting to deduce the whereabouts of Sumo. However, not only were they unable to ascertain his location, but they also met with their own demise. The explanation provided by those influential figures is that a powerful cultivator has concealed the secrets of the heavens for Sumo, rendering them inscrutable. It is precisely for this reason that these prominent individuals have dispatched numerous agents across various realms to seek out Sumo. Currently, Ji Wushuang has been entrusted with the task of seeking out Sumo, but has now met with an untimely demise. Tang Tian merely utilized the residual soul energy within thee to probe into the experiences of his previous life, only to sense a looming crisis of life and death. He instinctively suspected that the one who had slain Ji Wushuang was Sumo, despite the assertions of those prominent figures who claimed that Sumo's meridians were completely severed, his cultivation lost, and his visage rendered that of a mere invalid. Who is Sumo? He is none other than the young master of the Su clan, the foremost among the 8 imperial families of the primordial ancient realm. Such a figure, who can ascertain that he lacks the potential for a resurgence? The various factions of the primordial ancient realm dispatched numerous formidable beings to the 3,000 great worlds, as well as the 3,000 middle worlds and the 3,000 lesser worlds, in search of Sumo. What they fear most is precisely this, the rise of Sumo, which could bring about catastrophic consequences for them. It has come to light that Ji Wushuang may have met her demise at the hands of Sumo naturally. This revelation brings him great joy. There are no fewer than 8,000 individuals seeking Sumo, and it is believed that he may currently be in the southern region of the Tianwu continent. Should one be able to locate it and bring it back, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement, yielding benefits beyond imagination. It may even grant the opportunity to cultivate within the primordial ancient realm. Upon contemplating this, how could he not feel joy? Naturally, these are merely his conjectures, and he is uncertain whether Sumo exists in this small realm of the Tianwu continent, particularly in the southern region. Does anyone know where Ji Wushuang had previously gone? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobin suddenly inquired. Though the reason behind Xiaobin's inquiry remains unknown, an elder rose respectfully and spoke. When Ji Wushuang departed from the heavenly Shan sacred land, he mentioned his intention to proceed to the Qingyun sect. His first destination among the various factions was indeed the Qingyun sect. Xiaobin nodded and said, "Let us now proceed to the Qingyun sect." Who would have thought that Sumo truly exists in the small world of the Tianwu continent? Arriving at the Qingyun sect, I gathered from the words of some of its members the events that transpired following the arrival of Ji Wushuang. Xiaobin could not help but exclaim with emotion. The corners of his mouth could hardly be suppressed. At this moment, all he needed to do was to bring this news back. And it would be a remarkable achievement. He hesitated momentarily, yet he ultimately subdued the thought. Although this news could yield him numerous advantages in comparison, bringing Sumo back would undoubtedly offer far greater benefits. Subsequently, after a brief sojourn at the Qingyun sect, he promptly led the formidable members of the Tianqian Holy Land towards the vast Beast Mountain range. From the lips of the disciples of the Qingyun sect, he learned that Sumo was within the Beast Mountain range, where Ji Wushuang and a host of other high-ranking members of the Qingyun sect, including Ho Qin, were also headed. Before long, a multitude of individuals swiftly arrived at the mountain of 10,000 beasts. A profound and boundless consciousness erupted from Xiaobin, instantly enveloping the mountain of 10,000 beasts. Beholding the profound silence, a surge of fervor ascends. The fields lie barren and desolate, with rivers of blood flowing, amidst the surrounding, unyielding aura of malevolence. Xiaobin could not help but furrow his brow. He did not observe a single living being amidst these mountains. With a swift motion, Xiaobin's figure suddenly materialized in a spacious clearing upon the ground. He witnessed several corpses in a lamentable state, and he also beheld the lifeless body of Ji Wushuang. After sensing the body of Ji Wushuang, Xiaobin instinctively nodded, further confirming in his heart that Sumo was indeed in the southern region. Mobilize all the forces of the Heavenly Abyss Sacred Land to search for Sumo. Sumo is located in the southern region. Casting a glance at Tang Tian, Xiaobin expressed his excitement. Tang Tianzhong nodded emphatically, a look of delight unconsciously appearing on his face. The ability to locate Sumo would also yield him numerous advantages. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the stars shimmered brilliantly. On the other side, I sat cross-legged within an inn. On the bed, clad in black, Suemo suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. He surveyed the surroundings. Where demon cores had been reduced to dust and spirit stones lay shattered. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the surge of power within him. Having ascended to the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm. After a night of relentless effort, he had finally achieved this breakthrough. Although all his cultivation resources had been consumed, it was indeed worth it. Suddenly, the sounds of a fierce battle reached his ears, drawing Sumo's attention. He pushed open the window and beheld a scene where a tall, middle-aged man clad in black brocade was being pursued by a group of over 10 individuals. All exuding a formidable aura, unmistakably experts of the King Realm. Thousand-faced demon lord, today marks your demise, surrender without resistance. One of the pursuers proclaimed. Do you think mere ants like you can force me into submission? This is utterly laughable. The middle-aged man retorted defiantly. But what if I were to join the fray? A sinister voice echoed as an elder in a gray robe, radiating a terrifying presence, appeared in the sky. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, revealing him as a formidable figure of the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Upon seeing the elder, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? The elder scoffed. With a swift motion, he closed the distance, positioning himself behind the middle-aged man. Channeling his spiritual energy, he unleashed a colossal palm strike that crashed down upon the middle-aged man with devastating force, far beyond what a King Realm expert could withstand. With a sickening splatter, the middle-aged man coughed up blood, his body smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Dust and debris filled the air. Moments later, a burly man with a menacing visage emerged from the haze. He cast a wary glance at the elder before sprinting towards a nearby building. The energy emanating from him indicated he was also a practitioner, albeit of lesser cultivation, merely at the Transcendence realm. When had this man appeared? Suemo found himself momentarily taken aback, realizing he had not noticed the man's arrival. Not only Suemo, but the elder and the King Realm experts behind him were also momentarily stunned. Thousand-faced demon lord, you dare to alter your appearance and aura in my presence? Believing me to be a fool? The elder sneered coldly. With a surge of power, he unleashed his spiritual energy. Die! Remnant of the demon path! With a thunderous roar, the elder's palm strike intensified, its might multiplying exponentially. A vast shadow loomed as the enormous palm descended upon the thousand-faced demon lord, seemingly capable of obliterating all existence. It was a blunder. As the colossal palm descended rapidly, locking onto his energy signature, despair etched itself across the thousand-faced demon lord's face. He realized that this strike was insurmountable. With a resounding crash, the immense palm struck the ground, creating a pit several meters deep and stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. However, as the smoke dissipated, the elder's expression darkened. The thousand-faced demon lord had not perished. Before him stood another figure, exuding immense power. Clad in black armor and donning a dark mask that obscured his face. He bore a black dagger at his waist, surrounded by a palpable aura of dread. Another dark cultivator? A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's eyes before he coldly declared. Perfect. Today, I shall eradicate you remnants of the demonic path. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a tug on his arm. Casting a sidelong glance, he found a king-level cultivator trembling as he clutched the elder's arm. Noticing the elder's displeased gaze, the cultivator hastily exclaimed, Ancestor, it appears we are surrounded. What? A look of confusion flashed in the elder's eyes. As he surveyed the area, his eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. What was he witnessing? All around him, atop the rooftops, stood a throng of individuals, dressed uniformly in black armor. With dark masks obscuring their faces and black daggers at their waists, they radiated an ominous black aura. The numbers were staggering. If there weren't 1,000, there were certainly several hundred. Unbeknownst to him, they had encircled him completely. Panic surged within him. Among these figures, 2 emanated a distinctly dangerous presence. Though many were weak, there were equally formidable foes among them. If he did not flee now, when would he? With a sudden resolve, the elder turned and bolted towards the direction where the demonic soldiers were fewer in number. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he had escaped their encirclement. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a razor-sharp, formidable streak of black sword light hurtled towards him with unrelenting ferocity. The sword cleaved through the air, its power extraordinary. The speed was blinding, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. The elder barely had time to react before the terrifying sword light struck him directly. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed through the air as the elder's body was cleaved in two by that single stroke. One sword strike, and a sovereign-level powerhouse had fallen. Chapter 12, Finding Sumo, informed the Holy Master. The ancestor is dead. As they gazed upon the elder, who had been cleaved in two, the expressions of the numerous powerful figures of the Wang realm hovering in the air were filled with shock and disbelief. They could never have anticipated that their ancestor would perish so easily. Their astonishment deepened as they turned their gaze to the one who had wielded the sword. The assailant was a young man, clad in black, with a visage as exquisite as jade, strikingly handsome. What astonished them even more was his cultivation level. Merely at the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm, which was inferior to their own. Yet, it was this individual, of lesser cultivation, who had single-handedly slain their royal ancestor with a single stroke. What did this signify? It was simply unfathomable. This revelation struck a profound blow to their youthful hearts. With the death of their royal ancestor, their fighting spirit was extinguished. Some chose to be wise and recognized the situation, immediately kneeling in mid-air, pleading for mercy. I had no intention of offending you, Great One. Please grant me a chance to live. If you spare my life, I am willing to serve you faithfully. In an instant, the air was filled with voices pleading for mercy. It was not that they did not wish to flee, but the surrounding area was besieged by a multitude of demonic soldiers, leaving them with no escape. Listening to the chorus of pleas, Sumo remained unmoved. Coldly issuing a command, "Kill them." With those two simple words, the demonic soldiers sprang into action, wielding their demonic blades as they commenced a slaughter of the Wang realm powerhouses before them. In just a few breaths, all the Wang realm figures had perished. Glancing at the newly acquired summoning cards for the demonic soldiers in his spatial system, Sumo willed them all back. His gaze then settled on the thousand-faced demon lord. Noticing Sumo's attention, the thousand-faced demon lord felt a tremor in his heart and hastily knelt, bowing in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, Great One. I have no way to repay you, but I am willing to serve you faithfully. Despite Sumo's cultivation being considerably lower, the thousand-faced demon lord dared not underestimate him. After all, this was a person capable of slaying a royal ancestor with a single sword strike. If he wished to take his life, it would be an effortless task. Rise, Sumo said, glancing at the thousand-faced demon lord. I do not require you to serve me. I am merely curious about your ability to alter your appearance and aura, and I wish to learn it. The reason he had intervened to save the thousand-faced demon lord was not solely due to their shared demonic cultivation, but rather because the latter possessed the means to change his visage and presence. The inhabitants of the primordial ancient realm were searching for him relentlessly. And with his current strength, he could not confront them directly, forcing him to conceal himself and develop in the shadows. However, if he possessed the means to alter his appearance and aura, he could simply assume a different identity and evade their pursuit effortlessly. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the thousand-faced demon lord instantaneously understood. Yet, he had no real knowledge of how to alter his appearance and aura. The reason he was known as the thousand-faced demon lord was due to a mask he had inadvertently obtained. With the aid of that mask, he was able to alter his aura and appearance. Now, Sumo yearned to learn this method of transformation. If he himself was ignorant of it, how could he possibly impart such knowledge? And if he chose not to teach, Sumo would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. This was a truth he was acutely aware of. Contemplating these matters left him feeling overwhelmed, filled with profound regret. He lamented having indulged in drink, inadvertently exposing his identity as the thousand-faced demon lord, which had led him into a perilous situation. Now, he found himself in a dire dilemma. Casting a glance at Sumo's ink-black, emotionless eyes, the thousand-faced demon lord sighed inwardly. He then reached for his face, and with his movement, a silver mask materialized before him. Removing the mask, the thousand-faced demon lord presented it with both hands while speaking. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my lord, I would surely have met my demise today. This mask possesses the ability to alter one's appearance and aura. I offer it to you as a token of gratitude. Upon seeing the silver mask in the thousand-faced demon lord's hands, a flicker of surprise crossed Sumo's eyes. He had not anticipated that the thousand-faced demon lord's ability to change his appearance was reliant on such an external object. Reaching out, he accepted the silver mask and donned it upon his face. Instantly, he infused it with his spiritual energy, gaining an understanding of its capabilities. With a mere thought, he could transform into anyone he desired. In an instant, the silver mask vanished from his visage, and his appearance and aura shifted dramatically. He morphed into a face adorned with a thick beard, exuding a fierce demeanor. His physique also altered, becoming taller and more imposing. What a remarkable treasure! Relishing in this newfound power, Sumo felt a surge of exhilaration. I saved your life, you have given me this mask. We are now even, you may leave. He addressed the thousand-faced demon lord, who nodded in bitter acknowledgement before departing without hesitation. As the thousand-faced demon lord vanished into the distance, Sumo collected the storage ring from the person he had slain, along with some usable cultivation resources, and returned to his lodging. Once back at the inn, Sumo focused his thoughts and opened his personal system panel. Name, Sumo. Magic Soldiers, 5, 312. Physique, Chaotic Divine Demon Body, 10,000 Dragons Divine Body. Cultivation Method, Devouring Heaven Demon Art, Super Emperor Level, Xianyun Technique, Emperor Level, Superior, Martial Arts, 9 Layers of Waves, Emperor Level, Superior. One Sword Breaks the Sky, Emperor Level, Superior, Weapon, Demon Abyss Sword, Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, Thousand Change Mask, Emperor Level, Superior, Others, Slaughter Sword Intent. Cultivation Level, Transformation Dragon Realm, 9th Level. Upon observing the rank of the mask, an unexpected glimmer appeared in Sumo's eyes. He was astonished to discover that the mask's quality was remarkably high. After recovering from his shock and calming his emotions, Sumo retrieved the cultivation resources from the individual he had defeated and commenced his training. Only through diligent cultivation could he hasten his quest for vengeance. As Sumo immersed himself in his cultivation, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at the inn. They exuded an extraordinary aura and possessed formidable strength, adorned in uniform attire. The two characters Tianxian emblazoned on their chests made it evident that they hailed from the Tianxian sacred land. Have you seen the person in this portrait? The middle-aged man at the forefront glanced at the innkeeper and unfurled a scroll before him. The painting depicted a young man in white, strikingly handsome, as if descended from the heavens. The innkeeper, upon witnessing this formidable group of powerful cultivators, who were clearly beyond his capability to provoke, dared not conceal the truth. He nodded and replied, I have seen him, he is currently residing in the Tian-numbered guest room. Upon hearing this, the members of the Tianxian sacred land exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of joy. It was evident that they had not anticipated such fortuitous luck in finding Sumo, the very person they had been seeking, in this small town. Sumo's prowess, having slain the saint's son Ji Wuxuang, was unknown to all, and the middle-aged man pondered, we must not alert him prematurely, let us first inform the sacred master. Though his strength surpassed that of Ji Wuxuang, he was uncertain if he could match Sumo in battle. Thus, he resolved to proceed with caution. Chapter 13, A Brush with Destiny. What? Have you found Sumo? Is this truly the case? Do not act rashly, I shall arrive shortly. As he stowed away the communication jade talisman, Tang Tian could hardly conceal his excitement. Just moments ago, an elder from the heavenly Xian sacred land had relayed the news that Sumo had been located. This revelation filled him with immense elation. Steadying his thoughts, Tang Tian commanded the person beside him, Xiao Wu, go fetch the envoy and inform them that we have found Sumo. Understood, Holy Master. The young woman named Xiao Wu nodded before swiftly departing. Tang Tian donned his attire, exited his chamber, and lifted his gaze to the heavens, his joy unmistakable. He had been stuck at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm for many years, unable to break through due to limitations in his innate talent. If this venture proved successful, he would undoubtedly receive the rewards bestowed by the heavenly Xian sacred sect, allowing him to transcend to the status of a saint and cultivate in the upper realm of the heavenly Xian sacred sect. Merely contemplating this prospect sent waves of exhilaration through him. Great Elder, summon the powerful beings within the sacred land to my Qingtian peak. With a single utterance while brandishing the communication jade talisman, Tang Tian settled into a moment of quiet anticipation. 2.5 minutes later. The sound of tearing air echoed repeatedly. A series of formidable figures, exuding an intimidating aura, materialized before Tang Tian. They were the elite of the heavenly Xian sacred land, with the weakest among them being at the level of the venerable realm. The most powerful, while not surpassing Tang Tian, had nonetheless reached the supreme realm. In total, there were dozens of them, representing the very foundation of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Is there indeed news of Su Mo? Chaobin approached Tang Tian, his eyes betraying his own excitement. No one present desired to locate Su Mo more than he did. Indeed, Tang Tian affirmed with a nod. In that case, time is of the essence, let us depart swiftly. Chaobin urged, and Tang Tian nodded once more before launching himself into the sky. Chaobin and the others from the heavenly Xian sacred land followed closely behind him. Before long, the group arrived at the inn where Su Mo was staying. Where is Su Mo? Upon arrival, Tang Tian immediately inquired of the elder who had summoned him here via the communication jade talisman. The elder directed his gaze to the innkeeper, commanding, "Lead the way." "Follow me," the innkeeper replied, not daring to hesitate, and promptly took the lead. Thus, the procession surged up the stairs in an impressive display. A tall, slender young man clad in black, bearing an unremarkable appearance, brushed past them. Yet they paid him no heed. Their singular focus was to locate Su Mo. Little did they realize that this seemingly ordinary youth was the very Su Mo they sought. Stepping briskly out of the inn, Su Mo glanced back, a flicker of relief washing over his eyes. That was close, far too close to disaster. Had he not just broken through to the King realm and sensed the arrival of Tang Tian and his entourage at the moment he halted his cultivation? He would have immediately altered his appearance and aura and chosen to depart. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Even though he had now ascended to the King realm, possessing extraordinary combat prowess and wielding thousands of demonic soldiers, the near miss left him shaken. However, if I were to confront the formidable beings of the heavenly Xian sacred land at this very moment, it would be tantamount to courting death. Strength. If I possessed the requisite power, I would vanquish them without a second thought, sparing myself the need to evade their might. Withdrawing my gaze from the inn, a yearning for strength flickered in Su Mo's eyes. As he ventured further into the night, his figure soon vanished into the shadows. Inside the inn, observing the desolate room, Chaobin's countenance darkened instantaneously. He felt deceived. A vast consciousness, as boundless as the sea, enveloped the entire city in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he became acutely aware of everything within the city's confines. Yet, he could not discern a trace of Su Mo. "Master, where is Su Mo?" Chaobin inquired of Tang Tian, his voice laced with fury. Tang Tian's expression mirrored his displeasure. He turned his gaze towards the elder who had summoned him through the communication jade talisman, coldly demanding, "Elder Zhao, where is Su Mo?" Elder Zhao faltered, ultimately directing his gaze towards the waiter. "Waiter, where is Su Mo?" As his words fell, all eyes in the room fixated on the waiter. Under the intense scrutiny of so many powerful individuals, the waiter found himself overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from them. He soiled himself in fear, collapsing to the ground. Su Mo may have fled, he stammered, his voice trembling. It was not that he was feeble, but the sheer strength of those before him was insurmountable. How could he not be frightened? Bang! A sound akin to a balloon bursting echoed, and the waiter was obliterated into a mist of blood. Withdrawing his hand, Chaobin cast a glance at Tang Tian and the others, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. "Should you dare deceive me again, your fate shall be no different from this unfortunate soul." Gazing at the bloodied remnants of the waiter, silence enveloped the room. Although Chaobin was no weakling, he paled in comparison to the individuals present, being merely at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. However, his esteemed status as a special envoy from the heavenly Xian sacred sect rendered him untouchable. Meanwhile, in a distant mountain range, a massacre was unfolding. Thousands of soldiers clad in black armor, adorned with black masks and wielding demonic blades, carried out Su Mo's orders, slaughtering all living beings within the mountains. Su Mo, on the other hand, leisurely roasted a rabbit. Once the rabbit was cooked, all creatures in the mountains lay annihilated. Upon glancing at his personal system panel, Sumo was astonished to find the number of summoned demonic soldiers had reached an astounding figure, 9,527. This indicated that while he was roasting the rabbit, the demonic soldiers had slain over 4,000 demon beasts residing in the mountains. Observing the more than 4,000 demon cores brought back by the soldiers, Sumo chose not to absorb and refine them immediately. Instead, he quietly savored the succulent roasted rabbit. Only after finishing his meal did he begin to absorb the demon energy contained within the cores for cultivation. After a night of intense cultivation, all the demon pills were reduced to mere powder, and Sumo's cultivation level ascended once more, reaching the second tier of the king realm. Gazing at the demon pills now transformed into dust, Sumo couldn't help but smile wryly. In the past, he had never needed to worry about resources for cultivation. Resources like demon pills were beneath his notice. Yet now, with this thought, Sumo could only manage a bitter smile. Times had changed. Once, he held a prestigious status as the heir of the Su clan, the foremost among the 8 great imperial families of the primordial ancient realm. Now, however, his family had been annihilated, and he bore countless enemies, leaving him to cultivate in seclusion. Suddenly, several figures soared through the sky, their conversation reaching Sumo's ears. I can't fathom who this Sumo is. To warrant the attention of the heavenly Xian sacred sect, sending people down to our realm to seek him out. But it's not just the heavenly Xian sacred sect. I've heard that the Xian Yang sacred sect, the Ice Extreme sacred sect, the Nine Nether sacred sect, and the Heavenly Extreme Sacred Palace have also dispatched individuals to search for him, each from the western, eastern, central, and northern regions of the Tianwu continent. Good heavens! This Sumo is truly remarkable, to draw so many sacred sects from the higher realms in search of him. Moreover, I've even heard that individuals from other minor worlds are also on the hunt for Sumo. What on earth has he done to attract such attention? Wait. Xiao Fan. How do you know so much? To be honest, I fear you might mock me. But the reason I know all this is that it was all shared by Sister Ruyen. Nowadays, she. At this juncture, the youth named Xiao Fan's eyes glistened with tears. He was one of the candidates for the position of Saint Son of the Heavenly Xian Sacred Land. And Lin Ruyen had been his childhood companion. Now, with Xiao Bin's arrival at the Heavenly Xian Sacred Land, Lin Ruyen had caught his eye and had become his plaything. The mere mention of her caused tears to stream down his face uncontrollably. Chapter 14, Entering the Celestial Xian Sacred Land. Seeing Xiao Fan in distress, the others nearby offered words of comfort. Do not dwell on Sumo any longer. Our return to the Sacred Land is for the Celestial Xian Sacred Land's secret realm, which opens once every decade. Within the secret realm, countless treasures and opportunities await us. As candidates for the title of Sacred Son, we all have the chance to enter this mystical domain. Let us focus on all that transpires within the secret realm. Upon hearing the mention of the secret realm, Xiao Fan's expression brightened somewhat. The secret realm? Opening once every 10 years? Countless treasures within? Sumo, listening intently to the conversation, fell into deep contemplation, pondering the implications. This indeed presents a unique opportunity for enhancement. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Sumo's eyes sparkled with determination. Channeling his spiritual power, he unleashed a formidable tempest with a swift motion of his sleeve, stirring up a whirlwind that engulfed the surroundings. Dust and debris swirled into the air, hurtling towards the group above. Caught off guard by the ferocity of the storm, Xiao Fan and the others instinctively shut their eyes. In that fleeting moment, an elite warrior of demonic prowess swiftly intervened, covering Xiao Fan's mouth to stifle any sound while drawing him downward. Meanwhile, Sumo, having altered his appearance and aura to mimic Xiao Fan through a transformative mask, ascended to the position once occupied by Xiao Fan. Upon reopening his eyes, Xiao Fan was met with a sight that left him aghast: an individual who bore his exact likeness. He yearned to cry out, but the hand over his mouth rendered him voiceless. Attempts to struggle against the warrior's grip proved futile, leaving him to helplessly witness the growing distance between himself and Sumo. As the dust settled, the candidates for Sacred Son exchanged frustrated words but remained oblivious to the unfolding deception. They continued their journey, engaging in conversation as they flew towards the Celestial Xian Sacred Land. Upon their arrival, the candidates hastened to the council hall to report back. Scanning the 5 other candidates present, Tang Tian inquired, "How did the mission unfold?" In response to the Sacred Lord's query, a young man clad in resplendent white stepped forward respectfully. "We visited the Kunlun, Blood Cloud sect, and Xian Yuan sect," I inquired. "And none had seen Su Mo. I instructed them to inform me immediately should any news arise. They will undoubtedly relay any information regarding him." One by one, the candidates recounted their experiences, and when it was Sumo's turn, he mirrored his peers' respectful demeanor. In response to the Sacred Lord's inquiry, the factions I visited also reported no sighting of Su Mo. I have requested that they notify me at once should any information surface. They will certainly inform me promptly. After listening, Tang Tian was not surprised. He nodded and instructed, "In 2 days, the Tianxian secret realm will open once every decade. You all should gather here at dawn. And I will escort you into the realm. Now, you may go and rest." Upon hearing this, the several candidates for the Holy Sun nodded and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a languid voice interrupted, causing their steps to halt abruptly. "Wait." Instinctively, they turned back, their gazes landing on Xiao Bin, who sat in the main seat, cradling Lin Ruyan in his arms. Xiao Bin swallowed the violet-hued grapes he had been feeding her, then turned to Su Mo with a cold smirk, saying, "Xiao Fan, you have yet to disclose which factions you have visited." At these words, Su Mo's heart tightened. He was merely an impostor. How could he possibly know which factions Xiao Fan had visited? Moreover, having only recently arrived in this world, he was oblivious to the local powers. Was he about to be exposed? A bitter smile crossed Su Mo's mind. This felt akin to a former emperor's ambitions collapsing midway. Just as Su Mo silently gathered his internal strength, preparing to carve a bloody path out of the Tianxian sacred land, Tang Tian's voice resonated in his mind. "Xiao Fan, I know the envoy has taken your beloved Lin Ruyan, which has left you discontented. However, he is a member of the Tianxian sacred sect, an entity we cannot afford to provoke. You should answer his questions honestly." Understanding Tang Tian's message, Su Mo's mind sparked with a solution. He clenched his fists, anger igniting in his eyes, and retorted furiously at Xiao Bin, "Do I need to report my actions to you?" The words elicited surprise among those present. Clearly, no one anticipated Xiao Fan to exhibit such boldness, daring to confront Xiao Bin, a figure from the upper realm of the Tianxian sacred sect. Even Xiao Bin was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, his expression darkened, and with an irate tone, he demanded, "How dare you speak to me like that? Who gave you the courage?" As he spoke, a terrifying aura, emanating from his 9th level of the Emperor realm, erupted forth, crashing down upon Su Mo like a tidal wave. He intended to teach this presumptuous candidate of the Tianxian sacred land a lesson. The overwhelming force surged like a flood breaking through a dam, powerful and unmatched. Yet, to Su Mo, it felt merely like a breeze, failing to affect him in the slightest. However, he was currently impersonating Xiao Fan. Although Xiao Fan's cultivation was higher. Being a 3rd-level emperor, resisting this pressure would not be an easy feat. Consequently, Su Mo stepped back several paces, fists clenched, his face reddening, remaining silent as he portrayed an unwillingness to yield to the pressure. "Envoy, I have now become your subordinate. Why do you still hold a grudge against him?" Lin Ruyan interjected, wrapping her arm around Xiao Bin's, speaking in a delicate tone. Hearing her words, some of the fury in Xiao Bin's eyes diminished. He glanced at Su Mo and disdainfully remarked, "Today, I do not wish to pursue this matter further. Be gone, you worthless fool." After speaking, he forcefully pinched Lin Ruyan with his large hand, eliciting a delicate gasp from her, while he disdainfully cast a sidelong glance at Su Mo, as if to say, "See? The bicycle you hesitate to ride, I shall boldly mount." Su Mo harbored no feelings for Lin Ruyan, thus, witnessing her being attacked in public stirred no emotion within him. However, his current identity was that of Xiao Fan, her childhood companion, and seeing her humiliated could not leave him indifferent. Therefore, Su Mo cast a deep, fiery glare at Xiao Bin, his eyes ablaze with indignation, before silently turning on his heel to leave. "Let him go. Xiao Fan, you truly are impressive. Daring to confront the envoy of the heavenly Xian sacred sect." Shortly after exiting the conference hall, a young man rushed over and gave Su Mo a thumbs up. This individual named Qin Shaoxian, was also one of the candidates for the sacred son of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Upon glancing at Qin Shaoxian, Suemo merely smiled in return, choosing silence. He possessed no knowledge of the intricacies within the heavenly Xian sacred land, nor did he understand the nature of Xiao Fan's relationship with this person. Engaging in conversation would inevitably reveal inconsistencies, thus, it was wiser to feign ignorance and refrain from unnecessary words. Chapter 15, The breakthrough of the demon soldiers exceeds 10,000. The Supreme Emperor level movement technique. 2 days swiftly passed. Under Tang Tian's directive, Suemo and several other candidates for the title of Saint Sun arrived early at the council hall to await further instructions. Within the secret realm, myriad treasures and opportunities abound, yet such fortunes are often accompanied by peril, thus, you must exercise caution as you navigate within. The secret realm will be open for 1 month, leaving you with little time for exploration, so manage your time wisely. Should you encounter a life-threatening crisis during this period, shatter the spatial token to transport yourselves to the outside world. As Tang Tian spoke, he waved his hand, and several tokens flew from his grasp, landing in the hands of Suemo and his companions. Pausing briefly, he cast a glance at Xiao Bin and added, "If you enter the secret realm, you will be transported to different locations. However, should you cross paths, all matters shall defer to the authority of the envoy." Understood, Holy Master. The candidates for the title of Saint Sun nodded in unison. Tang Tian inclined his head, then waved his sleeve, enveloping them all in a surge of spiritual energy. In an instant, Suemo and the others felt the world spin around them, their minds spinning in dizziness. Once their vision cleared, they found themselves on the rear mountain of the Tianxian sacred land. In the valley between 2 towering mountains, a pale blue vortex appeared, resembling a portal. The vortex exuded a dense aura of spiritual energy, invigorating and refreshing. "This is the entrance to the Tianxian secret realm." With that, Tang Tian declared, "You may now enter." Xiao Bin, cradling Lin Ruyan, immediately soared toward the vortex, followed closely by Qin Shaoxian and the other candidates. Naturally, Suemo was no exception, stepping directly into the Tianxian secret realm. As dizziness washed over him briefly, Suemo soon found himself within the secret realm. He surveyed his surroundings, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. The concentration of spiritual energy in this realm was quintuple that of the outside world, and everywhere he looked, spirit herbs flourished. Although these herbs were of a lower tier, merely yellow grade, their sheer abundance was staggering. If he could convert them all into cultivation energy, his prowess would undoubtedly soar. Furthermore, in the distance, he spotted several formidable beasts, perfect for hunting to obtain demon soldier summoning cards. Their demon cores would also serve well for cultivation. Contemplating these thoughts, Suemo scanned the area once more, ensuring he was unobserved. With a flicker of intent, he summoned 13 demon soldiers, each possessing the cultivation of the King Realm. "We shall hunt the beasts within the secret realm. As for humans, best to avoid them upon sight." Suemo commanded the 13 demon soldiers. Given that Xiao Bin and the other candidates possessed spatial tokens, eliminating them would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, their removal would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Tianxian sacred land, thus Suemo preferred to avoid confrontation with them. "Understood, Master." The 13 demon soldiers responded respectfully, swiftly making their way into the distance. Watching them depart, Suemo summoned several more demon soldiers to stand guard at a distance. As soon as he landed, he closed his eyes, seated himself in a lotus position, and initiated the operation of the Supreme Emperor level technique, the Devouring Heaven Demon Art, to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. This art is a Supreme Emperor level technique that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, capable of refining all that exists to nourish oneself. If one's cultivation level is sufficiently high, one could even refine an entire world, using it to enhance their own cultivation. Although Sumo's current level of cultivation is not particularly high, the moment the Devouring Heaven Demon Art is activated, the commotion it generates is tremendously fearsome. Boundless demonic energy instantaneously envelopes the surroundings, accompanied by an unimaginable, terrifying force of attraction that swiftly blankets the entire realm. This dreadful pull forms a massive black vortex behind Suemo, drawing in every fragment of spiritual energy in the vicinity. Under Sumo's command, this energy surges through his pores, merging into his spiritual veins and throughout his body, augmenting his cultivation. As time trickles by, the spiritual energy in the world dissipates at an alarming rate. Eventually, the amount of spiritual energy contained in this space has dwindled to less than 1/10 of its previous abundance. The spiritual herbs strewn across the ground wither and die as their energy is absorbed by Sumo. Opening his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance shone within them. Feeling his cultivation elevated to the third level of the king realm due to the session of meditation, a slight smile crept upon Sumo's lips. Casting a glance at the desolate, withered herbs surrounding him, he rose and ventured toward the distance. This place was no longer suitable for cultivation. It was time to find a new locale. At that moment, a melodious voice from the system echoed in Sumo's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses an excess of 10,000 magic weapons, rewarding the host with the Supreme Emperor-level body technique, Shadow Flash. As the system's announcement concluded, Sumo immediately grasped the essence of the Shadow Flash technique as if he had been practicing it for years. Shadow Flash. He murmured softly, taking a single step, and in an instant, his figure vanished from its original spot. He reappeared, astonishingly, a distance of 10,000 meters away. Looking back at his previous position, a mixture of astonishment and disbelief filled his eyes. His figure had not completely dissipated. The speed was nothing short of astounding. With this technique, on the Tianmu continent, he feared no one. A glimmer of joy emerged in Sumo's eyes. Unless a saint-level expert intervened. He had no reason to fear anyone. Even if he couldn't win, he could certainly escape. Just as Sumo reveled in this excitement, a series of explosive sounds from afar drew his attention. A look of curiosity flickered across his face as he stepped forward, employing Shadow Flash to disappear once more. Upon reappearing, he found himself less than 1,000 meters from the source of the explosions. Hovering mid-air, he directed his gaze toward the origin of the sounds. There, he beheld Chaobin, clad in resplendent garments, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, engaged in combat with a towering, formidable beast. This creature was dreadfully terrifying. A 9th-tier monster comparable to a practitioner of the venerable realm. Its form resembled that of a tiger, fierce and formidable. Measuring over 10 meters in length and towering several meters high. With each movement, it seemed capable of wreaking havoc upon the heavens, forcing Chaobin to retreat repeatedly. Engaged in battle with the 9th-tier beast before him, Chaobin appeared to sense Sumo's arrival. He turned toward Sumo and exclaimed in anger, "Xiaofan! What are you gazing at? Hurry and assist me." Assist you? Sumo was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to how to respond. Neither he nor Xiaofan, who had his beloved Qingmei taken by Chaobin, seemed to possess any compelling reason to aid him. "Junior brother Xiao, you must come to my aid. If you help me slay this beast, I shall return Lin Ruyan to you." How does that sound? Seeing that Sumo remained unmoved, Chaobin directly presented an irresistible proposition. Sumo retorted, "You have already ruined her, how can you return her to me?" At that moment, Sumo felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. However, after a brief contemplation, he descended towards Chaobin, albeit with a distinct glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 16, The Revelation. I am Sumo. The insufferable sycophant actually dared to show up. Upon witnessing Sumo's arrival, a flicker of joy crossed Chaobin's eyes. In his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent appeared. Seizing this opportunity, he could finally eliminate Xiaofan, conveniently framing the demise upon the 9th-tier demonic beast before him. "Special envoy, I come to assist you." A resounding shout echoed as Sumo swiftly advanced towards the 9th-tier demonic beast. Yet, just as he was about to reach the beast, Sumo suddenly pivoted. With a swift motion, he grasped the demon abyss sword, its aura surging, and lunged a strike towards Chaobin. However, as soon as the sword was drawn, Sumo found himself momentarily stunned. He saw Chaobin simultaneously thrusting his sword towards him. Both combatants were evidently taken aback. Neither had anticipated the other's treachery at this pivotal moment. In an inexplicable manner, they had unwittingly forged an extraordinary understanding. Their gazes locked, and a flicker of malice danced within their eyes. Without uttering a single word or questioning each other's motives, they fervently channeled their power into their respective blades, advancing with unwavering resolve. The clash of their sword energies erupted with a terrifying force, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions, fracturing the very fabric of space and stirring up massive clouds of dust. 9th-tier demonic beast? In that moment, confusion reigned upon the beast's colossal head. filled with a myriad of questions. Why were these two human cultivators suddenly turning against each other? Shouldn't their foe be itself? Why had they devolved into infighting? Despite its bewilderment regarding Sumo and Xiao Bin's actions, the ninth-tier demonic beast promptly retreated to a distance, allowing them a space to engage in combat. Its eyes shimmering with cunning wisdom. It intended to reap the benefits from their conflict. As the ninth-tier demonic beast withdrew, the swords of Sumo and Xiao Bin collided with a cataclysmic force. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The terrifying intent of their swords and the energy from the collision surged outward from their epicenter, devastating everything in the vicinity and raising clouds of debris. Numerous flora and fauna in the vicinity suffered grievously, some sustaining severe injuries while others were utterly annihilated. In the aftermath of their clash, the two combatants quickly separated, distancing themselves from one another. Xiao Bin, observing the swirling demonic energy around the figure before him, wielding a pitch-black sword, coldly inquired, "You are not Xiao Fan? Who are you?" Xiao Fan was a candidate from the celestial Xin sacred land, not a practitioner of demonic arts. Given that Xiao Fan was emanating demonic energy, Xiao Bin could not accept that the individual before him was indeed Xiao Fan, despite the striking resemblance in appearance and stature. "Since you've uncovered my identity, I shall cease the pretense," Sumo replied nonchalantly. "The truth is revealed, I am Sumo." As he spoke, Sumo willed away his disguise, reverting to his true visage. Upon gazing at Sumo's breathtakingly handsome countenance, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, Xiao Bin was momentarily taken aback. But soon a look of joy spread across his face. He arrived in the realm of Tianwu, a diminutive world, solely to seek out Sumo. Now that Sumo stood before him, how could he not feel elation? If he could bring him back to the heavenly profound sacred sect, the benefits would undoubtedly be beyond imagination. Having traversed countless paths in search of him, the prize had come effortlessly. Ha ha ha! Xiao Bin laughed triumphantly. Once his laughter subsided, he remarked with admiration, "Knowing full well that I have been searching for you across the world, you dare to appear so brazenly before me. Truly, you are worthy of being the heir of the Su clan, the foremost among the 8 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm. Your courage is commendable." Despite his words of praise, his gaze towards Sumo was akin to that of a fool. Xiao Bin could sense Sumo's aura, which revealed that he was merely at the 3rd level of the king realm, a significant disparity of one major realm and several minor realms between them. Such feeble strength. Yet he still dared to present himself before him utterly foolish. To Xiao Bin, he was but an easy target. Though he could not fathom how Sumo's previous sword strike had matched his own, he dismissed it as a fluke, convinced that it was the pinnacle of Sumo's strength. As for his own earlier strike? Merely a casual blow. Should he unleash his full power? He could undoubtedly slay Sumo with a single stroke. With such thoughts, he found no reason to regard Sumo with any seriousness. To avoid the dangers of prolonged night, I shall subdue you at once. With a flourish, Xiao Bin brandished his sword and advanced towards Sumo. His aura, resonating with the 9th level of the Emperor realm, engulfed the surroundings, a terrifying force that distorted the very fabric of space. Although he feigned indifference, he approached with his full might, demonstrating a degree of respect for Sumo. As Xiao Bin surged forward, Sumo remained unperturbed. He unleashed his spiritual power, summoning the Sword of the Abyss. Chaos Demon Body, activate. 10,000 Dragons Divine Body, activate. Slaughter Sword Intent, activate. With each murmured chant, Sumo's aura skyrocketed. Once various enhancements were in place, he raised the abyssal sword high, then brought it crashing down. With a single stroke, he cleaved the heavens. The moment the sword was unleashed, a jet-black beam of light, imbued with unparalleled murderous intent, shot forth. This strike was immensely powerful and exceptionally sharp, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Its speed was breathtaking, reaching Xiao Bin in the blink of an eye. Sensing the formidable power of this strike, Xiao Bin's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He had never anticipated that Sumo could execute such a tremendous blow. This strike even imparted a sense of impending doom. Though astonished by the might of Sumo's attack, Xiao Bin, being the envoy dispatched by the heavenly profound sacred sect, quickly regained his composure. "Break for me!" he bellowed. channeling all his inner strength into his sword, then striking back. In the next instant, the two swords collided. A tremendous roar echoed, and Xiao Bin's expression shifted dramatically. His sword shattered in an instant, splintering into countless fragments that shot off in all directions. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. This young man, clearly beneath me in cultivation, how could he possess such formidable strength? Xiao Bin exclaimed, filled with resentment. The remnants of his spiritual energy stirred within him as he sought to resist, but before he could make a move, a tempest of sword chi surged forth, propelling him over 1,000 meters away. He crashed into the ground, creating an enormous, gaping crater that kicked up clouds of dust. With a splutter, blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs erupted from his mouth. Struggling to rise, Xiao Bin cast a glance at Sumo. His eyes now brimming with both respect and fear. I admit I may have underestimated you earlier, but today, you are destined to meet your demise. With that, he reached out and grasped a token that materialized in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed it with great force. This token had been bestowed upon him by a prominent figure from the Tianqian sacred sect, who had sent him to the Tianwu continent to find Sumo. By shattering it, that esteemed individual could instantly descend beside him. The intention behind providing the token was for him to alert the figure upon locating Sumo. However, he had previously believed he could easily handle Sumo, which is why he refrained from notifying anyone. After all, summoning someone to take Sumo back to the Tianqian sacred sect would undoubtedly diminish his own rewards. But the situation had changed. He could no longer contend with Sumo, and thus, he was left with no choice but to summon that esteemed figure to personally capture Sumo on the Tianwu continent. Chapter 17, A Fiery Rage. Are you trying to shake me off in front of my eyes? Casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Bin, Sumo remarked peculiarly. Do you truly believe I hold you in high regard? With a mere crush of this token, a formidable force shall descend to annihilate you. Must I regard you at all? Xiao Bin scoffed coldly, exerting force in his hand, intending to shatter the token. Yet, before it could splinter, the sound of a sword's cry resonated through the air, and his arm was severed in an instant. Simultaneously, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig escaped his lips. Ah! My hand! My hand! Clutching his gushing arm, Xiao Bin stared in horror at Sumo, who had inexplicably appeared before him, having severed his limb with a single stroke of his sword. How could your speed be so astonishing? Are you truly at the third level of the royal realm? He could not fathom how Sumo, who had seemingly been 1,000 meters away, could appear before him in a flash. This velocity was utterly preposterous. Goodness! This lad's speed is beyond belief. In the distance, the ninth-tier beast observed the scene with a glimmer of shock in its eyes, evidently taken aback by Sumo's swiftness. Collecting Xiao Bin's token and the storage ring adorned on his fingertip, Sumo pressed a foot upon Xiao Bin's chest, sneering. A dead man has no need for such knowledge, do you? Gulp. Upon meeting Sumo's inky, icy, and emotionless gaze, Xiao Bin could not help but swallow hard. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In this moment, he finally grasped the fear of impending death. Severely wounded and now missing an arm. If Sumo intended to kill him, his chances of survival today were exceedingly slim. Realizing this, he hastily exclaimed, "You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Tianqian sacred sect. If you slay me, the Tianqian sacred sect will not let you off." Tianqian sacred sect? What a trivial matter. A flicker of disdain crossed Sumo's eyes. The Tianqian sacred sect was a mere insignificant force, one he had never even heard of. His adversaries were the great powers of the primordial ancient realm, a realm that overshadowed the myriad worlds. Any of those formidable beings could effortlessly obliterate an entire world. In comparison to such great powers, the Tianqian sacred sect was nothing more than a speck of dust. As Sumo's words registered, Xiao Bin instinctively prepared to retort. But upon reflecting on Sumo's identity and his enemies, the words faltered on his lips. As a member dispatched by the Tianqian sacred sect to seek out Sumo in the Tianwu continent, he possessed some understanding of Sumo's circumstances. Knowing that his enemies hailed from the great powers of the primordial ancient realm, how could Sumo possibly fear such a weaker sect? With this realization, his face turned ashen, feeling that escape from death was an impossibility. Yet, at that moment, Sumo's voice pierced through, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. I will ask, and you shall answer. If you cooperate well, I shall spare your life. Is that truly the case? Xiaobin's expression brightened, hastily seeking confirmation. Do you believe I have any reason to deceive you? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Sumo's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Xiaobin felt a sudden jolt of alarm, realizing instantly that he lacked the standing to negotiate. He hastily spoke, Young Master Su, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I shall divulge all I know without reservation. Suemo nodded, poised to inquire. Yet, at that very moment, as if sensing something, he seized Xiaobin and executed the shadow flash, vanishing instantaneously from their original location. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the earth and mountains, leaving behind a vast pit where Suemo once stood. Had he evaded it? The ninth-tier beast cast a glance at Suemo, surprise flashing in its eyes. It had perceived an opportunity for a stealthy ambush while Suemo conversed with Xiaobin, but to its astonishment, Suemo had anticipated the attack and evaded it beforehand. Protect him. A thought crossed Sumo's mind as he summoned several demon soldiers, entrusting Xiaobin to their care. Subsequently, he unleashed the full might of the Wanjun divine body. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, and a black dragon materialized. The dragon radiated an overwhelming aura, a force of bloodline suppression descending upon the ninth-tier beast, rendering it momentarily dazed. In that instant of confusion, dark energy surged around Suemo, and a tempest of sword energy manifested. With a swift step, he vanished once more, reappearing atop the black dragon. With the demon abyss sword raised high, he wasted no time in delivering a formidable strike. A sword that could cleave the heavens. The ninth-tier beast, just recovering from the shock of the bloodline suppression, looked up to see Suemo poised above it, and the sword descending. A wave of terror washed over it. For the sheer might of the blow was enough to chill its very soul. To be struck by such a powerful attack, the consequences were unfathomable. Even if it survived, it would be gravely wounded. And should it be injured, only one fate awaited it, a path to death. Realizing the urgency of its predicament, it cried out in desperation, I am willing to submit to you, my lord. I beg you, spare my life. Hearing this, Suemo contemplated for a brief moment, then reduced the force of his strike by half. Nevertheless, the demon abyss sword still left a long gash atop the ninth-tier beast's head, blood splattering in an instant. Simultaneously, its colossal form was forcefully sent flying. With a swift motion, Suemo ascended above the ninth-tier beast, looking down upon it from his elevated position, and spoke, Since you are willing to submit to me, then swear an oath to the heavens. Gazing up at Suemo, the ninth-tier beast's eyes brimmed with unwillingness. Who was it? It was the mightiest beast in the celestial secret realm, comparable to a revered human warrior of the ninth tier. Yet now, it was to submit to a mere trifling creature of the third realm. How could it possibly acquiesce? Gazing at Suemo above, it felt an unwillingness within. Yet it still dutifully swore the oath of the heavenly Tao. Presently, it was ambushed by Suemo, gravely wounded, rendering it incapable of standing against him. Had it not taken the oath, a perilous demise awaited it. It had no other choice. The decision to submit was indeed a matter of necessity. Satisfied, Suemo nodded and turned his gaze towards the distance. There, several figures were piercing through the air, swiftly approaching. Without a doubt, Suemo recognized them as the candidates of the heavenly profound Holy Land in Lin Ruyan, who had entered the secret realm. Confirming that their numbers were not few, Suemo issued a command to the ninth-tier beast before him, Da Wang, go and eliminate them. I am a ninth-tier beast. A beast sovereign. I have a name. It is Hu Zun, not Da Wang. Hu Zun felt a surge of discontent within. However, in the end, it did not dare to express its dissatisfaction openly. With a nod, it swiftly charged towards the chosen candidates and Lin Ruyan. In its fierce tiger eyes, flames of anger flickered. It was in a great fury, eager to vent its wrath. Qin Shaoxian and the others became the targets of its ire. Chapter 18, The Triple Realms of the Imperial Domain Boom. A resounding cacophony of battle echoed from afar. Suemo cast a few glances toward the source, nodding in satisfaction. De Huang, a formidable ninth-tier demon beast comparable to a revered master, indeed exhibited unparalleled strength. Even heavily injured, it remained immensely powerful, far beyond the capabilities of Qin Shaoxian and his companions. Within mere breaths, they were compelled to utilize their spatial tokens to escape the heavenly mystic secret realm. As Qin Shaoxian and his party departed, the Tiger Sovereign approached Su Mo with a hint of frustration, remarking, "They have all fled." "Let them flee," Su Mo replied with a nonchalant smile, indifferent to their escape. He had anticipated this scenario, orchestrating De Huang's intervention because he desired to monopolize everything within the secret realm. With Qin Shaoxian and others present, he could not reveal his cultivation techniques or demonic soldiers. With a thought, he commanded the demonic soldier responsible for imprisoning Xiao Fan to eliminate him. Following this, Su Mo turned to inquire about Xiao Bin, seeking to uncover all pertinent information. In a desperate bid for survival, Xiao Bin cooperated fully, revealing everything he knew without reservation. Once Su Mo gleaned the necessary insights, he revoked Xiao Bin's cultivation and assigned a demonic soldier to ensure his safety, choosing not to execute him. The reason for sparing his life lay in Xiao Bin's esteemed status and significant influence within the heavenly mystic sacred land. Su Mo intended to impersonate him, leveraging his identity to acquire cultivation resources and elevate his own powers. Should he kill Xiao Bin, the heavenly mystic sacred sect would undoubtedly be alerted, thwarting his plans to exploit Xiao Bin's identity for resources. Thus, Xiao Bin's life was spared. After a considerable time, once it was confirmed that no one from the heavenly mystic sacred land would intrude upon the secret realm, Su Mo summoned all the demonic soldier cards. In an instant, over 10,000 demonic soldiers manifested within the heavenly mystic secret realm. In that moment, a surge of demonic energy soared skyward, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive miasma, transforming the entire realm into a veritable den of demons. "Master!" Upon their emergence, the demonic soldiers knelt on one knee in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, shaking the heavens and the earth. "Is this truly my newly recognized master? How extraordinary his strength!" The Tiger Sovereign, witnessing the throng of demonic soldiers, could not suppress an exclamation. Previously, although it had submitted to Su Mo, a flicker of resistance lingered in its heart. Believing that Su Mo had merely exploited a moment of weakness to inflict injury, thereby forcing its capitulation for survival. Yet now, it was convinced. For Su Mo's might could easily subdue it. In fact, the mere presence of these demonic soldiers would suffice to overwhelm it without Su Mo lifting a finger. Though individually weaker than the Tiger Sovereign, a concerted effort from these soldiers could wear it down to exhaustion. There were simply too many. Amidst the Tiger Sovereign's astonishment, Su Mo issued his command: exterminate all living beings within the secret realm. Gather every cultivation resource and bring them to me. Understood, Master. The legion of demonic soldiers promptly heeded their orders and dispersed in all directions. Soon, the secret realm was filled with the anguished roars of mythical beasts, sending a shiver down the spine of the Tiger Lord. However, Su Mo remained oblivious to the chaos around him, directly commencing his cultivation of the devouring demon art. As he activated this formidable technique, the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced around him, forming a terrifying black vortex, reminiscent of a colossal dragon in the wind. This spiritual energy surged into his body through every pore, enhancing his cultivation level. Is my newly recognized master some kind of freak? The Tiger Lord gazed at Su Mo, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he had previously witnessed human cultivators up close, he had never encountered one who caused such a tremendous uproar during their practice. It was simply extraordinary. After a considerable time, a sound reminiscent of a barrier being pierced echoed within Su Mo's body, and his cultivation level surged dramatically, breaking through to the fourth stage of the King Realm. Only when the surrounding spiritual energy had become exceedingly sparse, and all the spiritual herbs had withered, did Su Mo cease his cultivation and set off in another direction, with the Tiger Lord instinctively following him. One day later, Su Mo ascended to the fifth stage of the King Realm. 3 days later, he reached the seventh stage. 5 days later, he attained the ninth stage. And 10 days later, he broke through to the third stage of the Emperor Realm. At last, he halted his cultivation not due to a lack of desire to continue, but rather because the resources and spiritual energy within the secret realm had been nearly exhausted. The realm itself seemed on the verge of collapse. Should he persist in his training, it might very well lead to its ruin. After gathering the demonic soldiers, leaving 2 to supervise Xiao Bin, Suemo intended to depart the secret realm with the Tiger Lord. Just then, a desperate plea from Xiao Bin reached his ears. "Please, kill me, young Master Su." Having lost his cultivation, the anguish he felt was worse than death itself. The thought of living alone with demonic soldiers in the secret realm filled him with despair, enveloping his world in darkness without a glimmer of hope. He had contemplated suicide, but without his powers. The very act eluded him, mainly because the demonic soldiers would prevent him from taking such a step. "I know you are impatient, but do not rush," Suemo replied with a calm smile, casting a glance at Xiao Bin. "When the time comes, I shall naturally end your suffering. Ensure his safety. Do not let him perish," he instructed one of the demonic soldiers. With a thought, he altered his appearance and aura using the 1000 change mask, transforming into Xiao Bin's likeness. With a leap, he mounted the back of the Tiger Lord and commanded, "Let us depart, De Huang." "Yes, Master." The Tiger Lord's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, it bore Suemo towards the exit of the secret realm. As the strongest entity within this domain, it harbored a deep yearning for the outside world and had yearned to escape on numerous occasions. Yet, each time it attempted to venture out, it was thwarted by the powerful beings of the heavenly Xian sacred land, forcing it to return to the secret realm. Now, with the opportunity to finally break free, how could it not feel elated? As the magnificent Tiger Lord leapt forth with Suemo, departing from the secret realm, it reveled in the invigorating breath of freedom that enveloped the outside world, letting out an exuberant roar that echoed through the heavens. The sound reverberated across the vast expanse, drawing the attention of countless formidable beings from the celestial mystic Holy Land, who swiftly tore through the air to appear in the skies above. Upon witnessing the assembly of such powerful figures, Tiger Lord instinctively recoiled, aware that any one of them could effortlessly subdue it. "Do not be alarmed. De Huang is merely my newly acquired pet," Suemo stated with a calm demeanor, casting a glance at the gathered elite. At his words, a flicker of realization passed through the eyes of the onlookers from the celestial mystic Holy Land, and soon, those quick to respond began to shower him with flattery. Who would have thought that the esteemed envoy could tame a 9th-grade beast with mere 9th-level royal cultivation? Truly, the esteemed envoy is unparalleled in strength. Chapter 19, Breaking Through the Supreme Realm. The Lord, it is this monstrous beast that sought to slay us within the secret realm, compelling us to resort to the spatial token to escape. Xiao Fan's demise is undoubtedly linked to this. Qin Shaoxian cast a resentful glance at Tiger Zun before addressing Tang Tian. Tang Tian regarded Qin Shaoxian momentarily, then chose to disregard him entirely. The shattering of Xiao Fan's life token confirmed his death, yet the cause remains shrouded in mystery. While it is highly probable that he fell victim to the 9th-tier beast before them, that very beast has now become a pet of Xiao Bin, and he is unwilling to offend the esteemed envoy from the Tianxian sacred sect over a deceased individual. Thus, he opted for silence. On Tiger Zun's back, Suemo surveyed the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze on Tang Tian, declaring, "My journey through the secret realm has been immensely fruitful, revealing to me the opportunity for breakthrough. I require resources for cultivation. I am poised to ascend. The more resources, the better. As I shall consider this a loan from your Tianxian sacred land, and upon my return to the Tianxian sacred sect, I shall repay you tenfold." "Tenfold repayment?" Tang Tian's eyes brightened instantly. However, he maintained a facade of calmness as he responded, "Esteemed envoy, if you require cultivation resources, I shall prepare them for you." "There is no question of loaning." Sumo's expression darkened, feigning anger as he retorted, "I have stated that I will repay tenfold. If you refuse, I shall not solicit your resources." "Very well." Tang Tian feigned difficulty, yet inwardly he was elated, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. After a moment's pause, as if struck by a thought, he continued, "Esteemed envoy, should you wish to cultivate, you may do so in the dragon transformation pool at the Ling Tian peak of my Tianling sacred land. This pool, crafted from the blood of a dragon surpassing the 10th tier, combined with numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, serves as a sacred site for cultivation within the Tianxian sacred land, perfectly suited to assist your breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Sumo's eyes sparkled with interest as he promptly responded, "Take me there." "Yes, esteemed envoy," Tang Tian nodded. instructing an elder to retrieve all the cultivation resources from the treasury and bring them to the dragon transformation pool. Only then did he lead the way for Sumo. "Xiao Bin, I wish to accompany you." Lin Ruyan approached Sumo, speaking in a delicate tone. Had it been the old Xiao Bin, he would have certainly taken her along, but the current Xiao Bin was merely a guise adopted by Sumo. Sumo would not indulge her. His expression darkened as he brusquely commanded, "Leave." That single word left Lin Ruyan frozen in place, her face rapidly flushing a deep crimson. In front of so many witnesses, Xiao Bin had ordered her to leave, igniting a profound sense of humiliation within her. She wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. "Esteemed envoy, why have you suddenly changed your demeanor?" The onlookers were taken aback to see Xiao Bin ordering Lin Ruyan away. It was well known that Xiao Bin had previously showered her with affection, rarely straying far from her side. Yet now, his attitude had shifted so abruptly that it left them utterly perplexed. Certainly, although there lingered a sense of confusion regarding Xiao Bin's sudden transformation, none dared to inquire further. Sumo, indifferent to the thoughts of those around him, chastised Lin Ruyan and then mounted the great yellow steed to match Tang Tian's pace. Before long, under Tang Tian's guidance, Sumo and his steed swiftly arrived at the dragon transformation pool atop Ling Tian Peak. Upon arrival, Sumo was immediately enveloped by the abundant spiritual energy and the palpable presence of dragon might in the air. Instantly, his spirits were lifted. And he could not help but exclaim, "What a splendid place! Here, my cultivation speed shall surely soar to unprecedented heights." "Esteemed envoy, cultivation resources will be delivered to you shortly. I shall not intrude upon your practice," Tang Tian declared, preparing to depart. "Wait a moment," Sumo called out, noticing the flicker of confusion in Tang Tian's eyes. "I wish to cultivate without disturbance from outsiders. I hope you can establish a barrier to prevent prying eyes." Tang Tian, suspecting nothing amiss, readily agreed. "Rest assured, esteemed envoy. I will soon hand over the control disk for the protective array of Ling Tian Peak to you. This formation not only possesses offensive and defensive capabilities but also can shield against external scrutiny. As for the individuals on Lingyan Peak, I shall disperse them to ensure your breakthrough remains undisturbed." "That sounds excellent," Sumo replied, nodding in satisfaction, and did not forget to flatter. "Upon my return to the Tianxian sacred sect, your merits shall not go unrewarded. Esteemed envoy, please focus on your cultivation. I shall not disturb you further. I will arrange for the protective array of Lingyan Peak to be delivered to you shortly." With a grateful expression, Tang Tian departed, his heart elated. Before long, an elder from the Tianshan sacred land, carrying a burlap sack, arrived before Sumo. This was the elder whom Tang Tian had instructed to deliver cultivation resources and the protective array. The elder spoke little, leaving the protective array and cultivation resources with Sumo and engaging in a brief conversation before departing. Once the elder had left, Sumo opened the burlap sack to reveal a multitude of storage rings, each brimming with various cultivation resources, spirit stones, and countless treasures of heaven and earth. The sheer abundance of resources sparked a glimmer of anticipation in Sumo's eyes, for he wondered to what heights his cultivation could ascend with such wealth. Without further ado, he seized the control disk for the protective array of Lingyan Peak and activated it. In an instant, the winds surged and the heavens shifted. As a colossal formation materialized, enveloping the entirety of Lingyan Peak and isolating it from the outside world. Only then did Sumo remove his ever-changing mask, revealing his true visage. "Now, you too shall cultivate," he remarked to the great yellow steed before vanishing in a flash, reappearing at the center of the dragon transformation pool. Standing atop the water's surface, Sumo immediately began to harness the swallowing heaven demon technique. In an instant, demonic energy surged forth, enveloping the surrounding realm. The spiritual energy converged, forming a colossal whirlpool around Sumo. This ethereal essence then surged into his body through every pore, initiating an enhancement of his cultivation. Sumo's innate talent for cultivation was already extraordinarily exceptional. Now, with the fortuitous combination of two unique physiques and the transcendent emperor-level technique, the devouring demon art, he faced no discernible barriers in his practice. With ample resources at his disposal, his cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid, almost beyond comprehension. In merely a few days, his cultivation soared from the 3rd level of the Emperor realm to the 9th. It is noteworthy that for an average person, upon reaching the Emperor realm, The time required to break through even a minor realm is unfathomable, ranging from several years to even decades. Even the most elite prodigies require months to achieve such a breakthrough. In stark contrast, Sumo's speed of cultivation is incomprehensibly swift. After several more days of diligent practice, Sumo's realm ascended once again, propelling him directly into the venerable realm. Chapter 20, Has Sumo perished? The Void Demon Emperor. As Sumo opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance sparkled within them. His gaze swept across the desiccated dragon transformation pool, the pulverized spirit stones, and the myriad of celestial treasures surrounding him, prompting an involuntary sigh from the depths of his heart. Such an abundance of cultivation resources was sufficient to elevate an ordinary prodigy to the rank of sovereign, or even beyond. Yet, what of him? He had barely managed to ascend to the first tier of the sovereign realm. This stark contrast clearly illustrated the peculiarity of his cultivation aptitude. The lower one's aptitude, the slower the absorption of spiritual energy, resulting in reduced resource consumption for breakthroughs, yet leading to a fragile foundation and limited future achievements. The converse held true as well. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Sumo flicked his wrist, and a communication jade talisman materialized in his hand. A flash of light flickered across it, followed by a voice resonating in Sumo's ears. Sumo is dead. You need not remain in the Tianwu continent any longer. Return to the Tianqian sacred sect. Upon hearing this voice, Sumo was momentarily taken aback. I am dead? How was I unaware of this? After a pause, he stared at the communication talisman with a peculiar expression and inquired, Sumo is dead? Are you certain? It is an undeniable fact that Sumo was slain by young Master Long Tian in a great world. There are merely 3 months remaining until the Disciples' Grand Competition of the Tianqian Sacred Sect. Return swiftly. With that, the light on the jade talisman dimmed instantly. As he stored away the talisman, Sumo fell into deep contemplation. He wondered whether this was a trap, a scheme to lure him back to the Tianqian Sacred Sect. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. If the other party had indeed uncovered his impersonation of Chao Bin, they would likely have sought to apprehend him immediately, rather than entice him to the sect. But if it was not a trap, then who was the deceased Sumo? Perplexed, Sumo pondered for a while. But finding no clarity, he ceased his ruminations and sank into contemplation about whether to go to the Tianqian sacred sect or not. From Chao Bin, he had gathered that the Tianqian sacred sect was a formidable force within the realm known as the True Martial Continent. The True Martial Continent was one of the 3,000 great worlds, while the Tianwu continent was merely a small world among the 3,000. If he could reach the True Martial Continent, his cultivation would undoubtedly progress exponentially. Yet, upon arriving there, the risks of exposing his identity would also escalate significantly. After much deliberation, Sumo ultimately arrived at his decision. He would go. Fortune favors the bold. With this thought in mind, Sumo dismantled the protective array of Lingyun Peak and summoned Tang Tian. Without further ado, he stated, prepare a flying vessel for me. I am bound for the Central Sovereign Palace. From Chao Bin. He had learned how Chao Bin had arrived at the Tianwu continent. A powerful sage had torn the fabric of space to send him here. However, to return to the True Martial Continent, given his current strength, he could only proceed to the Central Sovereign Palace, where a teleportation array awaited to transport individuals directly to the True Martial Continent. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, Your Excellency, what is your purpose in visiting the Supreme Palace? Sumo replied, Sumo is no more, there is no reason for me to remain in the Tianwu continent. Sumo is dead? When did this happen? How come I was unaware? Tang Tian blinked, feeling somewhat dazed. This is not for you to know. What you should focus on now is procuring a flying vessel for me. After a brief pause, Sumo continued to entice him. Once I return to the Tianqian sacred sect, I shall ensure that the promised tenfold cultivation resources are delivered to you. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's expression brightened with unexpected joy, as he had not anticipated such a swift return on his investment in cultivation resources. As for whether Sumo was truly deceased, he was no longer concerned, his sole focus was on the tenfold cultivation resources. Regaining his composure, he promptly responded, Your Excellency, please wait a moment, I will fetch a flying vessel for you immediately." With that, Tang Tian hastily departed. When he returned, he brought with him a flying vessel measuring 100 feet in length. After some casual conversation, Su Mo boarded the vessel and departed from the Tianqian sacred land, following the map provided by Tang Tian towards the central Supreme Palace. Upon arriving at the Supreme Palace, he encountered several individuals from the true martial continent who had come to search for him. There were 4 of them in total: Xiaohua from the Xianyang sacred sect, Chen Yuan from the Ice Extreme sacred sect, Qin Shou from the Nine Nether sacred sect, and Chu Shang from the Tianji sacred palace. Through their exchanges, Su Mo learned that they too had received the news of his demise and were preparing to return to their respective forces in the true martial continent. Subsequently, as the palace master of the Supreme Palace opened the spatial passageway connecting to the true martial continent, he and the others entered the portal together. Inside the passageway, Su Mo and the others felt themselves moving at an astonishing speed, almost beyond comprehension. Gazing out of the spatial passageway, they beheld countless stars, some so near that it seemed they could almost reach out and touch them, despite the reality of the vast distances separating them. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated through the void. A terrifying wave of energy surged towards them, crashing against the spatial passageway with a thunderous roar. Fortunately, the passageway was exceedingly stable. Although it trembled under the impact of the energy wave, it ultimately remained secure. What is happening? A look of confusion crossed the faces of the group as they turned to the direction from which the energy wave had originated. Upon looking, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. Thousands of miles away, they witnessed 2 figures engaged in fierce combat. One was clad in golden armor, wielding a golden sword, radiating an aura akin to a war god. The other, shrouded in black, emanated overwhelming demonic energy, a practitioner of dark arts. The intensity of their battle was nothing short of terrifying. Each clash generated shockwaves that rippled through the heavens and the earth. Stars in close proximity to their conflict were obliterated by the residual forces, illustrating the immense power of the 2 combatants' strength beyond imagination. As Su Mo gazed upon the figure of the Dark Cultivator, a sense of familiarity washed over him. After observing for a while, an unsettling chill coursed through him. He finally comprehended the source of this familiarity. The Dark Cultivator was none other than the Void Demon Emperor, a being he recognized well. This individual was not merely a Dark Cultivator, but a formidable emperor of the demon race. Su Mo's acquaintance with him stemmed from a time when the Void Demon Emperor had infiltrated the primordial ancient realm in a solitary quest to confront his father. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed from the distance. "Ha ha ha, a beaten dog fleeing, is it?" Upon casting his gaze, Su Mo discerned a golden figure darting across the sky like a fleeting light, leaving behind only the triumphant laughter of the Void Demon Emperor. As if sensing something amiss, the Void Demon Emperor's smile vanished, and his gaze shifted towards the location of Su Mo and his companions. Witnessing the calm, unperturbed expression of the Void Demon Emperor, Su Mo and the others couldn't help but feel a tremor of apprehension. They had just witnessed the immense power of the Void Demon Emperor. The consequences of his potential wrath against them were unfathomable. In that moment, a silent prayer arose within their hearts, fervently wishing that the Void Demon Emperor would overlook their presence. Yet, just then, the Void Demon Emperor directed his attention towards them, his calm voice resonating in their ears. "I did not expect to find you here. This is indeed quite surprising." Chapter 21, Entering the Demon Realm. It was truly unexpected to find you here. Upon hearing the words of the Void Demon Emperor, Chu Shang and the others were utterly perplexed, failing to grasp the meaning behind his statement. Su Mo had his suspicions, yet he could not ascertain whether the other party had indeed recognized him. After all, with the transformation granted by the ever-changing mask, his appearance and aura were indistinguishable from the real Chaobin. With a swift sound that pierced the air, the Void Demon Emperor's figure materialized before Su Mo and his companions. Despite the barrier of the spatial passage, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Should the Void Demon Emperor choose to attack, their fate would undoubtedly be one of utter annihilation. Gazing through the spatial passage at Su Mo, the Void Demon Emperor remarked with a hint of admiration, "Truly, you are the young master of the Su clan, the foremost among the 8 imperial families. Even with your meridians severed and your cultivation lost, you have managed to rise against the odds." I had thought it an overreaction when I heard that various factions from the primordial ancient realm were dispatched across the worlds in search of you. Yet, witnessing your resilience now, I concede their actions were indeed prudent. If you are allowed to grow unchecked, the potential for you to upend the primordial ancient realm in the future is not to be dismissed. At these words, Suemo felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over him. This was a reaction born of sheer tension. The Void Demon Emperor had recognized him. The fact that he could infiltrate the primordial ancient realm to confront his father indicated a deep-seated enmity between them. Should the Void Demon Emperor harbor intentions to harm him now that he stood before him, the consequences would be dire. Seemingly reading Sumo's thoughts, the Void Demon Emperor spoke with an air of indifference. "Do not worry, I shall not kill you." At this, Suemo could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. In his current state, he was no match for a being of such formidable power as the Void Demon Emperor. Casting a sidelong glance at Chu Sheng and the others, the Void Demon Emperor calmly inquired, "Are they your friends?" "No," Suemo replied, shaking his head. The Void Demon Emperor nodded and, in an instant, a ripple transformed into a blade that surged toward Chu Sheng and the others. The spatial passage shattered, and the air was filled with explosive sounds akin to bursting balloons. As the bodies of Chu Sheng and his companions were reduced to mere crimson mist. What immense strength! Suemo was taken aback, realizing he had not even perceived when the Void Demon Emperor had struck. Currently, various factions within the primordial ancient realm were searching for him across countless worlds. Although his mask could alter his appearance and aura, it would be futile against an emperor-level expert, who would easily see through his disguise. Casting a glance at Suemo, the Void Demon Emperor stated coolly, "Come with me to the demon realm, there, I can guarantee your safety." Suemo fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. After a long pause, he finally nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall accompany you to the demon realm." Though the ever-changing mask could obscure his essence and visage, it would prove ineffective against a true emperor-level power. Previously, he was unaware of this fact, which emboldened him to venture into the true martial continent. However, now that he is enlightened, how can he still dare to go? The true martial continent is one of the myriad worlds, home to formidable imperial beings. The cultivation levels across the myriad realms ascend from the lowest to the highest as follows: body refinement, spirit assimilation, spirit origin, spirit sea, transcendence, dragon transformation, king realm, emperor realm, venerable, supreme, saint, saint king, saint emperor, saint venerable, half emperor, emperor, great emperor, and emperor venerable. Each realm is further divided into 9 stages. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the Void Demon Emperor nodded in satisfaction, waved his grand sleeve, and enveloped Suemo in a wave of demonic energy, whisking him away into the distance. His pace was not rapid, yet with each step, they found themselves appearing thousands of miles away. As they walked and conversed, Suemo soon learned a shocking revelation: the Void Demon Emperor had fabricated a false body for himself, allowing Long Tian to slay it, leading the forces of the primordial ancient realm to believe he had perished. Upon hearing this, Suemo could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Why do you choose to assist me? Why?" The Void Demon Emperor's eyes flickered with contemplation, and after a moment, he spoke, "I encountered your father, Su Xian, on the outer battlefield. At that time, both of us were merely at the transcendence stage. We fought our way from transcendence to Emperor Venerable, each considering the other a lifelong rival. Although we were sworn enemies, our years of interaction forged a deep friendship. Now, with my dear friend deceased, it is only natural for me to aid his sole heir." Pausing briefly, the Void Demon Emperor continued, "In my realm, we do not nurture idlers. While I assist you, you too must render service to me. However, should you wish to decline, I shall not force you, out of respect for that scoundrel Su Xian." After hearing this, a multitude of emotions surged within Suemo. The Su clan stands as the foremost among the 8 great imperial families of the primordial ancient realm, sacrificing countless lives each year to resist the incursions of various races and the demon clan. Yet, what has been the outcome? It has led to their annihilation at the hands of the remaining 7 imperial families and numerous factions within the primordial ancient realm. As the fortunate survivor of the Su clan, he, despite his severed meridians and lost cultivation, reduced to a mere shell of his former self, is still pursued relentlessly. Ironically, It is the Void Demon Emperor, his father's lifelong adversary, who chooses to extend a hand of help. Not only has he created a false body to be slain by Long Tian, deceiving the inhabitants of the primordial ancient realm into believing he is dead, thereby ceasing their pursuit, but he is also bringing him back to the demon realm for his protection. In stark contrast, Suemo felt a chill in his heart. His hatred toward the great factions of the primordial ancient realm intensifying. They all deserve to perish. Ahead lies the demon realm. Suddenly, the Void Demon Emperor spoke. Following the direction of his gaze, Suemo beheld a colossal planet materializing in the distance. As the Void Demon Emperor and Suemo arrived above the demon realm, the surrounding space rippled, and soon, dozens of powerful figures, shrouded in swirling demonic energy, emerged before them. These are the guardians of the realm. The supreme beings responsible for safeguarding the tranquility of this realm are a rare breed. Each world possesses such formidable guardians, whether one or several. They emerge solely upon sensing the presence of a force capable of endangering the sanctity of their protected domain. Welcome back, esteemed Void Demon Emperor. The guardians of the realms respectfully uttered upon encountering the figure of the Void Demon Emperor beyond the borders of the demon realm. The Void Demon Emperor nodded, offering no further words, and directly led Suemo into the depths of the demon realm. As the Void Demon Emperor and Suemo entered the demon realm, several guardians exchanged glances, each perceiving the shared confusion within the other's eyes. If I am not mistaken, the individual accompanying the esteemed Void Demon Emperor is none other than Suemo, the son of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Xian, correct? You are not mistaken, indeed. The person beside the Void Demon Emperor is Suemo. Ah! Could it be that the Void Demon Emperor believes he cannot contend with that scoundrel Su Xian, resorting to such a stratagem to abduct Suemo as leverage against him? But Su Xian is already deceased. Furthermore, the Su clan has been annihilated. What? When did this occur? How was I unaware? Was it the doing of the Void Demon Emperor? Indeed, the prowess of the Void Demon Emperor is formidable. However, it was not he who brought about the downfall of the Su clan, it was the hands of the denizens of the primordial ancient realm. What? The people of the primordial ancient realm destroyed the Su clan? Have they lost their minds? I was in seclusion for merely half a year. So much has transpired in such a short span? Had I known, I would not have secluded myself. Chapter 22, The Battlefield Beyond the Realm. In the majestic council hall within the 10,000 demon mountains of the demon realm, the imposing figure of the Void Demon Emperor, garbed in resplendent black silk, commanded attention from the throne. Flanking him on either side stood a multitude of individuals, all exuding formidable auras. Their bodies enveloped in swirling demonic energy, unmistakably the elite of the demon realm. Casting his gaze over the gathered demon kin, the Void Demon Emperor spoke with a measured tone. I have summoned you all today to announce the addition of a new member to our ranks. His name is Suemo. At this, he gestured towards a striking figure clad in dark attire, whose beauty was akin to that of a celestial being descended from the heavens. As the eyes of the demon kin turned towards him, Suemo promptly performed a respectful bow, declaring, I am Suemo, honored to meet all esteemed elders. The assembly remained silent, their expressions betraying a mix of curiosity and amusement. A human cultivator daring to join the demon realm, and a member of the esteemed Su clan. The foremost among the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, how intriguing indeed. The Void Demon Emperor continued, I trust you will restrain your subordinates, ensuring they do not project their animosity towards the human race onto Suemo. Upon hearing this, many among the demon kin furrowed their brows. One bold demon spoke up. My emperor, while I can control my subordinates to refrain from attacking Suemo, what if he provokes them first? With a dismissive smile, the Void Demon Emperor replied. Should Suemo instigate trouble, even if he were to meet his demise, I would not hold anyone accountable. He then directed his gaze toward a robust demon man with twin horns, stating, Chen-Lu, Suemo will henceforth be under your guidance. How you choose to utilize him is at your discretion. Though Chen-Lu frowned momentarily, he ultimately acquiesced, as you command, my emperor. I am weary, you may all depart. The emperor concluded. Yes, my emperor. After arranging for Suemo to reside in a cavern rich with demonic energy, Chen-Lu began. Your cultivation level is rather insufficient, focus on your training. In 10 days, our clan will hold the grand competition for our prodigies. If you can excel during this event, I may take you to the battlefield beyond the realm, where you may encounter familiar faces such as Long Tian, Lin Yan, Xiao Chen, and Tang Shan. As Chen Lu spoke, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Sumo's eyes. Long Tian, Lin Yan, and others were the pinnacle prodigies of the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, having played a part in the downfall of the Su clan. Seemingly reading Sumo's thoughts, Chen Lu chuckled lightly. I understand your desire to eliminate them, but your current strength may prove inadequate. Inadequate strength? A flicker of disdain crossed Sumo's eyes. Once, he had been the unrivaled heir of the Su clan, dominating all prodigies of his generation, and Long Tian, Lin Yan, and the like were merely his defeated foes. Now, to assert that he wishes to eliminate Lin Yan and the others due to their insufficient strength is nothing short of a farce. Indeed, their strength may be lacking. Nodding slightly, Chen Lu spoke. Once, Lin Yan and his companions may have been your subordinates' vanquished foes, but now they have acquired tremendous opportunities. Their current power is worlds apart from what it once was. Even the weakest among them, Tang Shan, has reached the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, while the others have ascended to the 9th level. Do you truly believe that with your current capabilities, you stand a chance against them? After speaking, Chen Lu gazed at Sumo with an expression of amusement, seemingly eager to witness astonishment and disbelief etched upon his face. The notion of former subordinates rising so dramatically in power, far surpassing him, was suffocating to contemplate. However, Sumo's demeanor disappointed him. There was no hint of emotion in his expression, which remained calm and self-assured. Though they were once defeated adversaries, regardless of their newfound fortunes and elevated cultivation, they remained vanquished foes. If I were to encounter them, their demise would be inevitable. Sumo possessed an unwavering confidence in himself. Even though he now stood at the 1st level of the venerable realm, beneath the sacred realm, he feared no one. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Chen Lu furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with frustration, for while confidence is commendable, excessive self-assurance borders on arrogance. He had intended to use the significant advancements of Lin Yan and the others to admonish Sumo, urging him to diligently cultivate. Yet, to his dismay, Sumo exuded such hubris. Truly, he seemed beyond redemption. Initially, Chen Lu had believed that Sumo, having been summoned back by the Void Demon Emperor and once the young master of the Su clan, was a promising talent. But now, it appeared merely mediocre. Listening to Chen Lu's remarks, Sumo replied earnestly, Senior, I do not harbor arrogance, I merely speak the truth. With a disdainful snort, Chen Lu retorted, So? You imply that with your current 1st level of the Venerable Realm, you can overcome an entire great realm and several minor realms to defeat a 9th level Supreme Realm powerhouse? Sumo pondered for a moment before responding, If I unleash all my abilities, it is not outside the realm of possibility. Absolute nonsense. Chen Lu could no longer contain himself, scoffing, If you truly possess such strength, then prove it at the Demon Clan's Young Heroes competition in 10 days. I am eager to see whether your prowess matches your bravado. With that, Chen Lu angrily swept away, his robes billowing as he departed. Though he discerned the anger in Chen Lu's tone, Sumo remained resolute. Rest assured, Senior Chen Lu, I shall not disappoint you. Humph. Chen Lu scoffed coldly, striding away without pause. As he watched Chen Lu's retreating figure, Sumo took a moment to calm his mind before closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. He spoke nothing but facts, and if the other party chose to disbelieve him, there was little he could do. His only recourse was to demonstrate his truth through strength at the upcoming Demon Clan's Young Heroes competition, proving that every word he uttered was genuine, with no deception involved. As the celestial devouring technique commenced its operation, Sumo's vision was instantly illuminated. To his astonishment, he discovered that the demonic energy in this realm resonated with him exceptionally well. It required merely absorption without extensive refinement to transform into his cultivation. Consequently, the acceleration of his cultivation would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. The only regret he harbored was that, despite the abundance of demonic energy, it was no match for the terrifying speed at which he could absorb it. It was likely that within 5 days, he would completely deplete the demonic energy in this place. Meanwhile, as Sumo immersed himself in meditation and training, news of his induction into the demon realm spread like a tempest throughout the domain. Upon hearing this news, countless denizens of the demon race erupted in astonishment, expressing their profound shock. Chapter 23, The Shock of Chen Lu. Fuming with anger, Chen Lu had just returned to his grand hall when a graceful young woman, possessing a beauty that could bring ruin to nations, approached him. This young woman, named Xinyan, was the most gifted among Chen Lu's more than 1,000 offspring. Though merely in her 20s, she had already attained the formidable cultivation level of the 9th layer of the Supreme Realm, which endeared her to Chen Lu father. You seem troubled. Has something transpired? Chen Yan inquired as she poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Chen Lu, accepting the tea. He gulped it down before replying with indignation. Today, the Lord of the Void Demon Emperor brought Suemo to our demon realm, announcing his inclusion among us and assigning him to my command. I initially believed that Suemo, being favored by the Void Demon Emperor and the former heir of the prestigious Su clan of the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, would be a talent worth nurturing. However, I was taken aback to discover that this young man is nothing but arrogant and conceited. Suemo? Chen Yan paused for a moment, then curiously asked, Isn't it said that Suemo's meridians were severed, rendering him a waste? Why would you consider a waste to be worthy of cultivation? Her eyes blinked with evident confusion. A fleeting look of doubt crossed Chen Lu's face as he responded. That is the rumor, yet when I encountered him, he did not appear to be a waste, rather, he possessed the cultivation of the first layer of the respected realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's eyes gleamed with curiosity. She wondered what could have transpired to transform him from a waste into a formidable figure of the respected realm. After a moment, she voiced her thoughts. Father, what caused your assessment of Suemo to shift from a potentially valuable asset to one of arrogance? Ha Chen Lu scoffed disdainfully. This young man had the audacity to claim that when facing the likes of Long Tian and Lin Yan, he could defeat them, despite my informing him that they had attained the 9th layer of the Supreme Realm. Is this not the epitome of arrogance? At this, Chen Yan instinctively nodded in agreement. For a practitioner at the first layer of the respected realm to assert he could overcome someone of the 9th layer of the Supreme Realm was incredulous. The chasm between each realm is immense, and even a minor difference in levels can decisively influence the outcome of a conflict. While there are indeed prodigies capable of overcoming a higher realm, she had yet to encounter one who could transcend an entire major realm along with several minor ones. Wait. It's not that I've never seen one, I've never even heard of such a thing. With a playful smile, Chen Yan suggested, Father, since Suemo is so arrogant and has incited your ire, why not allow me to teach him a lesson? Absolutely not. Chen Lu quickly interjected. Now that Suemo has joined our demon realm, and with the Void Demon Emperor having commanded that I and the other powerful beings of the demon realm restrain our subordinates from transferring their hatred of the human race onto Suemo, should you take action against him, it would surely provoke the displeasure of the Void Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan could not help but furrow her brow. The Lord of the Void Demon Emperor treated Suemo with an affection that was almost excessive, inciting a twinge of jealousy within her. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yan spoke, Father, where is Suemo? I wish to see him, it would be harmless, wouldn't it? Hearing his obedient daughter's words, Chen Lu felt an imperceptible tremor within his heart. His daughter was undeniably infatuated with appearances. If she were to encounter Suemo, given his striking looks, it was likely she would succumb instantly. Moreover, knowing Chen Yan's character, if she were to find Suemo, how could she possibly refrain from making a move? With this thought in mind, he promptly rejected her request. The Demon Clan's grand competition will take place in 10 days, he will appear then. It would be best if you did not seek him out now. Father, I simply wish to see him now. Please tell me where he is. Seeing Chen Lu relent, Chen Yan immediately began to act coy. After a brief hesitation, Chen Lu finally relented. He is cultivating in a cave at Xuanma Mountain. You may go see him, but you must not act recklessly. Rest assured, I will not. Chen Yan cheerfully assured him. With that, she departed the grand hall, making her way toward the cave where Suemo resided. Observing her retreating figure, Chen Lu hesitated momentarily before vanishing into the void, following her closely. At the foot of the 10,000 Demon Mountain, before the entrance of Sumo's cave, Chen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment upon arrival. Not only her, but even Chen Lu, concealed within the void, was equally taken aback. They could keenly sense the surge of demonic energy within this realm. The demonic essence was rushing towards Sumo's cave at an astonishing speed, indicating that he was indeed in the midst of cultivation. What astounded them further was the velocity of this energy flow. which was beyond what an ordinary cultivator at the venerable level could summon. With a glance at Chen Yan, Chen Lu's figure flickered and he materialized directly inside the cave. Hidden in the shadows, he beheld Suemo seated in meditation, and his heart jolted once more. Sumo's cultivation had surpassed the first level of the venerable realm, reaching the second level. It was worth noting that he had only been away for 2.5 hours. In that brief span, Suemo had broken through a minor realm. What an extraordinary feat! The blind pursuit of ascending cultivation levels often leads to an unstable foundation, hindering true greatness. After regaining his composure, Chen Lu could not suppress a derisive snort. Sumo's ability to break through in such a short time was indeed remarkable. Yet this relentless pursuit of advancement would inevitably result in an unstable foundation, limiting his future achievements. Such talent wasted. However, upon further reflection and as he attuned himself to the aura emanating from Suemo, he fell silent. To his astonishment, he discovered that Sumo's essence was as vast as the ocean, his foundation remarkably solid. Realizing this, Chen Lu could not help but draw in a sharp breath of surprise. The cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid, yet there has been no indication of an unstable foundation. What does this signify? It is simply extraordinary. Perhaps his earlier assertion of being able to slay Long Tian and others was indeed true? Contemplating this notion, Chen Lu could not help but entertain such an idea. However, as soon as this thought emerged, he swiftly extinguished it. While Sumo's cultivation progresses at an exceptional pace, he simultaneously manages to solidify his foundation without any signs of instability, truly deserving the title of an unparalleled prodigy. Yet, to claim that he could annihilate a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm with merely the 1st level of the Venerable Realm is something he could never fathom, even if it meant his own demise. Chapter 24, The Fivefold Battle of the Honored against the Ninefold Supreme. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had flown by in an instant. Suemo finally ceased his cultivation, not out of a lack of desire to continue, but because the demonic energy in this location had been entirely absorbed, necessitating a halt. After 3 days of intensive practice, Suemo experienced a substantial enhancement in his cultivation, advancing 4 minor realms from the 1st to the 5th level of the Honored Realm. Such a rapid progression, if known to others, would surely evoke unparalleled astonishment. Yet, Suemo remained composed, exhibiting an extraordinary tranquility. His innate talent for cultivation was already commendable, and with the exceptional physiques of the 10,000 Dragon Divine Body and the Chaotic Divine Demon Body, coupled with the transcendent Emperor-level technique of the Devouring Heaven Demon skill, a quicker pace of cultivation requiring more resources was quite reasonable. Seemingly sensing something, Suemo dismissed the restrictions of his cave dwelling and stepped outside. Upon emerging, he beheld a woman clad in a flowing black gown. Her dark, arched brows framed high cheekbones, her skin was as pale as snow, and her beauty was breathtaking, possessing a countenance that could captivate nations. Her figure was equally striking, with a generous bosom and a curvaceous silhouette, complemented by long, slender legs that tantalizingly peeked out from beneath her dress. The woman was none other than Chen Yan, who had awaited his arrival for 3 days. As Suemo appraised her, she, too, scrutinized him. With just a single glance, Chen Yan's eyes brightened, her heart silently exclaiming at the sight of such a handsome man. Both Sumo's physique and visage perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. In the entirety of the demon realm, it was her first encounter with a man of such striking appearance. Just one look caused her cheeks to flush and her legs to instinctively draw together. After regaining her composure, Chen Yan finally spoke, "You must be the young master of the Su clan, Suemo." Indeed, Suemo nodded in affirmation. "I have heard from my father that you possess the ability to slay a 9th level supreme with merely the cultivation of a 1st level honored. I find this hard to believe, so I have come to spar with you," she declared. As her words fell, an overwhelming aura of a 9th level supreme surged forth from her being, powerful beyond measure. Witnessing this scene, Chen Lu, concealed in the void, could not help but facepalm. He had anticipated this outcome. However, he refrained from intervening, eager to observe whether Suemo was merely arrogant or truly possessed of formidable strength. Although the Void Demon Emperor had specifically instructed the top-tier powers of the demon realm to restrain their subordinates from projecting their enmity towards Suemo, it was likely that a mere sparring match, without the intent to harm, would not draw his ire. Understanding Chen Yan's motives, Sumo's mind was clear. "Since you wish to engage in a spar, I shall oblige," he replied, casting a glance at Chen Yan. He too was curious to see if he could effortlessly overwhelm a 9th-level supreme with his current capabilities. Such audacity and courage were indeed commendable. Concealed within the void, Chen Lu nodded in satisfaction. Although he was unaware of Sumo's true strength, the latter's audacity and resolve were commendable. "I am prepared, I shall make my move." With a sharp cry, Chen Yan stepped forward, her figure vanishing from sight in an instant. Upon reappearing, she stood directly before Sumo, her delicate fist extended, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his chest. Her speed was remarkable, yet Sumo's reflexes were equally swift. The moment she launched her attack, he had already summoned his internal energy, and as her palm descended, he countered with a strike of his own. In the next heartbeat, their palms collided. A thunderous boom resonated as a terrifying energy storm erupted from the point of impact, sweeping outwards and obliterating everything in its path. Both combatants swiftly retreated several steps. "Though I exerted merely 50% of my strength, your cultivation is only at the 5th level of the venerable realm. Achieving parity with me is quite an accomplishment," Chen Yan remarked, her gaze toward Sumo filled with admiration. Despite having used only half of her power, it was crucial to remember that she was a formidable presence at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Her 50% was sufficient to easily defeat anyone below the Supreme Realm, yet Sumo's counterattack was commendable. Even Chen Lu, hidden in the void, could not help but nod in acknowledgement. If Sumo could temper his arrogance, he would indeed be a rare and exceptional talent. However, it was then that Sumo, who had remained silent thus far, spoke up. "I too have utilized only 50% of my strength." Upon hearing this, both Chen Yan and Chen Lu furrowed their brows, clearly skeptical, perceiving Sumo's words as mere bravado. Noticing the expression on Chen Yan's face, Sumo surmised their thoughts. With a light chuckle, he continued, "I will now unleash my true power. If you wish to avoid an embarrassing defeat, I hope you will not hold back. Your appearance is quite pleasing. Yet I find your obstinacy unappealing," Chen Yan retorted, rolling her eyes. However, her expression quickly shifted to one of grave seriousness. Her gaze toward Sumo now laced with increased scrutiny. As soon as Sumo finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth from him. An ethereal force that was both pure and solid. Though his cultivation level remained unchanged, his presence became palpably more formidable. As the demonic energy coalesced, an immense shadow of a black dragon materialized behind Sumo, further amplifying his already burgeoning aura. At that moment, Chen Yan finally sensed a genuine threat emanating from him. Is this the chaotic divine demon body in the 10,000 dragons divine body recorded in ancient texts? Chen Lu's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing the two extraordinary physiques Sumo was manifesting. Just as he was struck with astonishment, Sumo made his move without hesitation. With a swift step, he employed the shadow instant technique, his figure appearing before Chen Yan in the blink of an eye. What astonishing speed! Chen Yan was suddenly taken aback. To her astonishment, she realized that Sumo's speed surpassed her own by several degrees. Just as she was grappling with this shocking revelation, Sumo had already launched a punch toward her chest. The force of his strike whistled through the air, creating a terrifying sound that shattered the stillness. As she felt the overwhelming power behind the punch, Chen Yan's complexion turned pale with fear. If that blow were to land, her chest would likely be obliterated. She had never anticipated that Sumo would strike so suddenly, and with such swiftness, leaving her no time to defend herself. Meanwhile, Chen Lu, witnessing this scene from the void, was equally alarmed. That was not a place for combat. Damn it! In a state of panic, Chen Lu prepared to intervene. However, at that very moment, Sumo seemed to sense that his attack was misdirected. He swiftly altered the trajectory of his strike, shifting from Chen Yan's chest to her face. With a resounding thud, Sumo's fist connected solidly with Chen Yan's visage. Chapter 25, The Fragile Beauty? Non-existent, the force of this punch was formidable, causing blood to spill from Chen Yan's nose. The terrifying power unleashed upon her face propelled her like a cannonball. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Chen Yan crashed into a massive mountain. In an instant, the mountainside crumbled, billowing clouds of dust into the air. This scoundrel! Does he not understand the concept of cherishing delicate beauty? Chen Lu's fists cracked ominously as he cast a gaze at Suemo, now laced with a hint of murderous intent. To dare to bully his precious daughter in such a manner, this young man was courting death. Were it not for the directives of the Void Demon Emperor, he would have already been unable to restrain himself from striking. A piercing cry echoed through the air, reverberating across the heavens and earth, as a chilling wind surged. A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Suddenly, a dark-hued phantom of a demonic phoenix soared from the very spot where Chen Yan had plummeted. Within the ethereal form of the phoenix was Chen Yan, her eyes ablaze with flames of fury. Casting a cold glance at Suemo, Chen Yan remained silent, commanding the phantom of the phoenix to charge fiercely towards him. This young lady was not merely playing around. Chen Lu's gaze fell upon Chen Yan, worry creeping into his eyes. He could see that she was seething with rage. At her full strength, even a sage would find it challenging to contend with her. Her formidable power was such that Suemo could not withstand it. Thus, he could not help but feel anxious, concerned that Suemo might be severely injured or even killed by the wrathful Chen Yan. However, it was evident that his apprehension was unnecessary. As he beheld the swiftly approaching Chen Yan, enveloped by the phantom of the demonic phoenix, Sumo's expression remained unchanged. He reached out, summoning the abyssal sword into his grasp. Instantly, his aura transformed dramatically. A whirlwind of sword blades began to coalesce around him. At that moment, he resembled a drawn sword, sharp and fierce. With spiritual energy surging into the abyssal sword, he elevated it high and then unleashed a single strike. As the sword was swung, a jet-black beam of sword light erupted forth in an instant. Its speed was akin to a shooting star, fleeting across the night sky, almost beyond imagination. The power it wielded seemed capable of rending apart everything in existence, carving deep gashes in the very fabric of space. Could he possess such strength? As Chen Yan observed the rapidly approaching black sword light, a look of astonishment flickered in her eyes upon sensing the terrifying aura it emanated. Initially, after being sent flying by Sumo's punch, she had assumed that he had merely succeeded through an ambush, while his true strength was not weak. She believed he was still considerably inferior to her. In a direct confrontation, she was confident he would not be her match. Yet now, she realized that even in a head-on clash, she was not his equal. For, with this single strike, her life was now at stake. Of course, despite her shock, Chen Yan, a formidable expert at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, quickly regained her composure. She deftly formed a seal with her fingers, and the phantom wings of the mystical phoenix instantly closed around her, providing a protective barrier against Sumo's sword strike. She sought to withstand this attack. This young man was not merely arrogant, he truly possessed formidable strength. As she felt the overwhelming power of Sumo's sword, Chen Lu, despite his internal reluctance to acknowledge it, was confronted with the undeniable truth that Suemo was indeed powerful, rather than just boasting. Could she withstand this blow? A glance at Chen Yan revealed a flicker of concern in Chen Lu's eyes. The might of this strike could threaten the lives of most 9th-tier supreme beings. He contemplated intervening to shield Chen Yan from Sumo's attack, but he understood his daughter's temperament well. Despite her gentle and obedient demeanor, she was a fiercely determined woman at heart. Should he step in to assist her, she would undoubtedly feel displeased. The aftermath of such an action would likely result in a prolonged silence between them. After weighing the potential consequences of intervening, Chen Lu hesitated momentarily, ultimately deciding against it. At that moment, Sumo's sword descended upon the mystical phoenix phantom. A resounding clash echoed through the heavens, and a violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, devastating everything in its vicinity. The very fabric of space twisted and rippled as if disturbed by a great force. The power of this strike was truly immense. Under its might, the mystical phoenix phantom could only endure for a fleeting 2 breaths before it shattered, dispersing into pure demonic energy that mingled with the air. Subsequently, the sword's relentless momentum struck Chen Yan with unyielding force. With a sickening sound, Chen Yan coughed up blood, her body being violently hurled away, crashing once more into the imposing mountain nearby. You brute! Don't you understand the meaning of cherishing beauty? Chen Lu's body radiated an ominous demonic energy, barely containing his urge to retaliate against Suemo. A gentle breeze swept through, clearing the dust and revealing Chen Yan's figure in the deep crater. Yet now, she was utterly transformed from her former self. Previously, she had been graceful and stunning, a true enchantress capable of captivating nations. But now, she was covered in dirt, her garments tattered, eyes reddened, and her once exquisite features swollen and stained with blood, as if she had been ruthlessly subdued. Do you not know what it means to cherish beauty? Chen Yan gazed at Su Mo, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice choked with emotion. Su Mo offered no response to her inquiry, simply stating, "You have been defeated." With that, he turned and re-entered the cave. Cherishing beauty? Such notions did not exist in his worldview. To him, regardless of gender, all were treated equally. When his opponent sought to spar, he displayed his true strength. This was not a lack of compassion, but rather a mark of respect for the adversary. To exert his full power was to honor the strength of others. You scoundrel! Watching Su Mo's retreating figure, Chen Yan clenched her delicate fists, a veil of tears forming in her eyes. For the first time in her life, someone dared to treat her in such a manner. Today's humiliation will undoubtedly be repaid manifold in the future. After uttering a bitter curse, Chen Yan rose and made her way back to her residence. At this moment, she felt utterly disheveled and wished to avoid the gaze of others who might witness her unkempt state. Sighing softly, Chen Lu's figure vanished into the void in an instant. Following this incident, Chen Lu had presumed that his obedient daughter would harbor resentment towards Su Mo. However, to his surprise, just the next day, Chen Yan sought him out. She not only confessed her defeat to Su Mo but earnestly stated, "Father, if Su Mo could easily vanquish me, he would undoubtedly triumph over others of the same realm, such as Long Tian Lin Yan. Therefore, his assertions are indeed factual, he is not a boastful individual. It is your own narrow perspective that failed to recognize his potential. Su Mo is a talent worthy of cultivation. Since the Void Demon Emperor entrusted him to you, you ought to nurture him diligently. You mentioned that his cultivation is at the first level of the esteemed realm, yet when I found him, his cultivation was clearly at the 5th level. If you are not being dishonest, it implies that Su Mo has advanced from the 1st to the 5th level of the esteemed realm in merely 3 days. What does it signify to break through 4 minor realms in just 3 days? It is nothing short of extraordinary brilliance. With merely 6 days remaining until the demon race's grand competition for prodigies, I hope you can provide Su Mo with some cultivation resources to further enhance his abilities. If he can elevate his cultivation even slightly, securing the top position in the competition may well be within his reach." Listening to Chen Yan's words, Chen Lu felt a tremor within his heart and instinctively inquired, "Daughter, what is your opinion of Su Mo?" Chapter 26, The Grand Competition of the Demon Clan's Prodigies commences. What about Su Mo? Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Chen Lu's unexpected inquiry. However, after a brief contemplation, she earnestly responded, "Su Mo is exceptionally handsome. Indeed, the most striking individual I have ever encountered. He has managed to transcend 4 minor realms within a mere 3 days at the level of a respected elder, showcasing the highest cultivation talent I have witnessed. As for his combat prowess, it is needless to elaborate, he was able to severely injure me while surpassing several minor realms. And he emerged unscathed himself. He can undoubtedly be regarded as a peerless genius. Of course, there are some shortcomings," she continued, a flicker of indignation igniting in her eyes. "He is utterly lacking in tenderness and consideration. How dare he injure me? Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly teach him a proper lesson." Listening to Chen Yan's remarks, Chen Lu felt a familiar tremor within his heart. Almost instinctively, he inquired, "Daughter, do you harbor feelings for him?" Chen Yan appeared taken aback but quickly countered, "How could I possibly have feelings for him? Although he is quite handsome, possesses remarkable cultivation talent, and wields formidable strength. His blatant disregard for compassion makes it impossible for me to like him." Chen Lu's tone was solemn as he remarked, "If you do not like him, then why are you being so kind to him? Why have I been tasked with delivering cultivation resources to him?" Chen Yan rolled her eyes and replied, "Did I not explain this? I want you to deliver cultivation resources to him so that he can significantly enhance his abilities in the coming period. If he can elevate his cultivation, he stands a chance of winning first place in the Demon Clan's grand competition of prodigies. Should he triumph, you would undoubtedly reap the benefits as well." Chen Lu gazed upward, pondering for a long moment before responding, "Is it truly so?" Although Chen Yan's reasoning is sound, I remain skeptical. I know my daughter all too well. If she had no feelings for Sumo, she would not be so generous towards him. Especially after he had physically harmed her. What else could it be? Chen Yen sighed in exasperation. Remember to deliver the cultivation resources to Sumo. My injuries have yet to heal, and I must go tend to them now. As she turned to leave, Chen Lu felt a profound sense of loss. It was akin to having nurtured a prized cabbage for over 20 years, only to have it uprooted by a pig. The pain was unbearable. With a heavy sigh, Chen Lu rose and made his way toward the cave dwelling of Sumo on the Xuanma mountain. Despite his reluctance, what could he do? His beloved daughter had spoken. He had no choice but to comply. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cave, Chen Lu activated his footwork and effortlessly bypassed the cave's protective barriers to enter. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to discover that Sumo was not present. Releasing his imperial consciousness to search the surroundings, a flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Lu's face as he finally located Sumo at the pinnacle of the Xuanma mountain. What astonished him most was Sumo's cultivation level. Compared to yesterday, today, Sumo's cultivation level has remarkably advanced once more. No longer at the 5th level of the venerable realm, he has ascended to the 6th. A minor realm achieved in a single day. The speed of his cultivation is astonishingly rapid. This rascal's rate of progress is truly beyond belief. Chen Lu couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He himself is a top-tier prodigy, otherwise, he would not have cultivated to the Emperor realm. Yet, in comparison to Sumo, he feels utterly inadequate. It is not that he is truly inept, but rather that Sumo's prowess is simply monstrous. After his musings, Chen Lu's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear at the summit of Xuanma mountain. Due to Chen Lu's unmasked aura, Sumo immediately sensed his arrival the moment he materialized beside him. Opening his eyes, a fleeting brilliance sparkled within. Sumo rose and respectfully greeted. Junior pays respects to senior. Chen Lu nodded. He tossed a storage ring at Sumo's feet and coldly stated, "These cultivation resources are for you to use. If you do not secure first place in the Demon Clan's Young Prodigy competition in 6 days, we shall settle our old and new grievances together." With that, Chen Lu flicked his sleeve and departed. Watching Chen Lu's retreating figure, Sumo couldn't help but smile. The old man seemed to be in a huff, likely aware of the fact that he had thrashed his daughter. Picking up the storage ring that Chen Lu had discarded, Sumo probed inside, and his eyes brightened with astonishment. The amount of cultivation resources contained within was simply unimaginable. Piles of exquisite demon stones, alongside countless elixirs and rare treasures, filled the ring. The spirit stones, saturated with demonic energy, known as demon stones, serve as prime cultivation resources for members of the demon clan and demon cultivators. Their compatibility is exceptionally high, requiring little refinement before being converted directly into cultivation power. Sumo, once the young master of the Su clan, the foremost of the 8 great emperor clans in the primordial ancient realm, had the fortune of witnessing such wealth on more than one occasion. With a sigh of admiration, Sumo extracted the demon stones and various elixirs and treasures, then settled down cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Previously, he had depleted the demonic energy within his cave abode, prompting his journey to the summit of Xuanma mountain, a location rich in demonic energy. He had initially planned to absorb all the energy here before seeking another place. However, with the resources provided by Chen Lu, he no longer needed to search for a new cultivation site. Moreover, compared to the ambient demonic energy, the absorption of these resources would significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. As Sumo activated the Swallowing Heaven Demon technique and commenced the absorption of the surrounding cultivation resources, his aura began to surge dramatically. In just 2.5 hours, he had solidified his newly attained 6th level of the Venerable Realm. Time flew by, and before long, 6 days had quietly passed. After 6 days of rigorous training, Sumo experienced a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation level, ascending from the 6th stage of the revered realm to the 1st stage of the supreme realm. The swiftness of his progress was astonishing. Feeling the surge of power within him, Sumo nodded in satisfaction. A graceful figure clad in a black long dress soared to the summit of Xianmo mountain. Observing Sumo and sensing the aura of the 1st stage of the supreme realm emanating from him, she could not help but exclaim, You have broken through to the supreme realm? Indeed, Suemo replied, casting a glance at the woman whom he had bested just 7 days prior. Truly impressive. Chen Yan remarked with a smile, before swiftly changing the subject. Today marks the commencement of the grand competition among the prodigies of the demon clan. My father has sent me to escort you, let us depart together. Very well, Suemo nodded in agreement. Chapter 27, Arrogance. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Demon Mountain, a colossal clearing teemed with life, drawing together all the prodigious talents of the demon race. The throng was so immense that it numbered in the hundreds of thousands. At the very center stood a gargantuan arena, crafted from azure stone. Stretching thousands of feet in both length and width, and towering several yards high. In the midst of this grand stage, the imposing figure of the Void Demon Emperor, clad in resplendent black robes, loomed. His countenance radiated an air of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. A tranquil voice emanated from his lips, resonating throughout the assembly. The commencement of the extraterritorial battlefield represents a tremendous opportunity for us, the demon race. Yet, such opportunities invariably come entwined with peril. The greater the fortune, the more formidable the threat. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. As prodigies beneath the sacred realm of our race, you are all summoned to enter this battlefield to seize your fortunes and uphold the glory of our kind. However, I recognize that you, as proud paragons, harbor a fierce sense of rivalry among yourselves. Should you enter the battlefield uncoordinated, you would be akin to a disorganized mass, easily vanquished by the champions of other factions. It is not my wish to see you, the finest of our race, meet a needless end. Thus, prior to each opening of the extraterritorial battlefield, I shall hold a grand competition to determine a singular, unrivaled champion who commands the respect of all. The victor of this contest shall wield the authority to command all demon prodigies in the battlefield. Once within, all demons shall heed his commands. Any insubordination will not only lead to your downfall but will also endanger those who stand behind you. The Void Demon Emperor's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the ears of every demon prodigy present. Casting his gaze over the assembled talents, he continued, before sunset, the formations upon the arena shall illuminate. Should the formations fully activate before you ascend the stage, it shall be deemed a forfeiture, and the last to remain upon the arena shall be declared the first. The grand competition for the title of the foremost prodigy of the demon race is now officially underway. Those who aspire to command all demon prodigies in the extraterritorial battlefield may now choose to ascend the stage. With those words, the figure of the Void Demon Emperor dissipated into the ether. As they surveyed the vast, empty arena, a flicker of fervor ignited in the eyes of the demon prodigies. Yet none dared to step forth. They understood that to ascend the stage now would invite the wrath of all present. Even if one were to triumph in a match, or perhaps even several, could they withstand the onslaught of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? To step forth now would be folly. Even a saint or a saint king could be overwhelmed in a war of attrition. Thus, patience prevailed among the crowd. Waiting for the formations to glow before making their move, this was their strategy for securing victory. In the midst of the gathering, Chen Yan turned to Suemo with earnestness. Suemo offered a wry smile, remaining silent. It was likely that the majority of demon prodigies shared Chen Yan's sentiments. Despite the arena currently standing empty, it would soon be filled to capacity, with adversaries lurking from all directions. To excel would render one a target, inviting a coordinated assault from others. The weak are often perceived as easy targets, and likewise, they may find themselves besieged by the united front of others. The optimal strategy is to maintain a demeanor that is neither overly strong nor weak, allowing oneself to blend in until the final moment, at which point one's true prowess can be revealed, thus securing the coveted first place. However, what is the status of Suemo? He is, after all, a cultivator of the human race. To the demonic beings present, he is an anomaly. Should he take the stage? There is no doubt he would be immediately beset by all the talented demons, for no one desires a leader who is not of their own kin. Time swiftly passes. And before one knows it, 2.5 hours have elapsed. At last, one of the demonic elites can no longer contain himself and leaps onto the arena. Among the gathered demonic talents, his strength is moderate, not too formidable, yet not weak, possessing the power of the third level of the venerable realm. I know Lu Rinjia, have no chance at first place, so allow me to initiate the contest. Lu Renjia surveyed his surroundings and laughed heartily. Who dares to battle me? Silence ensued. And after a prolonged moment, a loud voice erupted from the back of the crowd. I shall. As the words fell, a robust figure soared from the rear of the throng and ascended to the platform. His strength was comparable to Lu Renjia's, both standing at the third level of the venerable realm. Lu Renjia. Demon Cloud. The two exchanged respectful bows, and without further ado, they drew their weapons and clashed fiercely. Their powers were closely matched, and from the outset, the battle was fierce and unyielding. After 30 exchanges, Lu Renjia narrowly triumphed, claiming victory in the first match. Alas! Before Lu Renjia could catch his breath on the stage, two figures leaped onto the platform and forcefully kicked him off. Thus, as hundreds of battles concluded, a pale blue glow suddenly enveloped the arena. The formation illuminated, signaling that the time had come. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone's eyes brightened. Subsequently, the demonic elites, no longer hesitant, made their way toward the arena. Suemo was no exception, stepping onto the platform alongside Qinyan. In but a few breaths, the once empty stage was now teeming with participants. Who could have imagined such an influx of the overconfident? A youth clad in a crimson robe, exuding an extraordinary presence, surveyed those around him with a glint of disdain in his eyes. For others gathered around him, equally impressive in demeanor, their auras as deep as the abyss, exuding overwhelming power, each a peak expert of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Let us first expel these presumptuous individuals from the platform, and afterward, the 5 of us shall determine who is the strongest, proclaimed a burly youth, adorned with horns and a fierce countenance. Agreed. The 4 surrounding him nodded in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, the 5 joined forces and launched an assault on the others. As peak experts of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, their combined might was insurmountable. In mere moments, thousands of demonic elites were sent tumbling from the stage. This spectacle immediately captured the attention of many, including Suemo, who found himself drawn to the 5 formidable figures. While engaging in combat with those around him, he keenly observed the 5 individuals. With each passing moment of scrutiny, he felt an involuntary shock within. These 5 were extraordinarily formidable, although they, like Qinyan, were at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, their prowess far surpassed hers. When he was at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm, he could effortlessly defeat Qinyan, yet facing these 5, even if he were to emerge victorious, the triumph would undoubtedly not come easily. Fortunately, the current Suemo was no longer at the 5th level of the Venerable Realm, but had ascended to the 1st level of the Supreme Realm. Should he confront these 5 now, he could effortlessly annihilate them. Shifting his gaze from the 5, Suemo turned his attention to another area, where a small group was likewise collaborating to confront an adversary. Chapter 28, A Sword's Effortless Victory. Subsequently, Suemo discovered several small factions, each remarkably formidable beyond belief. Amidst the crowd of demon race prodigies, they stood out conspicuously, leaving a trail of defeated opponents cast off the stage. These factions displayed a tacit understanding, refraining from engaging with other groups. Clearly, their strategy was to eliminate those they deemed weaker before ultimately facing off against each other. In the end, the remaining faction would engage in a bout or selection process to determine the ultimate victor, thereby minimizing the risk of being overlooked. As the tea time passed, only a scant few hundred demon race prodigies remained on the stage, all of whom were the elite of their kind. There were no weaklings among them. Each possessed the formidable prowess of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm and, notably, the ability to battle beyond their realm. At this juncture, someone finally took notice of Suemo. A haughty demon youth, regarding him with disdain, inquired, "Are you Suemo?" Although Suemo practiced the sky-devouring demon art and art of the demon path, his offensive techniques, shrouded in demonic energy, appeared indistinguishable from those of the demon race. However, upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to discern that Suemo was indeed a cultivator of the human race. Upon hearing this individual's question, the surrounding demons instinctively paused their actions, their gazes converging upon Suemo, a flicker of surprise passing through their eyes. It was common knowledge that Suemo had joined the demon realm, becoming one of their own. Yet, for a human cultivator to participate in their grand competition and to have survived until this point with a mere 1st level of the Supreme Realm was indeed astonishing. Indeed. I am Sumo, he replied earnestly, returning the scrutiny of the crowd with a nod. Aside from a few uniquely horned individuals, the demons bore a striking resemblance to humans, yet upon closer examination, their differences became apparent. The demon women were generally voluptuous and possessed stunning beauty, exuding an innate allure with every gesture. Conversely, the demon men were typically tall and grotesque, their features marred by fierceness. It was easy to distinguish someone like Sumo, with his tall stature and exceptionally handsome visage, as not belonging to the demon race. The earlier chaos of numbers on the battlefield had obscured Sumo's identity, as everyone had been focused on their respective adversaries, allowing him to remain unrecognized. Those demon prodigies who had battled him did recognize him, yet they had all been cast down from the stage by Sumo. For the demon race, being defeated by a human cultivator was an exceedingly disgraceful matter, and naturally, they would not speak of it. Thus, Sumo had yet to be discovered. Truly, it was no surprise that someone favored by the esteemed Void Demon Emperor could endure on the stage for such a duration. His strength was indeed remarkable. The young demon clan member let out a gasp of admiration, swiftly followed by a cold chuckle. Will you choose to descend from the arena on your own? Or shall we assist you in your departure? As these words echoed, a chorus of agreement arose around him. When did it become permissible for a mere human cultivator like Sumo to partake in our illustrious demon clan competition? Depart from the arena at once. Indeed. You are not one of us, why meddle in our affairs? The remaining prodigies present, each possessing the formidable cultivation of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, looked down upon Sumo, who was merely at the 1st level. Remaining on the stage would only lead to his own humiliation. It would be wise for him to vacate the arena voluntarily. One by one, the voices urged Sumo to retreat. However, those watching felt a surge of discontent upon sensing the aura of the 1st level of the Supreme Realm emanating from him. How is it that this Sumo, with such wretched luck, has managed to hold his ground until now? I, at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, was cast off the stage long ago. I too am at the 9th level. I was barely on the stage when I was thrown off. Curses erupted among the demon spectators, their hearts filled with resentment for not possessing the same fortune as Sumo. The several 9th level demon prodigies who had been defeated by Sumo fell into a heavy silence, well aware that his success was not merely luck, but a testament to his true strength, one that they could not match. Hearing the banter of the surrounding demons, Sumo sighed inwardly and inquired, if I do not choose to step down voluntarily, do you intend to confront me all at once? Confront you all at once? A disdainful demon prodigy scoffed. To deal with a mere 1st level Supreme Realm insect like you, one of us suffices. With that, he declared, since you refuse to leave on your own, allow me to assist you in your departure. As his words settled, a tremendous aura exploded from his being, the terrifying presence of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm swiftly enveloping the arena. He charged towards Sumo, wielding a massive axe, akin to a cannonball. With his strength at the 1st level of the Supreme Realm, Soulflame will undoubtedly defeat him in a single blow, one demon prodigy remarked. And the others nodded in agreement. Though Soulflame's strength might not be the most formidable on the stage, it was certainly not weak. And he held an overwhelming advantage of 8 minor levels over Sumo. Such a disparity foretold an inevitable crushing defeat. Child, have you been rendered mute by fear? Soulflame taunted, seeing Sumo's lack of reaction to his impending assault. In his view, Sumo must have been petrified, otherwise, he should have fled by now. Sumo offered a slight smile, refraining from further comment. However, as Soulflame drew near, he unleashed a powerful sword strike that he had been preparing. The moment the sword was drawn, an endless wave of sword energy surged forth, causing the space around them to vibrate ominously. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, and an explosive surge of energy swept across the arena. Feeling the terrifying force emanating from the abyssal sword, a flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Soulflame, clearly taken aback by the overwhelming strength exhibited by Sumo. The dreadful power unleashed from the abyssal sword collided with the giant axe, an assault far beyond what Soulflame could withstand. The giant axe, unable to endure such force, swiftly revealed numerous cracks, and with a resounding explosion, shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The ferocious energy, combined with the endless sword aura radiating from the abyssal sword, struck Soulflame with tremendous impact, causing him to spew blood and launch through the air like a cannonball, landing brutally outside the arena. How is this even possible? With a single strike, the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, Soulflame, has been defeated? Although Soulflame may have exhibited some weakness, he was nonetheless a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Yet now, he has been vanquished by Sumo, who is merely at the 1st level of the Supreme Realm. The onlookers were left utterly stunned by this spectacle, their mouths agape in shock, as they had never anticipated that Soulflame, a 9th level Supreme Realm expert, could be bested by a single strike from Sumo. Just moments ago, they believed Soulflame possessed the power to effortlessly crush Sumo. The dissonance between their expectations and the reality before them was too much to bear. Chapter 29, I have been defeated? How could I be unaware? Sumo is formidable. Just as the crowd was taken aback in astonishment, a voice of cheer resonated from the side. Chenyan's small face glowed with delight, her expression radiating joy. Sumo cast a glance in her direction but refrained from elaborating further. Turning his attention to the assembly of prodigies from the demon clan, Sumo calmly declared, "You may come at me all at once." Having demonstrated sufficient strength, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a thorn in the flesh by these demon clan disciples. Rather than being worn down by a relentless siege, it would be more advantageous to confront them together, thus preserving his chances of claiming victory. Gasp! At Sumo's proclamation, many of the demon clan's elite could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Among those still standing on the platform, who was not powerful? If they were to join forces, even an ordinary sage-level expert might hesitate to confront them head-on. Yet here was Sumo, at merely the 1st level of the Supreme Realm, inviting them to unite against him. Such audacity was unfathomable. Although you have vanquished Hanyan, do not presume we are as inept as he was. One of the demon clan prodigies narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with indignation. You possess only the 1st level of the Supreme Realm, yet dare to utter such wildly arrogant words. I am curious, what grants you such courage? Disinterested in responding, Sumo propelled himself into the sky. Hovering aloft, he gazed down upon the assembly of demon clan prodigies and said to himself, "If you choose not to confront me together, then I shall take action." As his words settled, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An extraordinarily pure and terrifying demonic aura erupted from Sumo's being. Intricately profound golden runes began to materialize around him, causing his aura to surge exponentially. Though his level remained unchanged, the energy he emanated was now infinitely more formidable. The violent energy caused his headband to shatter instantaneously. With his hair billowing wildly, he appeared both divine and demonic in that moment. This was his first time fully unleashing the chaotic celestial demon body. The results were to his satisfaction. Roar! The sound of dragon roars reverberated through the heavens and the earth as demonic energy coalesced, manifesting countless shadowy black dragons behind Sumo, further amplifying his presence. The black dragons roared, their voices shaking the very skies, instilling a profound sense of terror. Then, with a mere lift of his hand, the demon abyss sword appeared, conjuring a tempest of sword blades that magnified Sumo's already formidable aura to an unfathomable degree. The imperial might that emanated from the demon abyss sword, coupled with the chilling intent of slaughter, caused the faces of many to turn pale as they beheld Sumo, enshrouded by the storm of blades and the intricate golden runes, flanked by thousands of shadowy black dragons and wielding the demon abyss sword. All present felt a shiver run down their spines. For from Sumo, they sensed an overwhelmingly potent aura of danger. No wonder he dared to challenge us to unite. He truly possesses the strength. At this moment, many people have altered their perceptions of Sumo previously. They would have deemed him an arrogant fool, however. That sentiment has vanished. For Sumo's arrogance is underpinned by formidable prowess. With a whisper, he raised the abyssal sword high above his head and then brought it crashing down. As the sword was unleashed, a streak of obsidian light, infused with boundless sword energy, surged forth, descending mercilessly upon all the demon clan prodigies on the arena below. A resounding roar echoed, as countless ethereal black dragons materialized alongside Sumo's strike, plummeting towards the ground. The demon clan prodigies, sensing the overwhelming terror of the swordlight and the might of the myriad black dragon apparitions, were struck with dread. Alone he stands, yet we are many. Could we truly be defeated by a single individual? Let us strike together! Someone in the crowd shouted, prompting the demon clan prodigies to regain their composure. Indeed, while Sumo was powerful, he was but one man against hundreds of them, with several hundred supreme-level experts collaborating. Even if faced with a first-tier sage, they could overpower him without difficulty. This thought reassured the demon clan prodigies, and they quickly ceased their hesitation, unleashing their strongest attacks against the descending swordlight and the multitude of black dragon phantoms. In an instant, a dazzling array of assaults illuminated the arena, captivating the onlookers. Soon, Sumo's attack collided with the collective onslaught from the demon clan prodigies. A cataclysmic roar ensued, as explosive sounds reverberated, and the violent shockwaves surged outward in all directions. The cacophony of explosions persisted for a full 2.5 minutes before finally subsiding. Did they succeed in blocking it? Glancing at the dissipated attacks, Sumo murmured, not overly surprised. Although he had demonstrated astonishing strength, the demon clan prodigies below were no weaklings. It was not unexpected for several hundred individuals to join forces and withstand his assault. If they had failed to do so, that would have indeed posed a significant issue. Nonetheless, despite successfully thwarting Sumo's attack, the faces of the demon clan prodigies bore no expressions of triumph. After all, it was a matter of concern that hundreds of supreme-level experts had only barely managed to counter the strike of someone of lesser cultivation. One of the demon clan prodigies looked at Sumo and stated, "Sumo, I concede your strength, however, it is impossible for you to contend with all of us. Although you have been defeated, you fell to the combined might of hundreds, thus, you may be vanquished, yet you retain your honor." The other demon clan prodigies nodded in agreement, acknowledging his valor. In their gazes towards Sumo, a hint of reverence emerged, an acknowledgement of strength. Had Sumo belonged to their demonic clan, the prowess he had just displayed would undoubtedly have earned him the title of champion in the grand competition of the clan's prodigies. Yet, the peculiarity lay in the fact that he was not one of their own. Regardless of his formidable combat abilities, they could not concede the title of champion to him. For in their eyes, one not of their kin could not be trusted. The victor of the competition would command all the prodigies of the demon clan, who would be bound to obey his will. Thus, even if they recognized Sumo's might, conceding the first place to him was out of the question. They feared that he might lead them to their demise. Listening to the words of the demon prodigy, Sumo couldn't help but chuckle and inquire, "I have been defeated? When did this occur? Why was I unaware?" The demon prodigy, with a smile, elaborated. "That sword strike of yours was so powerful that it must have drained a significant amount of your energy. Surely you lack the strength to wield such a terrifying blow again. If you cannot unleash that formidable sword once more, then your defeat is inevitable." Before he could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly cut off as if someone had grasped his throat, and his expression transformed dramatically, revealing shock, confusion, disbelief, and incredulity. Chapter 30, Can you truly achieve this? Not only he, but the expressions of everyone present transformed into an exquisite spectacle at this moment. Shock, confusion, doubt, disbelief. What did they witness? They beheld Sumo releasing his grip on the abyssal sword, allowing it to float in midair. Subsequently, the tempest of blades surrounding Sumo, along with the myriad of arcane and inscrutable runes, and the thousands of phantom black dragons behind him, all converged under his command and merged into the abyssal sword. Once these elements integrated into the abyssal sword, the aura emanating from it reached a terrifying intensity. The mere trace of imperial might radiating from it caused the faces of those present to drastically change, instilling a sense of helplessness within their hearts. With a mere thought, Sumo guided the abyssal sword through the air. With a sharp sound, space itself was torn asunder. This spectacle sent tremors of fear through countless hearts. Facing the demonic prodigy who had spoken earlier, Sumo mockingly inquired, "What did you just say? I did not quite catch that, could you please repeat it?" The demonic prodigy fell silent upon hearing this. The earlier strike from Sumo had compelled their hundreds to unite, barely managing to withstand it. He had assumed that this was Sumo's ultimate technique, one that would surely exhaust a significant portion of his strength, rendering him incapable of launching such an attack again. With this thought, he believed Sumo had been defeated.
However, upon witnessing the current scene, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Indeed.
While the previous strike had been formidable enough to require their combined efforts to withstand, it paled in comparison to the singular, concentrated force of Sumo's current sword. The abyssal sword could now effortlessly rend space apart, a horror beyond imagination. Its unleashed power had far surpassed what the Supreme Realm could contend with. Something they could not hope to withstand.
Should Sumo choose to engage them, not only the hundreds of Supreme Realm ninth layers on the stage, but even hundreds more of such strong beings would likely be unable to withstand his might. This strike embodies my utmost strength, you may not endure it. Should you be unable to withstand it, your lives may be forfeit. Sumo stated calmly. If you wish to avoid death, step down from the arena now.
Upon hearing this, the expressions of the demonic prodigies on the stage revealed their unwillingness.
Yet, after much hesitation, they ultimately chose to descend from the platform.
There was no alternative, they simply could not compete. Moments passed, and from the hundreds who once stood on the stage, only 2 remained.
Do you intend to test me by not stepping down?
Sumo calmly inquired, glancing at Chen, who stood nearby, her face flushed with excitement. Upon looking at Sumo, Chen slowly formed a question mark above her head. Confirming his serious demeanor, which suggested he was not jesting, she immediately pouted in dissatisfaction,
saying, "We are clearly in this together, and you dare to utter such words? Do you not realize how hurtful that is?" Certainly, despite her dissatisfaction,
she swiftly descended from the stage of martial arts. She feared that Sumo might act rashly and truly turn against her. Yielding, she retracted her weapon. The demon abyss sword, as Sumo bowed respectfully to all the members of the demon race below the arena.
A sense of relief washed over him. Fortunately,
these individuals chose to step down, for otherwise, the day would have inevitably culminated in a grueling battle. Although a strike infused with his entire strength was indeed formidable,
who could ascertain that these prodigies of the demon race lacked any hidden trump cards? Should someone possess a secret capable of countering his blow?
Even a victory would likely be hard-won, far from the ease he experienced in this encounter.
A ripple coursed through the void,
and soon a figure materialized in the high sky.
It was none other than the Void Demon Emperor.
The demon race prodigies present all bowed respectfully upon seeing the esteemed Void Demon Emperor. He nodded in acknowledgement, then placed a hand on Sumo's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. "A tiger's son is no dog, you have indeed not disappointed me." His gaze swept across the crowd, his voice booming like thunder as it resonated far and wide. Now that Sumo has claimed the top position in the demon race prodigy competition and will enter the outer battlefield, you are to heed his commands. Even if he orders you to face death, you shall not utter a word of dissent.
Understood? Understood. The assembled prodigies of the demon race, though internally reluctant,
responded in unison.
Sumo glanced at the Void Demon Emperor, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. Clearly,
he had not anticipated that the other party would indeed command the demon race prodigies to submit to him. Sensing Sumo's thoughts, the Void Demon Emperor remarked, "Trust those you employ, do not doubt them.
I hope your performance in the outer battlefield will not let me down. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you."
Sumo replied earnestly, for he had long cherished the favor bestowed upon him. The Void Demon Emperor nodded and then addressed the demon race prodigies present. "You have 3 days to prepare, gather here 3 days hence.
Now, depart." "Yes." The demon race prodigies nodded and subsequently dispersed. Once only Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor remained, the latter finally spoke.
"The demon race, human race, and myriad races harbor long-standing grievances,
perpetually on the brink of warfare.
The demon race has invaded the primordial ancient realm multiple times, encompassing the 3,000 great worlds, the 3,000 middle worlds, and the 3,000 small worlds. As the young master of the Su clan, the foremost among the 8 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, you should be well aware of this." Upon hearing this, Sumo nodded in acknowledgement, fully cognizant of the matter. Observing Sumo, the Void Demon Emperor continued, "The myriad races and the demon race are inherently savage. Every incursion by them into a world results in untold suffering for its inhabitants.
Eons ago,
within the esteemed ranks of the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, a member of the Su clan, your lineage,
proposed an alternative to the devastation of countless lives.
This individual suggested utilizing one among the myriad of worlds, 3,000 in total, both great and small, as a battlefield, wherein the human race, the demon clan, and beings beneath the sacred realm of myriad races could engage in conflict. The victor would claim dominion over all within that realm. The world chosen as the battlefield was selected by the primordial ancient realm, allowing for the preemptive relocation of its denizens to other realms, thus significantly mitigating the potential for widespread carnage. This was the intent of the proposer. In the past, whenever our demon clan invaded a world, we faced relentless resistance from its inhabitants, who, despite their inferior strength, inflicted considerable casualties upon us. Now, with the locals having been relocated by the primordial ancient realm, the entry into the designated battlefield is restricted solely to those below the sacred realm. Furthermore, the primordial ancient realm has dispatched prodigies to counterbalance our demon clan and the myriad races. Consequently, the challenge of invading a world has become markedly easier than before, prompting our demon clan and the myriad races to swiftly acquiesce to this proposal. Hence, the world selected as the battlefield is also referred to as the extraterrestrial battlefield. At this juncture, the Void Demon Emperor turned his gaze toward Sumo, solemnly stating, "I have shared all this with you to convey that we, the demon clan, are the invaders, villains who trespass upon the very world that your Su clan once sought to protect, slaughtering those whom you endeavored to safeguard. You are poised to lead our demon clan's prodigies in this invasion, to extinguish the lives of those you wish to defend. Are you truly capable of such an act?" After uttering these words, the Void Demon Emperor regarded Sumo with unwavering seriousness, though one might typically trust without suspicion. The fact remains that Sumo is of the human race. Should he, upon entering the extraterrestrial battlefield, exhibit sudden mercy, it could spell doom for the multitude of demon prodigies at his command. Chapter 31, Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Upon hearing the words of the Void Demon Emperor, Sumo calmly nodded. His kin had sacrificed countless lives yearly to protect the primordial ancient realm and the myriad worlds within it. Yet, what had they received in return? Betrayal. The Su clan was obliterated by the joint forces of the 7 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm and numerous other powerful factions. Though he had miraculously survived, he had been rendered a cripple, his meridians shattered and his cultivation lost. A mere cripple posed no threat to those lofty individuals, yet they still sought his demise, dispatching emissaries from various realms to hunt him down. Now, with the opportunity to lead the demon clan's elites to slay his enemies, he would show no mercy. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Sumo's eyes. Hearing his words, the Void Demon Emperor nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to elucidate the details regarding entry into the outer battlefield. The world designated for this outer battlefield was known as the Heavenly Martial Continent, one of the 3,000 lesser worlds. Accompanying you into this realm would be not only the elites of the primordial ancient realm but also the outstanding talents from myriad races and numerous demons. You may be unaware of the complexities within the demon race, so allow me to enlighten you. The demon race comprises more than just my Tianma clan. There are numerous factions within. The demons are not harmonious among themselves, and once in the outer battlefield, they may also become your adversaries' entities to be wary of. Generally speaking, the typical demon elites pose no significant threat, but you must exercise caution towards the 4 major demon factions, the Earth Demons, the Yama Demons, the Bloodthirsty Demons, and the Demon Dragons. These 4 factions are as formidable as my Tianma clan. After conveying this, the Void Demon Emperor turned his gaze towards Sumo, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he had taken note. Only then did the Void Demon Emperor continue, the elites entering the outer battlefield must not exceed the sovereign realm in cultivation, however, once inside, they may have the opportunity to break through. Many elites have lingered at the 9th level of the sovereign realm for years, having already comprehended the opportunity for advancement. Upon entering the outer battlefield, it is certain that many will ascend to the Saint realm. In light of the uncertainty surrounding the enemy's strength, one must refrain from recklessly engaging in large-scale conflicts. Moreover, there is an exceedingly crucial point to consider: be wary of the heavenly Tao. Every world is governed by the heavenly Tao, the strength of which is determined by the world's own power. The stronger the world, the stronger the heavenly Tao. And vice versa. As the invading party, if we slaughter too many or cause excessive destruction within the outer battlefield, it will inevitably alarm the heavenly Tao. For if a world perishes, so too does its heavenly Tao, the beings within will perish, and the world will suffer damage, leading to the weakening of the heavenly Tao. Consequently, when invasion or warfare reaches a certain threshold, the heavenly Tao will sense a crisis and take action. While the heavenly Tao cannot directly intervene in the battlefield to dictate its course, it will select a destined child from the defending side, bestowing upon them overwhelming fortune to facilitate their rapid growth, thus safeguarding the world they inhabit. If you encounter an individual whose cultivation suddenly surges, continuously encountering fortuitous opportunities and miraculously escaping peril, do not hesitate to conclude that he is indeed the child of destiny. Should you cross paths with such a person, it is imperative to eliminate him at the earliest possible moment, quelling his potential before it blossoms. Upon entering the outer battlefield, your primary objective must be to lead your comrades in seizing the opportunities within, followed by competing with the prodigies of other factions. Ultimately, if you find yourselves outmatched by the elites of rival forces, retreat from the Tianwu continent, do not engage in a futile struggle to the death. Thus, the Void Demon Emperor droned on for 2.5 hours before concluding. Within this discourse lay 10 drops of Dragon Emperor's essence. Consuming them would enable you to unleash powers surpassing your own in a brief span. Should you succeed in refining this essence, not only would your cultivation experience a tremendous boost, but your 10,000 dragons' divine body would also grow stronger from absorbing these 10 drops of Dragon Emperor's essence. Raising his hand, a jade vial was placed in Sumo's grasp, as the Void Demon Emperor instructed, "Go and cultivate, return here in 3 days, and I shall lead you to the outer battlefield." Having spoken, the Void Demon Emperor's figure dissipated into the air. Upon opening the jade vial, a surge of dragon energy erupted skyward, forming the phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon. An overwhelming aura of the Dragon Emperor radiated forth, compelling Sumo's 10,000 dragons' divine body to respond. Unconsciously, spectral black dragons began to coalesce around him. With a mere thought, Sumo absorbed this dragon energy phantom, and his aura substantially thickened. Simultaneously, his 10,000 dragons' divine body appeared to strengthen as well. What a remarkable treasure! Sumo's eyes sparkled with delight. Merely absorbing a wisp of dragon energy, conjured from the Dragon Emperor's essence, had already enriched his presence and fortified his divine body. If he could refine these 10 drops of Dragon Emperor's essence, without a doubt, his power would undergo a qualitative leap. With this thought, Sumo wasted no time and swiftly made his way to his dwelling in the Xuanma cave, preparing to refine the 10 drops of Dragon Emperor's essence into cultivation. To his surprise, upon nearing his abode, he found 2 figures awaiting him outside, Chunlu and his daughter, Chunyan. "Well done, young lad. I never expected you to truly secure the first place in the Demon Clan's prodigy competition. You have not disappointed me," Chunlu exclaimed with exuberance, casting a satisfied glance at Sumo. "I have prepared a celebratory feast. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Without a moment's hesitation, Sumo declined. "The Void Demon Emperor has just bestowed upon me 10 drops of Dragon Emperor's essence, and I wish to refine them to enhance my cultivation. I will have to forego the celebration." "Ah!" Chunlu gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. "The Void Demon Emperor granted you 10 drops of Dragon Emperor's essence?" "The essence of the Dragon Emperor, derived from a being of imperial strength within the Dragon Clan, is invaluable for alchemy, cultivation, and enhancing one's potential. For many, a single drop of Dragon Emperor's essence is an unparalleled treasure, fiercely contested by countless individuals. Thus, the mere fact that the Void Demon Emperor had bestowed 10 drops upon Sumo left Chunlu utterly astounded. In the midst of his astonishment, Chunlu could not help but exclaim, marveling at the boundless generosity of the Void Demon Emperor towards Sumo. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Chunlu exclaimed once more, "Did you just say you wish to refine the Dragon Emperor's blood?" "Indeed, is there a problem?" Sumo nodded, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. Chunlu, rendered speechless, replied, "The Dragon Emperor's blood is unparalleled and exceedingly difficult to absorb and refine. Even a typical Holy Realm powerhouse would struggle to assimilate it, facing the peril of explosive demise. Your cultivation is merely at the first level of the Supreme Realm. Can you truly withstand it?" "It should be manageable," Sumo responded nonchalantly with a smile. "The Swallowing Heaven Demon technique is an extraordinary imperial grade method. capable of seizing the very essence of the cosmos and refining all things to nourish oneself. Coupled with his extraordinary innate talent and dual special physiques. Even if the Dragon Emperor's blood is formidable and notoriously hard to absorb, he believed that if he truly desired to refine it, he would encounter little difficulty.
Should be manageable. Chen Lu's eyes glinted with discontent, and he was about to question Sumo regarding the audacity that fueled such arrogance. Yet, recalling the numerous shocks Sumo had delivered to him, he promptly silenced himself. While it is indeed difficult to accept that a practitioner at the first level of the Supreme Realm could refine the Dragon Emperor's blood, it becomes somewhat more palatable when compared to Sumo's feat of defeating hundreds of Supreme Realm 9th level demon prodigies with the same cultivation level. Chapter 32, the 6th level of Supreme Realm. After a brief conversation, bidding farewell to Chen Lu and Chen Yan, Sumo returned to his cave abode and retrieved a jade vial containing 10 drops of Dragon Emperor's blood. He extracted a single drop and gazed at the vividly animated golden dragon phantom within. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Although employing his cultivation technique would allow for absorption and refinement, ingesting the Dragon Emperor's blood directly would undoubtedly expedite the process significantly. Once the blood settled in his stomach, a torrent of ferocious energy erupted within, surging through Sumo's limbs and bones. This energy was wild and domineering, akin to a rampaging bull, creating a sensation of intense pain throughout his being. Were he an ordinary practitioner at the first level of the Supreme Realm? This violent energy could very well lead to his demise through explosive force. However, Sumo was far from an ordinary individual at the first level of the Supreme Realm. As he activated the sky-swallowing demon art, he began to absorb and refine the rampant energy. In no time, the once chaotic force was tamed, flowing obediently through Sumo's body and integrating into his cells, enhancing his cultivation. Moments later, a sound reminiscent of a membrane being punctured resonated from within him, and his aura surged dramatically. His realm ascended directly from the first to the second level of the Supreme Realm. The surrounding demonic energy was drawn in, coiling like a massive dragon in the wind before spiraling into Sumo's body, helping to solidify his newly attained level. One drop of Dragon Emperor's blood had allowed me to elevate by an entire minor realm. Remarkable. As he opened his eyes, a brilliant light shone within them. Without hesitation, he retrieved another drop of Dragon Emperor's blood and swallowed it, continuing his cultivation. 3 days later, all 10 drops of blood had been absorbed and refined, propelling Sumo's cultivation from the initial first level of the Supreme Realm to the 6th level. In just 3 days, he had broken through 5 minor realms. Regrettably, my body has developed a resistance to the Dragon Emperor's blood, otherwise, my cultivation could have reached even greater heights. Reflecting on his current 6th level of the Supreme Realm, Sumo couldn't help but sigh. The first drop had facilitated a breakthrough to a minor realm, as had the second, but thereafter, a single drop was no longer sufficient for further advancement. Today, I shall encounter my old acquaintances. The thought of heading to the outer battlefield filled Sumo's lips with a cruel smile. Upon exiting his cave, he spotted a graceful figure waiting for him. It was Chen Yan. At the 6th level of the Supreme Realm? Chen Yan glanced at Sumo, sensing the aura emanating from him. A flicker of astonishment appeared in her beautiful eyes. To ascend from the first level to the 6th in merely 3 days, what a staggering accomplishment! She ascended from the 1st to the 6th level of the Supreme Realm in just over 2 years, a feat she once regarded with considerable pride. Yet now, in comparison to Sumo, she felt as though her previous cultivation efforts were utterly futile. Indeed, Sumo nodded in response to Chen Yan's inquiry, and without further ado, he soared directly towards the venue of the demon race's grand competition. His excellence was so profound that it left her feeling unworthy of his presence. Observing Sumo's retreating figure, Chen Yan involuntarily bit her rosy lip, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure and hastened to match his pace. Upon Sumo's arrival at the vast clearing of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, a throng of tens of thousands had already gathered. They were all distinguished prodigies of the demon race, poised to embark on a journey to the outer battlefield. Upon witnessing Sumo's arrival, respect was unmistakably etched upon the faces of all present, a testament to their reverence for strength. Suddenly, the air shimmered with a wave of energy, and a multitude of figures materialized in the sky. These individuals were the apex combatants of this realm. At the forefront stood the Void Demon Emperor. "Now that everyone is assembled, let us construct the teleportation portal," he declared, surveying the gathered demon race prodigies before addressing the powerful beings behind him. "Understood." The assembly of demon race elites responded in unison, promptly channeling their powers to erect the teleportation passage. In no time, a colossal portal, wrought from black demonic energy, manifested before the onlookers. "Let us all enter the teleportation portal," the Void Demon Emperor commanded, stepping forward to be the first to traverse the passage. The formidable beings of the demon realm followed closely behind, followed in turn by Sumo and the throngs of demon race prodigies. In comparison to the teleportation passage from the Tianwu continent to the Jinwu continent, this portal constructed by the demon race was indisputably more stable and efficient. Soon, Sumo and his entourage were transported from the demon realm to a world beyond the Tianwu continent. As they emerged from the teleportation passage, Sumo gazed into the distance. He noticed a multitude of figures approximately 10,000 meters away. There were individuals shrouded in demonic energy, others adorned with horns or scales, exuding an air of peculiar menace, and distant figures from the primordial ancient realm, appearing deceptively righteous. Sumo's gaze instinctively fell upon those from the primordial ancient realm. After surveying them, a profound killing intent surged within his eyes. Among the throng, he recognized many who had once annihilated his Su clan. The individuals from the primordial ancient realm also took note of Sumo. With a mere glance, they furrowed their brows, exchanging looks that betrayed their confusion. "Is that Sumo? But wasn't he killed by Long Tian? Why is he appearing alongside the demon race? Could it be that Sumo is still alive? If so, who was the one that perished?" A deep sense of perplexity and bewilderment enveloped the individuals from the primordial ancient realm. It is perplexing that Sumo, who was undeniably deceased, now appears before them, and even establishes a connection with the demon clan. With such bewilderment, a formidable being from the primordial ancient realm soared towards their vicinity. This was an elder with graying temples and a kindly visage. His aura was subdued, devoid of any discernible fluctuations, presenting the image of a frail old man by the roadside. Yet, Sumo recognized that this was no ordinary elder, but rather a genuine powerhouse at the Emperor Sovereign level, a figure among the elite of the primordial ancient realm. His identity was equally remarkable. He was the ancestor of the ancient clan, one of the 8 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, known as Guyuan. Upon approaching within 100 meters of Sumo, Guyuan gazed intently at him for a considerable time before exclaiming with astonishment, "Sumo, it is truly you. I never expected that you had survived." At this revelation, the inhabitants of the primordial ancient realm erupted into a chorus of disbelief, clearly astonished that Sumo, who had been slain by Long Tian, could appear here unscathed. Chapter 33, Entering the Battlefield Beyond the Domain. "Old man, are you surprised that I am still alive?" Sumo inquired, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Guyuan. "Indeed, it is quite astonishing," Guyuan replied earnestly, nodding his head. "Previously, I believed the grand endeavors of various realms to seek out a discarded wretch, stripped of all cultivation and with severed meridians, were somewhat exaggerated. Yet now, it becomes evident that the quest for you was, in fact, profoundly justified. Alas, it seems you have managed to flourish despite it all. It has scarcely been any time since our last encounter, and you have transformed from a mere cripple into a formidable being at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. Your rate of growth instills a sense of dread even within me. However, it is fortunate that we have found you, albeit not too late." At this juncture, a smile unexpectedly brightened Guyuan's face, his formidable power beginning to coalesce within. Just then, a figure abruptly interposed itself between Sumo and Guyuan. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Void Demon Emperor, Guyuan's eyes narrowed. "Are you here to protect him? Sumo has now joined our celestial demon realm and is one of us. Should you attempt to oppress him due to your superior standing? I shall not stand idly by," the Void Demon Emperor declared coldly. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of imperial might surged forth, shattering the very fabric of space and revealing an abyss of nothingness beneath. Feeling the formidable pressure emanating from the Void Demon Emperor, Guyuan's expression darkened. Although he too was a powerful figure at the imperial realm, he was no match for the Void Demon Emperor.
The honorable human race has disgracefully allied itself with the demon realm, consorting with fiends, a sight most contemptible.
Casting a deep glance at Sumo, Gu Yuan snorted disdainfully,
waving his sleeve as he made his way toward the distant area where the inhabitants of the primordial ancient realm resided.
Observing Gu Yuan's retreating figure, the Void Demon Emperor suddenly raised his voice. Sumo has now become a member of our celestial demon realm. I wish not to involve myself in your past grievances with him, yet should any foolhardy individual dare to oppress Sumo, regardless of who they may be, I shall ensure they pay with their life. His voice was calm, yet it resonated like thunder, echoing in every ear present. Isn't the Void Demon Emperor a formidable adversary of Su Xian? Why, then, does he treat Su Xian's son, Sumo, with such benevolence?
Upon hearing the Void Demon Emperor's proclamation, a question arose in the minds of all present. In the distance, an imperial being of the Earth Demon clan fell into contemplation.
And after a moment, he uttered a startling revelation: is it possible that Sumo is not the son of Su Xian, but rather the offspring of the Void Demon Emperor? This statement instantly captivated the attention of all. Even Sumo could not help but glance toward the Earth Demon Emperor who had spoken. Mo Xian, one may indulge in reckless banter,
but one must tread carefully with words.
Speak foolishly, and you shall find my wrath unrelenting.
The Void Demon Emperor cast a glance filled with murderous intent at the Earth Demon Emperor who had dared to speak. In those days, Luo Qingcheng emerged like a comet, and both you and Su Xian fell for each other simultaneously. Now, your kindness towards Sumo is evident. If he weren't your son,
what reason would you have to treat him so well?
Mo Xian shrugged nonchalantly and spoke. The Void Demon Emperor cast a glance at Mo Xian, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. He reappeared directly before Mo Xian, raising his hand to unleash a devastating strike aimed squarely at Mo Xian's head.
You lack martial ethics. That was a sneak attack. Mo Xian exclaimed in shock, unable to restrain his outburst. Yet, his reflexes were swift. He stepped back while simultaneously delivering a counterstrike.
The air was suddenly filled with a resounding explosion, echoing across the heavens.
A violent shockwave of energy surged outward from the two, sweeping in all directions.
This ferocious wave of energy was terrifying, causing the very fabric of nearby space to shatter.
As the shockwave spread, countless prodigies felt an ominous threat of death looming over them.
Fortunately, powerful beings in the vicinity intervened to counter the onslaught, otherwise, the residual force alone could have claimed the lives of many talented individuals. The two separated instantly. Mo Xian's expression remained unchanged, yet his aura was disordered, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained serious injury.
In stark contrast, the Void Demon Emperor maintained his composure, his demeanor unperturbed.
The disparity between them was evident. Yet, it was clear that the Void Demon Emperor had no intention of sparing Mo Xian.
He glanced at Mo Xian,
and then his figure vanished into thin air, reappearing directly above Mo Xian. Without uttering a single word, he brought his foot crashing down with tremendous force,
moving with unparalleled speed.
Mo Xian scarcely had time to react before the blow struck him squarely on the head.
With a thunderous boom, Mo Xian's skull was instantly concaved,
and his body was propelled like a cannonball towards a distant star. The impact was catastrophic. Upon collision with the star, it erupted in a spectacular explosion, revealing the sheer terror of the Void Demon Emperor's might, which had grown significantly stronger than a century prior.
Witnessing this spectacle, the emperors present regarded the Void Demon Emperor with palpable trepidation.
If you dare speak recklessly again, I shall end you. The Void Demon Emperor coldly glared in Mo Xian's direction before vanishing and reappearing before Sumo. Looking at Sumo, he declared, "Do not heed Mo Xian's nonsense. I assure you, my relationship with your mother is entirely innocent."
Sumo offered no response beyond a calm nod. At that moment,
Mo Xian returned to the vicinity of the Earth Demon clan, casting a wary glance at the Void Demon Emperor, then falling silent.
In the distance, Gu Yuan appeared to have an epiphany, offering a chilling smile towards Sumo before proclaiming loudly,
"I shall put forth 10 pieces of imperial weaponry as a bounty for Sumo's head. Whoever can slay him in the outer battlefield shall receive 10 imperial weapons as reward."
10 pieces of imperial weaponry.
Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words,
the esteemed individuals present could not help but have their eyes gleam with excitement. Their gazes towards Sumo grew fervent. The prospect of a single imperial weapon could incite countless individuals to strive fervently, how much more so for 10? Now, merely slaying Sumo would grant them access to 10 imperial artifacts. Under such tantalizing conditions, could Sumo still be regarded as the same? No. Those were 10 imperial weapons. In this moment, many began to place Sumo on their lists of targets to be eliminated.
All in the hope of acquiring those 10 imperial treasures. Disregarding the fervent stares surrounding him, Sumo cast a glance at Guyuan. His eyes brimming with derision. To offer a bounty for my head comprising 10 imperial weapons is indeed a grand gesture. It seems you fear my ascension. Having previously allowed you to escape, this time, your demise is inevitable. Guyuan smirked ominously and then addressed the assembly of imperial lords present. Since everyone has gathered, let us permit them to enter the battlefield beyond the realm. The imperial lords of various races and the demonic clan all nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they commanded the prodigies of their respective clans to enter the battlefield beyond the realm. Chapter 34. The demon soldiers break through 100,000 and ascend to the Saint Realm. As the prodigies from various factions entered the outer battlefield, an enormous luminescent barrier materialized instantaneously, enveloping the entire expanse of the outer battlefield. This barrier was a formation jointly conjured by the most formidable beings from all sides, serving a singular purpose: to obstruct all forms of scrutiny. Once activated, even the mightiest of Empyreans could not penetrate this barrier to discern the happenings within the outer battlefield. The rationale behind establishing this formation was to prevent any Empyrean from witnessing the peril faced by their clan's prodigies and feeling compelled to intervene. Such an act could escalate the battlefield from an initial contest among prodigies to a cataclysmic clash among Empyreans. The devastation wrought by such a confrontation would be immense. If too many Empyreans participated, it could even alter the very fabric of the world. This was a scenario many wished to avoid, hence the creation of this isolating formation. Upon entering the outer battlefield, Sumo led hundreds of thousands of demon clan prodigies, marching resolutely toward a colossal city known as Lingxiao City. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, a flicker of confusion crossed Sumo's eyes. To his astonishment, he discerned that there were still inhabitants from the native world within this city. It was well known that previously, any world selected for the outer battlefield had its denizens relocated by the primordial ancient realm to other worlds. The fact that these individuals had not been displaced raised his suspicions. However, it soon became clear to him. The responsibility for relocating the inhabitants of worlds chosen for the outer battlefield had once rested with the Su clan. Now that the Su clan had perished, there was no one left to oversee the relocation of those chosen from the outer battlefield. This was to be expected, as relocating individuals from a world selected for the outer battlefield was an arduous task with little reward. The primordial ancient realm's failure to transport them indicated that they had been forsaken. Casting a discerning eye over the residents of Lingxiao City, Sumo raised his hand and issued a decisive command: eliminate them all, leave not a single soul. These inhabitants had already been abandoned by the primordial ancient realm. Even if he refrained from taking action against them, their fate was sealed: either to become fodder for myriad races, to be refined by other demonic entities, or to perish in the ultimate confrontation among the prodigies. Since death awaited them regardless, it was preferable that he benefit rather than allow others to do so. For both the myriad races and the demon clan, the human race represented a resource for cultivation. They could devour them directly or utilize methods to absorb the spiritual energy within them to enhance their own powers. To Sumo, humans were equally a resource for cultivation. By slaying them or dispatching his demon soldiers to do so, he could convert their essence into demon soldier summoning cards to bolster his own strength. Upon hearing Sumo's decree, the gathered prodigies of the demon clan were filled with exhilaration and promptly obeyed, armed with weapons as they surged forth to slay all living beings within Lingxiao City. With a mere thought, Sumo utilized the demon soldier summoning cards to summon forth his legion of demon soldiers, and without further ado, commanded them to invade Lingxiao City. In but a fleeting moment, a cacophony of heart-wrenching screams erupted within the confines of Lingxiao City. The sounds of battle and curses echoed incessantly. Before long, the city was awash with countless casualties, strewn with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed freely. The once vibrant and bustling Lingxiao City had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a hellish realm. A dense aura of malevolence and bloodlust filled the air, sending chills down one's spine.
Witnessing this scene, Sumo remained composed. His gaze as frigid as ice. Do not blame me, if blame is to be laid, let it fall upon the primordial ancient realm. For it is they who have forsaken you. You have perished because of the primordial ancient realm. In a hushed murmur, Sumo's figure flickered. Arriving at the treasury of the city lord's residence. Gazing upon the mountainous piles of cultivation resources within the vault, he hesitated not for an instant. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he collected them all into the spatial realm of his system. Time passed, though its measure was indeterminate. Until the long-awaited voice of the system resonated in Sumo's mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host possesses a quantity of demonic weapons surpassing 100,000. The host is rewarded with a vast accumulation of cultivation prowess. As the system's announcement concluded, Sumo's aura began to surge at an astonishing pace. His cultivation level ascended rapidly, from the 6th stage of the Supreme Realm to the 7th, then the 8th, and finally the 9th stage. In mere breaths, he had transcended from the 6th to the 9th stage of the Supreme Realm. Yet, this was not the end. His cultivation continued to climb, albeit at a slower rate. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap reverberated through the skies. Sumo looked up to witness dark clouds of calamity gathering ominously above. Chapter 35, The Tribulation, a Shock to All. The tribulation clouds, as dark as ink, swiftly converged from all directions, soon enveloping the skies above Lingxiao City and plunging the entire city into a fleeting darkness devoid of light. Golden bolts of lightning, resembling dragons of thunder, writhed within the stormy clouds, unleashing resounding roars that captivated the attention of countless members of the celestial demon clan. As the ominous clouds began to coalesce, it became apparent that someone was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Who could it be? Was it the formidable Han Nieshing or the ruthless Shue? Among the many prodigies of our celestial demon clan who have entered the outer battlefield, only these two could achieve such a swift ascendancy to the Saint Realm, for they are indeed the unrivaled paragons of our clan. As they gazed at the gathering tribulation clouds above, countless members of the celestial demon clan speculated whether the one breaking through was Shue or Han Nieshing. A young man, drenched in blood and exuding an intense aura of malevolence, raised his gaze to the heavens, remaining silent for a considerable time. A bitter smile gradually appeared on his face as he murmured, Han Nieshing, I never expected you to break through ahead of me this time. He was none other than Shue, one of the two unparalleled prodigies of the celestial demon clan. In his eyes, the one drawing the tribulation was indeed Han Nieshing, a name that resonated as powerfully as his own. To think Shue would surpass me in breaking through is truly unexpected. A young man clad in resplendent black robes, exuding an extraordinary presence, also observed the gathering clouds with an expression of surprise. This was indeed Han Nieshing, who shared Shue's thoughts, believing that the one attracting the tribulation was Shue himself. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, a golden bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended like a golden thunder dragon, carrying an overwhelming might. The ferocity of the lightning was unparalleled, and its mere presence caused numerous prodigies of the celestial demon clan to turn pale. Without hesitation, they swiftly retreated to a safe distance, away from the impending storm. As the distance between them widened, all eyes were drawn to the direction in which the lightning was descending, eager to unveil the identity of the one breaking through to the Saint Realm. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a figure suddenly soared into the sky, heading straight for the lightning. Was it Shue or Han Nieshing who had broken through? With this spectacle, all eyes fell upon the figure ascending towards the storm. Sumo. The one breaking through to the Saint Realm was Sumo. How could this be? Sumo was merely at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. How could he possibly attract the tribulation? As they recognized the figure racing toward the thunder, shock gripped every prodigy of the celestial demon clan, including Shue and Han Nieshing, leaving them utterly stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Sumo's ability to vanquish hundreds of formidable Supreme 9th level warriors with a single strike is undeniably impressive. Yet, one must ponder, what level was Sumo at? Nearly 3 days ago, he was just at the 1st level of the Supreme Realm. Now, after just 3 days, he has ascended to the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. Upon entering the battlefield beyond the domain, he has directly transcended to the Saint level? What does this signify? It is nothing short of miraculous.
It is well known that many spend their entire lives in the Supreme Realm without ever breaking through to the Saint level.
Astonishingly.
In your case, you have progressed from the first level of the Supreme Realm to the 6th level in 3 days, and shortly after entering the battlefield beyond the domain, you have surged to the Saint level, attracting a thunder tribulation.
This is simply outrageous. Countless onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief.
Had it not been for the palpable aura emanating from Sumo that surpassed the Supreme Realm, they would surely think they were dreaming.
It was utterly absurd. Just as the crowd was reeling from this revelation, a bolt of thunder struck Sumo with tremendous force. Boom!
The thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens and the earth, and the blinding lightning illuminated everything around.
The previously dark Lingxiao city, shrouded in tribulation clouds, was suddenly as bright as day due to the dazzling lightning. The violent shockwaves from the collision surged forth like tidal waves, obliterating everything in their path. Countless buildings were instantly reduced to rubble, sending plumes of dust into the air.
Fortunately, the young prodigies of the Tianma clan reacted swiftly, fleeing to the distance as soon as the thunder tribulation appeared, choosing to distance themselves from the impending storm.
Otherwise, the mere clash between the thunder tribulation and Sumo could have resulted in injuries for many. Was this thunder tribulation not overwhelmingly excessive?
As they felt the terrifying might unleashed by the thunder tribulation, numerous young prodigies of the Tianma clan were left stunned, their scalps tingling. Many had witnessed the thunder tribulation summoned when breaking through from the Supreme Realm to the Saint level, some even up close. Yet, they had never seen a thunder tribulation as fierce as the one summoned by Sumo upon ascending to the Saint level. Amidst their astonishment, all eyes inevitably turned toward Sumo. Curiosity flickered in their gaze.
Could Sumo withstand such a powerful thunder tribulation?
As the crowd watched intently, the radiant lightning gradually dissipated, revealing Sumo, who had been enveloped in the lightning.
Gasp!
The moment they beheld Sumo, they collectively inhaled sharply.
What did they see?
They saw that Sumo emerged completely unscathed. Furthermore, not a single mark remained from the ferocious thunder tribulation on his form. This undoubtedly attested to Sumo's formidable strength. Before they could fully appreciate Sumo's prowess, the thunder tribulation above had reformed once more.
Boom! A golden bolt of lightning, twice as thick as the previous one, surged forth like a golden thunder dragon, hurtling toward Sumo with unrelenting ferocity.
The aura it emitted was exponentially more potent than before, its force magnified several times over, reaching a terrifying zenith. Yet, in the face of such an overwhelmingly formidable thunder tribulation, Sumo remained remarkably composed, his expression unwavering.
Momentarily, the thunder struck Sumo with tremendous force once more,
accompanied by a deafening explosion and the terrifying shockwaves that radiated in all directions. Onlookers gaped in astonishment, fixated on Sumo's position.
After a prolonged moment, as the lightning dissipated, Sumo's figure was revealed, unscathed, with not a single hair out of place.
This astonishing sight prompted a collective gasp from those present. They had witnessed tribulation before, yet none had encountered someone as serene and self-assured as Sumo in the face of such adversity.
After all,
the ranks of those who falter during the tribulation were numerous, and the fate of the vanquished was often one of utter annihilation. This reality compelled everyone to prepare meticulously before facing the tribulation.
However, even with thorough preparations, trepidation and anxiety were inescapable, for the aftermath of failure was simply too grim.
As the crowd remained in stunned silence, the thunder tribulation above coalesced once again, manifesting as a golden lightning dragon that descended once more.
To their astonishment, this new tribulation was evidently 100 times more powerful than the last.
Moreover, this time, it was not a single bolt, but a staggering 7 strikes. Chapter 36, Absorbing the Thunder Tribulation. A single thunder tribulation instills within me a profound sense of helplessness in the face of death.
Now, with 7 thunder tribulations descending simultaneously, can Sumo withstand them? I find it hard to believe. Although Sumo is formidable,
the sheer force unleashed by 7 simultaneous tribulations approaches that of an attack from a Saint King. Sumo has merely just broken through to the Saint realm.
How can he possibly endure this? It is a tragic twist of fate. Sumo, gifted beyond measure, might meet his end beneath the very tribulations he summoned. How lamentable!
As I gaze upon the 7 thunder tribulations hurtling towards Sumo, many cannot help but shake their heads in sorrow, convinced he will succumb to their wrath.
The might of Sumo is evident to all present.
Yet, the terrifying nature of the tribulations he has invoked leaves them incredulous regarding his chances of survival.
Amidst the collective sighs, Sumo, observing the rapidly descending 7 tribulations, furrows his brow.
The power of these tribulations is alarmingly formidable, each one exceeds the previous ones. And the simultaneous descent of all 7 instills a sense of peril within him. However, his furrowed brow soon relaxes, and a subtle smile graces his lips. Each individual encounters varying strengths of tribulations upon breaking through to the Saint Realm. Those with a solid foundation, exceptional cultivation talent, or unique physiques summon more potent tribulations. Surviving these tribulations ultimately enhances their strength. Conversely, a weaker tribulation signifies a less stable foundation and lower potential. Thus, the more terrifying the tribulations he faces, the more it attests to his robust foundation and remarkable cultivation talent. Once he overcomes them, the power he will wield will be formidable, a cause for celebration indeed.
Look! Sumo was smiling.
A voice rang out, drawing the attention of all. Upon witnessing this, they were rendered utterly speechless.
Indeed, they were not mistaken. Sumo was genuinely smiling. How could he maintain such composure in the face of such terrifying thunder tribulations? Had he been rendered foolish by fear? As they regained their senses, the expressions on their faces morphed into a blend of bewilderment and curiosity.
They could not fathom why Sumo, confronted with such daunting tribulations,
appeared unafraid and even amused.
In the midst of their confusion, Sumo had already made his move. With a swift motion, he summoned the demon abyss sword into his grasp, and his entire demeanor transformed instantaneously. An endless storm of sword blades surrounded him, and a murderous intent surged skyward, casting him as a divine sword master of slaughter.
With a mere gesture, Sumo unleashed a flurry of sword strikes.
Each slash was terrifyingly powerful, capable of effortlessly dispatching several, if not dozens, of peak Supreme Realm experts. However, despite the formidable nature of these strikes, they merely slowed the descent of the 7 thunder tribulations slightly,
diminishing their terrifying aura just a fraction before being utterly annihilated in the air.
Such fearsome strikes were so easily extinguished, it seems that today,
Sumo may indeed be unable to escape his fate.
Witnessing this scene, the members of the celestial demon clan could not help but shake their heads,
convinced that Sumo would struggle to survive the thunder tribulation.
In contrast to the skepticism surrounding the celestial beings of the demon clan, Sumo exhibited an admirable calmness. The few swords he had struck were undeniably formidable, however, he did not believe that such strikes could withstand the impending tribulation.
Moreover,
his intent in wielding those swords was not to block the thunderous onslaught but to diminish its power. Upon reflection, it was evident that the tribulation had indeed been weakened, and his objective had been achieved. With a deft twist of his wrist, Sumo sheathed the abyssal sword, and with a mere thought, a surge of dark, inky energy erupted from him, rich and pure as if it were liquid ink. In an instant, a vast sea of demonic energy formed behind him. The dark energy swiftly coalesced, giving rise to lifelike black dragons, countless in number, estimated to be no fewer than 10,000.
Go! A low murmur escaped Sumo's lips.
The next moment, tens of thousands of black dragons unleashed a deafening roar, charging towards the 7 bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens with unparalleled ferocity. The thunderous clash of these countless dragons against the 7 tribulation strikes resonated through the cosmos, producing a cacophony of terrifying collisions. The sheer force of their impact birthed violent energy storms that swept across the land, warping the very fabric of reality and laying waste to countless structures within Lingxiao City. When the thunderous explosion subsided, it was no surprise that the multitude of black dragons had been obliterated, yet the 7 bolts of lightning continued their descent towards Sumo. Albeit at a significantly reduced speed, their oppressive aura now noticeably diminished. Come, Sumo gazed upward at the descending bolts with tranquility, arcane golden symbols materializing around him,
intricate and profound in their design.
In the next instant, the 7 bolts of lightning struck him with tremendous force. A blinding radiance illuminated the darkened world,
transforming it into a realm akin to midday.
The violent energy storm surged forth, reducing the grand Lingxiao city to a mere expanse of ruins, kicking up vast clouds of dust. Even though the celestial elites of the demon clan had retreated to a safe distance, the ferocity of the energy storm was insurmountable.
Their safety was not guaranteed.
Those among them with greater strength could just barely withstand the tempest, while the weaker ones suffered grievously, being hurled away for thousands of meters.
Blood spewing from their mouths.
My cultivation at the first level of the Supreme Realm has left me gravely injured merely from the residual waves of the tribulation.
This tribulation is too terrifying, Sumo is undoubtedly doomed.
Exclaimed a youth, coughing blood and struggling to maintain his composure.
Was he truly to perish?
Yet. I have not even had the chance to confess my feelings to him. A sense of regret flickered in the eyes of the celestial maidens of the demon clan, wishing fervently that they had expressed their affections for Sumo earlier. As these thoughts cascaded through their minds, every gaze remained fixated on the spot where Sumo had stood moments before. Though they had resigned themselves to the belief that Sumo was destined to die, an insatiable curiosity compelled them to witness the outcome with their own eyes. It was as if, having already scratched off the words "thank you" from a lottery ticket, one was aware of the outcome yet still yearned to witness the entirety of the event. Soon, as the flashes of lightning gradually faded, the expressions on the faces of the spectators transformed involuntarily. Some could not suppress their gasps of astonishment.
How could Sumo still be alive? How was this even possible? Those 7 bolts of tribulation were so terrifying, how could he have survived? Look, he is actually absorbing the lightning tribulation. Is he not extraordinary?
As the lightning dimmed completely, all present were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The anticipated scene of Sumo's demise did not materialize, instead. He was absorbing the lightning tribulation, a revelation that struck them with an unimaginable force. Chapter 37, the 6th level of the Saint Realm. The slaughter begins. As time gradually passed, the flashes of lightning slowly faded, and all the tribulations were absorbed by Sumo into his body. Feeling the immense power surging within him, akin to a vast ocean, Sumo could not help but exclaim in wonder. The swallowing heaven demon art truly lived up to its reputation as an extraordinary imperial level technique, capable of devouring even the tribulations of heaven. Although the swallowing heaven demon art is of an imperial level, it allows one to refine the essence of heaven and earth and nourish oneself to enhance cultivation after reaching profound mastery. The ability to consume tribulations for self-enhancement was indeed a pleasant surprise. He had merely been experimenting, never expecting it to actually work. With his palm outstretched, Sumo focused his thoughts, and a sphere of terrifying lightning materialized in his hand. Gazing at the lightning, joy sparkled in his eyes. Absorbing the thunderbolts not only solidified his newly achieved realm but also birthed a trace of lightning power within him and unexpected delight. The more lightning I absorb, the greater the lightning power I shall command. With this thought, Sumo looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with anticipation for the next wave of tribulations. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed as the ominous clouds above began to dissipate in all directions. This sight elicited a sigh from Sumo. What a pity! He had hoped to absorb more tribulations to further his cultivation, but it seemed he would not have that opportunity in the near future. The elite members of the demon clan, who had just recovered from the shock brought on by Sumo, were taken aback by his sigh. They were left speechless. Had he truly lamented after overcoming the tribulations? What was there to regret? Was he bemoaning the fact that he had not been struck down by the lightning? As the ominous clouds fully dispersed, a celestial phenomenon descended upon the world. Countless majestic figures emerged, bowing and worshipping in the direction of Sumo. Tens of thousands of silhouettes filled the sky. Though they were mere phantoms, they emanated an imperceptible imperial might. The scene of tens of thousands of imperial-level figures bowing to Sumo was breathtaking, instantly captivating the eyes of all present from the demon clan. However, the overwhelming shock Sumo had delivered was so profound that they had grown numb to the spectacle. Thus, they quickly regained their composure. After a considerable time, the celestial phenomenon faded. Suddenly, a resplendent purple radiance spanning 30,000 miles surged from the void and directly entered Sumo's body. This purple light transformed all the spiritual energy within Sumo into sacred energy, causing his cultivation realm to rapidly ascend alongside the influx of the purple radiance. Saint Realm Level 1. Saint Realm Level 2. Saint Realm Level 3. Saint Realm Level 4. Saint Realm Level 5. Saint Realm Level 6. It was only upon reaching the 6th level of the Saint Realm that Sumo's rapidly increasing cultivation finally stabilized. Feeling the explosive surge of power within him,
He could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Upon entering the outer battlefield, his cultivation level ascended to the 6th rank of the Saint Realm. What does this signify? It signifies that he shall become invincible across the entire outer battlefield. He could sweep across the world, and none would stand as his adversary. The carnage is about to commence. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Sumo's eyes. Casting his gaze upon all the proud warriors of the celestial demon clan below, he calmly inquired, "In 10 days, can you confidently conquer the entire outer battlefield?" "Yes." In response to Sumo's words, all the elite warriors of the celestial demon clan erupted in a frenzy of excitement. The beings entering the outer battlefield possessed cultivation levels below the Saint Realm. Yet Sumo had just breached into the Saint Realm and, after enduring the tribulation, had elevated his prowess to the 6th rank of the Saint Realm. Coupled with Sumo's extraordinary combat strength, there was no one in the outer battlefield who had reached the Saint Realm. Even if there were formidable saints, or even a Saint King, upon encountering Sumo, they would find themselves facing only a path to demise. In 10 days, with Sumo's strength and the sheer number of the celestial demon clan's elites, conquering the entire outer battlefield was entirely feasible. Given their confidence, why linger any longer? Glancing at the assembled celestial demon clan warriors, Sumo coldly remarked, "Go unleash your true nature and indulge in slaughter." Upon hearing Sumo's words, all the celestial demon clan elites trembled with exhilaration. After the Void Demon Emperor had permitted them to enter the outer battlefield, they were to unconditionally obey Sumo. Initially, they worried that Sumo might show mercy and impose constraints upon them, preventing excessive bloodshed. However, it was now clear that they had overthought the matter. Sumo was evidently more demonic than they themselves. With a resounding affirmation, they no longer hesitated and immediately dispersed, heading towards the distant city. Observing the hundreds of thousands of celestial demon clan warriors fleeing from all directions, Sumo perceived them as malevolent spirits escaping from hell, destined to bring ruin to the world. "Having watched me for so long, now you wish to depart?" Suddenly, Sumo fixed his gaze in a particular direction. His calm voice penetrating the air, resonating clearly in the ears of several peculiar-looking individuals hundreds of thousands of meters away, causing their expressions to change dramatically. These individuals had been observing him from a distance since he began his tribulation, and now, as they attempted to flee, he would not allow it. "Not good. We've been discovered, flee!" shouted a youth with 2 horns, whose appearance was rather innocuous, as he turned to escape. Unfortunately, before they could make their getaway, an overwhelming sacred might descended from above, akin to a colossal mountain, brutally pressing down upon them, forcing them to kneel upon the ground. They attempted to rise, but under such immense sacred pressure, they found themselves incapable of even the slightest movement, let alone standing. "To flee, have you consulted me?" A light-hearted laugh resonated, and a figure descended from the heavens. Clad in black, he was extraordinarily handsome, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. It was none other than Sumo. His charm slightly eclipsed by that of the esteemed reader. With a sweeping gaze, he beheld several figures before him, each enveloped in a malevolent aura. Some bore twin horns, while others possessed elongated tails. At once, Sumo recognized their identities, members of the myriad races. The demon clan, diverse in its forms, is collectively referred to as the myriad races across the heavens and worlds. The individuals remained silent, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Upon entering the battlefield beyond the realm, unless they were of the same lineage, all others were deemed adversaries. Given Sumo's formidable strength, annihilating them would be akin to crushing an ant. They could not fathom that he would spare them, thus their fear was palpable. "Lead me to where your kin reside, and I may spare your lives," Sumo suddenly declared, casting a glance at the group. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the myriad races. Yet none dared to speak. Sumo had already attained the 6th level of the Saint Realm. Should they lead him to their kin, the fate awaiting their people was all too clear. Thus, while they yearned for survival, they could not bear the thought of becoming traitors to their own kind. "Do you all refuse?" Sumo chuckled lightly, stepping before one of them and pointing a finger at their forehead. With a soft pop, a resplendent bloom of blood erupted from the victim's brow. Their body swayed twice before collapsing lifelessly to the ground.
Witnessing the effortless demise of their companion struck terror into the hearts of the remaining individuals, their trembling intensified. Some were so overwhelmed that an unpleasant odor began to rise from beneath them, an involuntary display of fear.
Sumo paid no heed to their terror. After easily dispatching one, he approached another and pointed once more. With a pop, another blood flower blossomed, claiming yet another vibrant life, transforming it into one of the many summoning cards in his arsenal. In mere moments, 3 had fallen before him, leaving only 4 alive. As he raised his hand, poised to select the next unfortunate soul to meet their end, one among them, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, cried out in a voice laced with desperation. "Please don't kill me. I will take you to my kin. Why not say so earlier?" Sumo chuckled, and with a swift gesture, 3 streaks of sword energy shot forth. Pop! 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 3 brilliant blood blooms erupted, leaving only the one who had spoken alive among them. Chapter 38, The Countless Demonic Soldiers. "I have already promised to take you to find my kin, why then do you still lay hands upon them?" The bull-headed man, the sole survivor among his 3 fallen companions, was on the verge of despair. He had never anticipated that despite his assurances to guide Sumo to his family, Sumo would still resort to violence against his comrades. Casting a glance at the bull-headed man, Sumo, disinterested in responding to his queries, coldly stated, "My patience is limited. Take me to your kin at once, or I shall not hesitate to send you to reunite with your companions." At these words, the bull-headed man trembled and quickly replied, "Follow me." Sumo nodded in acknowledgement. Without further hesitation, the bull-headed man led the way, though his pace was agonizingly slow. Whether due to overwhelming fear or some other reason, this provoked Sumo's temper. Grasping the bull-headed man's horn, he tore through the fabric of space in the indicated direction. In the extraterritorial battlefield, Tianmu continent, in the southern city of Wudong. Within a resplendent hall of deliberation, the atmosphere was thick with tension, filled with beings of various peculiar forms. Each emanated an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, revealing themselves as the strongest from several minor clans among the myriad races: the Bull clan, the Koan clan, the Cock clan, the Elephant clan. At the head of the assembly, a young man with a long elephant trunk inquired coldly, "Has there been no word from the Great Bull regarding the intel?" He was Xiang Chen, the leader of the Elephant clan, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the Supreme Realm. In response to Xiang Chen's inquiry, a young man adorned with rhino horns stood up and replied, "Great Bull and the others have yet to return." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's expression darkened. Previously, the gathering of storm clouds had enveloped the area for tens of thousands of miles, and he had immediately realized that someone had broken through to the Saint Realm, attracting a thunderstorm. After slaughtering the original inhabitants of Wudong City, he had dispatched individuals to investigate, eager to ascertain the identity of this breakthrough individual. If the one who ascended to the Saint Realm belonged to the myriad races, he would breathe a sigh of relief. Despite the vast diversity among the myriad races and the enmity that often existed between them, they typically acted independently in the extraterritorial battlefield, rarely uniting in action. However, as members of the myriad races, they shared a common enemy, thus, they would momentarily set aside their grievances to stand united against external threats. Consequently, if another from the myriad races had made a breakthrough, he need not worry for his safety. Yet, if the individual who ascended to the Saint Realm hailed from the primordial ancient realm or the demon clan, he would need to lead the talented individuals of the myriad races away from this location. In the extraterritorial battlefield, anyone outside one's own race was an enemy. Should they encounter each other, it would be a matter of either their death or his own. The thunderstorm attracted by the other's breakthrough could be perceived from his position, indicating their proximity. Should they cross paths, it would spell certain doom for him and his kin. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries and explosions erupted from outside, causing the expressions of all those within the grand hall to shift dramatically. Before they could venture out to ascertain the situation, a blood-soaked and panicked young prodigy of the Elephant clan burst into the hall. "It's dire. Supreme Elephant Chen. Sumo has come with the forces of the Demon clan. You must flee." "What? Sumo has come with the Demon clan?" Upon hearing the words of the Elephant prodigy, Supreme Elephant Chen was taken aback, quickly inquiring, how many have arrived? Have Han Miashang and Xue Tu come?
Han Miashang and Xue Tu did not come, only Sumo has brought a contingent of demons. The young prodigy spoke hastily, then hesitated slightly before adding, however.
Sumo has brought quite a number, at least tens of thousands. Yet, they don't seem to be from the heavenly demon clan.
Although they are clad in uniform black armor and wear black masks, their cultivation levels are quite varied. The weakest among them are merely at the body refinement stage, with only a handful being truly formidable. Upon hearing this, Supreme Elephant Chen was momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he uncertainly asked,
"You mean to say that neither Han Niashang nor Xue Tu has arrived, and the demons present are not prodigies of the heavenly demon clan?" "Indeed,"
the young prodigy affirmed with a nod. With this confirmation, the tension in Supreme Elephant Chen's heart dissipated almost instantly, and the astonishment on his face transformed into a smile.
If Han Niashang and Xue Tu are not here, and neither are the prodigies of the heavenly demon clan, then what is there to fear? There is absolutely nothing to worry about. Thanks to Gu Yuan's words, everyone's attention turned to Sumo.
He had taken note of Sumo as well. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, the aura emanating from Sumo revealed that he was only at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm.
To him,
having a 6th level Supreme Realm cultivator accompanied by a group of demons who were not from the heavenly demon clan was akin to inviting disaster. While the Elephant clan may not be the strongest among the myriad clans, they were certainly not weak. As long as the opposing forces did not include individuals from the 5 major demon clans, he possessed the strength to disregard them entirely.
Moreover,
one must not forget that there were not only prodigies from the Elephant clan present.
Prodigies from the Kuan clan, the Nyo clan, the Ji clan, and several other minor clans were also in attendance.
With the combined might of these minor clan prodigies, he was confident that they could easily overpower any demon clan,
barring the 5 major clans.
The thought of slaying Sumo and claiming 10 imperial weapons from Gu Yuan made him chuckle uncontrollably. He almost envisioned himself triumphantly defeating Sumo and receiving the imperial weapons.
Fool!
After his laughter subsided, Supreme Elephant Chen shot an irritated glare at the young prodigy who had spoken earlier.
He then waved his sleeve dramatically and declared, "Follow me. We shall slay Sumo."
With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit of the Grand Hall, followed closely by the leaders of the other minor clans.
Witnessing this scene,
the young prodigy of the Elephant clan was struck with alarm, hastily warning, "Supreme Elephant Chen, Sumo is quite powerful."
Smack! Before he could finish his warning, Supreme Elephant Chen delivered a swift slap across his face. He then indignantly cursed, "Useless.
That Sumo is merely at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm.
How strong can he possibly be?"
After speaking, he strode away without a backward glance. However, Sumo's cultivation was not at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, but rather at the 6th level of the Holy Realm. One of the proud members of the Elephant clan spoke with a hint of bitterness.
Unfortunately,
Xiang Chen and the strongest of the smaller clans had already exited the council hall at that moment, failing to hear his words.
Upon leaving the hall, Xiang Chen gazed into the distance.
This glance instantly transformed his expression, revealing a profound array of emotions: shock, confusion, and bewilderment.
What did he witness? He beheld countless figures clad in black armor, donning black masks, wielding dark demonic blades, and emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence.
They were engaged in fierce combat with the elites of the Elephant clan, the Chicken clan, the Koan clan, the Ox clan, and several other smaller clans. As earlier mentioned by the proud member of the Elephant clan, the strength of these demonic beings varied greatly, ranging from the formidable to the feeble. Yet their numbers were staggering, far exceeding mere tens of thousands, reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, these demonic soldiers continued to emerge ceaselessly from the void, their quantities seemingly inexhaustible. What left him most astounded was Sumo, who hovered high in the air. With each casual strike, he claimed the lives of numerous elites. A spectacle both terrifying and unfathomable. The aura he radiated was certainly not that of the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, but rather the 6th level of the Holy Realm. At that moment, Xiang Chen was utterly shattered. Had it truly only been 2.5 hours since entering the outer battlefield? Who could enlighten him on the nature of Sumo's cultivation? Why had his realm surged by an entire level upon entering this battlefield? Upon hearing this, The strongest among the smaller clans fell silent. Their expressions mirrored Xiang Chen's, equally filled with incredulity.
In that moment,
they too grappled with the inexplicable nature of Sumo's sudden and extraordinary ascension in cultivation shortly after entering the outer battlefield.
It was simply outrageous. Chapter 39, 1,000,000 Demon Soldiers, 1,000 Illusory Divine Eyes. After a considerable pause, Xiangchen finally accepted the reality that Sumo was a formidable figure at the 6th level of the Sage Realm. Although he could not fathom how Sumo had ascended from the 6th level of the Supreme Realm to the 6th level of the Sage Realm in such a brief span, now was evidently not the time for curiosity. He exhaled a deep breath, calming his tumultuous heart, and without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped to a distance of 10,000 meters, his speed astonishingly unparalleled. Sumo's prowess,
being at the 6th level of the Sage Realm, was such that he could easily annihilate not only the prodigies of their small clans but could also sweep through the entire foreign battlefield with ease.
To linger any longer would be an act of sheer folly. Upon witnessing Xiang Chen's sudden and silent retreat, the strongest among the small clan members were momentarily taken aback.
Regaining their composure, they could not restrain their vitriol, hurling various curses at Xiang Chen's family.
Yet, even as their mouths moved, their bodies were not idle. They swiftly took flight in the opposite direction. Sumo's strength had far exceeded their expectations, robbing them of any courage to confront him, compelling them to flee instead. Regrettably,
before they could distance themselves significantly, several streaks of ominous swordlight, imbued with a terrifying intent to kill, descended upon them. The swordlight tore through space, unleashing an overwhelming might at a speed far beyond what Xiang Chen and his companions could contend with. In mere moments, the swordlight struck Xiang Chen and the others.
With a series of sickening sounds, blood erupted, resembling vibrant flowers of crimson blooming in the air.
The fleeing figures of Xiang Chen and his companions suddenly froze in midair. And then, they were gruesomely bisected, plummeting to the ground.
Remarkably, they did not emit a single cry of agony, a testament to the tranquility with which they met their demise.
As Xiang Chen and the others perished, Sumo's spatial system instantly yielded several summoning cards capable of calling forth demon soldiers comparable to those at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumo employed these cards to summon the demon soldiers. Without further ado, he commanded these newly summoned warriors to join the fray below and commence the slaughter of the myriad celestial prodigies.
With each fallen prodigy,
a corresponding summoning card appeared in Sumo's spatial system, reflecting the level of power of the demon soldier that had struck them down. Each time a summoning card was acquired, Sumo would immediately utilize it to summon more demon soldiers to the battlefield.
As the balance shifted, the system's voice resounded, ding!
The number of demon soldiers possessed by the host has surpassed 1,000,000, the host is rewarded with the 1,000 illusory divine eyes.
As the system's announcement faded, Sumo's dark eyes transformed into brilliant golden orbs, with golden divine light radiating from the corners, bestowing upon him an extraordinary appearance. An influx of information regarding the 1,000 illusory divine eyes surged into Sumo's mind, allowing him to instantly comprehend its function and method of utilization. Having assimilated the knowledge about the 1,000 illusory divine eyes, Sumo's vision brightened, filled with newfound possibilities. The 1,000 illusion divine eyes are remarkably extraordinary. They possess the capacity for both offensive and healing techniques, and can create illusions to enslave others. Even more astonishing is their ability to perceive all things in the world, such as probing into others' cultivation levels, seeing through garments to reveal one's essence, reading thoughts, or glimpsing the celestial fortune, among other functions that are almost unimaginable. With a mere blink, Sumo's eyes returned to their original form, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration. The system indeed produces exceptional quality. The rewards bestowed by the system have been plentiful, yet until now, none have been subpar. His gaze fell upon the battlefield below, where the fierce battle was drawing to a close. Apart from a handful of supreme-level 9th-tier prodigies struggling to hold on, most of the numerous talented individuals had perished. Observing their arduous resistance, he decided to grant them passage to reunite with their kin. Casting a glance at the few remaining supreme-level 9th-tier prodigies, Sumo's eyes glimmered, transforming from black to golden in an instant. A brilliant flash of golden light erupted from his gaze, and 2 beams of golden energy shot forth, carrying an overwhelming power towards the struggling prodigies.
These beams of golden light were so fearsome that the remaining prodigies stood no chance of withstanding them.
Upon contact,
they were obliterated in an instant, leaving not even ash behind. Satisfied with the potency of the 1,000 illusion divine eyes, Suemo nodded instinctively.
He surveyed the mountain of corpses and the desolate ruins of Wudon City, confirming that no living beings remained.
His gaze then settled upon the Minotaur who had brought him here. Upon meeting Sumo's gaze, the Minotaur trembled uncontrollably, nearly frightened to the point of soiling himself.
Having allowed you to live this long, it is time for you to meet your end.
Sumo's calm and emotionless voice reached the Minotaur's ears, causing its face to turn pale and cold sweat to bead on its forehead. Suppressing its fear, the Minotaur managed to respond with a quivering voice, "My lord. You promised that if I brought you to my kin, you would spare my life. You cannot go back on your word. Did I truly make such a promise?" Suemo replied with a bemused smile. "My lord, you cannot jest about such matters." The Minotaur exclaimed, nearly in tears, "You did say it. If you doubt my words, I can swear an oath by the heavens." Having just witnessed the merciless slaughter of its kin at Sumo's hands, the Minotaur was genuinely terrified that it too would meet a similar fate. "Since you are so certain, I must have indeed made such a statement," Suemo mused, a smile gracing his face. "Since I promised to spare your life, I cannot be untrustworthy. You may go, flee as far as you can. Our next meeting will mark your demise." Upon hearing this, the Minotaur felt an immediate sense of relief wash over it. The fragile thread of life was finally preserved. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and transformed into a fleeting light, fleeing into the distance. Yet, before he could escape far, a figure suddenly materialized before him, obstructing his path and compelling him to halt. Upon discerning the identity of this figure, a flicker of confusion danced in the eyes of the Minotaur. It was none other than Suemo. At that moment, Suemo regarded the Minotaur with a light-hearted smile and spoke, "I didn't expect to see you again." The Minotaur was bewildered by these words, but soon his expression shifted to one of terror. For Sumo's once obsidian eyes had transformed into radiant gold. Moreover, he sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him. As the Minotaur's heart raced with dread, he could not help but inquire, "My lord, why do you go back on your word?" It was then that he grasped the implication behind Sumo's words. His intent was to kill him. "I have not gone back on my word. I stated that the day we meet again would herald your demise. I am merely honoring my promise," Suemo retorted with a gentle smile. With that, golden light erupted in his eyes, two beams of radiance containing a terrifying power capable of obliterating all existence shot forth, striking the Minotaur with tremendous force. The Minotaur, struck with profound horror, attempted to defend himself, but the golden light had already descended upon him. Unsurprisingly, beneath the onslaught of the two beams, the Minotaur was utterly annihilated in the air, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Chapter 40, Unrestrained Carnage. With the demise of the Minotaur, Suemo transformed all the demon soldiers into summoning cards, which he then stored in his system's personal space. Subsequently, he focused his thoughts and opened his personal system panel, eager to ascertain the number of summoning cards he possessed. As the panel materialized, an ethereal blue virtual display appeared before his eyes, invisible to others. Name, Suemo. Demon Soldiers, 1, 989, 681. Physique, Chaotic Divine Demon Body. 10,000 Dragon Divine Body, 1,000 Illusion Divine Eye. Techniques, Devouring Heaven Demon Art, Supreme Emperor Rank, Xian Yun Technique, High-Grade Emperor Rank. Previously cultivated technique, Martial Arts, Ninefold Waves, High-Grade Emperor Rank, One Sword Severing Heaven, High-Grade Emperor Rank, Shadow Instant, Supreme Emperor Rank. Weapons, Abyssal Sword, Extremely Path Emperor Weapon. 1,000 Change Mask, High-Grade Emperor Rank. Others, Slaughter Sword Intent. Cultivation, Saint Realm 6th Level. Having entered the outer battlefield with nearly 1,000,000 demon soldiers, Suemo pondered the potential number of demon soldiers he would amass should he exterminate all beings in the outer battlefield. Would it be 1 billion? 10 billion? 100 billion? Or perhaps 1,000 billion? A trillion? What rewards would the system bestow upon surpassing such limits? A transformation of physique or techniques? Or perhaps an elevation in cultivation? Contemplating these thoughts, a smile crept upon Sumo's lips as he began to anticipate the system's rewards.
After a moment,
he managed to quell his excitement and produced a pitch-black communication jade talisman, inscribed prominently with the character for Emperor. This talisman had been bestowed upon him by the Void Demon Emperor. When activated, it could either contact a specific prodigy within the Heavenly Demon Clan or reach out to all prodigies simultaneously. Upon activating the talisman to connect with all prodigies of the Heavenly Demon Clan, a cacophony of responses quickly emerged from the talisman.
"My lord, what are your commands?" "My lord, I am here."
"What orders do you have, Lord Su Shang?"
Listening to the overwhelming and chaotic chorus, Suemo furrowed his brow.
After a brief pause, he spoke. "Should you encounter an individual clad in black armor, wearing a black mask, wielding a black demon blade, and exuding an intense aura of malevolence, do not engage them, for they are under my command."
With that, Suemo swiftly stored the communication talisman, unable to endure the clamor any longer.
Once the talisman was secured, he focused his thoughts again and utilized all demon soldier summoning cards.
In an instant, nearly 2 million demon soldiers materialized in the air.
The demonic energy surged, and a menacing aura ascended, creating a truly terrifying spectacle.
In the next moment,
all the demon soldiers knelt on one knee, clasping their fists together, and in unison declared, "Master." Their voices resounded like thunder, reverberating through the air and shaking the heavens. Suemo nodded and then coldly proclaimed, "In this realm, all beings, except for those of the Heavenly Demon Clan, are to be annihilated."
After a brief pause, he added,
"If you encounter an adversary that proves too formidable, do not fight to the death, retreat if necessary."
"Understood?"
Although some of the demonic soldiers possess feeble strength and may prove ineffective on this battlefield beyond the realm, their demise seems inconsequential to him.
However, one must not forget that even the weakest of demonic soldiers hold value for him. They can be utilized to transcend the numerical limitations of demonic soldiers,
thus allowing him to reap the bountiful rewards from the system. Obeying the master's command, upon hearing Sumo's words, nearly 2 million demonic soldiers immediately responded in unison.
Satisfied, Suemo nodded and waved his hand, bidding them to unleash their carnage.
"Yes." The million demonic soldiers echoed in unison, before swiftly dispersing in all directions from this epicenter.
Akin to a droplet of ink sinking into a tranquil lake. As he calmly observed the vanishing figures of the demonic soldiers, Suemo hesitated,
contemplating where to seek the inhabitants of the primordial ancient realm when the sound of thunder resonated from afar, capturing his attention.
Looking up, he beheld dark storm clouds gathering in the high skies, miles away.
Within these ominous clouds, lightning twisted like dragons, producing a deafening roar of thunder. The appearance of the thunderous tribulation indicated that someone had ascended to the Saint Realm.
Sumo's eyes brightened at this realization, his heart fluttering with excitement.
By employing the devouring heaven demon art to absorb and refine the tribulation, he could not only enhance his cultivation but also acquire a fragment of thunderous power. Witnessing someone break through to the Saint Realm and invoke a thunder tribulation, he instinctively yearned to devour the tribulation.
Simultaneously,
he contemplated slaying the formidable individual who had attracted the tribulation, for in doing so, he could acquire his first saint-tier demonic soldier. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Suemo moved his feet, tearing through the fabric of space to swiftly approach the gathering storm of tribulation. In no time, he found himself hovering above the thunderous trial. Activating his 1,000 illusions divine eye, he peered through the storm to gaze below, and a smile crept onto his face. For he discerned that the individual who had just ascended to the Saint Realm was not one, but two. This meant he could potentially obtain 2 saint-tier demonic soldier summoning cards in one fell swoop. However, upon closer inspection, the joy on Sumo's face rapidly faded, replaced by a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. For the ones who had summoned the thunder tribulation were not prodigies of other factions, but rather the prodigies of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Initially, he had contemplated striking down these 2 newly ascended individuals to claim the summoning cards. But upon realizing they belonged to the demonic race, his aspirations dimmed. After all, the prodigies of the Heavenly Demon Clan were akin to kin, he could not slay them. Listening to the discussions emanating from below, Suemo gleaned the names of the 2 individuals who had just ascended to the Saint Realm. They were none other than the unparalleled twin prodigies of the Heavenly Demon Clan, Blood Butcher and Soul Extinguisher. Currently, they stood as the 2 most formidable prodigies within the Heavenly Demon Clan.
Regarding these matters, Suemo held little knowledge. Soon enough,
His gaze settled upon the very center of the storm clouds. In that place, countless slender bolts of lightning converged from all directions, ultimately coalescing into a singular,
fearsome thunderbolt, the very embodiment of tribulation.
After observing for a moment, as the tribulation gradually took shape, Sumo exhibited no hesitation. With a swift movement, he vanished from his original position, reappearing at the very center of the gathering storm clouds. Undeterred by the terrifying power encapsulated within the lightning, Sumo extended his hand and reached directly for the bolt. Upon grasping the thunder, a torrent of violent energy erupted, producing a cacophony of crackles within the palm of his hand. Simultaneously, a tingling sensation coursed throughout Sumo's entire being. The might of this lightning was exceptionally formidable. Even the energy it emitted could easily inflict severe injury or even slay a Supreme Realm expert. However, Sumo's current cultivation had transcended the Supreme Realm, having ascended to the 6th level of the Saint Realm. Even in the face of such an overwhelmingly terrifying tribulation, it posed no threat to him whatsoever.
"Refine it for me," Sumo murmured, activating the devouring demon technique.
Instantly, a terrifying force of attraction erupted from his palm, consuming the entirety of the tribulation's formidable power.
In a mere 2.5 breaths, the bolt of tribulation was completely devoured by Sumo. As he opened his palm, golden lightning flickered within. By swallowing the tribulation, I have gained greater control over the power of lightning. Recognizing this, a distinct joy illuminated Sumo's face. Following this,
he swiftly moved towards another bolt that was on the verge of taking shape. Since 2 individuals were breaking through to the Saint Realm, the locations of the resulting tribulations naturally varied.
Chapter 41, The Unrivaled Duet? A single drop of thunder tribulation. In a world where joy and sorrow intertwine, Sumo reveled in the enhancement of his powers through the absorption of the thunder tribulation. Meanwhile, Taichu, who stood below with an eager countenance,
was rendered utterly speechless at that very moment.
The excitement that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a look of despair akin to that of someone afflicted by severe constipation.
He and Han Niashang were hailed as the unrivaled prodigies of the heavenly demon clan. Their ages and strengths were comparable, and their combat prowess was not significantly different. They frequently engaged in sparring sessions, yet each encounter ended in a stalemate. It had always been their fervent desire to one day decisively subdue the other.
Now,
as he broke through to the sacred realm, he believed that he would finally gain the upper hand over Han Niashang.
However, to his astonishment,
Han Niashang merely lagged behind by 2.5 breaths before also achieving a breakthrough to the sacred realm. Although surprised, Taichu remained elated. For among the two, he was the first to ascend to the status of a sacred prodigy.
With this distinction,
he felt assured that he could still dominate Han Niashang. Lost in these thoughts, he was brimming with joy, ready to face the thunder tribulation.
Yet, to his dismay,
the thunder tribulation he had anticipated suddenly vanished into thin air.
It disappeared without a trace, leaving not even a single drop behind. No, that was not entirely accurate.
There remained a solitary drop. With a soft plop, a droplet of thunder, faintly flickering with electric light, fell from the heavens and landed upon Taichu's head,
producing a gentle sound before dissipating completely.
This single drop was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, leading Taichu to collapse in despair.
No!
Accompanied by a cry of indignation, Taichu tasted blood in his mouth, spewing forth a crimson spray, and then his body trembled. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding prodigies of the heavenly demon clan could not help but shake their heads in regret. The thunder tribulation summoned upon breaking through the sacred realm was indicative of the practitioner's foundational strength and cultivation aptitude. The more formidable the tribulation, the more solid the foundation. Conversely, a feeble tribulation indicated a lackluster foundation and poor cultivation aptitude. Now, as Taichu broke through the sacred realm, the mere drop of thunder he summoned spoke volumes about his shaky foundation and abysmal aptitude.
How could he possibly accept such a reality? He was, after all, one of the finest prodigies of the heavenly demon clan, among the most elite of his generation.
He had expected that the thunder tribulation he would attract, even if not as terrifying as Sumo's, would at least be substantial enough to reflect his prowess.
Yet the reality was stark, he had summoned but a single drop. How could he reconcile this? The fact that he had not succumbed to a fit of rage was a testament to his fortitude. Upon breaking through the sacred realm, there were 9 thunder tribulations in total. Although the first was weak, he should not succumb to despair. Perhaps the subsequent 8 would be fearsome. He ought to maintain composure and prepare to face the impending formidable tribulations. A voice cut through his despair, restoring a semblance of calm to Shui Tua's crumbling psyche. As he turned to look, he was taken aback to find that the speaker was none other than Han Miashang, his equal. Within the clan, you are the only one capable of being my rival. You must not succumb to despair simply because your first tribulation is but a solitary drop. If you do so, I shall be left without a worthy opponent. As I gazed into the eyes of Blood Butcher, Han Miashang offered a faint smile and remarked, "The heights are frigid and solitude accompanies invincibility." With that, Han Miashang shifted his gaze skyward. There, a thunderous dragon roared, echoing with resounding claps of thunder. And amidst the storm clouds, he discerned the impending formation of the tribulation. Though this trial was not as terrifying as the one summoned during Su Mo's ascension to the Sage Realm, it was nonetheless formidable and should not be underestimated. He must approach it with caution, otherwise, he too faced the peril of failure. It approaches. As the tribulation coalesced and prepared to descend, a solemn expression enveloped Han Miashang's countenance. However, after a few breaths, his expression began to shift, transforming into confusion and disbelief. A large question mark materialized in his mind. What did he behold? He observed the tribulation, which had solidified and was poised to strike, suddenly vanish without a trace. This scenario mirrored that which Blood Butcher had encountered previously, to a T. With a soft thud, a single drop of thunder fell upon Han Miashang's head, only to subsequently disappear entirely. He blinked in disbelief, casting a bewildered glance toward the distant talents of the Tianma clan, and stammered, "Is my first tribulation also merely a single drop?" The distant Tianma clan elites, though equally incredulous that their 2 unparalleled prodigies faced a tribulation of only 1 drop, could only nod earnestly in response to Han Miashang's inquiry. Indeed, with a bitter taste of affirmation, Han Miashang felt a surge of warmth in his mouth, followed by a spurt of blood, as if all his vitality had been siphoned away, leaving him slumped upon the ground. As one of the Tianma clan's exceptional prodigies, he found it intolerable to accept the reality of being a person with a weak foundation and poor cultivation aptitude. "You urged me not to despair, and I have heeded your advice and adjusted my mindset, yet you must not give in to despair either." A voice reached his ears, prompting Han Miashang to instinctively lift his gaze. He met the encouraging eyes of Blood Butcher. At that moment, Blood Butcher chuckled lightly and said, "1 tribulation signifies nothing. There are still 8 more to come. This initial drop may merely be the calm before the storm. The subsequent 8 tribulations will surely be unimaginably terrifying. You must muster your spirit. If you were to be struck down, I would then become the foremost prodigy of the Tianma clan. The heights are frigid, and invincibility is indeed a lonely path." With a flourish of his sleeve, Blood Butcher turned his back to Han Miashang, standing with hands clasped behind him, his head tilted at a 45-degree angle toward the tempestuous clouds above. His tranquil voice resonated, imbued with an air of grandeur. Upon hearing these words, Han Miashang, momentarily dazed, nodded thoughtfully. "I do not require your words to encourage me," he retorted with a soft huff, dispelling the despondency from his visage. Instantly, his entire demeanor transformed, radiating newfound vigor, becoming composed, confident, and proud. It seems he has once again transformed into one of the 2 extraordinary beings whom the celestial demon clan reveres with awe. Upon hearing this, the corner of Shui Tu's mouth involuntarily lifted into a slight smirk. He was aware that the soul-destroying figure who had persistently defied being subdued beneath him had returned. Unconsciously, the 2 cast their gazes toward one another. In their shared glance, a hint of mirth surfaced in both their eyes. Subsequently, with a collective cold snort, they averted their gazes and raised their heads to the heavens, awaiting the impending thunderous tribulation. These 2, both confidants and rivals, presented an intriguing dynamic. Amidst the stormy clouds, Suemo witnessed this scene and could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Simultaneously, 2 figures emerged in his mind: his father, towering and seemingly omnipotent in his eyes, and the Void Demon Emperor, who had provided him with considerable assistance. his father and the Void Demon Emperor, both adversaries and allies. Or a striking resemblance to the two individuals below. Chapter 42, the 8th level of the Sage Realm. A deafening thunderclap resonated through the heavens, jolting Suemo back to reality. His gaze turned towards the source of the sound, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. There, where the sound emanated, a bolt of tribulation lightning was coalescing, poised to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Suemo moved his feet and instantly appeared beside the impending bolt. Extending his palm to grasp the lightning, then channeling the devouring heaven demon technique to absorb and refine the bolt. As the tribulation lightning was drawn into his body, Sumo's aura surged, and his mastery over the power of thunder multiplied at a terrifying pace. Soon, the bolt was entirely absorbed, leaving a solitary drop of lightning to fall. With a soft plop, a droplet of thunder struck Blood Butcher's head, causing him to shudder violently. Followed by a spurt of fresh blood. He collapsed to the ground as if he had suffered a tremendous blow, utterly deflated. It was not the overwhelming force of the lightning that he could not withstand, but rather the humiliation it inflicted upon him, rendering him momentarily unable to bear it. Heaven above, if you have the power, then strike me dead. Blood Butcher raised his head, his eyes aflame with fury, cursing at the sky as if he had lost his mind. While others feared the might of the tribulation and the possibility of failure, he lamented the weakness of the lightning, which could not harm him in the slightest. The reason for his predicament was, of course, unavoidable. The strength of the tribulation was indicative of the strength of the one who summoned it. There had been instances where individuals attracted thin, short bolts of lightning, and yet still nearly perished beneath them. Though they ultimately succeeded in transcending and became Sage Realm powerhouses, they were labeled as the weakest among sages, taking thousands of years to progress to the second level of the Sage Realm. Now, the bolt he attracted was weaker than that of the weakest sage. Did this not imply that, after breaking through to the Sage Realm, he was even inferior to the weakest sage? How could he, one of the renowned prodigies of the demon clan, come to terms with such a reality? Alas! Soul Extinguished glanced at Blood Butcher, unable to suppress a sigh from escaping his lips. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort, a sensation akin to having his throat constricted silenced him, rendering him incapable of producing any sound. The expression on his face transformed into one of exquisite complexity. This was due to his peripheral vision catching sight of another bolt of lightning forming high above, which vanished in an instant. No, wait. Just like before, there was still one drop remaining. With a soft thud, the thunderbolt descended upon Soul Extinguished's head, only to subsequently disappear. He blinked in bewilderment, mirroring Blood Butcher's earlier fury, and let out a long howl towards the heavens. Heaven above, if you truly possess the power, then strike me dead. After uttering those words, unable to withstand the humiliation, he too spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His gaze shifted towards Blood Butcher, and at that moment, their eyes met. So, we are not the unparalleled prodigies of the demon clan, but rather its unparalleled failures? Soul Extinguished's lips quivered slightly, and he bitterly inquired, is that correct? Although Bloodslaughter was reluctant to admit it, the previous 2 drops of tribulation lightning seemed to be unmistakably conveying that they were not the unparalleled prodigies of the celestial demon clan, but rather 2 significant failures of their lineage. Upon accepting this grim reality, Bloodslaughter was about to nod in agreement with Soul Extinction's words. However, when he caught a glimpse of the ominous storm clouds still lingering high above, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he declared, "The storm clouds have not dissipated, which proves that we still possess hope. Do not give up." Soul Extinction glanced at the ominous clouds that remained unbroken in the sky. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in affirmation, indeed. We should not surrender. At present, they had only encountered 2 bolts of tribulation lightning, no, merely 2 drops. There were still 7 bolts of tribulation yet to descend. They could not afford to relinquish their resolve so swiftly. The tribulation they had invoked was formidable. Although it was unclear why only a single drop had ultimately manifested, 7 more bolts were still forthcoming. Bloodslaughter refused to believe that the next 7 bolts would merely amount to 7 drops. I do not believe it either. Soul Extinction concurred. Thus, the 2 encouraged one another and soon regained their composure, preparing to face the impending 7 bolts of tribulation. Yet when the 7 bolts finally descended, they were utterly dumbfounded.
For the subsequent 7 bolts of tribulation were indeed merely 7 drops. Both had tested their cultivation aptitude using the celestial demon steel and were clearly deemed to possess imperial-level potential. How could it be that upon breaking through to the saint realm, the tribulation they attracted was so feeble? Looking at soul extinction, bloodslaughter, filled with confusion, inquired. Could it be that the celestial demon steel used for testing cultivation aptitude was defective? Are we truly not prodigies, but rather 2 failures? In response to Bloodslaughter's question, Soul Extinction remained silent, his gaze hollow as he stared at the storm clouds above, seemingly awaiting a miracle. Yet no matter how intently he looked, the tribulation did not descend again, and the gathering clouds began to disperse in all directions once the 9 bolts of tribulation had struck. When the storm clouds finally dissipated, 2 streams of purple radiance, each extending 300 meters, emerged from the void, ultimately entering their bodies and transforming their inner spiritual energy into sacred energy. As their spiritual energy was wholly converted into sacred energy, the 2 underwent a profound transformation, becoming formidable individuals capable of tearing through space with a mere gesture. Breaking through to the saint realm should have been a moment of celebration. Yet, at that moment, Bloodslaughter and Soul Extinction found it impossible to feel joy. After Sumo's tribulation, a celestial phenomenon had graced the world, summoning purple radiance that spanned 30,000 miles. In contrast, after their own tribulation, the celestial realm bestowed upon them nearly 300 meters of purple radiance for the conversion of spiritual energy into sacred energy. In light of this comparison, the chasm between them and Sumo was unfathomably vast. Exchanging glances, the 2 seemed poised to express something. However, in the end, they uttered not a word and turned to depart. Just then, a voice, gentle as jade and laced with mirth, reached their ears, sending a jolt through their very souls. My meridians are utterly severed, and my cultivation has been completely lost, reducing me to a mere shell of my former self. Yet, I am relentlessly pursued by those from the primordial ancient realm. Despite my plight, I have not succumbed to despair. You, on the other hand, have merely weakened your tribulation slightly and diminished the violet radiance summoned during your crossing. Do you truly intend to surrender to such minor setbacks? Surely, you can endure this level of adversity. Upon hearing this voice, both Blood Butcher and Soul Extinction fell into a thoughtful silence. After a considerable pause, they shed their despondency, and their demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, reminiscent of the unparalleled prodigies of the celestial demon clan. Turning to the newly arrived Sumo, they bowed respectfully and expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sage Su, for your guidance." As they gazed at Sumo, confidence radiated from their eyes. Here was Sumo, a mere waste with severed meridians and lost cultivation, yet he had defied the odds to rise and become an existence capable of effortlessly overpowering them. They had only encountered a slight weakening of their tribulation, so who could guarantee that they could not similarly ascend against the odds? Remarkable resilience. You are indeed worthy of great potential, Sumo acknowledged, nodding in approval. The rapidity with which they rebounded from their setback was commendable, truly indicative of exceptional talent. His intention for offering counsel stemmed from the fact that their current tribulations were a result of his absorption of their thunder tribulations. During the tribulation of the sacred realm, one must not receive assistance from others, otherwise, those who have not endured the baptism of lightning will derive no benefits post-tribulation. Had Sumo absorbed all of their tribulations without leaving a single drop, even if they managed to weather the storm, they would not gain the vital purple aura necessary to convert their inner spiritual energy into sacred energy. In that case, although their realm would be that of a sage, they would possess only spiritual energy within, rendering them what is commonly referred to as a pseudo-saint, with no prospect for future advancement. This is precisely why Sumo chose not to absorb all the tribulations but instead left a drop for each. This way, they would still have room for growth. Of course, this decision was also due to the fact that those few drops held little significance for him, otherwise, he would not have left even a single drop for them. Feeling his cultivation elevated to the 8th level of the sacred realm from absorbing their tribulations, Sumo nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, as the heavens and earth trembled violently, and the ground cracked open like a serpent stirring beneath. Chapter 43, The Northern Cataclysm. Gathering of forces. A terrifying disturbance emanated from the north, casting a pall over the heavens and earth, stirring fierce winds and tumultuous clouds. The ground cracked open, and thunder roared, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse.
This disquieting force raised urgent questions. What calamity had befallen the north?
Whether it was Suemo and his companions in the south or others inhabiting this realm, all gazes were drawn toward the northern horizon. The sheer intensity of this ominous wave demanded attention.
Despite their initial hesitation, various factions soon set their sights toward the north. Suemo was no exception.
He led the distinguished members of the celestial demon clan in a grand flight toward the north, leaving behind all demon soldiers to commence a massacre of all life in the south.
After a brief flight, the system's voice echoed in Sumo's mind, "Ding.
Detected that the number of demon soldiers possessed by the host has surpassed 10 million.
The host is rewarded with a vast amount of cultivation."
As the system's announcement concluded, Sumo's aura surged at an astonishing rate, causing his cultivation realm to ascend dramatically, from the 8th to the 9th level of the Saint realm, and finally to the 1st level of the Saint King realm. His rapid advancement came to a halt only at the peak of the Saint King realm.
"Su Saint, have you broken through again?"
Bloodslaughter and Soul Extinction, who were in close proximity to Suemo, sensed his soaring energy immediately, their expressions morphing into one of incredulity.
"Yes.
I have just attained the 1st level of the Saint King realm," Suemo replied calmly, choosing not to conceal his breakthrough.
Upon hearing this, Bloodslaughter and Soul Extinction exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of despair. Living in the same era as such a prodigy was indeed a lament for all geniuses. After a considerable flight, Suemo and his entourage finally arrived at the outskirts of the north.
Gazing toward the northern expanse, astonishment filled the eyes of all present. Before them lay the vast north, now enveloped by a colossal, ethereal blue barrier that connected heaven and earth, transforming it into an isolated realm.
Within the north, lightning flashed and thunder crashed.
The fearsome tempest wreaked havoc within the barrier, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars, while violent waves of energy surged forth from the barrier, affecting the entire world.
What could have caused such an extraordinary phenomenon?
Curiosity gripped the onlookers as they widened their eyes, eager to discern the happenings within the barrier.
Yet, despite straining their eyes to the brink, all they could perceive was the overwhelming thunderstorm that dominated the north.
"I must uncover the truth behind this northern spectacle," a young prodigy of the celestial demon clan bellowed, propelling himself toward the barrier. However, before he could draw near to its shimmering surface,
a sudden bolt of lightning materialized, striking down upon him with tremendous force.
The resounding crash of thunder echoed throughout the area.
As the lightning dissipated,
the elite members of the celestial demon clan could not help but flinch. This was due to the fact that where the lightning had struck, there was no trace of any figure. In other words, the individual who had charged toward the barrier was utterly obliterated into ashes by the lightning. It is worth noting that this individual possessed the formidable prowess of a 9th-level supreme being. Yet, such a powerful figure had been reduced to mere dust, illustrating the sheer terror of this lightning. In stark contrast to the reactions of the surrounding celestial demon elites, Suemo felt a surge of illumination upon witnessing the lightning. From the aura emanating from it, he discerned that this lightning was not weak, indeed. It was even more potent than the tribulation he had faced when ascending to the Saint realm. If he could absorb and refine this energy,
his mastery over the lightning powers would undoubtedly increase significantly. Should this lightning continue to descend relentlessly, the magnitude of the lightning forces he could control would reach a terrifying extent.
It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to achieve a postnatal thunder god physique by devouring and refining the lightning. With such thoughts in mind,
how could he not feel elated?
However, he refrained from rushing towards the barrier to absorb the lightning immediately.
Instead,
he activated his 1,000 illusions divine eyes to peer beyond the barrier. He was eager to uncover what lay within, the cause of such a remarkable phenomenon. As Suemo activated his 1,000 illusions divine eyes, his dark orbs transformed into a brilliant gold. Through the barrier, he finally glimpsed the situation in the northern region, and his astonishment was palpable. Hovering above, he beheld a familiar figure, none other than the lord of the heavenly Xian sacred land, Tang Tian. What stunned Suemo even more was that Tang Tian's aura radiated not as a 9th-level supreme being, but as a
9th-level saint.
Tang Tian stood aloft, exuding an overwhelming saint-level aura that swept across the heavens and earth, as torrents of world energy and bolts of lightning surged madly into his being.
rapidly elevating his cultivation level. In the blink of an eye, his realm ascended to the first level of the Saint King realm. The speed of this breakthrough was nothing short of astonishing. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Tang Tian furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Who dares spy on this emperor?" With the resonance of his furious shout, a terrifying wave transformed into a blade, hurtling towards Sumo's direction. Unfortunately, this attack dissipated entirely upon striking the barrier. He is not Tang Tian. Who is he? Withdrawing his gaze, Sumo was engulfed by confusion. This individual referred to himself as this emperor and could absorb world energy for cultivation, certainly. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of the lord of the heavenly Xian sacred land, Tang Tian. After pondering for a moment, Sumo formed a conjecture: the current Tang Tian had been possessed by another, and that possessor was an emperor-level powerhouse. Only thus can one explain how the opponent managed to break through so swiftly, despite merely possessing the cultivation of the sacred realm, audaciously proclaiming himself as the emperor. Of course, this remains merely his conjecture. The truth of the matter is, as yet, shrouded in uncertainty. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air. And as Sumo turned his gaze, he beheld several figures materializing not far away. Their formidable auras revealed their status as top-tier prodigies from various factions, all possessing the cultivation of the sacred realm. Shortly after their arrival, prodigies from their respective factions began to gather in numbers, individuals from the primordial ancient realm, the myriad races, and the demonic lineage. A vast throng, likely numbering in the millions. Upon reaching this location, all eyes initially fell upon the ethereal barrier that had manifested in the northern expanse. Only afterward did their attention shift towards the prodigies of the demonic clan. When they beheld Sumo, who stood at the forefront of the demonic clan's elite, their expressions brightened as if they had encountered a rare treasure. "Sumo's life is mine. No one shall claim it," cried one particularly swift individual, who then charged directly towards Sumo. Chapter 44, Killing the Saint as one would slay a chicken. As this individual charged forth, all eyes were drawn in his direction. With just a glance, many recognized his identity. The assailant, named Guyu, was a prodigy from the ancient clan, one of the 8 great imperial families of the primordial ancient realm. His formidable prowess had reached the terrifying heights of a third-level saint. Gazing at Guyu and then at the motionless Sumo, the onlookers could not help but sigh and shake their heads. Guyu had entered the battlefield beyond the domains and ascended to the realm of saints. With his strength, it would be a trivial task to slay Sumo. Some voices echoed, already dismissing Sumo as a mere corpse. What a pity! With Guyu's strike, Sumo would undoubtedly meet his demise. "My 10 imperial weapons," lamented one individual, filled with regret for not acting swiftly enough to seize the opportunity to slay Sumo and acquire the 10 imperial weapons from Guyu. Listening to these assorted murmurs, Sumo couldn't help but chuckle. Did they really think him weak? Wasn't that the case? Aside from the celestial prodigies of the demon clan, all others were rendered speechless. They had all paid particular attention to Sumo upon entering the battlefield, aware of his cultivation level. Naturally, they understood that his prowess was merely at the 6th level of the supreme realm. In this vast battlefield beyond the domains, while one with such strength might not be feeble, they certainly could not be deemed strong. Thus, hearing him speak in such a manner was indeed quite perplexing. As the discussions continued, Guyu had already approached within 100 meters of Sumo. "The 10 imperial weapons are mine." Ha ha ha. Guyu grinned widely, gathering energy in his palm before delivering a powerful strike. A colossal palm imprint, capable of overshadowing the skies, manifested instantaneously, descending with unmatched force. This strike was immensely terrifying, capable of easily obliterating vast mountain ranges and effortlessly slaying any cultivator below the Saint realm. If Sumo were truly at the 6th level of the supreme realm, he would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such an assault. Unfortunately for Guyu, Sumo's current cultivation was not at the 6th level of the supreme realm. Rather, it stood at the 1st level of the Saint King realm. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the heavens, and violent shockwaves stirred up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, Sumo's figure had vanished without a trace. To think that acquiring the 10 imperial weapons would be so effortless, this excursion is a blood-soaked profit. Guyu laughed heartily, raising his hand to store a recording stone within his storage ring. This recording stone captured the moment of his strike against Sumo, serving as proof for his future claim to the 10 imperial weapons from the ancestor. What is that expression on your faces? Noticing the crowd with wide eyes, appearing as if they had seen a ghost, Guyu instinctively inquired, turning to see what had caused such shock among the onlookers. Yet, as he turned around, Guyu was startled. Unbeknownst to him, Sumo, who was supposed to have perished beneath his palm, had somehow appeared behind him. Why is he still alive? When did he appear behind me? Why was I completely oblivious to his presence? Had he chosen to strike while I was unprepared, would I have survived? As these thoughts raced through Guyu's mind, a chill coursed through him, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. An instinctive sense of imminent danger surged from his heart, compelling him to instinctively distance himself from Sumo. However, before he could react, Sumo had already seized him with remarkable swiftness. Sumo's speed was almost beyond comprehension. Guyu had barely registered the situation when Sumo's grip tightened around his throat. "Let go of me!" Guyu instinctively shouted, his body thrashing violently. Yet, no matter how he struggled, Sumo's hand clamped down like a vice, unyielding. "Let you go?" "Very well," Sumo replied with an unexpected smile. Hearing this, Guyu felt a momentary relief. However, in the next instant, a sharp crack echoed, a sound of bone fracturing, and Guyu's neck was swiftly broken. Sumo released his grip, and the lifeless Guyu fell from the air, reduced to a mere corpse. Sumo surveyed the onlookers. Wherever his gaze landed, people instinctively took a step back. "Do you still consider me weak?" Sumo spoke with a benevolent smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a heavy silence. Guyu, at the third level of the Sage Realm, had been dispatched with the ease of slaughtering a chicken. Who would dare to underestimate Sumo now? Lord Sumo was mighty. Lord Sumo was invincible. The chants erupted from the ranks of the Tianma clan, echoing powerfully as thousands joined in, their voices resonating like thunder. Witnessing Sumo's effortless defeat of Guyu, a member of the Tianma clan could not contain a shout. Following suit, all the Tianma clan's prodigies erupted in fervent cheers. The sheer magnitude of their voices stunned the other faction's elites. It seemed only then did they grasp the significance of Sumo's presence within the Tianma clan, realizing that he was not merely another expendable pawn in the battle, but rather the leader of the Tianma's prodigies. Such prestige was inexplicable otherwise. "Gentlemen, where are you planning to go?" Sumo suddenly inquired with a light-hearted smile, directing his gaze toward a particular group. As the others followed his line of sight, they noticed the prodigies from the Taichu ancient realm quietly retreating to the back, seemingly preparing to flee. Hearing Sumo's words, the leading Taichu elites exchanged glances, then halted their retreat. Casting a wary look at Sumo, they addressed the assembled prodigies from various factions. Sumo's ability to easily eliminate Guyu demonstrates a strength that surpasses any single faction's capacity to contend with. It would be prudent for all of you to join forces with us to slay Sumo. Should we succeed in defeating him, the 10 imperial weapons he possesses will be yours. The formidable prowess of Sumo is evident to all. If we do not unite to eliminate him now, he will undoubtedly dismantle us one by one in the future. In the battlefield beyond the realm, every individual is an adversary. Should we fail to join forces today, we shall be left with naught but a path to demise. It is a matter of whether to collaborate in vanquishing Sumo and claim 10 imperial weapons, or to fall victim to him. The choice lies before you. Listening to their words, Sumo felt little surprise. The speakers were the top prodigies from the 8 great imperial clans, who harbored a profound enmity towards him. Their encounter now would inevitably lead to a great battle. The inhabitants of the primordial ancient realm, upon witnessing Sumo's ability to effortlessly slay Guyu, recognized their inferiority and prepared to ally with various factions, a prudent decision indeed. However, whether they choose to unite or not is of little concern to Sumo, for he possesses the strength to overwhelm all present. Chapter 45. The demon soldiers exceed 100 million, the myriad swords return to their source as the top prodigies of the Taichu ancient realm concluded their speeches. Awaiting the response of the other factions, a voice resonated in Sumo's mind. Ding! Detected that the host's number of demon soldiers has surpassed the 100 million threshold. The host is rewarded with the Super Emperor level sword technique. Myriad swords return to their source.
As the system's announcement faded, all information regarding the myriad swords' return to their source technique surged into Sumo's consciousness, allowing him to comprehend it instantaneously and integrate it seamlessly. Is it possible that I have amassed over 100 million demon soldiers so swiftly? Sumo felt a surge of astonishment within. With a mere thought, Sumo accessed his personal system panel. In an instant, an ethereal blue virtual panel, invisible to others, manifested before his eyes. Name, Sumo. Demon soldiers, 101, 199. 724, physique, chaotic divine demon body, 10,000 dragons divine body, 1,000 illusions divine eye. Techniques, devouring heaven demon technique, super emperor level, Xian Yunju, emperor level superior. Previously cultivated technique. Martial arts, ninefold wave, emperor level superior, one sword breaks the heavens, emperor level superior, shadow flash, super emperor level, myriad swords return to their source, super emperor level. Weapons, demon abyss sword, extreme path emperor weapon, 1,000 transformations mask, emperor level superior. Others, slaughter sword intent. Cultivation, Saint King realm, first level. Focusing intently on the demon soldier section, Sumo could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. He noticed that the number of demon soldiers was visibly increasing at an astonishing rate. With each passing second, their numbers surged by hundreds, even thousands. The rapid escalation of demon soldiers was nothing short of astonishing. Sumo attempted to activate the prompt for obtaining demon soldier summoning cards. Instantly, a cacophony of notifications bombarded his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's 10th tier demon soldiers have slain a supreme realm expert. Obtained one 10th tier demon soldier summoning card. Ding! Detected that the host's 9th tier demon soldiers have slain an 8th tier beast. Obtained one 8th tier demon soldier summoning card. Ding! Detected that the host's 8th tier demon soldiers. To avoid incurring the ire of readers for excessive verbosity, Sumo hastily silenced the system's notifications. Otherwise, not only would his ears struggle to endure, but the sheer volume of summoning prompts could easily fill dozens of chapters. Readers would surely find that overwhelming. Closing his personal system panel, Sumo cast a glance around and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed that a decision had been reached among the gathered prodigies. While he was digesting the myriad swords' return to their source technique, all present had evidently come to a consensus to take action against him. The prodigies from various factions had united, encircling him and the prodigies of the celestial demon clan in the center. Though there is no enmity between us, your power is too formidable. If we do not eliminate you here, we shall find no peace. A young man adorned in golden robes, with dragon horns adorning his head and an extraordinary demeanor, spoke with a calm smile. His name was Long Ao Tian, the leader of the dragon clan. And one of the leaders of the myriad races, he stood as a representative for all. Considering our shared heritage as members of the demon race, if you refrain from intervening, we shall spare you. A robust figure with a commanding presence, known as Dmo Yun, addressed Hun Mia Sheng and Shui Tuesday. He is the leader of the Earth Demon clan, representing their interests. Following his declaration, leaders from various factions voiced their intentions, each articulating the will of their respective groups. Among the 8 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, Lin Yan, clad in a crimson robe and wielding a massive sword upon his back, turned to Sumo with a sardonic smile. Sumo, you, a mere wreck with severed meridians and lost cultivation, have astonishingly managed to rise against the odds, now possessing the strength to crush me. It truly surprises me. However, your adversaries comprise countless prodigies from formidable factions, numbering in the tens of millions. How do you intend to contend with that? Upon finishing his taunt, Ling Yan regarded Sumo with a mocking grin. Indeed, Sumo had grown remarkably strong, capable of easily overpowering Lin Yan. Yet, one must not forget that he was not alone. Behind him stood an army of several million. Moreover, every individual present was a paragon among men, a top-tier genius. The sheer number of millions against Sumo, against the tens of thousands of prodigies of the heavenly demon clan, meant that even in a war of attrition, they could exhaust him. To Lin Yan, this seemed an utterly one-sided conflict, and a smile crept across his face. Comparing numbers, are we? How amusing, Sumo replied, a peculiar smile dancing at the corners of his lips as he glanced at Lin Yan.
Seeing Sumo laugh in the face of such overwhelming odds brought a chuckle from Lin Yan. Are you so daft as to laugh when death is imminent? Yet. As soon as the words left his lips, the mirth on Lin Yan's face froze in an instant. For, in the air behind them, shadows began to materialize. Densely packed and ominous. From this multitude of shadows emerged figures clad in black armor, their faces obscured by black masks, each wielding a pitch-black demonic blade, suffused with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Their numbers filled the sky, encircling the millions present. In astonishment, the onlookers beheld as these figures knelt before Sumo. Their voices rising in unison with reverence, "Master." The thunderous chorus of over 100 million demonic soldiers echoed, shaking the very core of all present. Whence had these beings emerged? How could there be so many? Were they Sumo's followers? How had he amassed such a legion? Questions swirled in the minds of those gathered. Yet, Sumo offered no further explanation. With a slight parting of his lips, a command issued forth. "Spare none but those of the heavenly demon clan." "Yes," resonated the reply from all the demonic soldiers. Then, without further hesitation, they unsheathed their enchanted blades and charged towards those present, igniting a fierce battle that reverberated through the heavens. "Ha, I expected them to be formidable. Is this all they can muster?" Lin Yan struck with his sword, unleashing two waves of flames that surged through the air like twin fire dragons, obliterating countless demon soldiers in an instant. Witnessing such feeble resistance from the demon soldiers, a look of disdain surfaced in Lin Yan's eyes. Indeed, the sheer number of these demon soldiers was terrifying, yet in terms of strength, aside from a few notable warriors, the majority were far from formidable. They could be effortlessly crushed in droves. Roar! Long Outyen revealed his true form, exhaling a torrent of dragon breath that annihilated a vast number of demon soldiers. "Is this your trump card? Hardly impressive." After vanquishing the surrounding demon soldiers, Long Outyen cast a derisive glance at Sumo, who could clearly see the mockery in his eyes. The sheer quantity of demon soldiers was indeed daunting, yet their prowess was rather lacking. In mere moments of combat, the battlefield was littered with the fallen, with Sumo's forces suffering a nearly 50% reduction in their ranks. Blood rained from the sky, as if the apocalypse had descended. Though the other faction's elites also faced casualties, they paled in comparison to the losses suffered by the demon soldiers. "It appears I must intervene personally." With a soft sigh, Sumo grasped the air, summoning the demon abyss sword into his hand. The strength of the demon soldiers varied, and even with their numerical advantage, they would find it difficult to contend with the elites of the myriad realms. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 46, One Against Millions of Talents, unyielding as Sumo prepared to make his move. The expressions of those present grew grave. Although they had been effortlessly slaying demonic soldiers as if they were mere cattle, having dispatched nearly half in just a few breaths, the prospect of facing Sumo compelled them to muster their utmost focus. After all, Sumo was a fearsome entity capable of easily extinguishing the life of Guyu. Who is Guyu, you may ask? He is the foremost prodigy of the ancient clan, one of the 8 imperial lineages of the primordial ancient realm, with formidable strength that places him at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the Saint realm. Yet, even such a powerful figure fell effortlessly to Sumo's might. This alone underscores the terrifying power that Sumo possesses. In a one-on-one confrontation, none present could hope to match him. This was the consensus of all. Thus, upon witnessing Sumo's impending assault, none dared to underestimate him. "Everyone, let us cease our reservations and reveal our true capabilities," Lin Yan proclaimed boldly. As his voice echoed, flames of various hues began to materialize around him, swirling and coalescing under his command. As these flames merged, the aura emanating from them surged exponentially. This was Lin Yan's ultimate technique, the fiery lotus of fury. With Lin Yan unleashing his trump card, the other prodigies in attendance no longer concealed their prowess, each beginning to execute their most powerful abilities. "Since you hold me in such high regard and have chosen to employ your ultimate techniques from the outset, I shall not hold back either." Sumo observed the gathering talents channeling their energies to unleash their ultimate techniques with a faint smile. As he activated the abyssal sword, a formidable imperial aura instantly radiated outward, exerting dominion over all. An imperial weapon. feeling the overwhelming imperial might emanating from the abyssal sword. The expressions of the assembled talents turned grim.
Some, unable to withstand the pressure, were forced to kneel before the might of the sword. The more formidable prodigies managed to endure, but they too felt the immense burden weighing upon them. A roar echoed across the heavens. A powerful dragon's might swept through the surroundings, imposing a primal pressure upon many of the prodigies from various clans.
Looking up,
they beheld countless vividly animated black dragons materializing behind Sumo, formed from the swirling demonic energy.
This was the manifestation of Sumo's 10,000 dragons' divine body. With a mere thought, the black dragons surged into the abyssal sword, augmenting its power further still.
Yet, this was not the end. A surge of pure demonic energy radiated from Sumo, as intricate gold runes appeared around him, causing his aura to swell exponentially.
Thunder roared throughout the land.
As lightning crackled around him, this was the power of thunder he had absorbed and refined, now under his command. The sound of a sword resonated through the heavens and the earth. A terrifying intent of slaughter surged into the sky, tearing apart everything in its wake.
A ferocious tempest of sword blades enveloped Sumo, transforming him into an unparalleled sword emperor.
Then, with a mere lift of his hand,
he infused various techniques into the magic abyss sword. In that moment, he exuded a fearsome strength.
Although it seemed as if an eternity had passed, in reality,
it was merely the blink of an eye. All swords returned to their origin. Sumo murmured, unleashing an invisible wave that swept across the realm.
Under the influence of this force, the swords in the hands of the illustrious individuals present involuntarily soared towards Sumo.
"My sword!" someone shouted, desperately gripping their weapon to prevent it from being pulled away.
Alas, the force of attraction was overwhelmingly powerful, and soon their swords flew from their grasp,
converging towards Sumo.
In the blink of an eye, millions of swords surrounded Sumo.
The blades danced like dragons, swirling around him in a magnificent display that left onlookers trembling with awe. What on earth is happening? Retreat! Feeling the nearly invincible aura emanating from Sumo.
Alongside the countless swords swirling around him, some were so frightened that they lost their will to fight.
Without hesitation, they turned to flee. Fleeing before the battle, how pathetic!
A top-tier genius muttered disdainfully, raising his hand to slay the retreating individual. He then proclaimed loudly, "The battlefield beyond the realm is vast.
And if we do not eliminate Sumo now, even if you manage to escape today, he will hunt you down in the future. We must join forces to defeat Sumo, only then do we have a chance of survival."
With these words, those who had contemplated fleeing halted their thoughts of escape.
Indeed, if Sumo were to remain alive, even if they survived today, what awaited them in the future? They would still be unable to escape the fate of being slaughtered by Sumo. Since death was inevitable, it was better to fight with all they had.
Embracing this mindset, someone shouted, "Let us go all out." Thus, tens of millions of geniuses no longer held back, unleashing their most powerful strikes towards Sumo. In an instant, the sky became a canvas for a myriad of resplendent attacks. A violent surge of energy rippled through the world, altering the very fabric of reality, obliterating everything in its vicinity, and tearing apart the space itself, a sight of sheer terror. Faced with the onslaught of tens of millions of attacks, Sumo hesitated no longer and struck back with a single sword. One sword severs the heavens. As the blade cut through the air, a pitch-black sword light, imbued with the power to annihilate all, surged forth, sweeping across the realm. The millions of swords that circled Sumo followed suit, launching towards the incoming torrent of attacks. Boom! The clash of both forces erupted instantly, a cacophony of explosions reverberating throughout the universe. The violent collision of energies radiated outward from the epicenter, warping the very essence of reality. At the heart of the collision, the fabric of space was torn apart, revealing vast expanses of void within. The terrifying aftermath of the encounter was nothing short of cataclysmic. Indeed, it was a spectacle of sheer horror. One day, some exceptional individuals could not withstand the terrifying aftermath of the collision, succumbing to the violent shockwaves and spitting blood before being hurled away. Those with lesser cultivation fell directly beneath the onslaught of the collision's remnants, becoming mere pawns among Sumo's many demonic soldiers. How could Sumo possess such formidable strength? As they beheld the frenzied onslaught of dark sword lights and millions of incoming swords, countless faces of the talented individuals turned pale with dread. They were aware of Sumo's prowess, yet they could hardly fathom that he would be so overwhelmingly powerful, able to confront millions of them single-handedly without defeat. Not only was he undefeated, but he also seemed to have the upper hand. His might was simply incomprehensible. In stark contrast to their shock, the young prodigies of the demon race were ablaze with excitement, their faces flushed with pride. This was their leader, invincible. As time passed, the continuous explosions gradually faded. The attacks unleashed by millions of talented individuals had been entirely extinguished in the air. What remained was a solitary dark sword light accompanied by millions of swords, which, with unwavering momentum, descended upon them. Despite the considerable reduction in power due to the collective efforts of the millions of prodigies, the remaining force was still terrifyingly formidable. Capable of cleaving mountains and splitting seas. With a thunderous roar, the dark light and the myriad swords descended, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion that reverberated throughout the heavens. A chasm stretching thousands of miles and plunging hundreds of feet deep appeared on the ground. From above, it was as if the earth had been cleaved in twain by Sumo's strike, leading to the demise of countless prodigies. As the multitude of swords fell, it rained blood from the skies, claiming innumerable lives. Just moments ago, the gathering of prodigies had numbered in the millions, but now, the fortunate survivors were less than 1% of that original host. Moreover, each of those who had survived bore injuries. Casting a glance at the devastation wrought upon the various factions' talented individuals, Sumo nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, he was pleased with the full extent of his power. Suddenly, a sharp ringing of a sword echoed, and a golden sword pierced swiftly into Sumo's body. Accompanying this was a triumphant laughter that resonated in all directions. In the struggle between the clam and the snipe, the fisherman benefits. Who would have thought that the ultimate victor would be this emperor? Ha ha ha. Chapter 47, The Rebirth of the Soul, Yi Tiandi. A surprise attack, you lack martial integrity. Sumo stood at a distance, turning to glance back. And a sense of relief washed over him as he realized he had survived a perilous encounter. Had it not been for his swift reaction, utilizing the shadow step to instantaneously distance himself from his previous position, he would have found himself pierced by Tang Tian's sword instead of merely a fleeting illusion. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Tang Tian was taken aback. At that moment, he observed Sumo's form gradually disintegrating, which made him realize that the figure he had just stabbed was not Sumo's true body, but rather a phantom left behind due to Sumo's incredible speed. In his excitement during the surprise attack, he had mistakenly believed that Sumo would be unable to react in time, leading him to subconsciously think he had struck true. Once he comprehended the situation, Tang Tian was not enraged. Instead, he chuckled and remarked, "Throughout history, heroes emerge in their youth. I never anticipated that a junior like you could perceive my intentions and evade my strike. Truly, you have surprised me." Hearing Tang Tian's words, Sumo furrowed his brow and inquired, "You are not Tang Tian, who are you?" Realizing he had been discovered, Tang Tian did not feign surprise. He chose to reveal his identity candidly. "I am the Emperor Yi Tianwu, a sovereign of the Tianwu continent from 1,000,000 years ago. You may refer to me as Yi Tiandi." At this proclamation, Yi Tianwu held his head high with pride. Yi Tianwu? Yi Tiandi? Sumo felt an unsettling familiarity with the name. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "I have heard of you. Among the myriad of emperors across the realms, Sumo, who once held the title of the young master of the Su clan, the foremost among the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, had certainly heard tales of illustrious emperors from his kin." Coincidentally, the name Yi Tiandi had reached his ears. It was said that he possessed astonishing combat prowess, possessing the ancient sacred body along with a unique technique known as the Tiandi fist and the Tiandi sword art, enabling him to challenge even the Emperor Zun with his imperial cultivation. Among the multitude of emperors, his strength ranked among the very best, a force to be reckoned with. Regrettably, during a cataclysmic battle against the myriad races and the demonic horde, he was ultimately slain by a formidable Emperor Zun. Yet, it seemed he had not perished entirely. For reasons unknown, he had now usurped Tang Tian's body. "You have heard of me?" Yi Tianwu paused, momentarily taken aback by Sumo's words, before breaking into a light-hearted chuckle. "In light of your recognition of me, I shall spare you your life. 1,000,000 years ago, you were indeed unparalleled, but you now.
He trailed off, the disdain in his tone unmistakable. Though I am but a remnant soul reborn through usurpation. My current cultivation is at the 9th level of the Holy King realm.
And you are merely at the 1st level of the Holy King realm.
I am curious, what audacity gives you the courage to look down upon me?
Yi Tianwu's eyes narrowed, and as he spoke, a terrifying aura emanating from his 9th level Holy King cultivation enveloped the surroundings, causing the very heavens to darken. Evidently, being slighted by a junior left him exceedingly displeased. The moment his words fell, he had already vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Sumo. A golden longsword in his hand erupted with radiant light. And he struck down towards Sumo with a single swift motion. He had actually resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. How astonishingly swift! As Yi Tianwu materialized before him in the blink of an eye, Sumo felt a jolt of surprise. Yet, his reaction was equally prompt. With a movement of his foot, he executed Shadow Instant, vanishing from sight. The sound of the sword echoed through the air. As a beam of golden swordlight violently cleaved the very space where Sumo had stood moments before. The force of this strike was truly formidable. The swordlight tore through the fabric of reality and crashed heavily into the ground, raising a colossal cloud of dust and leaving behind a massive chasm. Several miles long and deep enough to be measured in yards. Countless innocent prodigies, already wounded, were swept away by the residual sword energy, losing their lives in an instant. How powerful! Casting a glance at the immense chasm, a grave expression crossed Sumo's face. The might of this strike was not to be underestimated. Had he not previously invoked Shadow Instant to evade, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to withstand such a blow.
Are you not looking down on me? Why then did you flee? Yi Tianwu regarded Sumo with a cold smile. Sumo chose not to respond. Instead, he summoned all his strength to wield the abyssal sword, then, with a swift motion, he vanished once more, only to reappear before Yi Tianwu. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful downward strike. This sword strike was unparalleled, exuding extraordinary potency, yet Yi Tianwu, a great emperor from 1,000,000 years past, possessed an unparalleled wealth of combat experience. Furthermore, his current cultivation far surpassed that of Sumo's. Thus, with a mere lift of his golden longsword, he effortlessly parried Sumo's attack. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing resonated through the air, as a violent shockwave of energy surged forth, radiating from the two combatants in all directions. This ferocious energy wave was terrifying, causing the remaining prodigies to change countenance. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastily retreated to the distance. Though they had narrowly escaped from Sumo's previous attack, they had sustained grievous injuries. And the thought of being caught in this raging energy wave was simply unimaginable. As the two combatants in the sky momentarily disengaged, they transformed into two streaks of light, hurtling towards one another once more. The clangor of metal on metal continued unabated, and the tumultuous aftermath of their battle swept wildly in all directions. If not now, when? Casting a glance at the remaining prodigies, Lin Yan shouted decisively before transforming into a streak of light, speeding away into the distance. Upon hearing Lin Yan's call, the surviving prodigies promptly reacted. They no longer hesitated, retracting their gazes from the duel above and hastening away to safety. In this battlefield beyond the realm, everyone was a foe. At present, Sumo and Yi Tianwu are engaged in combat, leaving them no time to attend to their surroundings. Should they fail to flee at this moment, the outcome of the battle between Sumo and Yi Tianwu could very well seal their fate. Attempt to escape? Do you truly believe you can elude us? While embroiled in battle with Yi Tianwu, Sumo caught a glimpse of the various factions' prodigies scattering in all directions. His gaze turned icy as he issued a direct command to the prodigies of the demon clan: eliminate them. Understood. The prodigies of the demon clan immediately sprang into action. With a chorus of affirmations, they swiftly pursued the remaining prodigies from the other factions. Subsequently, Sumo wasted no time, with a mere thought. He activated the summoning card he had acquired from vanquishing the prodigies of the various factions, calling forth an army of demons. He promptly dispatched them to hunt down the surviving prodigies. Just as he completed these tasks, a thunderous shout from Yi Tianwu reached his ears: "Dare you divert your attention while battling me? Your audacity is truly remarkable. With that booming voice, a golden longsword rapidly expanded within Sumo's line of sight, and in the blink of an eye, it was now less than a meter away from him. Chapter 48, The Slaying of the Celestial Emperor. Provoking the heavenly path to have engaged in a fierce battle with this emperor for 30 rounds without yielding is indeed a source of pride. Now, let it all come to an end. Observing the sword's tip merely a meter away from Sumo, Yi Tianwu could not help but smirk slightly. It seemed as though he had already envisioned the moment of Sumo's demise beneath his blade. At such a close distance, he could not fathom that Sumo would evade. As for defense, that was utterly impossible. The outcome of this strike upon Sumo appeared to be a foregone conclusion. Indeed, it was so. With a sickening sound, the sharp blade pierced through Sumo's chest. It was finally over. Yi Tianwu sighed in resignation. He was about to channel the golden sword to crush Sumo's heart, utterly extinguishing his life force. However, at that moment, Yi Tianwu sharply sensed something was amiss. To his astonishment, he discovered that Sumo, who had been impaled by his sword, was now smiling. Instinctively, Yi Tianwu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it that you find amusing?" "I find it amusing that you remain oblivious even as death approaches," Sumo retorted with a cold smirk. "Thousand illusion divine eyes." As he spoke, his dark, inky eyes transformed into a brilliant gold. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Yi Tianwu's brow knitted in confusion, and he instinctively locked gazes with Sumo's golden orbs. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, an intangible wave of spiritual force surged forth. Yi Tianwu had never anticipated that Sumo possessed such a technique. Caught unawares, he was struck directly by this mental assault. Boom! It resonated in his mind like a clap of thunder. Yi Tianwu felt as though his head had been struck by a colossal hammer, leaving him disoriented while a wave of excruciating pain surged through his consciousness, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Almost instinctively, he relinquished his grip on the golden sword. Die! At that very instant, Sumo's calm voice echoed in his ears, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. In that moment, he sensed the utmost threat of death looming over him. Almost reflexively, he attempted to distance himself from Sumo. However, before he could make any movement, Sumo unleashed a strike imbued with all his might at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a sickening sound, blood gushed into the air as a head soared high above. Yi Tianwu should a direct confrontation arise, even with an array of strategies at his disposal, the odds of victory remain exceedingly slim. Thus, he resorted to this desperate tactic, deliberately orchestrating a distraction to ensnare his opponent. He then paid a heavy price in injury to unexpectedly unleash the thousand illusions divine eye, delivering a devastating blow. Finally, he exhibited his full strength in a decisive strike to eliminate his foe. With a soft gasp, he withdrew the golden longsword embedded in his chest. Sumo's complexion paled significantly. Without hesitation, he descended to the ground, retrieved several healing elixirs, and consumed them, while activating his cultivation technique to absorb the medicinal energy within and mend his injuries. After 2.5 minutes, Sumo opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within. Although he had been pierced through the chest by Yi Tianwu's sword, his heart punctured and appearing grievously wounded. The reality of his condition was indeed dire. However, one must not forget his possession of multiple extraordinary physiques. With or without the aid of elixirs, such injuries would heal autonomously within a day. This is the miraculous advantage of his unique physique. Suddenly, sensing an anomaly, Sumo directed his gaze toward Yi Tianwu's lifeless body. His eyes transformed into a golden hue. It was then that he discerned something amiss. To his astonishment, he discovered an elusive yet immensely pure and powerful energy flowing from Yi Tianwu's body, merging with this world. Was it the power of the world? Upon further investigation, the scene before Sumo brightened considerably. Previously, when he ventured beyond the north, it was enveloped by a colossal barrier, within which untold ferocious bolts of lightning wreaked havoc. At that time, he had harnessed the thousand illusions divine eyed appear within the barrier. It was evident that Yi Tianwu was absorbing the world's power and the lightning within to enhance his cultivation. Approaching the barrier had summoned the lightning, which Sumo had intended to utilize for his own training. Little did he know, after Yi Tianwu's intervention, the lightning, the world's power,
And the barrier itself had all dissipated, rendering Sumo's plans futile.
What surprised Sumo now was that after Yi Tianwu's demise,
the world's power he once possessed had returned to this realm. This power was immensely pure and potent, unless it was recognized by the celestial laws of this world.
Willingly descending to assist in cultivation, it would seldom manifest.
After a moment of contemplation, a smile graced Sumo's lips. Such an abundance of world power would indeed benefit me greatly.
With that,
Sumo approached Yi Tianwu's form and began to channel the devouring heaven demon technique to absorb and refine this pure, formidable energy. Under the guidance of the devouring heaven demon technique, the world's power spiraled like a colossal dragon in the wind, circling several times before seamlessly entering Sumo's body. As soon as the world power integrated within him, Sumo's cultivation surged dramatically, first to the first level of the sacred king realm, then to the second, and swiftly to the third. In the blink of an eye, he ascended 3 minor realms. Regrettably, I failed to pay attention earlier and lost a considerable amount of worldly power, otherwise, my cultivation would undoubtedly have ascended to a new height. After absorbing all the worldly power, Sumo could not help but shake his head in lament. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he raised his gaze. Above, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, within which flashes of lightning flickered, accompanied by a deafening roar.
To his astonishment, Sumo discerned that the clouds had formed the visage of a colossal human face.
The enormous eyes of this face were fixated intently upon him.
Is it the manifestation of the heavenly Tao? Sumo speculated within.
Although he had unwittingly drawn the attention of the heavenly Tao of this realm, he was not particularly concerned. In fact, he defiantly spoke to the human face formed by the clouds, "I stand here, if you possess the ability, strike me down." As his words echoed, a series of thunderous roars reverberated across the sky.
Boom!
Accompanying this sound, countless golden lightning bolts materialized within the clouds, their numbers reaching into the thousands, a spectacle both grand and terrifying. Chapter 49, The Child of Destiny. As Sumo gazed up at the tumultuous clouds in the sky, where countless bolts of lightning began to emerge, his body involuntarily trembled. It was not a tremor born of fear, but rather one of exhilaration. The sheer volume of lightning present was staggering. If he could absorb and refine all of it, how significantly would his cultivation ascend? He might even directly break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Moreover, by consuming and refining such an abundance of lightning, the power he could wield would reach unimaginable heights. Indeed, he could potentially attain the postnatal Thunder God body through this process. The Thunder God body, an embodiment that draws close to lightning,
mastering its formidable power and rendering oneself immune to its attacks.
While some prodigious talents are born with an innate Thunder God body, others achieve it through the consumption of lightning, thus mastering its force. Merely contemplating the benefits of absorbing this lightning was enough to send waves of excitement coursing through him.
Alas, just as Sumo eagerly awaited the descent of the lightning from above, a tremendous thunderclap echoed, only for the bolts to dissipate into nothingness.
The vast clouds that had stretched for countless miles also vanished in an instant.
Observing this, Sumo could not help but smirk, feeling no surprise.
His deployment of demonic soldiers to slaughter the inhabitants of this realm had drawn the attention of the heavenly Tao. However, as the Void Demon Emperor had stated, the heavenly Tao would not intervene directly against him. Thus, the lightning was merely a means to intimidate him. Reflecting on the Void Demon Emperor's words, Sumo's thoughts turned to the Child of Destiny that had been mentioned. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the deceased Yi Tianwu, the Emperor of the Heavens.
Could it be that Yi Tianwu was the Child of Destiny? This hypothesis held considerable merit. Sumo's demonic soldiers had wreaked havoc in the southern regions,
prompting the heavenly Tao to sense a crisis. Consequently, it had chosen Yi Tianwu, bestowing upon him immense fortunes and world power to facilitate his rapid growth, aiming to counter the invading forces. This reasoning seemed quite plausible. Of course, this was merely Sumo's conjecture, the truth remained uncertain. If Yi Tianwu truly was the Child of Destiny, then with his demise, would the heavenly Tao select another Child of Destiny anew? Contemplating these possibilities, Sumo fell into deep thought. At that moment, he sensed the communication jade pendant within his storage ring vibrating.
Someone was reaching out to him.
With a swift motion, he grasped the pendant, which materialized in his hand. He activated it, and a voice immediately resonated in his mind.
Lord Suemo, you have triumphed, correct?
It was the voice of Hun Miashang.
Nodding in affirmation, Suemo replied, Indeed, I have won. Indeed, Lord Suemo is truly invincible.
Hun Miashang exclaimed in admiration before quickly shifting the topic. If you have emerged victorious, please come to my location, a secret realm has manifested here.
At these words, Suemo felt a surge of interest. A secret realm has appeared? Indeed.
Without hesitation, Hun Miashang swiftly replied, in response to your esteemed command.
We have pursued the remaining prodigies of various factions. We have relentlessly hunted down these celestial talents, leaving only a few who managed to escape. As they scattered, we dispersed in pursuit, and I was in chase of Lin Yan, a foremost prodigy from one of the 8 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm. Although he possesses formidable strength, he is currently injured and no match for me.
Just as I was about to strike him down from the cliff and follow to deliver the final blow, a fiery light suddenly surged into the sky, obstructing my path.
When the flames dissipated, I discovered a hidden realm at the base of the cliff. This realm only permits entry to those under the age of 50. Thus I am unable to enter.
I suspect that this hidden realm harbors immense opportunities, which is why I reached out to you.
Although those who enter are indeed the top prodigies from various factions, the term prodigy here refers to those under a millennium in age.
Individuals like Hun Miashang and his companions, though labeled as prodigies, have long surpassed the century mark. Excluding Lin Yan, Tang Shan, and Xiao Chun, who have experienced significant breakthroughs. The others are still lingering in the realms of transformation and dragonhood.
A fall from the cliff? The emergence of a hidden realm?
Listening to Hun Miashang's words,
Suemo could not help but fall into contemplation. After a moment,
a conjecture surfaced in his mind. Lin Yan is the fated child chosen by the celestial laws of this realm. And this hidden realm
contains opportunities that could dramatically enhance Lin Yan's cultivation. With this hypothesis, Suemo no longer hesitated.
I shall be there immediately, he declared before severing the communication talisman. He then pinpointed Hun Miashang's location through the talisman and swiftly made his way there. If Lin Yan truly is the fated child,
then he must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity.
Just as Suemo had not flown far, his communication talisman trembled once more.
Activating it,
he immediately heard the voice of Shui Tuesday.
Have you emerged victorious, my lord? Indeed, I have triumphed. My lord is invincible. I have something to report. What is it?
My lord, I was just pursuing Long Tian when I cornered him, leaving him with nowhere to escape.
Just as I was about to eliminate him,
an anomaly occurred. A barrier suddenly appeared, blocking my path. Following that, a cacophony of thunder and lightning erupted from within the barrier, with numerous bolts raging inside. I attempted to approach the barrier, but as soon as I drew near, the lightning obstructed my way.
Understood, Suemo nodded, concluding the communication. However, no sooner had he ended the conversation than the talisman vibrated again.
One after another, messages poured in through the talisman.
After hearing them, Suemo could not help but chuckle. Without exception,
these messages indicate that special circumstances have thwarted the pursuit of the celestial demon clan against the remaining prodigies of various factions. Even some demonic soldiers have conveyed to him, through their unique connection, that their relentless chase has encountered obstacles. Whether it be the sudden emergence of secret realms or the unexpected appearance of barriers.
All these signs undoubtedly affirm Sumo's earlier conjecture: Yi Tianwu is indeed the chosen one.
However, it appears that there are rather many chosen ones at present. Although Suemo was aware that these individuals, favored by the heavenly Tao, will surely be bestowed with immense fortune and the power of the world,
allowing them to rapidly enhance their cultivation, he remains unperturbed.
In fact, a slight, involuntary smile graces his lips. While the strength of these chosen ones will undoubtedly surge significantly, potentially posing a threat to his own power, should he succeed in vanquishing them, the benefits he would reap would be immeasurable.
Chapter 50, Surviving Great Tribulation Leads to Later Blessings?
Before long, Suemo, guided by the positioning of the communication jade talisman, arrived at the location of Hun Miashang. Lord Suemo, upon sighting him, Hun Miashang promptly approached.
Suemo nodded, casting his gaze down toward the abyss,
where a portal composed of flames stood majestically at the bottom. With a swift motion, Sumo's figure appeared before the fiery entrance.
Upon closer inspection,
he noticed several gilded characters shimmering above the portal. Those under 50 may enter.
Have you not attempted to enter? Sumo inquired, glancing at Hun Mia Shang. With earnestness,
Hun Mia Shang replied, I did attempt to enter the secret realm, but before I could fully step inside, an overwhelming aura surged forth, imposing a sense of oppression akin to confronting an entire world. If I had forced my way in, it would have surely led to my demise. After much hesitation, I abandoned the thought of entering.
Nodding, Sumo felt no need for further deliberation and stepped decisively toward the fiery portal.
Contrary to the oppressive sensation described by Hun Mia Shang, he felt instead a disquieting sense of being scrutinized, which left him quite displeased, as if he were laid bare. Fortunately, this unsettling sensation dissipated swiftly.
Upon entering the secret realm, a wave of searing heat enveloped him. After a brief acclimatization, Sumo was astonished to discover an extraordinarily high concentration of fire attribute spiritual energy within the realm.
The richness of the fire attribute spiritual energy was astonishing,
reaching a level that was almost otherworldly.
This place was truly a paradise for practitioners of fire-based techniques. Moreover, the air was tinged with an elusive essence of worldly power. Here, cultivation would undoubtedly yield remarkable results.
A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Sumo turned to see a massive crimson python,
its scales gleaming and its body enveloped in flames, stretching 100 feet long, lunging toward him with its gaping maw. The aura emanating from this crimson serpent was immensely powerful, comparable to a 10th-tier beast rivaling the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Such a formidable creature,
prior to the onset of the extraterritorial battlefield, could have dominated and suppressed an entire region.
Yet, with the emergence of the battlefield, countless elites from various worlds surged in, forcing even the mightiest 10th-tier beasts into a desperate flight for survival.
Kid, have you been stunned into silence by my presence? The Crimson Python,
witnessing Sumo's calm demeanor and lack of panic or defensive action, spoke with contempt.
Ha! Sumo let out a dismissive chuckle. Raising his hand,
he unleashed a palm strike. As he did so, a colossal palm print, radiating unparalleled sanctity, materialized instantaneously, crashing down upon the crimson python.
The strike was terrifying, shattering the air with a resounding explosion.
The very fabric of space tore asunder like a fragile sheet, revealing a void within. Confronted by the might of this palm print,
the crimson python's head was immediately adorned with a flurry of question marks.
Never did I anticipate that this seemingly youthful young man would possess such terrifying strength. The immense palm print, suffused with a holy might, instilled within him an immediate sense of impending death. The power of this strike was far beyond his capacity to withstand.
As for evasion,
that was utterly impossible. For the energy emanating from that colossal palm had already locked onto him, rendering him immobile.
Master,
spare me, little serpent is willing to submit to you. The crimson giant python, realizing it could not withstand this palm imprint, immediately cried out in desperation. Alas, before it could finish its plea, the dreadful palm print descended with tremendous force.
Boom! A deafening explosion resonated,
and the body of the crimson giant python erupted into a mist of blood. The blood splattered, forming a torrential rain that stained the entire ground a dark crimson hue. In the blink of an eye, a 10th-tier demon beast met its demise. Without casting a glance at the blood mist that was once the crimson giant python,
Sumo focused his thoughts and activated the devouring heavenly demon technique.
As the technique commenced, a terrifying suction force enveloped the surrounding space.
Under this immense pull,
the spiritual energy and world power within a radius of 10,000 miles were drawn towards him, transforming into waves that surged rapidly into his body, augmenting his cultivation. While such an incredibly dense fire attribute spiritual energy would typically pose challenges for others not practicing a fire attribute technique, allowing only minimal absorption for refinement, Sumo harbored no such concerns. This was due to his cultivation of the transcendent imperial level technique, the devouring heavenly demon technique. This technique devours all and refines all. Once his cultivation reached a sufficiently high level, he could even refine an entire world directly. Thus, when the vast ocean of fire attribute spiritual energy and world power entered his body, it was effortlessly absorbed and refined, becoming an integral part of his strength. His cultivation level began to soar rapidly with the intake of this spiritual energy and world power. From the third layer of the Holy King realm, he ascended to the fourth layer, then the fifth, and ultimately the sixth layer. Within mere breaths, his cultivation surged from the initial third layer to the sixth layer of the Holy King realm. Such a speed of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, this remarkable advancement was a testament to his exceptional cultivation aptitude, possessing various unique physiques, and practicing a transcendent imperial level technique. Although he required more resources than an ordinary person to break through, his rate of absorption and refinement of spiritual energy far exceeded that of others. Furthermore, due to his extraordinary cultivation aptitude and diverse special physiques, along with the transcendent imperial level technique he practiced, he faced virtually no bottlenecks in his breakthroughs. This starkly contrasted with those of significantly inferior cultivation aptitude. Those with poor cultivation aptitude also required vast resources to break through, yet they invariably encountered numerous obstacles. Lin Yan, where art thou? Feeling the ethereal energy, now thin due to his cultivation efforts, dissipating across a vast expanse, Su Mo was compelled to halt his practice. After a brief contemplation, a thought ignited within him, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual awareness erupted from his being, spreading throughout the entire secret realm. Deep within the secret realm, in a dilapidated grand hall, Lin Yan abruptly opened his eyes, clad in a crimson robe, with a massive sword slung across his back. In his gaze, two flickers of flame danced fleetingly. Ninth level of the Saint King realm. Clenching his fists, feeling the power within him capable of annihilating all. A smile involuntarily crept across Lin Yan's lips. Xiao Yanzi, you have indeed exceeded my expectations, an elderly phantom beside him remarked with genuine admiration. Were it not for my master bringing me here, I would never have achieved such a swift breakthrough, Lin Yan humbly responded, glancing at the elder's apparition. After a brief pause, he could not help but exclaim, indeed, surviving a great calamity must lead to subsequent blessings. Pursued relentlessly by the soul-extinguishing being, he had ultimately been forced to leap from a precipice, believing he would inevitably meet his demise. Yet unexpectedly, he stumbled into this secret realm. Moreover, he was fortuitously rescued by the elder before him. Since then, not only had he become the elder's disciple, but he had also been brought to this place. This location not only possessed fire-attributed spiritual energy suitable for his cultivation but was also saturated with immense world power. Additionally, there existed a unique flame within. It was through the devouring of this extraordinary fire, coupled with the absorption of the surrounding fire-attributed spiritual energy and world power, that his cultivation had made a remarkable leap to the ninth level of the Saint King realm in such a short span. Previously, he had merely been a saint. Now he stood at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. Such a pace of cultivation felt as though he were under a divine boon. Surviving a great calamity must lead to subsequent blessings? I beg to differ, a sudden voice from outside the hall interrupted Lin Yan, causing him to turn his gaze sharply. Who goes there? Chapter 51, The Death of Lin Yan. As I gazed ahead, I beheld a young man clad in black. His strikingly handsome visage illuminated by a smile as he approached. Who else could it be but Su Mo? Upon catching sight of Su Mo, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, a look of panic unconsciously flitting across his face. However, remembering that he now possessed the formidable cultivation of the ninth level of the Sacred King realm, his frayed nerves swiftly regained their composure. The former Su Mo, who had once single-handedly battled millions of prodigies to a standstill, instilled a sense of dread within him. Yet, he was no longer the same individual. The previous Su Mo had triumphed due to his advantage in cultivation level. But now, the one who held that advantage was he. I did not seek you out. Yet you dared to come after me? Truly, you shunned the path to heaven while willingly stepping into the gates of hell. Lin Yan scoffed, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. With that, a terrifying aura of the ninth level of the Sacred King realm surged forth from him, descending upon Su Mo like an immense mountain. This formidable presence seemed capable of suppressing all in existence. However, in the face of such overwhelming might, Su Mo merely let out a cold snort, unleashing an even more powerful aura that swept through the air. Bang! The two forces collided mid-air, both dissipating into nothingness. Observing this, Lin Yan furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated that his own aura would be so easily shattered by Su Mo.
He could sense Sumo's cultivation,
which was merely at the 6th level of the Sacred King realm. Yet he himself was a bona fide 9th level powerhouse. The disparity between them was a staggering 3 minor realms. One level of difference could easily crush an opponent, let alone the 3 levels that separated them now. Yet, despite the significant gap, the power that Sumo unleashed matched his own, leaving him utterly astonished. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, he quickly regained his focus. If I cannot subdue you with mere aura, then I shall conquer you with sheer strength. With a disdainful grunt, Lin Yan reached behind him to retrieve the massive sword he bore. Sword in hand, he wasted no time, swiftly advancing towards Sumo. The moment he activated the sword, a blazing inferno enveloped its blade. With a swift motion, he struck down, and the raging flames erupted from the sword, morphing into 2 colossal fire dragons that surged towards Sumo. These fiery serpents carried an incredibly intense heat and an ominous aura, their might extraordinary. Any typical 6th level Sacred King would surely be struck with terror at such a fierce assault, believing it insurmountable. Yet, regrettably for Lin Yan, Sumo was no ordinary 6th level Sacred King. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a single, effortless strike. A beam of sword light swept through the air, annihilating the 2 fire dragons in an instant. The sword light, undeterred, continued its relentless trajectory towards Lin Yan. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yan could not help but furrow his brows. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the attack he unleashed would be so effortlessly dismantled by Sumo. Nevertheless, despite the surprise, he remained composed. With a swift horizontal motion of his colossal sword, he prepared to intercept the sword light that was slicing towards him. Clang! The clash between the sword light and the giant sword resonated with a thunderous sound. Feeling the immense force coursing through his arm, Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly, and he retreated several steps, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the sword light. Casting a glance at Sumo, even though Lin Yan was reluctant to acknowledge his opponent's strength, he could not help but silently exclaim, "Impressive!" A melodious sound of a sword echoed through the air. Lin Yan looked up to see Sumo, as agile as the wind, approaching rapidly with the demon abyss sword in hand. Although he recognized Sumo's formidable prowess, Lin Yan was no longer the same individual he once was. Now, he stood as a formidable Saint King at the 9th level. Thus, upon witnessing Sumo's advance, he felt no fear. Channeling all the energy within him into his giant sword, he moved forward to meet Sumo head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Clang, 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 an incessant symphony of metal clashing filled the air. The violent shockwaves from their confrontation swept across the surroundings. Within mere breaths, the already damaged hall was reduced to mere ruins. The aftermath surged outward, affecting countless beings within this secret realm, resulting in significant casualties. Those with cultivation immediately transformed into Sumo's demon soldier summoning cards, while those without any cultivation met their demise. Unexpectedly, within this small world, there existed such an extraordinary prodigy. Observing Sumo, who, despite being inferior in cultivation to Lin Yan, maintained a clear upper hand, Lin Yan's master could not suppress a sigh of admiration. Once, he was a revered emperor among the myriad worlds, known as the Flame Emperor, wielding terrifying power at its pinnacle. However, he was pursued by enemies and ultimately managed to escape with a fragment of his soul to this place. After arriving, this remnant of his soul fell into slumber, relying on the exceedingly rich world power and the compatible fire attribute spiritual energy of this realm. He spent countless years barely regaining some of his former strength before awakening. Today, with Lin Yan's arrival, he observed the young man's extraordinary talent and unique technique capable of devouring otherworldly flames, prompting him to take a liking to the young prodigy and accept him as a disciple. He brought Lin Yan to this place, allowing him to absorb the abundant world power and fire attribute spiritual energy while refining the extraordinary flame. After Lin Yan absorbed all this, his strength astonishingly ascended to the 9th level of the Saint King realm. The master immediately recognized Lin Yan as a rare prodigy of the world. But upon encountering Sumo, he understood that even the so-called rare prodigy paled in comparison to the individual named Sumo suddenly. As he watched the battle between Lin Yan and Sumo, the Flame Emperor's gaze sharpened, and he could not help but cry out, "Xiao Yan, be careful!" He observed a flaw in Sumo, and that very flaw was a trap.
His intention in voicing a warning was to make Lin Yan aware of this peril. Unfortunately, his admonition proved utterly ineffectual.
Upon perceiving the exposed vulnerability of Su Mo, Lin Yan wielded his colossal sword, directing it straight towards that very chink in Su Mo's armor. Unbeknownst to him, danger was stealthily encroaching. Just as a triumphant smirk began to form on Lin Yan's lips, convinced of his impending victory, Su Mo had already preempted him,
executing a decisive strike.
With a sharp sound, blood spattered like rain, painting the sky crimson, as a severed head soared high into the air.
It was none other than Lin Yan's own head.
His countenance bore an unmistakable expression of shock, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. For he had anticipated delivering the fatal blow to Su Mo, only to find himself swiftly dispatched instead.
Chapter 52, The Holy King S Ninefold.
With a single stroke,
Su Mo vanquished Lin Yan, and his gaze shifted to the Emperor of Fire, Yao, below.
With a deft flick of his wrist, he unleashed another strike towards Yao. Observing Su Mo, who silently advanced with his blade, a series of question marks manifested above Yao's head.
He could hardly anticipate that Su Mo would launch an assault without uttering a word. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, Yao's reaction was swift.
With a flourish of his sleeve, he conjured a shockwave of energy that surged forth.
Boom! The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, sending violent shockwaves cascading outward, obliterating everything in their path. What? Su Mo was taken aback to see that a mere remnant of a soul could so effortlessly withstand his attack.
It was evident that he had not expected Yao's spectral form to possess such formidable power.
If he could withstand one strike, could he endure 3 or 5? After the initial astonishment, a cold smirk crept across Su Mo's lips.
With another flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of swords. The sound of clashing blades resonated as numerous dark sword lights shot forth.
Each beam was terrifying. Not only imbued with immense power but also laced with an extraordinarily sharp intent to kill. This onslaught was sufficient to instill fear in even the mightiest of holy kings. As the sword lights hurtled toward him, Yao's brows quivered uncontrollably.
Now merely a remnant soul, he had regained some of his strength, however. It was a mere fraction of his former might, far from being a match for Su Mo.
Rather than engage in a futile struggle that would surely lead to his demise, he resolved to flee. Better to preserve the Green Mountains than to fear a lack of firewood.
With this thought, Yao ceased his words. Kid, our paths may cross again.
But I must take my leave.
With that, he raised his hand, tearing the fabric of space before vanishing into the void. His speed was astonishing,
disappearing before the sword lights could strike. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sword light struck the ground, erupting in a violent explosion, sending clouds of dust into the air.
Do you think you can escape?
Su Mo's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he regarded the direction in which Yao had disappeared.
Thousand illusion divine eyes.
His obsidian gaze transformed into a brilliant gold. Peering into the void, he indeed spotted Yao's figure retreating.
Found you! Grasping Lin Yan's headless corpse,
Su Mo tore through space and pursued the fleeing Emperor of Fire. Who would have thought that the esteemed Yao Fire Emperor would one day be forced into a desperate retreat by a mere junior of the Holy King realm? Having fled tens of thousands of miles, Yao finally dared to emerge from the void. Instinctively, he glanced back at his previous location, a bitter smile creeping onto his face.
Yet, that smile quickly morphed into profound astonishment as he listened intently.
A resonant sound akin to a sword's cry reverberated through the air.
Subsequently,
a pitch-black long sword tore through the fabric of space, abruptly manifesting from the void. In his vision, it expanded wildly.
No! The revered Emperor of Fire, Yao,
instinctively uttered a cry of alarm. He moved his feet, intending to evade the blade.
However, his speed proved to be a fraction too slow.
With a piercing thrust, the obsidian sword shot through his chest, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent that ravaged his being, extinguishing all traces of vitality within him.
In the blink of an eye,
the Emperor of Fire was reduced to a formless remnant of a soul, dissipating into the ether.
Su Mo emerged from the void,
raising his hand to grasp the sword of demonic abyss. He then directed his thoughts towards the system's spatial realm,
eager to ascertain the rank of the demonic soldier forged from the annihilation of this lingering soul. Upon inspection, Su Mo could not help but smirk.
While this soul may have been formidable at its peak, it now yielded merely a summoning card for a Saint King level demon soldier. His gaze shifted to Lin Yan, whom he held captive. To his astonishment, several hues of flames manifested on Lin Yan's body, swirling as if imbued with life, immediately transforming into radiant streams that dispersed in all directions.
Ethereal flames? Su Mo's eyes sparkled with recognition.
Without hesitation, he waved his hand,
summoning a colossal palm imprint that ensnared all the ethereal flames. 7 distinct types of these flames emerged, each exceptionally rare.
In any grand world, they would be coveted treasures. If tamed, they could significantly enhance one's combat prowess.
Yet, Su Mo harbored no intention of subjugating these flames.
To him, they were merely sustenance for his cultivation. With a mere thought, he activated the devouring heavenly demon art. The 7 ethereal flames were irresistibly drawn towards him and absorbed into his being.
For an ordinary person,
refining even a single ethereal flame would be a formidable challenge.
However, for Su Mo, the process was remarkably effortless. In just 2.5 minutes, he had successfully refined all 7 flames, integrating them into his cultivation.
As the flames were assimilated, his power surged, propelling him to the 7th level of the Saint King realm. A glance revealed that Lin Yan was also emitting a tremendous force of world power.
Not one to hesitate, Su Mo promptly employed the devouring heavenly demon art to absorb and refine this overwhelming energy.
As the world power flowed into him, his cultivation soared once more, from the 7th level of the Saint King realm to the 8th, and then to the 9th. Only when he reached the 9th level did the surge of his aura finally stabilize.
With a decisive thud, Su Mo,
having confirmed that no world power remained within Lin Yan, discarded his lifeless body to the ground as one might dispose of refuse.
With a mere thought, he summoned 2 saint-level demon soldiers.
He then commanded, "Leave no creature alive in this secret realm."
"Yes," they responded.
The summoned warriors, upon receiving their orders, no longer hesitated and swiftly charged towards the creatures within the secret realm. Su Mo observed the scene with calm detachment and then proceeded to exit the secret realm. As he stepped outside, Hun Miasheng approached him, inquiring, "My lord, what of Lin Yan?"
"Dead," Su Mo replied with an air of tranquility.
And with a swift movement of his feet, he transformed into a streak of light, racing into the distance.
Hun Miasheng was left in awe, contemplating the astonishing surge in Su Mo's cultivation.
He was aware of Su Mo's unparalleled training speed, yet he had not anticipated it would escalate to such extraordinary heights.
Having barely entered the secret realm, Su Mo emerged with a significant enhancement in his prowess.
Such a rate of cultivation was indeed astonishing.
After grappling with his shock,
Hun Miasheng hesitated momentarily before swiftly following in Su Mo's wake, eager to uncover the destination of his lord.
Chapter 53, The Thunderous Divine Body. As he soared through the skies, Su Mo swiftly arrived at the location of Blood Butcher. After exchanging a brief greeting,
his gaze shifted towards the barrier a short distance ahead.
The barrier was a translucent shade of blue, isolating everything within. Faintly, flashes of lightning could be discerned within, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder.
Activating the 1,000 illusions divine-eye to peer inside, Su Mo instantly grasped the scene within.
Inside the barrier,
the tempest of lightning raged, infused with an overwhelming force of the world. A young man adorned in golden robes hovered in mid-air, fervently absorbing the lightning and the world's power. He possessed striking features and an extraordinary demeanor. He was none other than Long Tian, the foremost prodigy of the Dragon Clan, one of the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm.
The aura emanating from him was immensely powerful, reaching the 9th level of the Sacred King realm. Moreover, his power was ascending at a remarkable pace.
It wouldn't be long before he would directly break through to the Sacred Emperor realm. Retracting his gaze, Su Mo moved forward, heading straight towards the barrier.
Observing this,
Blood Butcher was taken aback and hurriedly cautioned, "Lord Su Mo, it is unwise to approach the barrier."
Halting in his steps, Su Mo turned to Blood Butcher and inquired, "What happens if I draw near the barrier?" "Approaching the barrier will summon the lightning,"
Blood Butcher replied, his voice tinged with trepidation.
"Not long ago, a prodigy from the demon clan attracted lightning and was utterly obliterated.
It would be best if you refrained from getting too close."
"Fear not,"
Su Mo reassured with a wave of his hand. Undeterred, he continued his advance toward the barrier. Sure enough, as he approached within 10 meters of the barrier, a thunderous roar erupted. Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning, as thick as a barrel, materialized from the void, descending with terrifying might upon Sumo.
What a dreadful lightning!
Sensing the horrifying power contained within, both Soul Extinguishing and Blood Butcher involuntarily furrowed their brows.
This bolt of lightning bore an immense threat to their lives. However, remarkably,
as the lightning struck Sumo, it was entirely absorbed by him, transforming into an integral part of his strength.
Witnessing this scene, Soul Extinguishing and Blood Butcher exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting profound shock.
Clearly, they had not anticipated that the fearsome lightning, which had instilled terror in them, would not only fail to harm Sumo but would instead be assimilated and refined, becoming a part of his power.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Just as the two were struck with awe, more lightning began to materialize in the void, descending fiercely upon Sumo.
A total of 18 bolts.
Each bolt wielded an unimaginable power, capable of easily annihilating those at the sacred realm.
Gulp! Observing the multitude of lightning bolts hurtling down,
both Soul Extinguishing and Blood Butcher instinctively swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the 18 bolts.
Fearing the residual waves of thunder,
the two hastily retreated to a safer distance. In stark contrast to the astonishment displayed by the two individuals, Sumo, positioned beneath the tempest, exuded an overwhelming excitement,
his lips curving upwards in an irrepressible smile.
Previously, he had already reached the critical juncture of the 9th layer in the Saint King realm, and the power of thunder he commanded had ascended to a terrifying level. Should he succeed in absorbing and refining these 18 bolts of lightning,
there could be no doubt that his cultivation would experience a significant breakthrough. The mastery of his thunderous power would reach an unprecedented intensity,
potentially granting him the formidable physique of the postnatal thunder god. As Sumo contemplated this, the 18 bolts of lightning descended with tremendous force.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The successive strikes of the 18 bolts of lightning crashed down upon him, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant radiance. Without hesitation, Sumo invoked the Swallowing Heaven Devil art,
commencing a fervent absorption and refinement of the lightning.
A soft pop resonated within him as his cultivation surged instantaneously, propelling him to the Saint Emperor realm in the blink of an eye. A formidable pulling force swept across the heavens and earth, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, which surged into his being, helping to stabilize his newfound level of power. With a mere thought, torrents of lightning erupted from his body, enveloping the space around him.
The postnatal thunder god physique. It was achieved.
A gleam of joy flickered in Sumo's eyes. The power of thunder he now commanded had ascended to an extraordinarily fearsome level.
His combat prowess would undoubtedly rise in tandem.
Although he had just broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, he felt confident in his ability to contend with those of the Saint's sovereign realm.
After a considerable time,
suppressing his elation, Sumo's gaze shifted to the void, anticipating the next strike of thunder. Despite his significant elevation in cultivation and the unexpected acquisition of the postnatal thunder god physique, he remained eager to absorb any additional lightning that might descend for further refinement.
However, much to his disappointment, after waiting for a full 2.5 minutes, no lightning appeared. Reluctantly, Sumo cast his eyes toward Long Tian,
who remained ensconced within a barrier. This individual also represented a vital resource for Sumo's cultivation.
With a resounding clang, the sound of a sword echoed through the air.
Sumo wielded the Devil Abyss sword, swinging it with precision against the barrier.
Boom!
An explosive sound erupted as the barrier shattered,
dispersing into an array of the purest spiritual energy. This exceptionally refined spiritual energy was not something Sumo intended to forfeit.
With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, he absorbed all of it into his body, proceeding to refine it.
As the barrier collapsed, Long Tian, alerted by the commotion,
was compelled to cease his absorption of the surrounding lightning and the world's power. His gaze turned toward Sumo, a look of evident surprise crossing his features. Clearly unprepared for Sumo's sudden appearance and the explosive destruction of the barrier, Sumo glanced at Long Tian but offered no words. With a flick of his hand, the Devil Abyss sword soared through the air, hurtling fiercely toward Long Tian.
Clang, as the sword pierced the air, it emitted a crisp,
resonant sound that reverberated within the hearts of those present.
Do you believe I am still the same person I once was? Long Tian bellowed fiercely, his formidable aura,
akin to a ninth-tier Saint King, erupted violently. With a swift motion of his hand, a golden spear materialized in his grasp.
A glimmer of cold light preceded its trajectory. And then the spear shot forth like a dragon. Long Tian thrust the spear, its power reaching an apex. In an instant,
the tips of the sword and spear clashed together.
Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the air.
The violent waves of their collision surged outward from the two combatants,
sweeping uncontrollably in all directions. Feeling the immense force coursing through his arm, Long Tian's expression shifted dramatically.
The might of this strike was overwhelming, even with all his strength.
He struggled to withstand it.
He was forced to retreat several hundred meters, and as he did, he coughed up a mouthful of blood,
barely managing to fend off the blow.
However, before he could catch his breath, Suemo was already upon him. Grasping the demon abyss sword, he swiftly closed the distance, delivering a decisive strike without a moment's hesitation.
Sumo's speed was astonishingly rapid.
Long Tian had yet to react when the sword was suddenly mere inches from him.
No!
As he beheld the sword poised to descend upon his neck, Long Tian could only emit a terrified scream.
Instinctively, he sought to flee. But before he could make a move, thud!
Blood rained down from the heavens, and a severed head soared into the air.
Chapter 54, The battlefield beyond the realm. Of formidable warrior at the 9th level of the Saint King realm has perished just like that?
The expressions of blood slaughter and soul annihilation reflected palpable shock as they beheld the severed head of Long Tian soaring high above. It was incomprehensible how Long Tian had ascended to such heights of power so swiftly, achieving the 9th level of the Saint King realm.
With such might, he could effortlessly overpower them. Yet now, this very powerhouse had been slain by Suemo with such ease.
The magnitude of their astonishment was beyond measure.
Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never dared to believe it. Despite the astonishment of the two, Suemo paid them no heed.
After effortlessly dispatching Long Tian, he activated the devouring heaven demon technique, fervently absorbing the lingering world power from Long Tian and the surrounding area.
With each moment of consumption,
Sumo's power surged once more, propelling him from the 1st to the 2nd level of the Saint Emperor realm. Following the conclusion of this expedition to the battlefield beyond the realm, he pondered how much his combat prowess would escalate. Feeling the newfound strength of the 2nd level of the Saint Emperor realm, Suemo began to anticipate the heights to which his power would ascend after this journey. With a mere thought, millions of ominous demonic soldiers materialized in the air, exuding an aura of terror.
Suemo commanded, "Go forth and slay without restraint."
"Yes!" echoed the voices of the millions of demonic soldiers, shaking the very heavens with their murderous intent.
Without a moment's hesitation, they transformed into streaks of light, dispersing in all directions. As blood slaughter and soul annihilation exchanged glances, they could see the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Compared to their initial encounter with the demonic soldiers, they could now distinctly sense the overwhelming power emanating from them.
Indeed, some possessed strength that surpassed their own.
And it was not just one, but many. How could this not leave them in awe? They yearned to inquire of Suemo regarding the origins of these demonic beings, wondering why they had never encountered them before.
Yet, before they could voice their questions, Suemo moved, transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the distance.
Should we follow?
Yes, let us witness what further astonishment Lord Suemo has in store for us. Blood slaughter and soul annihilation hesitated briefly before swiftly pursuing him. There were quite a number of individuals chosen by the heavenly path this time. Those selected had become the fated children of this world, experiencing a significant enhancement in their strength. The elite of the demon clan could not possibly contend against them, even if they all joined forces.
As for the demonic soldiers, although Suemo had slain several 9th-level Saint Kings and acquired their soldiers, who could ascertain whether the power of these fated children might surpass that of the Saint Kings? In light of this,
it would be more prudent for him to take action himself. Moreover, by eliminating these fated children, he could immediately absorb and refine the world power within them. Thus, Suemo dashed through several locations in rapid succession. After consecutively slaying several chosen ones, the heavenly path finally ceased the selection of new chosen ones. Absorbing the world power that emanated from these fallen beings, Sumo experienced a significant surge in his cultivation. In the span of a mere half-day, his prowess escalated to a fearsome level, 6th stage of the Holy Emperor realm. At this moment, the system's voice resonated within Sumo's mind.
Ding!
Detected that the host has surpassed the threshold of 1 billion magic soldiers, rewarding the host with a substantial increase in cultivation. As the system's announcement concluded,
Sumo's cultivation surged dramatically.
In the blink of an eye, he ascended from the 6th stage of the Holy Emperor realm to the 9th stage.
Without hesitation, Sumo immediately utilized all the conversion cards for magic soldiers to summon them forth.
Once the magic soldiers materialized, he wasted no time in dispatching them to commence a widespread massacre of the beings in this world. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in flames of war. The air was filled with despairing cries and the relentless sounds of slaughter echoed throughout the domain.
Countless prodigies of the demon clan gazed at Sumo,
who hovered majestically in the sky, feeling a chill run down their spines. He was indeed the true demon lord. One of the demon clan prodigies gazed at Sumo, struggling to articulate his thoughts. As members of the demon race, they were inherently combative and relished in bloodshed. Yet, in comparison to Sumo, they realized they were the merciful ones.
Time swiftly passed, and 3 days went by. In this brief period,
Sumo's cultivation advanced significantly once more, propelling him directly from the 9th stage of the Holy Emperor realm to the 1st stage of the Holy Sovereign realm.
Furthermore,
the number of magic soldiers at his command reached an astonishing level, surpassing 100 billion.
The system's rewards arrived as anticipated. Ding!
Detected that the host has exceeded 100 billion magic soldiers, rewarding the host with a Peak Emperor Realm Experience card.
The Peak Emperor Realm Experience card, once utilized,
grants the host the combat power of the Peak Emperor Realm for half an hour. The Peak Emperor Realm Experience card has been automatically issued to the system's personal space. The host may retrieve and use it at will,
or allow this system to assist in its usage.
As the system's voice faded, Sumo glanced towards the personal space and, as expected, found a card awaiting him.
It was, indeed, the Peak Emperor Realm Experience card.
The thought that it could bestow upon him the combat power of the Peak Emperor realm filled Sumo with a surge of excitement.
What had he strived tirelessly for? Was it not to avenge his kin? Now that the opportunity for vengeance lay before him, how could he not feel exhilarated? However,
contemplating that the experience card could only last for half an hour, Sumo gradually regained his composure. While the Peak Emperor Realm Experience card would indeed grant him cataclysmic power, such strength could only be sustained for a fleeting 30 minutes. To eradicate all his enemies in that brief time seemed a fanciful dream. Particularly since his foes included the 7 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm and numerous formidable factions.
Among these adversaries,
there are numerous formidable beings at the Emperor's realm, making it utterly unrealistic to capture them all in one fell swoop.
Nevertheless,
although immediate vengeance for his deceased kin and clan cannot be exacted, possessing this peak experience card of the Emperor's realm serves as a vital safeguard, bringing a measure of joy to Sumo. After a thorough search, he confirmed that apart from the celestial prodigies of the demon clan,
no other living entities remained in this world.
With a thought, he immediately converted hundreds of billions of demonic soldiers into summoning cards, storing them within his spatial system.
Let us depart from the outer battlefield, Sumo calmly declared, casting a glance at the celestial prodigies of the demon clan. His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder, echoing in all directions.
Now, with only the demon clan remaining in the outer battlefield, the ownership of this realm clearly belonged to them.
Henceforth,
he merely needed to relay this information back to the Void Demon Emperor, who would naturally decide the fate of this world. Chapter 55, Sumo's confidence outside the Tianwu continent. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense and solemn. The space beyond the small world of the Tianwu continent seemed to have frozen in time,
with only the occasional twinkling of starlight and the distant flow of chaotic void currents reminding everyone that they were amidst the vast, boundless universe.
The powerful figures from the 8 imperial clans, adorned in luxurious battle armor, gazed intently ahead at the small world.
Behind them, representatives from various races stood upright,
their distinctive attire billowing in the void, showcasing their respective glory and heritage. In stark contrast, the silhouettes of the demon and celestial demon clans appeared ominously cold and mysterious. their eyes gleaming with a thirst for victory and a fear of the unknown.
As time progressed, the once tranquil small world began to ripple.
Waves of formidable energy emanated from within, a testament to the warriors on the battlefield who, after enduring life and death struggles, unleashed their indomitable will and fighting spirit. Each surge of energy represented the honor and perseverance of a warrior, coalescing into an overwhelming force that assailed the barriers of the Tianwu continent's small world.
Finally,
following a brilliant flash of light, the barriers shattered. A torrent of potent energy surged forth, instantly engulfing the entire space. Under the impact of this energy, even the strongest from the 8 imperial clans were forced to retreat several steps to withstand the violent force.
It was the power of the heavenly Tao.
The curtain had fallen on the battlefield beyond. As the energy dissipated, the outcome of the external battlefield gradually unveiled itself. The surviving warriors emerged from the small world,
their faces etched with exhaustion yet illuminated by the glow of triumph in their eyes.
This sudden turn of events left everyone astounded, shattering the previously tense and solemn atmosphere. They understood that the final result had arrived. Outside the barriers of the Tianwu continent's small world, figures began to appear one after another.
Their forms infused with a dense demonic aura, unmistakably members of the celestial demon clan.
At the forefront stood Suemo, his gaze sharp and profound, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Behind him, the celestial demon warriors exuded an overwhelming presence, their demonic energy sending chills down the spine. Even more astonishing was the fact that the cultivation levels of these celestial demon warriors had dramatically ascended beyond what they were when they entered. What were once ordinary celestial demon practitioners had now all achieved realms above the holy level, a transformation that was simply unfathomable. Suemo himself had reached the first level of the holy sovereign realm, a level of power that was unparalleled in the entire Taichu ancient realm. His aura grew increasingly formidable, resembling an immovable mountain, evoking both awe and trepidation.
This scene left all present in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom how, within the brutal environment of the external battlefield, the celestial demon clan could attain such an extraordinary enhancement. How was this accomplished? Had they mastered some mysterious secret technique? Furthermore, the fact that Suemo, the young master of the Su clan, had broken through to the first level of the Holy Sovereign Realm was nothing short of remarkable. This was not merely a leap across several major realms, it was akin to launching into the heavens like a rocket. The formidable beings of the 8 great imperial clans wore expressions of grave concern, acutely aware of an unprecedented pressure enveloping them. Meanwhile,
the representatives of the myriad races engaged in hushed whispers, their conversations rife with astonishment and unease regarding the sudden ascendance of the celestial demon clan.
At that moment,
Suemo cast his gaze over all present, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was aware that although this round of the extraterritorial battlefield had concluded, the true contest was merely commencing.
Leading the celestial demon clan,
he had begun to inscribe his own legend within the unpredictable realm of the Tianwu continent's extraterritorial battlefield. He was determined to ensure that those from the primordial ancient realm who had conspired against his Su clan would eventually face their reckoning. Upon witnessing the remarkable enhancement of the celestial demon clan, and noting the minimal casualties, the void demon emperor joyfully approached Suemo, gazing upon him with pride. He patted Sumo's shoulder and remarked, "Suemo, you have truly excelled. Such significant advancement suggests our performance in the extraterritorial battlefield has been commendable.
Do you believe we can secure ownership of this world?"
In response to the void demon emperor's commendation and inquiry, Suemo exhibited an extraordinary composure and confidence. He replied calmly, "Esteemed Emperor, indeed, the celestial demon clan has reaped rewards from this extraterritorial battlefield. As for the ownership of this world,
I am confident it will fall under our dominion."
Hearing this, a satisfied smile graced the void demon emperor's face. However, this joy was short-lived. Interrupted by the mocking voices of the ancestral elders from the 8 great imperial clans. They derided Suemo, attempting to undermine his confidence. "You, Suemo, are but a remnant of a clan we have annihilated, clinging to existence. How dare you boast that this world will belong to the celestial demon clan? Such insolence!" sneered one elder. Another chimed in, "Suemo, you are merely a jester, daring to discuss world ownership in our presence? What a farce!" In the face of such derision, Suemo remained unfazed. He understood that to exact true vengeance, one must possess sufficient strength and wisdom to navigate myriad challenges.
With a slight smile, he addressed them.
Respected elders, the matter of world ownership is no trifling matter.
My assertion carries its own rationale.
As for the affairs of the Su clan, they belong to the past.
Yet I shall not forget them. However, the facts lie before us.
As he spoke, Su Mo's aura grew increasingly formidable, his gaze piercing as he surveyed all present, as if seeking to penetrate their very souls.
In that moment,
he was no longer the scorned remnant of the Su clan but had emerged as the new leader of the celestial demon clan,
poised to guide them toward a more resplendent future.
The 8 great imperial clans regarded Su Mo's display of confidence with palpable disdain.
In their eyes,
although he possessed notable talent, he lacked the support of the once mighty Su clan, rendering his true ascension implausible. They firmly believed that without the resources and backing of the Su clan, Su Mo would struggle to advance to the emperor's realm, thereby posing no significant threat to them. The confidence exhibited by these imperial clans is largely attributed to their exceedingly high expectations of the innate talents within their lineage.
In their eyes,
their own prodigies represent the true future sovereigns, while Su Mo is merely a wanderer devoid of support, unworthy of comparison.
However,
they may be oblivious to the fact that Su Mo's remarkable ability to lead the demon clan to unprecedented advancements on the battlefield beyond their realm is not solely due to his personal gifts and diligence. He may have discovered a path uniquely his own, a novel approach distinct from conventional cultivation systems.
Chapter 56, The Boundaries of the Demon Soldier. This method may indeed allow him to transcend his current limitations, reaching an entirely new pinnacle.
This novel approach hinges upon leveraging the system to gain an advantage.
The demon soldiers are his very foundation, with their numbers now surpassing 100 billion. A profound transformation is inevitable. For Su Mo, the perspectives of the 8 great imperial clans have never held any sway over him. He is acutely aware of his aspirations and the direction in which he must tread, fully cognizant of the efforts required to realize these ambitions. Undeterred by the mockery and skepticism of the outside world, he remains resolutely committed to his path. In the days to come,
Su Mo shall lead the celestial demon clan to prominence within the primordial ancient realm, showcasing their true strength and potential. Having firmly established his position among the younger generation of the celestial demon clan, he commands universal respect, and soon, this clan will serve as a formidable ally in his quest for vengeance.
The 8 great imperial clans, once dismissive,
may one day pay a heavy price for their arrogance and contempt.
The ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans continued to deride Su Mo,
mocking his youthful confidence and questioning whether he had succumbed to the delusions of a clan annihilator. They wondered why he believed he could lead the celestial demon clan to victory on the battlefield when their own prodigies, Lin Yan and Long Tian, were paragons of genius, capable of easily subduing him. In the face of the relentless taunts from these venerable elders, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Mo's eyes. Rather than becoming incensed by their words, he scrutinized these so-called predecessors with a calm demeanor.
He spoke with measured clarity. Esteemed elders,
your derision and skepticism hold no significance for me. My accomplishments, Su Mo, are not the fruits of luck, but the result of perseverance and strength cultivated through tireless effort. As for the so-called top geniuses you speak of, I hope you continue to witness their exploits.
As for Lin Yan and Long Tian, I can only laugh and hope to see more of them.
His words resonated powerfully, drawing the attention of all present.
The ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans exchanged glances, taken aback by Su Mo's audacity in confronting their mockery with such unwavering confidence.
Yet, they were not dissuaded from their derision. One elder sneered, Su Mo, in your youth, you are blissfully unaware of your own limitations. Each of our clan's top geniuses has endured countless trials to attain their current stature. Should you truly encounter them, you might not even comprehend how your demise unfolds. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He chose not to respond further, instead standing there quietly, his gaze profound and resolute. He understood that the only way to silence these voices was to demonstrate sufficient strength. Within his heart, anticipation for the future burgeoned. Once the battlefield beyond the realms is irrevocably sealed, the curtain shall fall, revealing the ignorance of their arrogance. As for the derision and doubts, Su Mo had grown accustomed to them. He understood that only when he stood atop the pinnacle would these voices truly fade away. He would diligently embrace the arrival of that day with his own efforts and strength. As time flowed by, the celestial barrier of the Tianwu continent, a small world serving as an extraterritorial battlefield, gradually weakened, heralding the imminent closure of this battlefield. This transformation instilled a profound sense of anxiety among the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm and the myriad beings. They comprehended that as long as there were individuals unreturned from the extraterritorial battlefield, the celestial barrier would not entirely seal, signifying that those still within the fray might confront unknown perils. Although the ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans had previously regarded Sumo's mockery with disdain, they could not help but begin to fret over the safety of their own talented kin. In their hearts, they silently prayed for the safe return of these prodigies. Simultaneously, they developed an even deeper apprehension towards Sumo, for the performance of the heavenly demon clan he led in the extraterritorial battlefield was truly dazzling. Moreover, they were the first to emerge from this battlefield. The myriad beings shared the same tense sentiments, as many among them had friends and relatives amidst the turmoil of the extraterritorial battlefield. They worried for the safety of their loved ones and fervently prayed for their safe return. The atmosphere across the entire primordial ancient realm grew increasingly grave, with everyone closely monitoring the fluctuations of the celestial barrier. They understood that as the barrier weakened, the dangers of the battlefield escalated correspondingly. Ultimately, only those still enmeshed in the chaos could dictate the outcome. Sumo naturally sensed this tense ambience. He was acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities resting upon his shoulders. Not only did he have to lead the heavenly demon clan to a commendable performance, but he also had to ensure the safety of every clan member. He gazed intently at the waning celestial barrier, resolutely committing himself to the task at hand. No matter the circumstances, he was determined to demonstrate to those who doubted and derided him that he, Sumo, was not one to merely boast without substance, but rather a hero endowed with genuine talent, capable of guiding the heavenly demon clan towards glory. Furthermore, those who had participated in the conflict against the Su clan within the primordial ancient realm would inevitably face the consequences of their actions. The Void Demon Emperor's gaze was piercing, fixated upon Sumo, as his feelings of confusion and astonishment intensified. He could hardly fathom that, aside from the heavenly demon clan, no one else had managed to emerge from the extraterritorial battlefield, while Sumo's strength had surged within the fray to the first level of the Holy Sovereign Realm. This thought burgeoned wildly in his mind, threatening to consume all his contemplation. How could this be possible? The Void Demon Emperor murmured, his voice laden with disbelief. As a formidable demon emperor, he had witnessed countless prodigies and powerhouses, yet, such a terrifying enhancement of strength and the bizarre scene before him were unprecedented in his lifetime. He recalled Sumo's every appearance, each accompanied by an overwhelming aura and astonishing achievements. Those once renowned talents and powerhouses of the heavenly demon clan appeared utterly feeble in Sumo's presence. All of this seemed to validate the impossible conjecture that lingered in his heart. However, this notion was too astonishing, too incredible. If Sumo truly possessed the capability to annihilate all within the extraterritorial battlefield, to what terrifying level had his strength ascended? This situation surpasses the comprehension of the Void Demon Emperor. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult of shock and confusion within his heart. He understood that it was not yet the time to draw conclusions. Perhaps this was merely an illusion, or perhaps there existed other explanations. Nevertheless, regardless of the truth, the Void Demon Emperor recognized that Sumo was no longer the young man who could be easily disregarded. His strength and potential had ascended to a level that commanded admiration. Moreover, the primordial ancient realm would inevitably be stirred into an unprecedented tempest due to Sumo's emergence. Chapter 57 Arrogance. At this moment, the demeanor of the Void Demon Emperor towards Sumo underwent a subtle transformation. He no longer regarded Sumo as a mere junior of the ancient lineage, but rather as a genuine inheritor of a profound legacy. He recognized that the future of the primordial ancient realm would become increasingly vibrant and exhilarating due to the rise of Sumo and the Demon Clan. Perhaps the Demon Clan would ascend to new heights because of Sumo. The potential of Sumo's extraordinary talent might even enable him to venture into the fabled divine realm. As time progressed, the world barrier of the small world of Tianwu continent, serving as a battleground beyond the realms, continued to shrink. The atmosphere of tension outside the Tianwu continent grew ever more palpable. Everyone understood that the moment the barrier would completely seal was fast approaching. A moment that would determine the ultimate victor of the extraterritorial battlefield and the fate of the small world. The ancestors and higher echelons of the 8 great imperial clans could no longer remain at ease. They anxiously awaited the return of their kin from the battlefield. Their hearts were laden with worry and unease, as there were still those who had not returned, indicating that unknown dangers still lurked.
Simultaneously, Suemo felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. He was acutely aware that he bore the hopes and responsibilities of the entire demon clan. Not only did he need to ensure his own safety, but he also sought to avenge the Su clan. A great conflict was imminent, and the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm would certainly not relent. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if he could pierce through the void and perceive every corner of the extraterritorial battlefield. As time elapsed, the world barrier of the small world of Tianwu continent diminished to its utmost limit. At this moment, the entire primordial ancient realm seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the final outcome. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, the world barrier was completely sealed. The small world of Tianwu continent had irrevocably become the realm of the ultimate victor of the extraterritorial battlefield. In an instant, cheers, gasps of astonishment, and laments surged forth. Some rejoiced while others despaired, each heart brimming with a whirlwind of complex emotions. In this contest of the extraterritorial battlefield, the question of who would emerge as the final victor became the focal point of everyone's attention. Sumo's gaze remained calm and profound, as if he had anticipated the arrival of this moment. Leading his kin of the demon clan, he had embraced the glory and challenges that were rightfully theirs. With the complete closure of the world barrier of the small world of Tianwu continent, the final results of the extraterritorial battlefield were dramatically revealed. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the truth was astonishing. Only the demon clan had survived within the entire extraterritorial battlefield. This outcome reverberated through the primordial ancient realm like a thunderclap, sparking an uproar. The 8 great imperial clans and myriad beings, who were once the paragons of the extraterritorial battlefield, possessed formidable strength and deep foundations. Yet, at this moment, they all perished on the battlefield, with none escaping. This result was difficult for all to accept. Suemo and the demon clan he led emerged as the ultimate victors of this brutal contest. Their survival not only attested to the formidable strength and indomitable spirit of the demon clan but also caused the name Suemo to rise to prominence within the primordial ancient realm. The last remnant of the Su clan had risen anew. Moreover, his innate talent is unparalleled and remarkably potent. One day, he will emerge as a nightmare for the 8 great imperial clans. At this moment, Suemo stands at the threshold of the portal, his gaze calm and profound. His countenance reveals neither excessive joy nor excitement, as if all that transpires is well within his expectations. Yet, his heart brims with boundless ambition and grand aspirations. He understands that in this very moment, he has ascended to legendary status within the primordial ancient realm, his name destined to be inscribed in history, celebrated as a hero by future generations. Regarding the demise of the 8 great imperial clans and the myriad of races, Suemo refrains from extensive commentary. He recognizes that on the battlefield, life and death are often dictated by fate, and every individual may confront the peril of mortality. His ability to lead the demon clan to survival is not merely a stroke of luck, it is rooted in his unwavering conviction and formidable strength. Undoubtedly, he personally dealt the lethal blows to the 8 great imperial clans and the myriad of races. This is merely the initial step of his vengeance. As the outcome of the extraterritorial battlefield is announced, the atmosphere within the primordial ancient realm becomes increasingly tense and intricate. The 8 great imperial clans and the myriad of races harbor deep-seated apprehension and hostility towards the rise of the demon clan, while the demon clan itself faces unprecedented challenges and opportunities. Nonetheless, regardless of the trials and tribulations that lie ahead, Suemo stands prepared. He will lead the demon clan to confront every challenge, continuing to inscribe their own legendary saga. Having solidified the absurd yet astonishing notion within his heart, the Void Demon Emperor falls into a prolonged silence, rendered nearly speechless by shock. A tempest of emotions surges within him as he gazes incredulously at Suemo, whose performance exceeds all his expectations. After a brief moment, the Void Demon Emperor finally regains his composure and swiftly flies before Suemo and the demon clan, his eyes alight with fervent excitement. He reaches out, vigorously patting Suemo's shoulder, each gesture infused with such intensity as if he seeks to convey his astonishment and joy through this simple act. Sumo, oh Sumo. The Void Demon Emperor's voice brims with exhilaration and admiration. You have truly astonished me. I initially believed you possessed only some talent and strength, yet here you are, achieving such monumental feats. Remarkably, there are no survivors from the entire extraterritorial battlefield, save for the demon clan. This is utterly incredible. He pauses, seemingly digesting the overwhelming news, before continuing, indeed. A tiger does not father a dog. Your father has indeed bequeathed a remarkable son. If his spirit in the heavens were to learn of your accomplishments, he would undoubtedly feel immense pride and satisfaction. Sumo finds himself somewhat bewildered by the Void Demon Emperor's sudden enthusiasm, yet he responds courteously, Senior Void Demon Emperor. You flatter me. I am but fortunate. The survival of the demon clan in the extraterritorial battlefield is also owed to the support and trust of my kin. The Void Demon Emperor waves his hand dismissively, saying, Fortunate? Such an explanation does not suffice. Your strength and wisdom are truly exceptional, otherwise, you could not have reached this point. I am filled with anticipation for your future, firmly believing that you shall carve out a realm of your own within the primordial ancient world. Upon hearing these words, Sumo felt a surge of warmth within his heart. He understood that the Void Demon Emperor's remarks were not only an acknowledgement of his strength but also a source of encouragement, as well as an expression of hope and blessings for his future. He bowed deeply, conveying his heartfelt gratitude to the Void Demon Emperor. Moreover, in his moments of peril, the Void Demon Emperor bestowed upon him boundless opportunities, allowing him to develop and reach his current level of prowess. Chapter 58, A Great Uproar at this moment. The ancient realm of Taichu was engulfed in turmoil due to the outcome of the outer battlefield, prompting all to reassess the young and formidable leader of the celestial demon clan, Sumo. His legendary tale would be immortalized within the annals of the ancient realm of Taichu, becoming a celebrated narrative for future generations. As the final results of the outer battlefield unfolded, the atmosphere in the ancient realm grew palpably tense. The expressions of the 8 great imperial clans turned ashen, resembling the pallor of death. They struggled to accept the harsh reality that their clan's prodigies had perished on the outer battlefield, and according to Sumo, these talents had all met their demise at his hands. The ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans were seething with rage, their gazes sharp as blades, fixed menacingly upon Sumo. Their auras erupted in full force, the formidable presence of the Emperor realm descending upon Sumo like a tempest. In that moment, the entire ancient realm of Taichu seemed to resonate with an intense sense of oppression, as countless individuals held their breath, paralyzed with fear. Yet, in the face of the ancestors' wrath and overwhelming pressure, Sumo displayed no sign of trepidation. He stood tall, his gaze resolute and profound. He understood that the impending conflict was unavoidable, yet he was prepared to confront it. Esteemed elders, life and death in the outer battlefield are fated, and fortune lies in the heavens. I, Sumo, firmly believe I have committed no wrongdoing. His voice was calm and resolute, unyielded by the imposing presence of the 8 great imperial clans. As for your clan's prodigies, they indeed fell by my hand, but that was because they sought to eliminate me. I, Sumo, am not a lamb to the slaughter. Moreover, were not your 8 great imperial clans and the myriad beings of the ancient realm of Taichu equally ruthless in their pursuit of my clan's demise? As his words echoed through the air, the ancestors' expressions darkened further. They had not anticipated such audacity from Sumo, daring to utter such words before them. However, they were also acutely aware of Sumo's strength and intellect, for it was precisely these qualities that had enabled him to lead the celestial demon clan to survival in the outer battlefield. Sumo, do not overstep your bounds. Although our clan's prodigies perished at your hands, do not presume we shall let you off so easily. One of the imperial ancestors bellowed. United, the 8 great imperial clans are a force the celestial demon clan cannot contend with. If you are wise, surrender all spoils from the outer battlefield and return to your realm. Sumo merely chuckled at the elder's words, unperturbed by the threat. He understood that while the 8 great imperial clans were formidable, uniting against the celestial demon clan was no simple task. Moreover, he harbored his own plans and would not easily yield to their intimidation.
After all, he possessed a peak experience card from the Emperor realm, a powerful asset indeed.
Esteemed elders, should you truly wish to engage in battle, then by all means, Sumo said nonchalantly. However,
allow me to remind you that the spoils of the outer battlefield are not easily obtained. Furthermore, the Celestial Demon Clan is not a soft target to be bullied. If you are prepared to wage war, be ready to pay a grievous price.
Sumo's words plunged the ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans into silence.
They recognized the truth in his statement. Should war ensue, while they might triumph over the Celestial Demon Clan, it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost.
Moreover,
they had to consider the attitudes and reactions of other factions.
After all,
Sumo's leadership of the Celestial Demon Clan in the outer battlefield had prompted many to re-evaluate this previously overlooked power.
His words echoed in the ears of all, inciting a wave of commotion. The ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans surveyed their surroundings, realizing that the gazes of countless individuals were fixed intently upon Sumo, their eyes brimming with anger and hostility.
Clearly, the deaths of so many prodigies at Sumo's hands had ignited the wrath of the masses.
Not only that,
but other demon factions, aside from the Celestial Demon Clan, also fixed their stares on Sumo, equally intent on his demise.
In the face of such a situation, Sumo exhibited no sign of trepidation.
He was acutely aware of his predicament, yet he understood that only by maintaining composure and resolve could he navigate the challenges ahead. Esteemed ones, I, Sumo, act with a clear conscience, he proclaimed, his gaze resolute and profound.
In the outer battlefield, life and death are fated, and fortune lies with the heavens.
I have not instigated hostility towards anyone, but should anyone seek my demise, rest assured that I shall not await my fate passively. As for the enmity from the myriad races and other demon factions, I, Sumo, shall accept it all.
However, I urge you to comprehend that my clan is not one to be trifled with. Should anyone dare to challenge our boundaries, I will ensure they bear a heavy toll.
His words radiated confidence and determination, sweeping across the crowd as if he could penetrate the innermost thoughts of each individual.
At that moment, his aura reached its zenith, compelling everyone present to sense his formidable resolve. The ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans gazed at Sumo in silent astonishment.
They had not anticipated that this young man possessed such a powerful presence and unwavering determination, which only deepened their wariness of his strength and intellect. The members of the myriad races and other demon factions were also daunted by Sumo's imposing aura. Though their hearts still brimmed with animosity, they refrained from hasty action.
They understood that Sumo and the Celestial Demon Clan were no longer easy prey.
At the heart of this gathering, a silent confrontation unfolded. Sumo and the Celestial Demon Clan stood on one side, while the 8 great imperial clans, the myriad races, and other demon factions occupied the opposite side. The glances exchanged between the two factions crackled with tension, as if sparks might ignite.
The ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans, with their keen eyes,
swiftly discerned the subtle shifts in the situation. They recognized that the myriad races and other demon factions present, aside from the Celestial Demon Clan,
harbored profound enmity towards Sumo.
Each of these factions, without exception, sought to eliminate him in vengeance for their fallen prodigies in the outer battlefield. This scenario undoubtedly presented a remarkable opportunity for the 8 great imperial clans. They no longer harbored any reservations, for Sumo had become the target of public scorn.
They could fully harness this momentum to confront the Celestial Demon Clan. The ancestors of the 8 imperial clans exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with resolute determination.
They understood that this was a rare opportunity, one that they must seize.
Otherwise, should Sumo grow stronger, they would face an even graver challenge. Sumo, today you shall not leave this place alive, declared one of the imperial ancestors coldly, his voice brimming with malice. Chapter 59, Provocation Indeed.
United as the 8 great imperial clans, bolstered by the support of various races and other factions of the Demon Clan, your heavenly Demon Clan stands no chance.
Another elder concurred. With the declarations of the ancestral elders from the 8 great imperial clans, the atmosphere in the primordial ancient realm instantly grew tense.
The representatives from various races and other factions of the Demon Clan also stepped forward, their gazes fixated on Sumo, as if intent on consuming him alive. In the face of such a daunting situation, Sumo displayed no sign of fear. He took a deep breath to calm the tumult within his heart. He understood that this battle would be exceptionally arduous, yet he firmly believed that as long as he and the heavenly Demon Clan stood united, they would surely overcome this formidable challenge. Esteemed seniors, since you have resolved to join forces against me, please proceed, Suemo declared, his voice steady and resolute. The Heavenly Demon Clan bears no relation to me. If there is to be a confrontation, let it be solely with me, Suemo.
Against your kind. I alone am sufficient.
Sumo's words sent a shiver through all present. As his voice faded, the space fell into a brief silence. The crowd was utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that, in such a perilous moment, Suemo would choose to sever ties with the Heavenly Demon Clan to spare his kin from entanglement. Such an act of honor commanded profound respect from all. However, just as the crowd was moved, the practitioners of the Heavenly Demon Clan began to rise.
In unison, they shouted, their voices reverberating, Suemo. We, the Heavenly Demon Clan, stand by you. We shall never abandon you. The blood we share is ours to shed together. If you dare, let us engage in battle as one. The words of these practitioners were imbued with unwavering resolve. Expressing their willingness to confront the imminent crisis alongside Suemo, undeterred by the specter of death.
Their actions stirred the hearts of all present. Igniting a warm surge within Suemo, gazing at the steadfast practitioners of the Heavenly Demon Clan by his side, a flicker of emotion crossed Suemo's eyes. He realized that his journey in this world had not been in vain. At the very least, he had garnered the genuine camaraderie of these individuals.
He inhaled deeply, steadying his emotions, then turned to face the ancestral elders of the 8 great imperial clans and the assembled crowd.
Esteemed seniors, esteemed colleagues.
Suemo's voice remained calm and firm.
Though I am young, I comprehend the significance of loyalty. Since the practitioners of the Heavenly Demon Clan are willing to confront this crisis alongside me, how could I flee alone? Regardless of the outcome today, I shall bear the burden with the Heavenly Demon Clan. Suemo's declaration fortified the resolve of the practitioners of the Heavenly Demon Clan, who encircled him closely,
prepared to respond to any potential conflict.
Meanwhile, the ancestral elders of the 8 great imperial clans and the representatives of various races watched the scene with grim expressions. Astonished that Suemo had garnered such loyalty and trust from the practitioners of the Heavenly Demon Clan,
the tension in the atmosphere escalated once more,
as the specter of a great battle loomed on the horizon. In the face of the resolute support from the practitioners of the Heavenly Demon Clan, the imperial elders of the 8 great clans regarded the situation with disdain. They cast scornful glances at the cultivators of the Celestial Demon Clan,
their voices dripping with disdain and mockery. A bunch of worthless practitioners, so lowly in rank, dare to challenge us? It is truly laughable. If death is to come, let us all perish together.
Yet, before their derision could fully dissipate, the imposing presence of the Void Demon Emperor, at the pinnacle of the Imperial Lord Realm, erupted,
casting a formidable aura that enveloped the entire space. Without hesitation, he positioned himself before Suemo,
his gaze resolute and piercing as he faced the ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans.
What of me? The Void Demon Emperor scoffed. What does my peak Imperial Lord status signify? I believe, should I exert myself, I could still take a few of you down. Care to test that?
His words were laden with provocation and menace, causing the countenances of the 8 great imperial clan ancestors to darken instantly. They had not anticipated that such a formidable entity from the Celestial Demon Clan, the Void Demon Emperor, would step forward. The might of a peak Imperial Lord was sufficient to instill trepidation in their hearts.
Silence enveloped the ancestors of the 8 great Imperial clans. They understood that should they engage in battle against the Void Demon Emperor and Suemo, the cost would likely be substantial. Furthermore, they had to consider the attitudes and reactions of other factions. After all, Suemo and the Celestial Demon Clan had already demonstrated formidable strength and intellect. With the addition of the Void Demon Emperor, they would indeed become a formidable challenge. As the Void Demon Emperor steadfastly took his stance, certain factions among the myriad races began to quietly withdraw from the assault on Suemo. These factions, being relatively weaker and lacking their own Imperial Lord cultivators, were keenly aware of the terrifying prowess of a peak Imperial Lord. Should the Void Demon Emperor take action, their clans could face utter devastation. Thus, they wisely chose to retreat, unwilling to plunge their entire clan into irretrievable calamity due to a moment of impulsiveness. Simultaneously, some demonic factions also began to vacate the battlefield. Sharing a common heritage, they possessed a deeper understanding of the tumultuous nature of conflicts among demon kin. In the outer battlefield, life and death are decreed, while wealth and nobility lie in the hands of fate. The demonic prodigies who perished at Sumo's hands merely underscored their inadequacies.
These demonic factions did not wish to offend the Void Demon Emperor over this matter. After all, should a peak Imperial Lord unleash their wrath, their clans would struggle to withstand such fury. With the exodus of these factions, the previously coordinated assault on Sumo began to unravel. Although the ancestors of the 8 great Imperial clans maintained their grim expressions, they also recognized that taking action against Sumo and the Celestial Demon clan had become a far more daunting prospect. They needed to reassess the situation and devise new strategies. Meanwhile, Sumo and the cultivators of the Celestial Demon clan seized this opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief. They understood that their temporary escape from this crisis was entirely due to the support of the Void Demon Emperor.
At the same time,
they realized that the road ahead remained long and fraught with challenges. They must continue to uphold vigilance and unity to confront potential greater crises. The situation had grown increasingly delicate. Various factions observed from the shadows, speculating on one another's intentions.
In this intricate web of intrigue, Sumo and the Celestial Demon clan had become the focal point of attention.
Every action of theirs reverberates through the very fabric of the space.
Yet,
regardless of how the future may unfold unpredictably, Sumo and the Celestial Demon clan are resolutely prepared to face all challenges that lie ahead.
They stand unwaveringly behind one another. As more powers gradually withdraw from the siege against Sumo, the expressions of the ancestral elders of the 8 great Imperial clans grow increasingly grim.
Their gazes are sharp as blades, fixated on those forces that have chosen to retreat,
their hearts brimming with discontent and fury.
Although the withdrawal of those factions that bear no enmity towards Sumo brings displeasure to the 8 great Imperial clans,
it is still somewhat comprehensible.
Chapter 60, Confidence. However, for those forces that initially participated in the extermination of the Su clan,
the ancestors of the 8 great Imperial families could not tolerate their withdrawal. Do you truly believe that Sumo has forgotten your actions in the annihilation of the Su clan? The ancestors of the 8 great Imperial families scoffed, their voices laced with derision and menace.
It is futile, Sumo must be eliminated. He is gradually gaining strength, and if he continues to grow, none of us shall escape. Upon hearing these words, those forces that had initially contemplated withdrawing hesitated. They understood Sumo's burning desire for vengeance and recognized the determination of the 8 great Imperial families. If they chose to withdraw at this moment, they would likely face a dual onslaught from both Sumo and the 8 great Imperial families. Yet, as these factions wavered, Sumo's voice suddenly resonated. Esteemed ones, I am aware that some of you stand here under the duress of the 8 great Imperial families.
I assure you,
if you withdraw now and pledge not to oppose me any further, I shall hold no grudges. Sumo's words astonished all present. They had not anticipated that,
at such a critical juncture, Sumo would opt for leniency and forgiveness.
This gesture undoubtedly illuminated a glimmer of hope for those factions contemplating withdrawal.
Sumo, will you truly spare us?
One leader inquired tentatively.
I, Sumo, am a man of my word, he nodded. As long as you do not oppose me,
I shall not trouble you. Of course, this was merely a tactical delay for Sumo. At this moment, it was prudent to reduce the number of adversaries. He could never forget how those individuals had treated the Su clan, and when the time came, none would be spared.
Upon hearing Sumo's promise, the previously hesitant factions resolved to withdraw.
They expressed their willingness to exit the siege against Sumo and vowed not to become his enemies again. With their departure,
the coalition against Sumo began to fragment once more. The expressions of the ancestors of the 8 great Imperial families grew increasingly grim. They had not anticipated that Sumo could resolve the crisis in such a manner.
However, they were also aware that this did not signify their complete escape from peril. They needed to reassess the situation and devise new strategies to confront Sumo and the Celestial Demon clan. As time passed, the once mighty siege force gradually diminished, leaving only the 8 great Imperial families from the primordial ancient realm and other significant powers that had originally participated in the assault on the Su clan. Those factions that had joined solely due to losses on the battlefield had chosen to withdraw. These departing forces believed that continuing the assault on Sumo and the Celestial Demon Clan was no longer necessary. They fully recognized Sumo's exhibited strength and potential. Should he evade this crisis, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Thus, they were unwilling to offend a formidable adversary for the sake of fleeting gains. Faced with the shrinking siege circle, the 8 great imperial families and other major forces, despite their darkened expressions, found themselves powerless. They are acutely aware that the withdrawal of these forces has undeniably diminished their strength, rendering the confrontation with Sumo and the Demon Clan considerably more arduous. However, the ancestors of the 8 imperial clans and other significant powers have not yielded to despair. They fully comprehend the peril that Sumo and the Demon Clan pose to them, and they recognize that allowing Sumo to mature would result in incalculable losses. Consequently, they have resolved to persevere, vowing to eradicate Sumo and the Demon Clan at any cost. The situation has once again escalated in tension. Although the number of besieging forces has drastically decreased, those remaining are formidable entities. The strife among them is destined to be more intense and ruthless. Meanwhile, Sumo and the Demon Clan have become the focal point of attention, their fates now the subject of the utmost intrigue across the realm. Those factions that chose not to partake in the siege have not departed, instead, they linger with keen interest, preparing to witness the imminent clash. For them, such a grand confrontation is a rare spectacle, seldom witnessed for centuries, making it an event not to be missed. Furthermore, amidst such turmoil, there lies the potential for opportunistic gains. Nevertheless, for the ancestors of the 8 imperial clans, the presence of these onlookers undoubtedly breeds further discontent. With grim expressions, they cast their steely gazes upon the Void Demon Emperor, their voices laced with chilling intent. Void Demon Emperor, we grant you one final opportunity. Lead your demon clan away, and we shall let bygones be bygones. However, should you insist on opposing us, you will undoubtedly perish under the assault of our 8 imperial clans and numerous forces. Even at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, you will find no chance of escape. In the face of the ancestors' threats, the Void Demon Emperor remains unfazed. With a scornful laugh, he retorts, "You 8 imperial clans truly possess great arrogance. You wish for my demon clan to depart? Ha! What a farce! My demon clan has never cowered before anyone, least of all you who prey upon the weak. Today, my demon clan stands resolute here, advancing and retreating alongside Sumo. If you desire battle, then let us engage. Let us see who shall ultimately meet a fate without burial." The Void Demon Emperor's words resonate with unwavering conviction, stirring profound emotions among all present. They realize that this impending battle is inevitable. What follows will be a breathtaking contest of life and death, with the survival of Sumo and the Demon Clan now the central concern of all. Confronted by the Void Demon Emperor's steadfast defiance, the expressions of the ancestors of the 8 imperial clans darken instantaneously, their murderous intent glaringly evident. With eyes ablaze with fury, they fixate on the Void Demon Emperor, as if intent on consuming him with their gaze. One among them bellows, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the primordial ancient realm, "You refuse to heed our offer and will face the consequences. Today, you, Void Demon Emperor, shall surely meet your demise. The Demon Clan will lose a peak Emperor-level cultivator." With the furious roar of the ancient ancestor, the other 7 imperial clans' elders unleashed their formidable auras, causing the very fabric of space to tremble under the weight of their oppressive force. Clearly, they were prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the Void Demon Emperor and the Celestial Demon Clan. However, the Void Demon Emperor remained utterly unfazed. He cast a cold, disdainful glance at these elders, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Do you wish for my demise? You must first prove your capability. Today, I stand resolutely here, ready to advance or retreat alongside Sumo. If you wish to strike, then come forth." This declaration once again underscored the Void Demon Emperor's unwavering resolve and tenacity. Chapter 61, The Righteousness of the Void Demon Emperor. He understood that at this moment, retreat was no longer an option. Only by exerting every ounce of his strength in battle could he secure a glimmer of hope for himself and the Celestial Demon Clan. As the momentum escalated on both sides, a cataclysmic confrontation was imminent beyond the confines of the shell world of the Celestial Martial Continent. Whether Sumo and the Celestial Demon Clan could survive this clash would soon become the focal point of the entire world. With the Void Demon Emperor's audacious and resolute words reverberating in the air, the entire scene seemed cloaked in an invisible force. His decision signified the Celestial Demon Clan's full-scale involvement in the dispute with Sumo and the 8 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, including those forces that had once participated in the annihilation of the Su clan. This was not merely a contest of power, but a profound examination of morality and loyalty. Every individual present was awestruck by the Void Demon Emperor's charisma and sense of righteousness. A complex array of emotions surged within them, intertwining reverence for the Demon Emperor with confusion regarding his actions. Was this truly the same Void Demon Emperor renowned for his ruthless disregard for human life? His actions prompted a re-evaluation of his character. Perhaps he was not as merciless as the world had depicted, but rather held steadfast beliefs and a sense of justice. In his eyes, there may have once existed a reverence for life and a yearning for friendship. Yet, in the maelstrom of power and the survival laws of the demon race, he had been compelled to conceal these softer aspects, presenting a visage of coldness to the world. However, in this moment, he resolutely chose to confront the challenges ahead for Sumo and the unresolved grievances of the past. Such a choice required immense courage and determination, fortified by unwavering faith and moral integrity. This incarnation of the Void Demon Emperor revealed another facet of his soul, prompting a newfound respect and understanding among the observers. In the impending confrontation, both Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor would face unprecedented trials. Their choices and actions would undoubtedly influence the overarching dynamics of the world. At this juncture, fraught with uncertainty and potential upheaval, all awaited with bated breath to witness what would unfold next, hoping for the outcome of this epic contest. Feeling the unwavering support of the Void Demon Emperor, Sumo was filled with profound emotion. He recognized that the Void Demon Emperor was not only a formidable leader but also a deeply loyal friend. He reminisced about the past, recalling the unwavering devotion the Void Demon Emperor had shown towards his mother, a testament to his dedication that warmed Sumo's heart. Sumo understood that the Celestial Demon Clan's choice to stand by his side was a tremendous act of trust and support. This bond of friendship was etched in his heart, and he resolved to repay the Celestial Demon Clan with all his might in the future. In Sumo's eyes, the Celestial Demon Clan would not only gain his loyalty and gratitude, but would also reap boundless benefits from his existence. He brimmed with confidence and anticipation for the future. Aware that this confrontation would serve as a pivotal test in his life, as well as an opportunity to showcase his strength and wisdom, he firmly believes that with the support of the Void Demon Emperor and the Celestial Demon Clan, he will be able to overcome all obstacles and realize his ambitions and ideals. Simultaneously, Sumo understands that this contest is not merely about his personal honor or disgrace. It profoundly affects the future of the entire Celestial Demon Clan and the fallen Su clan. Therefore, he pledges to exert every effort, not only to repay the kindness of the Celestial Demon Clan but also to seek vengeance and stability. In this moment brimming with challenges and opportunities, Sumo stands shoulder to shoulder with the Void Demon Emperor, ready to face the forthcoming trials together. Their unwavering resolve and conviction shall inspire every member of the Celestial Demon Clan to strive collectively for a brighter future. With a commanding call from the Void Demon Emperor, the entire Celestial Demon Clan reveals an unprecedented determination and fortitude. The leaders of the Celestial Demon realm gather in unison, undaunted by the immense pressure exerted by the 8 great imperial clans and the formidable powers of the primordial ancient realm. Their faces betray an expression of resoluteness, their eyes glinting with fierce intent. In this moment, the Celestial Demon Clan transforms into an impregnable bastion, fiercely guarding their honor and dignity. Today, the might of the Celestial Demon Clan shall once again permeate the entire world. No longer will they conceal their strength, instead, they choose to confront their adversaries head-on, showcasing their power and charisma. Standing aside, Sumo witnesses this unfolding spectacle, his heart brimming with gratitude and respect. He recognizes that the Celestial Demon Clan's steadfast support for him stems not just from past camaraderie but also from their acknowledgement of his potential and worth. He is acutely aware that this struggle transcends his personal existence, it is intrinsically linked to the future landscape of the entire primordial ancient realm. Thus, he resolves to give his all, fighting alongside the Celestial Demon Clan to embrace the challenges that lie ahead. As the tension escalates between the two sides, a cataclysmic battle looms on the horizon. In this monumental clash, Sumo and the Celestial Demon Clan will co-author a legendary chapter.
heralding unprecedented shockwaves and transformations within the primordial ancient realm.
In this charged atmosphere, the sky appears to be torn asunder, dark crimson lightning tumultuously roiling within the clouds. The 8 supreme ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans manifest in the void, exuding an aura akin to a tempest, causing the very world to tremble. Their gazes are piercing, akin to cold blades, aimed directly at the celestial demon clan.
The Void Demon Emperor, leader of the celestial demon clan, stands resolutely at the forefront of his kin, facing this unparalleled pressure with unwavering composure. Do you truly believe that your mere strength can erase the celestial demon clan from existence?
His voice resonates deeply, imbued with power, as he surveys each of the imperial ancestors, as if peering into their very souls.
At that moment, an even more terrifying aura erupts from the direction of the 8 great imperial clans.
It is the collective force of their united assault, like a storm of annihilation, surging toward the celestial demon clan. The members of the celestial demon clan, at this juncture, exhibit their resolve and courage, channeling their power to form an unassailable defense. 2 formidable forces collided violently in the air, unleashing a deafening roar. The entire world seemed to tremble in that instant, with sparks of light erupting and waves of energy dispersing like the tumultuous sea. Yet, amidst this cataclysmic confrontation, the celestial demons showed no signs of retreat. They steadfastly resisted the onslaught of the 8 great imperial clans with their unwavering belief and strength. The battle raged on,
with both sides exerting their utmost efforts in a desperate struggle for supremacy in this life-and-death conflict. Regardless of the outcome, this clash will undoubtedly be etched as a legendary chapter in the annals of history.
Chapter 62, The Righteousness of the Celestial Demon Clan in the Face of the Unwavering Threats and Scorn from the 8 Great Imperial Clans. The Celestial Demon Clan displayed not a hint of trepidation.
The Void Demon Emperor's eyes sparkled with resolute determination,
fully aware that today's battle was pivotal for the honor and future of their entire clan. As the 8 peak ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans unleashed an unprecedented aura, enveloping the Celestial Demon Clan, its members revealed their formidable power and unwavering resolve. They released potent magical energy to counter the might of their adversaries, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble at that moment.
Standing at the forefront,
the Void Demon Emperor's aura surged, as if he were poised to rend the fabric of reality itself. He coldly regarded the peak ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans and declared, with a voice both frigid and resolute, "Today, the Celestial Demon Clan shall fight you to the bitter end. Our honor shall not be sullied, and our dignity shall not be trampled upon. The Celestial Demon Clan shall stand unyielding." With the Void Demon Emperor's declaration, the morale of the Celestial Demon Clan soared even higher. They understood that this battle would determine their fate, yet they were devoid of fear, fortified only by steadfast belief and resolve.
As the impending clash drew near,
the energies of both sides collided, causing the entire Tianwu continent to quiver beneath the weight of such formidable forces. This was a contest of honor, dignity, and future.
Regardless of the outcome, it would etch an indelible mark in the annals of the primordial ancient realm.
Despite the terrifying pressure emanating from the 8 peak ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans, the Celestial Demon Clan's members, though commendably courageous, could not escape the palpable threat to their lives. Under such overwhelming oppression, even the mightiest warriors of the Celestial Demon Clan felt a weight upon their hearts. Yet, in that moment, the Void Demon Emperor exemplified the decisiveness and responsibility of a leader. His gaze sharpened, and he turned to Su Mo and the members of the Celestial Demon Clan, commanding, "You must return to the Celestial Demon Realm and activate the protective formation. I will hold them off." Upon hearing the Void Demon Emperor's words, warmth surged within Su Mo. He understood that the Void Demon Emperor was sacrificing his life to buy them time to escape, a gesture that filled him with both guilt and gratitude. The members of the Celestial Demon Clan comprehended the Void Demon Emperor's intent, nodding in agreement to obey his orders. Under the cover of the Void Demon Emperor, they swiftly retreated from the battlefield, returning to the Celestial Demon Realm to prepare the protective formation. Meanwhile, the Void Demon Emperor remained alone on the battlefield, unflinching in the face of the 8 peak ancestors of the imperial clans. He knew this battle would be extraordinarily arduous, yet he was fully prepared, resolved to fight to the death against his foes. As the members of the Celestial Demon Clan withdrew, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. The Void Demon Emperor confronted the peak ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans, and a breathtaking battle was imminent.
In this fierce confrontation, the Void Demon Emperor would leverage his courage and intellect to carve out a glimmer of hope for the Celestial Demon Clan. As the Void Demon Emperor unleashed the full extent of his peak imperial prowess, the oppressive weight that had loomed over the Celestial Demon Clan began to dissipate significantly. However, as the members of the Celestial Demon Clan withdrew, and just as the Void Demon Emperor was poised to charge towards the 8 ancient clans' peak ancestors, Suemo suddenly soared into the fray, grasping him firmly. "Elder Void, wait." Sumo's voice resonated with urgency and resolve. The Void Demon Emperor turned, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He regarded Suemo and replied in a solemn tone, "Suemo, why do you impede me? This is the moment for our decisive battle against the 8 ancient clans. I must hold them off to buy time for you." Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, Suemo gazed intently at the Void Demon Emperor and spoke earnestly, "Elder Void, I deeply admire your determination and courage. However, I implore you to heed my words. The disparity in strength between us and the 8 ancient clans is vast. Engaging them head-on would result in catastrophic losses. I have devised a plan that may yet turn the tide." A glimmer of surprise flickered in the Void Demon Emperor's eyes. He had not anticipated Suemo presenting a plan at such a critical juncture. With curiosity and anticipation, he inquired, "Suemo, what exactly is your plan?" Sumo's eyes sparkled with boundless confidence as he smiled slightly and declared, "Elder Void, my plan is for us to confront the so-called peak ancestors of the 8 ancient clans together." The Void Demon Emperor was taken aback by this audacious proposal. He had not expected Suemo to issue such a direct challenge, nor had he foreseen his unwavering confidence in facing the peak ancestors of the 8 ancient clans. Yet, he also recognized the determination and resolve in Sumo's eyes, understanding that this was not a rash decision. "Suemo, do you truly possess the confidence to defeat them?" The Void Demon Emperor asked in a serious tone, astonishment evident in his gaze. "You should flee, I can hold them off. There is still a chance. But soon it will be too late. Quickly follow the Celestial Demon Clan's teleportation route, they are nearly back to the Celestial Demon Realm." Suemo shook his head resolutely, stating, "Elder Void, I am acutely aware of the might of the 8 ancient clans, yet I also believe in our strength. Trust me, I have trump cards. And I cannot leave you to face this alone." Upon hearing Sumo's words, a surge of valor welled up within the Void Demon Emperor. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, if you possess such confidence, I shall stand with you against the 8 ancient clans." Sumo's face brightened with gratitude upon hearing this. He understood that with the support and involvement of the Void Demon Emperor, their odds of success would significantly improve. A warm wave of emotion surged within him as he grasped the Void Demon Emperor's hand, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. "Elder, rest assured, we shall emerge victorious." Sumo's voice echoed through the space, clear and resolute. However, his proclamation elicited a chorus of astonishment and derision. The cultivators of the 8 ancient clans, those who had been assaulting the Celestial Demon Clan, now stood by, observing with mocking laughter. They looked at Suemo, their faces etched with disdain and scorn. "Suemo, you are indeed a genius, but your cultivation is still far too lacking." A voice rang out mockingly, "What gives you the right? Little Suemo, spewing arrogance, truly deserves to perish. Do you not even know how to write the word death?" Others echoed with cold laughter. The words of these cultivators were sharp and cruel, as if they sought to shatter Sumo's confidence and courage entirely. Yet, in the face of such ridicule and derision, Suemo revealed not the slightest hint of trepidation. He stood there, his gaze resolute and profound. He understood that his cultivation might yet fall short of matching these formidable powers, but his faith and determination remained unassailable. Chapter 63, Only to fight to the death he possesses an extraordinary advantage, the peak experience card of the Emperor realm, gods shall fall before him. I recognize that my cultivation is insufficient to earn your trust. Suemo spoke softly, his tone calm yet resolute. But what I rely upon is not merely my own strength. He surveyed the surrounding crowd of cultivators, his gaze sweeping over them as he continued. I draw upon the unity and courage of the heavenly demon clan. We may have disparities in cultivation, yet in faith and determination, we shall not be outdone by anyone. Sumo's words resonated with confidence and resolve, as if an invisible force fortified him. Those cultivators who had previously mocked him began to reassess this young genius. While they might not fully comprehend Sumo's determination and faith, they were undeniably stirred by his fearless spirit. In this very space, a new power was quietly coalescing, poised for the impending battle. Although Sumo's words were filled with shock and courage, the gap in cultivation remained an undeniable reality. The 8 esteemed ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans erupted in laughter upon hearing him, their faces alight with derision. Sumo. It seems you are consumed by a desire for vengeance for the Su clan, one ancestor scoffed. You are indeed a genius. But you are still far too young and your cultivation is lacking. Given a few hundred years, perhaps we might truly face a threat from you. But for now, you are but a jest. Another ancestor chimed in, and you, Void Demon Emperor, as a peak expert of the Emperor realm, dare to believe the arrogant words of a junior. Are you truly a valiant warrior, or have you grown too old and muddled to see the reality? Their words dripped with disdain and mockery towards both Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor, as if they had already relegated them to the status of inevitable failures. However, in the face of such ridicule, neither Sumo nor the Void Demon Emperor displayed the slightest hint of fear. They understood that this battle was not solely for the vengeance of the Su clan, but for the peace and stability of the entire primordial ancient realm. The actions of the 8 great imperial clans had long ceased to be acceptable within this realm. The Void Demon Emperor cast a cold glance at the 8 ancestors and stated solemnly, the heights of cultivation do not determine all. In this battle, faith and determination hold equal significance. Though we may lack in cultivation, we possess unwavering conviction and resolve. This will be the key to our triumph over you. Sumo nodded in agreement, proclaiming, indeed, the 8 great imperial clans are formidable, yet that does not imply we lack the strength to fight. Today, we shall wield our faith and courage as our swords and challenge you. Regardless of the outcome, we shall remain true to ourselves. Their words brimmed with confidence and determination, as if they were fully prepared for the impending clash. This battle would undoubtedly etch a vivid chapter in the annals of the primordial ancient realm. Just as the laughter of the 8 esteemed ancestors faded, the atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly grew tense. All eyes were fixed upon Sumo, eagerly anticipating his response. Unexpectedly, Sumo displayed neither panic nor anger. Instead, a devilishly charming smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of disdain and confidence, as if he possessed a countermeasure. Then, astonishingly, his aura surged dramatically, emanating a potent energy wave from within. Above, myriad images began to coalesce, countless divine beasts roared, and the laws of the heavens spiraled. These visions and principles appeared to be drawn towards Sumo by a mysterious force, gradually converging upon him. Before the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, these images and laws merged seamlessly into Sumo's essence. His aura escalated steadily, his cultivation soaring rapidly. In that fleeting moment, Sumo's cultivation transcended to the pinnacle of the imperial venerable realm. This transformation left everyone in shock and disbelief. They could hardly fathom that a young man of previously humble cultivation could ascend to such a terrifying level in an instant. The 8 esteemed ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans were similarly taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they sensed the formidable pressure emanating from Sumo. As if an insurmountable mountain loomed before them. Nevertheless, Sumo did not allow his elevation to cloud his judgment. He understood the significance of this battle and the weight of his responsibilities. Thus, he wasted no time and charged toward the 8 imperial ancestors, ready to engage in a breathtaking confrontation. As the spectators witnessed Sumo's cultivation skyrocket to the terrifying pinnacle of the imperial venerable realm, they were struck by this sudden shift. The cultivators of the 8 imperial clans gaped in disbelief, as if witnessing an unimaginable miracle. The 8 ancestral figures were equally astonished, their expressions revealing an inner turmoil of shock and fear. Once invincible, these formidable beings now felt unprecedented pressure before a mere youth. They roared in defiance, their voices brimming with reluctance and rage. The pinnacle of the imperial venerable realm. This is impossible. One elder bellowed, his voice echoing through the space, laden with incredulous despair. How did he achieve this? What kind of power is this? Another elder exclaimed, his eyes flickering with terror and confusion. The cultivators of the 8 imperial clans buzzed with speculation, struggling to comprehend how this young man could elevate himself to such a terrifying realm in such a brief span. Yet, regardless of their furious shouts and roars, they could not alter the reality that Sumo had indeed ascended to the pinnacle of the imperial venerable realm.
At that moment, Sumo was no longer the insignificant youth in their eyes, but a true contender capable of standing against them. Feeling the surging power within him,
Sumo's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. He recognized that this moment was the prime opportunity for vengeance for the Su clan. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to confront the impending battle.
Upon witnessing Sumo's cultivation soaring to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm,
the typically unconditionally trusting Void Demon Sovereign could not help but display a look of astonishment. His eyes widened, fixated on Sumo,
as if he sought to unravel the secrets concealed within this young man.
Sumo, oh Sumo! You truly are remarkable! The Void Demon Sovereign exclaimed,
his voice tinged with excitement and pride. He was acutely aware of Sumo's relentless efforts and extraordinary talent. Yet he had not anticipated that this young man's hidden strength was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Chapter 64, The first battle. Though the means by which you have achieved this remain a mystery to me, the Void Demon Emperor proclaimed, today I shall join forces with you, Sumo, to overturn the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm and those petty factions. His words were imbued with unwavering resolve and determination, as if he was fully prepared to engage in a decisive battle against the 8 great clans and other forces. He understood that this confrontation would be extraordinarily arduous, yet he also believed that together with Sumo, they could triumph over any adversary.
In this moment, Sumo felt the weight of the Void Demon Emperor's support and trust, and his heart swelled with gratitude and fervor. He realized he was no longer alone in this struggle. He had the backing of the entire Celestial Demon clan and a formidable ally in the Void Demon Emperor. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture, ready to face the impending conflict. He understood this battle would be the most significant of his life, marking the first step in his quest for vengeance on behalf of the Su clan. The surrounding factions were utterly astonished by the sudden surge in Sumo's power, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gasped in shock. Am I dreaming? How is this possible? How many years has he even trained? How could he possibly reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm? This is utterly outrageous. The swiftness of such an ascension is simply unprecedented.
The murmurs of these cultivators reverberated in the air above the battlefield, filled with astonishment and confusion.
They gazed at Sumo as if witnessing the birth of a miracle.
In their eyes, he had transcended from a lowly young cultivator to a true legend.
Yet, Sumo remained undistracted by their exclamations. He stood resolute,
his gaze firm and profound, as if he was already prepared to meet the challenges ahead. He understood that this battle was not merely for himself, but for the entire vanquished Su clan. The Void Demon Emperor, equally taken aback by Sumo's transformation, swiftly regained his composure. He recognized that he was no longer fighting alone. He had a powerhouse like Sumo standing beside him.
Moreover,
Sumo's meteoric rise instilled in him a glimmer of hope for victory.
The 8 ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans,
witnessing Sumo's ascension to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, were struck with alarm, acutely aware that the situation had shifted dramatically. This young man was no longer an adversary they could easily contend with. If they did not act swiftly, the consequences would be dire. They furiously bellowed at the factions behind them, which had participated in the siege against the Su clan. Why are you still hesitating?
Sumo has become a force to be reckoned with. If he survives, you will all face annihilation. Those factions, previously indecisive, were jolted into action by the ancestors' roar,
promptly recognizing the urgency of the situation. They understood that if they did not take immediate measures, they would face catastrophic repercussions should Sumo truly come into his own. Thus, under the command of the ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans, the powerful entities of those factions surged forth, charging towards Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with formidable warriors, an atmosphere charged with intensity.
In the ancient realm of Taichu,
only the ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans have reached the pinnacle of the Emperor's respect, while the strongest among other elite forces merely possess Emperor-level cultivation. Faced with formidable beings like Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor, despite their numerical advantage, a significant disparity in strength remains.
Nevertheless, they are acutely aware that retreat is no longer an option.
They must exert their utmost power if they hope to survive this battle.
Consequently,
They unleashed their most potent abilities, launching a fierce assault against Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor.
Yet, these attacks fail to sway either of the two. United in combat, Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor complement each other seamlessly, repelling the enemy's advances time and again.
The sheer strength they exhibit leaves all witnesses in awe and despair.
As time progresses, the tension on the battlefield escalates.
Although Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor temporarily hold the upper hand, they understand that this confrontation is merely the beginning, with the true challenges yet to unfold.
Nevertheless,
they remain undaunted and resolute, knowing that victory can only be attained through relentless struggle until the final moment.
In the ensuing clashes, Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor unveil astonishing prowess.
They engage in fierce exchanges with the powerful figures of the 8 great imperial clans. Each collision reverberating as if capable of shaking the very foundations of the world.
The onlooking cultivators are captivated by this epic confrontation, witnessing in Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor a reflection of their own courage and determination.
At the heart of the battlefield,
the Void Demon Emperor and Sumo stand side by side,
facing the 8 venerable ancestors of the Taichu ancient realm and the emperor-level powerhouses from the forces that once besieged the Su clan.
This unprecedented conflict sees lesser cultivators unable to partake in the emperor-level battle, relegated to witnessing from afar.
The ancestors of the 8 imperial clans wear grave expressions,
fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor.
The emperor-level powerhouses from those great forces also appear solemn, unwilling to harbor any underestimation.
As the battle erupts, high-level energy fluctuations ripple across the battlefield, their intensity preventing lower-tier cultivators from approaching.
To safeguard the onlookers, the higher-level cultivators activate energy shields,
enveloping them in protection.
Under this defense, the spectators manage to stabilize amidst the residual turbulence of the conflict. They gaze intently at the center of the battlefield,
filled with awe and reverence.
They had never envisioned such formidable entities existing in this world.
Facing a multitude of powerful adversaries, Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor exhibit no trace of fear. Armed with unwavering conviction and formidable strength, they repeatedly repel enemy assaults.
Each clash seems capable of shaking the entire Taichu ancient realm, instilling trepidation in the hearts of the observing cultivators.
However, the battle does not conclude there, rather.
As time elapses, the situation on the battlefield grows increasingly dire.
Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor recognize that they must exert their utmost efforts to secure victory in this battle.
Consequently, they summon the latent powers within themselves, poised to launch an even more ferocious assault upon their adversaries.
For several minutes, Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor engaged in combat with the ancient ancestors of the 8 imperial clans,
as well as other formidable imperial entities from the primordial ancient realm. During this interval, Sumo refrained from unleashing his full strength in haste. Instead, he approached the onslaught of hundreds of imperial powerhouses and the 8 pinnacle beings of the imperial venerable realm with a nonchalant demeanor. Each of Sumo's maneuvers appeared effortless, as if he were partaking in a mere game with them.
Chapter 65, The Hidden Cards of Sumo. He did not rush to claim victory. Instead, he took the time to thoroughly assess the strength of these formidable opponents. This calm demeanor astonished everyone present, as they could hardly believe that such a young cultivator could face such powerful adversaries with such composure. Nevertheless, Sumo harbored his own strategies. He was acutely aware that the peak experience card for the Emperor Venerable Realm in his possession had a mere half-hour duration, yet he remained unhurried. His priority was to discern the strengths of these formidable beings, identify their weaknesses, and then strike decisively. As time elapsed, Sumo gradually grasped the capabilities of these powerful individuals. He noted that although they were numerous, their strengths varied significantly. Some possessed great power but employed singular methods of attack, others were incredibly swift but lacked robust defenses. Sumo meticulously recorded these insights, preparing to deploy them in the ensuing battle. Having discerned their strengths, Sumo resolved to take action. He inhaled deeply, and an explosive force surged within him. With a momentum akin to a thunderous storm, he charged at the powerful beings, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. The opponents found themselves caught off guard by Sumo's onslaught, retreating in disarray. The ancestors of the 8 imperial clans were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Sumo could unleash such formidable power in such a brief span of time. They realized that without a united front,
they would struggle to withstand his relentless assault. Consequently, the ancestors of the 8 imperial clans unleashed their ultimate techniques, collaborating with other imperial-level cultivators to confront Sumo. However, before Sumo, their combined attack seemed feeble. With his formidable strength and astuteness, Sumo repeatedly thwarted their coordinated efforts. As time progressed, he gradually gained the upper hand. He understood that if he continued on this path, victory in this confrontation would be his. The onlooking cultivators were equally awed by Sumo's prowess. Relieved that they had not engaged in the assault. In the span of mere minutes of fierce combat, the ancestors of the 8 imperial clans and other imperial-level powers from the primordial ancient realm exhibited expressions of sheer astonishment and disbelief. They had never fathomed that a young cultivator could display such astonishing strength, single-handedly resisting the combined might of numerous Emperor Venerable Peak and imperial-level adversaries. Sumo's figure darted across the battlefield, each motion exuding an air of unhurried confidence, as if everything were well within his control. The techniques he executed were immensely powerful and astonishingly swift, each strike precisely targeting the vulnerabilities of his foes, leaving them struggling to defend themselves. Meanwhile, the Void Demon Emperor, a being who once instilled dread throughout the entire primordial ancient realm, merely observed the battle in silence, seemingly detached from the fray. This realization dawned upon all present: Sumo's strength had reached an unfathomable height, inspiring confidence even in a formidable figure like the Void Demon Emperor. The ancestors of the 8 imperial clans and other imperial-level cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror and despair. They initially believed that their numerical superiority and cultivation prowess would easily allow them to vanquish Sumo. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Sumo's formidable strength made them acutely aware of how ludicrous their previous miscalculations were. "How is this possible?" stammered one of the emperor-level cultivators, terror etched across his features. "He was merely at the first level of the Holy Sovereign Realm, how can he now stand at the pinnacle of the Emperor's Sovereign Realm, exhibiting such overwhelming power?" Another elder could not suppress his astonishment. At that moment on the battlefield, only Sumo remained standing, his silhouette towering majestically against the backdrop of the setting sun. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as if no force could impede his advance. In the throes of despair and helplessness, the gazes of the 8 great imperial clan elders turned fierce and resolute. They exchanged glances, instantly reaching a tacit understanding. A torrent of murderous intent flowed within their eyes, as if they sought to obliterate both Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor. With a decisive wave of their hands, the very fabric of space distorted, revealing a myriad of spatial passages before them. At the other end of these portals lay the strongholds of their respective clans. In unison, the elders roared, their voices reverberating through the heavens, penetrating the depths of their strongholds. "Ancient clan, all emperor-level cultivators, assemble. Leave a few behind to guard. The rest shall follow us into battle." Their voices brimmed with undeniable authority and resolute determination. As their roars faded, figures surged forth from the spatial passages. Each of these individuals was a pinnacle cultivator of their clan, their power having reached the emperor level or beyond. They heeded the elder's command, swiftly gathering to prepare for the impending conflict. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew palpably tense. While Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor were indeed formidable, facing such a multitude of emperor-level cultivators compelled them to adopt a state of readiness. Yet, in their eyes, there was no hint of trepidation, rather, they were filled with steadfast resolve and fighting spirit. With the arrival of the emperor-level cultivators from the 8 great clans, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. However, Sumo and the Void Demon Emperor did not falter. They understood that this battle would be a true struggle for survival. Yet, they also believed that as long as they fought side by side, nothing could obstruct their path forward. The 8 great clan elders led thousands of emperor-level and higher cultivators, descending upon the battlefield like a dark cloud, enveloping the arena in an atmosphere of impending slaughter. Their gazes were sharp as blades, fixated firmly on Sumo, as if they had already designated him as a corpse. The elders, once renowned for their might at the peak of the Emperor's sovereign realm, could not help but sneer. With one bellowing at Sumo, "Sumo, you are indeed powerful. We acknowledge that your talent and strength have left us astonished. Perhaps, given a few more decades, not only would you topple our 8 great clans, but the entire primordial ancient realm as well.
Yet, regrettably, you shall have no such opportunity this time. His voice was imbued with a chilling ruthlessness, as if pronouncing the death sentence of Sumo. Yet, in the face of such oppressive intimidation and derision, Sumo did not waver. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Opportunities? Sumo responded nonchalantly. I have never relied on others to grant me chances. What I desire is to forge my own opportunities. As his words resonated through the air, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, as if ready to upheave the entire battlefield. Although the formidable beings of imperial rank and above were indeed powerful, they could not help but feel a tremor of trepidation in the presence of Sumo's formidable presence. Chapter 66, Stubbornness. The ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans were taken aback, their eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Sumo could unleash such formidable momentum even in the face of dire adversity. Yet, rather than retreating, their resolve to eliminate Sumo intensified. Attack! With a commanding shout from the ancestors, thousands of powerful warriors launched a simultaneous assault. In an instant, the battlefield surged with energy, the cacophony reverberating through the air. However, amidst the relentless onslaught, Sumo stood unwavering like a rock, his figure weaving through the barrage, each strike precise and lethal. This battle was destined to be arduous. Yet Sumo showed not a hint of retreat. He understood that only by vanquishing these formidable foes could he avenge the Su clan. Thus, he unleashed his full potential without reservation, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the powerful adversaries. Within mere minutes of the fierce combat, Sumo calmly assessed the strength of these imperial-level warriors and the peak ancestors of the Emperor's realm. His gaze brimmed with boundless confidence. He realized it was time to reveal his true power. Filled with profound affection and a sense of responsibility towards the Su clan, Sumo was determined not only to avenge them but also to showcase the resurgence of the new Su clan to the entire primordial ancient realm. This was all part of his strategy. He had deliberately exhibited his prowess to draw the upper echelons of the 8 great imperial clans to converge, aiming to eliminate all enemies in one decisive blow. Taking a deep breath, the power within him surged forth like a torrential flood. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning on the battlefield, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. The imperial-level warriors and peak ancestors found themselves retreating in the face of Sumo's relentless assault, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Sumo! How dare you be so audacious? The ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans bellowed, shocked by Sumo's strength and his decisive counterattack. Yet, unperturbed, Sumo retorted with a cold smile, "Do you believe I fear you? Today, you shall learn that the Su clan is not one to be trifled with." As his words echoed, Sumo's attacks grew fiercer. One by one, the imperial-level warriors fell before him, the battlefield thick with the stench of blood. Sensing the dire situation, the ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans were gripped by a chill. They realized that without uniting their strengths, they would struggle to withstand Sumo's onslaught. Thus, they unleashed their ultimate techniques in a desperate attempt to collectively defeat him. However, Sumo seemed to have foreseen their strategy. He dodged their combined attack with a swift movement and charged towards them with the force of a thunderous storm. Under his relentless assault, the ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans were forced to retreat, plunging the battlefield into chaos. In the next moment, a surge of power erupted from Sumo. As if an invisible tempest had swept across the entire battlefield, his momentum surged once more, surpassing everyone present, a formidable force akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. Leaving all in awe, the crowd stood dumbstruck, unable to fathom the magnitude of Sumo's escalating aura. This extraordinary youth, with his unparalleled talent and astonishing prowess, had exceeded their wildest imaginations. Sumo's energy intensified, as if he sought to envelop the entire battlefield under his oppressive presence. His eyes gleamed with a piercing light, capable of penetrating all illusions. In that moment, he became the focal point of the battlefield, drawing every gaze towards him. The elder ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans, alongside other imperial-level powerhouses, felt an unprecedented pressure. They once believed they stood at the pinnacle of the Taichu ancient realm, yet before Sumo, they felt diminutive. "How is this possible?" stammered an imperial powerhouse, his face etched with terror and disbelief. "This child possesses extraordinary talent and unfathomable strength, we must not underestimate him." One of the elder ancestors of the 8 clans inhaled deeply, speaking gravely. At this moment, Suemo seemed to transform into an invincible war deity. His figure towering over the battlefield, exuding an aura of reverence. He understood that it was time to unveil his true strength, to avenge the Su clan. With the rise of Sumo's momentum, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. Those enemies who had clung to a glimmer of hope were now utterly shaken by Sumo's might. They comprehended that today would be a battle of life and death. Suemo was poised to reaffirm his strength and talent in this confrontation, leaving the entire Taichu ancient realm in astonishment. In the next instant, an extraordinary imperial weapon, the abyssal sword, materialized in Sumo's grasp. The moment this divine sword emerged, it radiated an unsettling aura, its obsidian blade seemingly capable of consuming all light. Its power surpassing any weapon the onlookers had ever witnessed. Suemo gripped the abyssal sword tightly, a resolute gleam illuminating his eyes. He swung the blade skyward, thrusting it towards the heavens. As he executed this strike, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky. Dark clouds churned, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, as if doomsday had arrived. A terrifying pressure erupted from the abyssal sword, as if it could obliterate the very firmament. This overwhelming force instilled dread in all present. They envisioned an ancient behemoth awakening, its horrific power shaking the universe itself. The elder ancestors of the 8 imperial clans and other imperial powerhouses felt an unprecedented weight upon them. They had once believed their weapons formidable enough, yet now, before the abyssal sword, they appeared utterly inadequate. They recognized that this divine sword was no ordinary weapon. Its latent power could alter the course of the entire battle. Suemo, firmly grasping the abyssal sword, raced across the battlefield. Each swing of his blade accompanied by an astonishing might, as if he intended to raise the entire arena to the ground. The enemies, who had initially clung to a glimmer of hope, were now utterly astonished by Sumo's formidable prowess. They comprehended that today was destined to be a battle of life and death. With the augmentation of the demon abyss sword, Sumo's strength experienced a tremendous enhancement once more. He wielded the divine sword, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the ancestors of the 8 imperial clans and other sovereign-level powerhouses. Each clash was a spectacle that resonated deeply, and every collision seemed capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught of Suemo and the demon abyss sword, the ancestors of the 8 imperial clans and other formidable sovereigns were compelled to retreat. Chapter 67, A Sword Shatters the Heavens. In the next moment, Suemo let out a piercing howl that resonated through the skies. A sword shatters the heavens. As his roar echoed, the unparalleled imperial weapon, the demon abyss sword, erupted with a blinding radiance. The blade instantly transformed into thousands of formidable sword shadows, piercing towards the firmament. These sword shadows were imbued with cataclysmic power, descending upon the earth like a meteor shower. The countless imperial-level powerhouses and the 8 venerable ancestors felt an unprecedented threat. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily summoned all their cultivation to withstand this terrifying assault. A menacing aura enveloped the battlefield, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of existence. The observing factions sensed this overwhelming pressure, unleashing their most potent energy shields in an attempt to mitigate the ensuing shockwaves. Yet, the might of the thousands of sword shadows exceeded their wildest imaginations. Upon contact with the ground, they detonated with earth-shattering roars. The entire battlefield trembled beneath this force, the ground fracturing into immense fissures, with dust and debris swirling, obscuring the sun. The imperial powerhouses and venerable ancestors were forced to retreat under the onslaught of this power, their faces ashen, eyes filled with terror. Suemo stood at the center of the battlefield, wielding the demon abyss sword, his gaze coldly surveying his surroundings. His figure loomed larger amidst the swirling dust, as if he had become the sovereign of the entire battlefield. This strike, a sword that shattered the heavens, not only showcased Sumo's formidable strength but also rendered him renowned throughout the primordial ancient realm. Those who had previously underestimated him were now utterly stunned by his prowess. They recognized that this young man would become an undeniable force in the future of the primordial ancient realm. The myriad sword shadows cascaded down like a torrential rain, carrying an unstoppable and terrifying momentum, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The imperial powerhouses appeared feeble in the face of this force, barely able to resist before being struck by the sword shadows.
The shadows pierced through their defenses, directly embedding themselves within their bodies, accompanied by anguished cries. The imperial powerhouses fell one by one, their forms dissolving into blood mist, dissipating into the air. The battlefield was shrouded in crimson, the stench of blood pervading the atmosphere, instilling dread. Even the 8-peak venerable ancestors were not spared. Despite their formidable strength, they found themselves powerless against the might of the demon abyss sword. Though they fought valiantly to resist, they were still struck by the sword shadows, suffering grievous injuries. Their faces turned pale, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, clearly indicating the severity of their wounds. Suemo stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield, the demon abyss sword in hand, his cold gaze fixed upon the unfolding chaos. His silhouette appeared even more imposing amidst the bloodshed, as if he had become the master of the battlefield. This strike not only demonstrated his immense power but also made it abundantly clear to all that he now possessed the means to avenge the Su clan. Following this battle, Sumo's name would echo throughout the entirety of the primordial ancient realm. Those forces that once held him in contempt were now utterly awestruck by his formidable prowess. They understood that this young man would reshape the landscape of the primordial ancient realm, emerging as a dominant force in the future. Sumo's strike descended like the apocalypse, obliterating the foremost powers of the 8 great imperial clans and other factions that besieged the Su clan, leaving behind naught but remnants. The once lofty and imperious imperial powerhouses fell like dust before this irresistible force. Apart from a few imperial beings who, for various reasons, had failed to arrive in time and thus escaped calamity, the entire structure of the primordial ancient realm underwent a cataclysmic transformation due to this singular blow. The balance of power, once dominated by the 8 great imperial clans and other factions, was irrevocably shattered. Under Sumo's leadership, the Su clan would rise anew, becoming an undeniable force within the primordial ancient realm. The entire realm trembled from this strike, as countless gazes converged upon Suemo and the Su clan, marveling not only at his might but also at his cunning and resolve. This blow not only avenged the Su clan but also earned Suemo unparalleled honor and respect. In the annals of the primordial ancient realm's history, this moment would be eternally etched. It signified the close of one era and the dawn of another, heralding the Su clan's pivotal role in the future of the realm. Standing amidst the battlefield, Sumo's gaze was profound and unwavering. He recognized that this strike was merely the beginning, the road ahead was long. Yet, he believed that as long as he upheld his convictions and pressed forward with courage, the Su clan would surely forge a more illustrious future. As the aftershocks of that earth-shattering blow dissipated, all present were left in stunned silence, awestruck by the scene before them. At the heart of the battlefield stood Suemo, solitary yet resembling an invincible god of war, his silhouette elongated in the sunlight, as if to cast his dominion over the entire field. His gaze was icy and resolute, sweeping across the surroundings, and none dared to meet the penetrating depths of his eyes. The united forces of the 8 great imperial clans and numerous other factions appeared feeble in the presence of this youthful warrior. Their elite forces lay nearly decimated. A miraculous spectacle indeed. The 8 apex ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans now found themselves steeped in profound despair. Once exalted and ruling over their domains, they could only bear witness as their kin, friends, and comrades fell one by one, powerless to intervene. Tears of blood, born of rage, bitterness, and despair, welled in their eyes. They could not accept such an outcome, yet the reality was indisputable, and they were compelled to confront it. Sumo's strength and cunning far surpassed their wildest imaginations. What they had deemed a concerted assault crumbled before him as if it were nothing. At this moment, Suemo had become the focal point of the entire primordial ancient realm. His ascent not only altered the fate of the Su clan but also transformed the very fabric of the realm itself. Those who had once scorned the Su clan were now re-evaluating the capabilities of Suemo and his lineage. However, Suemo remained unsatisfied by this newfound recognition. He understands that his journey is still long and that numerous challenges await him. Yet, he firmly believes that as long as he upholds his convictions and advances with unwavering determination, the Su clan shall undoubtedly forge an even more illustrious future. At this moment, the surrounding factions are deeply impressed by Sumo's formidable prowess, and they collectively express their heartfelt admiration. The remarkable strength of this young warrior leaves everyone in awe. Those who once underestimated the Su clan now find themselves confronted with their own ignorance and superficiality. It is truly astounding that Sumo could single-handedly vanquish the combined forces of the 8 imperial clans and numerous powerful factions. To what extent does his strength truly reach? It is likely beyond the imagination of us all. Chapter 68, The terrifying Sumo. The Su clan possesses such a prodigy, their future is boundless. These voices echoed incessantly, reverberating across the battlefield. In this moment, Sumo's renown spread throughout the entire primordial ancient realm, and he became a hero and idol in the hearts of countless individuals. However, Sumo did not allow the accolades to inflate his pride. He understood that all of this was earned through his sweat and toil, and he needed to persist in his efforts to protect the Su clan and forge an even more illustrious future. He gazed at the observing factions, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. He was aware that among these factions, some genuinely cheered for him, while others may harbor ulterior motives. Yet, he remained indifferent to such matters. He simply needed to focus on himself and continue onward. In the days to come, Sumo would lead the Su clan with an even more resolute stride towards a brighter tomorrow. His legendary tale would resonate through the annals of the primordial ancient realm for eternity. The Void Demon Emperor watched Sumo at the center of the battlefield, an indescribable shock surging within him. He stepped forward, gazing at this young yet immensely powerful figure, taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within his heart. Young friend Sumo, you are truly remarkable. Your father pales in comparison before you. The Void Demon Emperor could no longer contain his genuine admiration. His voice echoed across the battlefield, stirring a commotion among the surrounding factions. Sumo smiled at the Void Demon Emperor, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He knew that without the Emperor's earlier assistance, he would not have achieved his current success. Therefore, he respectfully replied, "Esteemed Void Demon Emperor, had it not been for your timely aid, I might have long since fallen. Your kindness, I shall forever cherish." The Void Demon Emperor waved his hand, indicating that no further formalities were necessary. He regarded Sumo with admiration gleaming in his eyes. Knowing that this young man not only possessed extraordinary talent but also understood the value of gratitude, destined to accomplish great things in the future. At this moment, the battlefield had regained its tranquility, yet all understood that Sumo's name would forever be etched in the history of the primordial ancient realm. His rise had not only altered the fate of the Su clan but had also left the entire realm in awe. And Sumo would continue to advance, perpetually surpassing himself on the path of cultivation, pursuing ever higher realms. He knew that only by growing stronger could he safeguard himself and the Su clan, and honor those who had once aided him. Suddenly, Sumo's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing like two sharp blades, targeting the 8 peak ancestors of the imperial clans who had already suffered grievous wounds and were nearly devoid of combat power. A sinister and cold smile graced his face, as if mocking those once exalted beings now trapped in despair. 8 ancestors, are you prepared? It is time for you to meet your demise. Sumo's voice was frigid and unwavering, devoid of any compassion or hesitation. His words rang like a death sentence, proclaiming the fate of the 8 peak ancestors of the imperial clans. In the next instant, Sumo roared once more, his voice resounding through the heavens. One sword shatters the sky. With his roar, the heavens suddenly shifted in hue, the once clear sky became overcast, as if shrouded by an invisible force. Endless laws of the great Tao and extraordinary phenomena swirled and intertwined above, creating a profoundly striking tableau. The demon abyss sword was once again raised by Sumo, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, as if it could devour all that existed. He swung the sword towards the sky, piercing it with a thrust that aimed directly at the celestial expanse. As the sword was unleashed, the heavens seemed to be rent apart, a vast fissure appearing in the sky, from which terrifying energy surged forth, sweeping towards the peak ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans. Under the onslaught of this dreadful energy, the peak ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans found themselves utterly unable to withstand it. They emitted terrified cries, their forms collapsing in an instant under the force, dissipating into nothingness. Sumo's strike sent shockwaves throughout the entire primordial ancient realm. His prowess and methods instilled fear and reverence in the hearts of all. Through his actions, he demonstrated the unstoppable rise of the Su clan, heralding the definitive end of the era of the 8 great clans. As Sumo's strike fell, the 8 most potent ancestors of the imperial realm indeed seemed to vanish entirely from existence, leaving not even a trace of their essence. This spectacle plunged the battlefield into a profound silence, as all present were left astounded,
struggling to comprehend how the 8 great clans had been so effortlessly obliterated by a mere youth. However, following this brief moment of stillness, Suemo sensed an unsettling anomaly.
His eyes narrowed slightly as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings, his intuition warning him that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared.
Indeed, upon closer inspection,
he discerned certain irregularities.
Although the auras of the 8 ancestors had dissipated, their forms appeared to linger in the air, not entirely vanished. More astonishingly,
these lingering figures seemed to be gradually coalescing, as if some force were attempting to reconstruct their bodies.
A jolt of realization struck Suemo. He understood this could be a formidable secret or forbidden technique.
Such a technique would allow a cultivator, after sustaining a fatal blow,
to harness residual power to reconstitute their form and evade death.
It truly is not so simple, Suemo murmured to himself, gripping the demon abyss sword tightly,
bracing for the ensuing developments.
He recognized that if these 8 peak ancestors could indeed reform, it would pose a significant threat to both him and the Su clan.
Yet,
just as he prepared to confront this eventuality, the residual forms suddenly began to disintegrate.
They emitted tendrils of black smoke in the air, ultimately dissolving into the void.
This scene brought a sigh of relief from Suemo, yet he understood that this did not signify the total obliteration of the threat posed by the 8 great clans. He remained vigilant, sensing that the 8 great clans, having ravaged the primordial ancient realm for so long, must possess some hidden means.
The Void Demon Emperor,
observing Sumo's cautious demeanor, understood that he was apprehensive about the potential resurrection of the ancestors from the 8 great clans.
He smiled as he flew before Suemo,
gently patting his shoulder and casually remarked, "Young friend Suemo, such a level of attack guarantees their doom. The resurrection of those ancestors likely involves some arcane techniques or forbidden methods unknown to us, and they cannot be employed again in the near future. Therefore, we need not be overly concerned. Let us return to the celestial demon clan and celebrate in earnest." Upon hearing the words of the Void Demon Emperor,
Suemo felt his lingering worries ease somewhat.
Chapter 69, The Strange. He nodded, casting a grateful glance at the Void Demon Emperor.
Just as the Void Demon Emperor was about to celebrate with Suemo, an unexpected turn of events occurred.
The spots where the 8 supreme ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans had perished began to surge with powerful energy waves, as if by a miracle.
Those locations gradually became indistinct, and then, astonishingly, the bodies of the 8 ancestors re-emerged, completely intact, as though they had never suffered any grievous injuries.
Their momentum instantaneously returned to its peak state, and the overwhelming pressure made the surrounding air feel as if it had solidified.
This sudden transformation left everyone, including Suemo and the Void Demon Emperor, in shock and confusion. What is happening?
The Void Demon Emperor stared wide-eyed, incredulously observing the scene before him.
Suemo, too, furrowed his brow, understanding deep within that this was no mere phenomenon of rebirth. The 8 great imperial clans must possess some formidable secret or forbidden technique,
enabling these ancestors to resurrect after death and restore their peak condition. It seems the 8 great imperial clans are indeed profoundly rooted, and should not be underestimated.
Suemo remarked solemnly. What should we do now? The Void Demon Emperor asked anxiously. Suemo took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes.
He knew that in the face of such powerful secret arts, they could not afford to retreat or hesitate.
We must strike again and annihilate them completely, Suemo declared with conviction. The Void Demon Emperor nodded, understanding that this was the only course of action.
Thus, the two prepared to engage once more,
bracing themselves for an even more intense battle.
Standing on the battlefield, Sumo's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated on the vanished locations of the 8 supreme ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans.
However, just as they were about to make their move, the 8 supreme ancestors suddenly spoke. Suemo, you have indeed impressed us.
But do you truly believe that with your solitary strength,
you can contend against the 8 great imperial clans? As for today, we shall let this matter rest for now. But remember, we of the 8 great imperial clans will not relent.
The voices of the 8 supreme ancestors echoed in the air, filled with venomous hatred. The verdant hills remain, and the flowing waters persist.
Suemo, you are woefully unaware of the depth of the 8 great imperial clans. Prepare for your demise. With that, The figures of the 8 ancestors flickered and vanished from sight. As their words faded, the 8 ancestors' forms disappeared as if they had melded into the very air, leaving not a trace behind. Suemo and the Void Demon Emperor exchanged glances, both comprehending that this battle was merely a temporary cessation, and the true contest lay ahead. He understood that the threat posed by these ancestors had not dissipated due to the previous confrontation, they had merely retreated for the moment, poised to return with even greater strength. They chose to flee, but that did not signify the end of their threat. Suemo inhaled deeply, resolute light flickering in his eyes. He recognized that this battle was just the beginning, and the 8 great imperial clans would not relent. Yet he also believed that with sufficient strength and wisdom, he could confront any challenge that lay before him. He turned to the Void Demon Emperor and said, "Esteemed elder, we must prepare ourselves. The 8 great imperial clans will not relent, they are certain to launch another assault." The Void Demon Emperor nodded, his expression growing grave. He was acutely aware of the profound strength of the 8 great imperial clans, which far surpassed that of ordinary forces. Yet, he also believed in Sumo's strength and potential, confident that together they could withstand the onslaught of the 8 great imperial clans. "Young friend Suemo, I shall do everything in my power to assist you. Our heavenly demon clan will also lend you our utmost support," the Void Demon Emperor declared earnestly. Suemo nodded appreciatively, realizing that in the impending storm, he was no longer fighting alone. With the backing of the Void Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Demon Clan, he had an invaluable source of strength to triumph over the 8 great imperial clans. As time flowed silently by, Suemo felt the power within him gradually waning. He understood that the time limit on his experience card for the peak of the Emperor's realm was nearing its end, and he would soon revert to his original state of strength. Nevertheless, even in the face of such adversity, his gaze remained resolute and unyielding. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that those who had once watched him now looked upon him with awe. The formidable forces that had participated in the annihilation of the Su clan, save for the 8 great imperial clans, had perished in this battle. At this moment, Suemo, wielding his true power, could easily obliterate these residual forces, who dared not make a move. With a cold smirk, he proclaimed, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "All forces that once besieged the Su clan are to return what you have taken. Otherwise, you shall face annihilation. I offer you a chance. Do not wait until I come to collect it myself." His voice echoed across the battlefield, sending shivers through all present. Those who had previously participated in the assault on the Su clan felt a surge of panic. They realized that Sumo's strength had surpassed their wildest imaginations. If they truly provoked him, they would likely face utter destruction. Yet, despite their fear, some factions clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that Suemo, having just emerged from a fierce battle, must have suffered some depletion of strength, perhaps making it an opportune moment to resist. However, Sumo's next action dispelled any such thoughts entirely. With a mere flick of his hand, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. The factions that had dared to hope crumbled under this oppressive force, recognizing that they could not contend with Suemo. Consequently, they hastily expressed their willingness to return the treasures they had plundered from the Su clan and vowed never to oppose them again. Witnessing this scene, Suemo nodded in satisfaction, aware that his intimidation had borne fruit. In the days to come, he would rebuild the Su clan and ensure that those who had harmed it would pay the appropriate price. Simultaneously, he would continue to cultivate and enhance his strength, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Sumo's gaze was steadfast and profound as he looked toward the direction of the primordial ancient realm. He understood within his heart that time was a double-edged sword, serving both as a catalyst for his cultivation and growth, as well as a breeding ground for the 8 great imperial clans and other opposing forces to prepare their counterattacks. Nevertheless, he brimmed with confidence in himself and harbored unwavering faith in the future of the Su clan. In a few more years, once his cultivation reached greater heights, the Taichu ancient realm would be irrevocably transformed by his hand. Suemo silently vowed, a promise not only to himself but also to the Su clan. He recognized that the road ahead remained long, fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Yet, he firmly believed that with relentless effort and continuous cultivation, he would inevitably overcome all obstacles and fulfill his solemn oath. Chapter 70: The Reconstruction of the Su clan in the space beyond the small world of the Tianwu continent. The air seemed to grow thick with tension.
Having just endured a breathtaking battle, the 8 supreme ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans had vanished without a trace. Employing mysterious tactics and hidden cards to escape the scene, leaving behind a chaotic and astonished crowd. The other forces that had initially besieged the Su clan found their imperial powerhouses fallen in pools of blood. Their eyes brimmed with terror and resentment, yet at this moment, they were powerless to resist any further. One by one, they retrieved the treasures they had plundered from the Su clan, returning them with an unprecedented humility and trepidation etched upon their faces. However, Sumo did not let them off so easily. Standing at the center of the battlefield, his gaze was as frigid as ice, sweeping over those factions attempting to depart. His aura surged forth like a tempest, suffocating the crowd to the point of near breathlessness. "Do you believe you can simply walk away unscathed?" Sumo's voice was cold and resolute, echoing as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss. The leaders of those factions turned pale, realizing that the events of today would not conclude so easily. They fell to their knees, pleading for Sumo's mercy. But he merely scoffed, "Mercy? Did you ever consider mercy when you besieged my Su clan?" Sumo's voice thundered like a storm in the ears of the onlookers. He extended his hand, and a powerful force erupted from his palm, drawing in every storage space held by the leaders of those factions. He opened each storage space, extracting the treasures within and piling them into small mountains. "These are merely the interest," Sumo declared coolly. "From this day forth, each of your factions must pay tribute to my Su clan, otherwise, the events of today will be your fate." The leaders exchanged glances, fully aware that they had no room for negotiation. They could only nod in agreement before retreating from the battlefield in disgrace. The departing members of the Tianma clan received a signal from the Void Demon Emperor to return to the battlefield. They knew that it was thanks to Sumo's presence that they had weathered this crisis and revitalized the glory of the Tianma clan. In this great conflict, Sumo had also experienced significant growth. He had come to understand his responsibilities and mission, solidifying his beliefs and resolve. He was confident that, in the near future, the Su clan would rise once more to become a pinnacle force on this continent. Above the skies of the Tianma realm, a dazzling light sliced through the heavens as Sumo, accompanied by the Void Demon Emperor and a host of powerful warriors from the Tianma clan, returned to their homeland like a triumphant general. Their return heralded not only the joy of victory but also a shocking revelation that would reverberate throughout the entire Tianma realm on the extraterrestrial battlefield, under Sumo's leadership. The Tianma clan had overwhelmingly crushed the 8 great imperial clans of the ancient primordial realm. This news spread rapidly through the Tianma realm, sweeping across the demon clans like a tempest. Sumo's heroic exploits in battling myriad races and the 8 imperial clans became the stuff of legend among the demonkind. His name has become the most resplendent star within the celestial demon clan, guiding the entire demon race towards the pinnacle of glory. In the ancient realm of Taichu, a world that once stood majestically, exuding an aura of invincibility, an unprecedented sense of defeat now permeates the air. The 8 imperial clans, once proud and formidable, find themselves woefully inadequate before Sumo, striking a severe blow to their cherished dignity and status. This news not only reverberates throughout the celestial demon realm but swiftly spreads across the vast expanse of the 3,000 great worlds, igniting a tremendous uproar among countless races and factions. They marvel at Sumo's valor and wisdom, and their perception of the celestial demon clan's strength undergoes a profound transformation. Sumo's return has not only restored honor and dignity to the celestial demon clan but has also prompted the entire 3,000 great worlds to reassess this previously overlooked race. They begin to re-evaluate their standing and roles within the cosmos, contemplating how to establish themselves in this era rife with uncertainties. For Sumo, however, this is merely the beginning. He is acutely aware that the road ahead is long, fraught with numerous challenges and adversities. Yet, he firmly believes that as long as he harbors conviction in his heart and wields strength in his hands, he can lead the Su clan towards a more illustrious future. Upon hearing of Sumo's formidable prowess on the battlefield beyond the realms, those factions within the demon race that once scorned, challenged, or even slighted him are now engulfed in regret and astonishment. They recognize that Sumo has become an indomitable force within the celestial demon clan, and indeed, the entire 3,000 great worlds. To express their remorse and respect, these demon factions hastily mobilize, presenting their treasures and precious resources before Sumo. They hope to curry favor with him, seeking his forgiveness and acceptance.
In response to their overtures, Suemo graciously accepts their offerings.
Understanding that he now has a more pressing endeavor, enhancing both his own power and that of the celestial demon clan to confront the greater challenges that may arise in the future. He judiciously invests these treasures and resources into honing his martial arts and elevating his cultivation.
Simultaneously,
he allocates these resources to nurture the emerging talents within the celestial demon clan, significantly bolstering their overall strength. Under Sumo's guidance, the celestial demon clan gradually grows more formidable, their influence expanding with each passing day.
Those factions that once dismissed Suemo have now eagerly joined the ranks of the celestial demon clan, collaborating in pursuit of its prosperity and might.
All of this is a testament to the gifts bestowed upon Suemo by the Void Demon Emperor, who has aided him immensely, and indeed, these advantages stem from the renown Suemo has garnered. He has accomplished little beyond embodying his own reputation. As for Suemo himself, through relentless training and combat,
he continues to grow increasingly powerful and enigmatic.
He has become the spiritual pillar and leader of the celestial demon clan, steering the entire clan towards loftier aspirations. In the 3,000 great worlds, Sumo's name and deeds are becoming increasingly known to a wider audience. He has become a paragon and idol in the hearts of countless demons and cultivators, and his legendary tale continues to be recounted and reinterpreted. Time flows like a swift current. After several days of recuperation in the heavenly demon realm, Suemo once again entered the palace of the Void Demon Emperor. His strides were resolute, and his gaze bore an unprecedented firmness and determination. He looked towards the Void Demon Emperor and solemnly declared, "Esteemed Void Demon Emperor, this period of rest has clarified my aspirations. I aspire to establish the Su clan within the heavenly demon realm as a foundation, with the hope of one day returning to the primordial ancient realm. As for settling the score with the 8 great imperial clans, none shall escape my reckoning. I shall grant them no further opportunities." Chapter 71, The Development of the Su clan. The Void Demon Emperor gazed intently at Suemo, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware of Suemo's potential and determination, understanding the truth behind his words. Thus, the Void Demon Emperor slowly nodded in agreement and spoke solemnly, "Suemo, your vision is commendable. Establishing the Su clan will not only provide you with a stable foundation in the demon realm but also consolidate greater strength, laying a solid groundwork for your future quest for vengeance. As the Void Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan, I shall lend you my full support." Upon hearing the endorsement from the Void Demon Emperor, Suemo felt a surge of joy in his heart. Gratefully, he nodded and continued, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your support. I will promptly initiate the preparations for establishing the Su clan while also striving to enhance my own and my clan's strength. I firmly believe that in the near future, we shall reclaim our place in the primordial ancient realm and seek justice for the Su clan." The Void Demon Emperor smiled and nodded, fully aware of Suemo's resolve and courage, trusting in his ability to lead the Su clan towards greatness. He extended his hand, gently patting Suemo on the shoulder, and encouraged, "Go forth, Suemo. I look forward to witnessing the day you lead the Su clan to rise again. The entire demon realm will stand as your unwavering support, backing your quest for retribution." Feeling the encouragement and support of the Void Demon Emperor, Suemo was filled with confidence and strength. He bowed deeply, then turned to depart from the palace. He understood that he was about to embark on a path laden with challenges and opportunities, yet he was prepared to embrace every trial that lay ahead. As Sumo's feats of vanquishing the 8 great imperial clans on the battlefield spread throughout the vast universe and countless lesser worlds, the Su people, once scattered and fleeing due to the destruction of their clan, were profoundly shaken by this news. A burning desire to rebuild the Su clan ignited within them, longing to reunite and recreate the former glory of their lineage. Among these displaced Su individuals were both the direct descendants of the Su clan and its loyal followers. Despite their existence in disparate worlds, they all harbored deep-seated affection for the Su clan. Upon hearing news of Suemo, it was as if they had found a beacon guiding them home, and they resolved to embark on a journey to the demon realm. In the demon realm, Suemo had already prepared for the reconstruction of the Su clan. Standing before the palace of the Void Demon Emperor, he gazed into the distance, his heart brimming with anticipation. When he learned that the scattered Su people were converging towards him, a spark of excitement and solace flickered in his eyes. Before long, the Su individuals from various worlds and lesser realms began to arrive in the demon realm.
They traveled by ships, rode spirit beasts, or traversed the void. All united by a common goal, to find Sumo and rebuild the Su clan. When these Su individuals appeared before him, they knelt in reverence. Expressing their respect and gratitude towards Sumo. Looking at them, Sumo was filled with emotion. He understood that these individuals were the invaluable treasure of the Su clan and the vital force needed for its revival. As the members of the Su clan, who had fled during the clan's annihilation, returned one after another, Sumo stood before them, gazing at the thousands of familiar yet unfamiliar faces. His heart brimming with a tumult of emotions. Their return represented not only the hope for the reconstruction of the Su clan but also an indelible pain etched within Sumo's soul. He reminisced about the former glory of the Su clan, a time when its members were numerous, and its strong were as plentiful as the clouds. A presence that captured the attention of the entire universe. However, an unforeseen catastrophe nearly brought the Su clan to its knees, scattering its members and laying waste to their homeland. Now, as he looked upon these returning kin, Sumo clenched his fists, filled with unwavering resolve. He understood that these individuals would serve as the cornerstone for the Su clan's resurgence. Their shared memories and beliefs would fuel the clan's revival. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he slowly spoke, "Esteemed clan members, welcome back. I am aware that we have endured tremendous losses. But please believe that with your support, the Su clan shall surely regain its former brilliance." His words resonated with determination and confidence, stirring the emotions of all present. They pledged their willingness to exert every effort for the reconstruction of the Su clan. Sumo nodded and continued, "The forces of the primordial ancient realm have inflicted upon us wounds that are far from forgotten. We shall leave no grievance unaddressed. I intend to make them aware that although the Su clan has suffered grievous blows, our will and resolve remain unshaken. We shall make them pay the price and let them know that the Su clan is not to be trifled with." His declarations were powerful and resonant, instilling a sense of purpose and courage among the gathered clan members. They recognized that Sumo was not only their leader but also the hero of their hearts. Under his guidance, the Su clan was destined for a more glorious future. As the members united in fervent cheers, a resolute light sparkled in Sumo's eyes. He understood that this quest for vengeance would be fraught with challenges, yet with the support of his kin, he possessed the strength to overcome all obstacles. He believed that in the near future, the Su clan would once again stand atop the pinnacle of the universe. Upon learning of Sumo's plans to reconstruct the Su clan, the Void Demon Emperor exhibited unprecedented support. He personally selected a vast piece of land, strategically located and ample in size, rivaling the stronghold of the Heavenly Demon clan, a testament to the Void Demon Emperor's unwavering commitment to Sumo and the reconstruction efforts. This land, situated in the heart of the Heavenly Demon realm, replete with resources and an advantageous environment, was undoubtedly a treasure for the Su clan's revival. The Emperor's decision garnered widespread attention throughout the Heavenly Demon realm. Surprisingly, there was unanimous support for this choice, with no dissenting voices. The underlying reason for this solidarity lay not only in the absolute authority of the Void Demon Emperor but also in Sumo's exceptional performance on the battlefield beyond their realm. He single-handedly battled myriad clans, leading the Celestial Demon tribe to a resounding victory over the 8 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm and the myriad cosmic forces. Such remarkable achievements not only elevated Sumo's reputation to great heights but also invigorated the entire Celestial Demon realm. Sumo's prowess and prestige garnered widespread acknowledgement within the Celestial Demon realm, and his return, along with the ambitious plan to reconstruct the Su clan, was heralded as a significant event for the realm. Consequently, Sumo commenced the organization of the Su clansmen, embarking on the preparatory work for the revival of the Su clan. He established various institutions, recruited talented individuals, and devised meticulous plans. Simultaneously, he leveraged his resources and influence to garner additional support and assistance for the Su clan. Sumo exerted considerable influence within the Celestial Demon realm. His exploits on the battlefield beyond the domain allowed him to thrive in the Celestial Demon realm, where a powerful figure is always revered. Chapter 72, Development. Under the guidance of Sumo, the Su clan gradually regained its former vitality and vigor. They commenced the practice of martial arts, the crafting of weaponry, and the establishment of their homeland, laying a solid foundation for the path to future resurgence. Under Sumo's leadership, the Su clan emerged as a formidable force, not only securing a significant position within the realm of demons but also establishing their renown throughout the cosmos. Thus, when the Void Demon Emperor bestowed this precious land upon Sumo,
unwavering support from the entire realm of demons was evident.
The reconstruction efforts of the Su clan proceeded unexpectedly smoothly within the realm of demons. Clan members eagerly dedicated themselves to the rebuilding process, utilizing their resources and skills to forge a homeland of their own. Su-mo personally engaged in the reconstruction,
guiding his kin in their endeavors and leveraging his strength and influence to secure additional resources and support for the Su clan.
As time elapsed, the stronghold of the Su clan gradually took shape.
This stronghold was not only vast and well-equipped but also imbued with the culture and characteristics of the Su clan. Here, the clan members lived, practiced, and procreated, collectively striving for the future of the Su clan. Under Sumo's leadership, the Su clan gradually restored its former glory. They not only solidified their foothold within the realm of demons but also began to expand their sphere of influence outward.
Through their perspiration and intellect, Su-mo and his kin penned a new legendary chapter for the Su clan.
During the reconstruction process, although the majority provided support and assistance, there were indeed factions that harbored skepticism or opposition towards the Su clan. They attempted to impede the rebuilding efforts by challenging the clan's power, however. Their endeavors ultimately resulted in failure. Throughout this period of cultivation, Sumo's strength surged remarkably, reaching the 7th tier of the Saint Sovereign realm. His formidable prowess became the most steadfast backing for the Su clan. Additionally, the clan boasted a loyal cadre of demon soldiers and escaped imperial-level powerhouses, which collectively rendered the Su clan seemingly unassailable in the face of challenges. Those factions attempting to confront the Su clan, whether acting independently or in coalition, found themselves incapable of shaking the clan in the slightest. Their assaults, met with the collaborative counterattacks of Su-mo and his kin, appeared feeble and ultimately compelled them to retreat in resignation. Observing the gradual reconstruction of the Su clan within the realm of demons, those who once harbored doubts began to shift their perspectives. They realized that the Su clan not only possessed formidable strength and profound heritage but also embodied unwavering conviction and an indomitable spirit. These qualities enabled the Su clan to rise amidst adversity, ultimately becoming an undeniable force within the realm of demons. As the influence of the Su clan continued to expand, an increasing number of cultivators and factions sought to engage with them, seeking collaboration and alliances. The Su clan gradually established itself as a pivotal force within the realm of demons, bringing hope and vitality to the entire realm. In this process, Su-mo, as the leader of the Su clan, fully manifested his wisdom and courage. He not only led his kin in the reconstruction of their homeland but also guided them toward a more splendid future. The tale of the Su clan has become a cherished legend within the realm of the celestial demons, serving as a paragon and inspiration for countless cultivators. The remarkable ability of the Su clan to rebuild itself can undoubtedly be attributed to the extraordinary prowess demonstrated by Su-mo on the battlefield beyond the domain. In the past, he wielded a peak experience card of the Emperor's realm, vanquishing the 8 great imperial clans with overwhelming force. A battle that stunned the entirety of the universe's myriad worlds. Now, although many cultivators and factions across the cosmos have discerned, through special means, that Sumo's cultivation has regressed to the 7th level of the Holy Sovereign realm, they remain in awe of his capabilities. They understand that the strength he once displayed was not his true limit. He likely possesses unknown techniques akin to the peak experience card of the Emperor's realm. Consequently, despite encountering several challenges during the rebuilding process, those factions that contemplated opposing the Su clan ultimately retreated after weighing the risks. They dared not wager against such a mysterious force imbued with unknown power. Su-mo's renown spread throughout the universe, with both his strength and wisdom receiving widespread acclaim. Under his leadership, the Su clan gradually restored its former glory, emerging as a formidable presence within the realm of the celestial demons. Simultaneously, Su-mo continued to enhance his cultivation and power, laying a solid foundation for the future of the Su clan. As time swiftly passed, 3 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Su clan, under Sumo's guidance, firmly established itself within the realm of the celestial demons. Although their strength had yet to return to its former zenith, they had become a force to be reckoned with in the realm. Such accomplishments were significantly bolstered by the unwavering support of the Void Demon Emperor. In the realm of the celestial demons, the Emperor's authority was unparalleled, and his backing afforded the Su clan considerable ease in their rebuilding and development. For the 8 great imperial clans, which had once opposed the Su clan, these 3 months were fraught with turmoil. Initially, upon witnessing Sumo's astonishing strength, they hastily sealed their clans to avert his retribution. However, upon learning that Sumo's power had not genuinely reached the peak of the Emperor's realm but rather remained at the Holy Sovereign level through some special means, they felt a sense of relief, albeit tempered with vigilance. The ancestors of the 8 great clans recognized that although Sumo currently possessed only the cultivation of a holy sovereign, his potential and methods warranted their utmost caution. They understood that if Sumo continued to grow, he would inevitably pose a renewed threat to their standing. Thus, they began to secretly amass power and fortify their defenses in anticipation of a potential assault from Sumo. Nevertheless, Sumo did not afford the 8 great clans much respite. Once he had solidified his position, he commenced preparations for a counteroffensive against them. He comprehended that only by eradicating these latent threats could the Su clan find true stability within the realm of the celestial demons. In the days that followed, Sumo led the members of the Su clan in relentless training to enhance their strength, all the while secretly orchestrating their actions against the 8 great imperial clans. He understood that this would be a formidable battle, yet he harbored unwavering confidence in guiding the Su clan towards victory. Deep within the primordial ancient realm, the peak ancestral elders of the 8 great imperial clans gathered, their gazes interlocked, each pair glimmering with a chilling intent to kill. Their eyes pierced through the boundless void, fixated upon the direction of the demon realm, the very location where Sumo and the Su clan sought to re-establish their power. It was the ancient clan elder Gu Tian who first shattered the silence, his voice booming and authoritative, resonating throughout the assembly hall. As long as this wretched Sumo remains alive, one day the 8 great imperial clans of our primordial ancient realm shall inevitably meet their downfall at his hands. Chapter 73. Thoughts. His words were imbued with resoluteness and fury, clearly indicating a deep-seated animosity towards Sumo. The elders of the other imperial clans nodded in agreement, fully aware of the threat posed by Sumo. Indeed, while the means by which he had attained the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm remained a mystery, his strength was undeniably formidable. Another elder from the imperial clan spoke gravely, stating that once he truly reached the apex of the Emperor's realm, they would find themselves without a foothold. Their discourse revealed both an acknowledgement of Sumo's power and a profound anxiety. They understood that Sumo was a formidable adversary not to be underestimated, and that swift action was imperative, lest the consequences be dire. However, in light of Sumo's overwhelming prowess, they were compelled to proceed with caution. They recognized that launching a direct assault against Sumo would be unwise, given his immense capabilities and resources, and they could not ascertain whether he might still possess the means to manifest the full extent of his Emperor's realm power. They needed to identify an opportune moment and method to ensure a decisive strike. In the days that followed, the elders of the 8 imperial clans covertly devised their course of action. They dispatched spies to the demon realm to gather intelligence regarding Sumo and the movements of the Su clan. Concurrently, they fortified their defenses and prepared for a potential counteroffensive from Sumo. Unbeknownst to them, Sumo was also keenly observing their maneuvers. He recognized that the 8 imperial clans would not easily relent, and he had to remain vigilant and ready to respond. Simultaneously, he intensified his cultivation and endeavored to enhance his strength to meet the challenges that lay ahead. The decisions of the elders from the 8 imperial clans were swift and resolute, their voices echoing throughout the primordial ancient realm, laden with murderous intent towards Sumo. After 3 months of recuperation, they noted that while Sumo's cultivation had indeed progressed, he had only reached the pinnacle of the Holy Sovereign level, which fell short of their earlier expectations. Nevertheless, this realization did not diminish their vigilance, rather, it fortified their resolve to eliminate Sumo. This time, the wretched creature was destined to perish without a doubt. The elders of the 8 imperial clans chorused, their voices brimming with confidence and determination. They resolved to mobilize all the emperor-level powers within their clans to relentlessly pursue Sumo. This formidable force was sufficient to send ripples throughout the cosmos. Consequently, the 8 imperial clans sprang into action, including the elders themselves, their figures swiftly vanishing within the primordial ancient realm, leaving only a series of intense energy fluctuations in their wake. They traversed the boundless void, heading directly for the demon realm, with a singular objective: Sumo. This news rapidly spread across the universe, capturing the attention and speculation of countless cultivators. Many felt a pang of anxiety for Sumo. Understanding that while he was exceptionally gifted, whether he could survive against such a colossal entity as the 8 imperial clans remained uncertain. Yet, Sumo did not succumb to fear or despair. He was acutely aware of his circumstances and cognizant of his responsibilities. He understood that only through relentless self-improvement could he safeguard himself and the Su clan. Thus, he embarked on a path of rigorous training, relentlessly enhancing his cultivation and combat prowess. Throughout this journey, Sumo showcased his remarkable intelligence and courage. He adeptly utilized his wits and strategies to successfully navigate through numerous crises, ensuring his survival amid the relentless pursuit of the 8 great imperial clans. Simultaneously, he seized this opportunity to accumulate experience and strength, preparing himself thoroughly for the battles that lay ahead. Although the 8 great imperial clans were formidable, they were not devoid of weaknesses. During their relentless chase of Sumo, certain issues and contradictions within their ranks became apparent, granting him fleeting moments of respite and illuminating glimmers of hope for the future. As time progressed, the clashes between Sumo and the 8 great imperial clans intensified. However, regardless of the magnitude of the challenges he faced, Sumo never wavered in his beliefs and aspirations. He remained steadfast in his conviction that he could surmount all obstacles and believed that under his leadership, the Su clan could aspire to a more illustrious future. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this month, Sumo encountered unprecedented trials of life and death. Upon learning that the elite forces of the 8 great imperial clans had mobilized to hunt him down, he recognized the precariousness of his situation within the demon realm. Despite the unparalleled authority of the Void Demon Emperor within the demon realm, he understood that under the oppressive force of the 8 great imperial clans, unity in the demon realm was not guaranteed. The Void Demon Emperor could only strive to protect the Su clan, but he could not always remain by Sumo's side. Consequently, Sumo made a momentous decision. After bidding farewell to the Void Demon Emperor, he resolutely ventured beyond the cosmos. At the moment of his departure from the demon realm, Sumo's heart was awash with both reluctance and resolve. He knew that this journey would expose him to unprecedented challenges and dangers. Yet, he also realized that only by leaving the demon realm could he escape the relentless pursuit of the 8 great imperial clans and seek new avenues for survival. Beyond the cosmos, Sumo lived a life of tumult and uncertainty. He was incessantly pursued by the elite forces of the 8 great imperial clans. Yet he managed to turn peril into opportunity time and again. Utilizing his intellect and bravery, he skillfully evaded his pursuers while continuously training and enhancing his abilities. Throughout this month, Sumo faced countless life and death trials. He fought fiercely with enemies for days on desolate planets and narrowly escaped death at the edge of black holes. Nevertheless, each time, he managed to extricate himself from danger through sheer tenacity and determination. Although the relentless pursuit by the 8 great imperial clans weighed heavily upon him, Sumo did not relent. He understood that only through constant training and the enhancement of his strength could he survive this deadly contest. Thus, he seized every opportunity for training and combat, significantly augmenting his power. In the course of this endeavor, Sumo gradually came to comprehend his mission and responsibilities. He recognized that his fight was not solely for his own sake but for the peace of the Su clan and the entire universe. Thus, he became even more resolute in his beliefs and determination, preparing to confront increasingly arduous challenges and trials. Over the course of this month, Sumo's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, soaring from the pinnacle of the sacred sovereign realm to the zenith of the half-emperor stage. Now merely a step away from the legendary emperor's realm. During his training, he encountered the existence of a bottleneck for the first time, presenting an unprecedented challenge and trial. The Emperor, in the context of the entire universe, is an unparalleled being. Chapter 74, The Imperial Realm. Beneath the Imperial Realm, all are but mere ants. The metamorphosis into this realm signifies not merely an elevation in cultivation, but a profound comprehension of the essence of life and the cosmos. To step into the Imperial Realm is to truly ascend into the ranks of the universe's pinnacle powers, wielding the strength and status capable of shaking the very fabric of existence. Sumo is acutely aware of this, and thus, he does not indulge in self-satisfaction due to his elevation in rank. On the contrary, he redoubles his efforts in cultivation, aspiring to transcend this threshold and genuinely enter the Imperial Realm. He understands that only by becoming an emperor, with extraordinary prowess,
Can he adequately safeguard both himself and the Su clan, ensuring their position in the tumultuous conflicts of the universe remains unassailable? Throughout his cultivation journey, Su-mo continuously contemplates the essence and mysteries of the imperial realm.
He seeks clues to break through his limitations from his own experiences while drawing inspiration and enlightenment from the natural laws of the cosmos. He firmly believes that with relentless dedication, he will undoubtedly shatter this barrier and realize his aspirations in cultivation.
Simultaneously, Su-mo is keenly aware of the responsibilities and missions that rest upon his shoulders.
His training is not solely for personal gain.
It is also a battle for the peace of the Su clan and the entire universe.
Thus, he cherishes every opportunity for cultivation, striving to enhance both his strength and wisdom, thoroughly preparing for the challenges that lie ahead. In this process, Sumo's tenacity and resolve are vividly manifested. He never recoils in the face of adversity and challenges but rather forges ahead, persistently seeking solutions to problems. His intelligence and courage are fully expressed, enabling him to navigate perilous situations, particularly when confronted with the relentless pursuit of the 8 great imperial clans, thereby ensuring the safety of himself and the Su clan. As time progresses, Sumo's cultivation continues to ascend, bringing him ever closer to the realm of the emperors. He is confident that in the near future, he will break through this bottleneck and emerge as a true emperor, ushering in a brighter future for the Su clan and the entire universe.
Upon reaching the emperor's realm, his strength will undergo a transformative evolution.
In the course of this month, Su-mo has not only achieved remarkable breakthroughs in his personal cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the half-emperor stage, but his demonic soldiers have also rapidly expanded, numbering an astonishing 100 billion. Although these soldiers possess relatively low individual power, their sheer volume is sufficient to instill trepidation in any opposing force.
The pursuers from the 8 great imperial clans, along with their allied factions, find themselves under unprecedented pressure in the face of this overwhelming army.
While the individual might of these demonic soldiers may be lacking, their multitude poses an unstoppable force when unleashed. The formidable warriors of the 8 great imperial clans, despite their immense strength, are compelled to act with caution when confronted by such a vast horde. They realize that annihilating these soldiers in a short span is an impossibility. And should they become ensnared within the onslaught of the demonic army, even emperor-level beings could find themselves in dire straits.
Consequently,
the pursuers of the 8 great imperial clans began to recalibrate their strategy, no longer relentlessly hunting down Su-mo, but rather attempting to undermine his power through alternative means.
They commenced their assaults on the demonic soldiers, aiming to weaken Su-mo indirectly by diminishing their numbers. However, Su-mo was not alone in this battle. He possessed unwavering faith and determination, as well as a multitude of supporters. Under Sumo's leadership, the demonic soldiers united in solidarity, collectively resisting the onslaught of the 8 great imperial clans. They employed their wisdom and courage to thwart the relentless attacks, safeguarding their homeland and loved ones. Over time, Su-mo and his demonic soldiers gradually matured and grew stronger through their trials in combat. They not only amassed a wealth of battle experience but also continuously enhanced their abilities and sagacity. Su-mo was convinced that as long as he persevered, he could ultimately triumph over the 8 great imperial clans, ushering peace and tranquility to the Su clan and the entire cosmos. On the forgotten little world of the Dead Star, an earth-shattering confrontation was unfolding. Countless demonic soldiers surged like a black torrent, encircling the Dead Star in overwhelming numbers, their sheer presence inducing a sense of dread. The 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, in alliance with the forces that once besieged the Su clan, chose the Dead Star as their battlefield, intent on capturing Su-mo and his demonic soldiers in one fell swoop. Throughout this month, Su-mo showcased his extraordinary evasion capabilities. He cleverly exploited the infinite mass of demonic soldiers and his unique ability to disguise himself, merging seamlessly with the ranks of his soldiers like a shadow concealed in the night, rendering detection nearly impossible. This strategy caused the pursuers from the 8 great imperial clans and the besieging forces to repeatedly miss their mark, unable to bring Su-mo to justice. However, this time, the situation was markedly different. Through meticulous planning and execution, they successfully cornered Su-mo atop the Dead Star. This planet became their battleground, as well as Su-mo's dire predicament. Fully aware of Su-mo's cunning and might, they resolved to leave him no opportunity for escape. Above the Dead Star, The demonic soldiers resembled a tumultuous black ocean.
Yet, at the heart of this ocean, Sumo felt unprecedented pressure. He understood that this adversary was unlike any he had faced before. They would not overlook a single chance for him to evade capture.
Standing resolutely on the Dead Star,
his gaze fierce and unwavering, Sumo surveyed the enemies surrounding him, his heart devoid of fear.
He recognized that this battle would be pivotal for his survival.
He had to exert every ounce of effort to carve out a sliver of hope for himself.
Yet, despite Sumo's resolute faith and determination, he was acutely aware of the dire straits he found himself in. His legion of demonic soldiers, though numerous, faced opponents of formidable strength.
They were not only bolstered by imperial-level powerhouses but also by a multitude of highly skilled practitioners.
Their united assault placed Sumo under immense pressure. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat. Utilizing his intellect and bravery, he tirelessly sought opportunities for escape.
He endeavored to exploit the numerical superiority of the demonic soldiers to restrain his foes while simultaneously searching for their vulnerabilities and weaknesses.
However,
the adversaries remained exceptionally vigilant and cautious, rendering it impossible for Sumo to discover an opportunity for a breakthrough. The 8 great imperial clans were acutely aware that Sumo's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, particularly with the daunting presence of 100 billion demonic soldiers,
prompting them to adopt a strategy of encirclement, leaving Sumo no chance of escape.
The sky above the Dead Star was shrouded in ominous clouds,
creating an atmosphere that was both oppressive and tense.
The demonic soldiers emitted a chorus of furious roars, their voices resounding like thunder, instilling a sense of dread.
Meanwhile,
the formidable members of the 8 great imperial clans and their allies concealed themselves in the shadows, quietly observing the battlefield, seeking the opportune moment to strike.
Sumo stood atop the Dead Star, his gaze as sharp as a blade.
Chapter 75, The Death Star. He gazed at the encircling demonic soldiers and the foes lurking in the shadows, his heart devoid of fear. He understood that this battle was pivotal, a crucial juncture in his quest to carve out a space for the Su clan's survival.
As the clash erupted, the demonic soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide against their adversaries.
Though their levels were modest, their sheer numbers and seamless cooperation forged a formidable offense.
Yet, the powerful figures of the 8 great imperial clans and their allied forces were not to be trifled with. They unleashed potent martial techniques and divine powers, engaging the demonic soldiers in fierce combat. In an instant, the Death Star was engulfed in chaos. Explosions, roars, and anguished cries reverberated through the air.
Sumo stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield, akin to an imposing mountain, continuously directing the demonic soldiers in their struggle.
His gaze shimmered with unwavering determination, as if no obstacle or peril could compel him to retreat.
The battle raged on for several days, with both sides incurring significant losses.
However, under Sumo's guidance, the demonic soldiers displayed remarkable resilience and combat prowess, repeatedly repelling the enemy's assaults. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of Sumo and his soldiers, they succeeded in driving back their foes, claiming victory in the confrontation. Despite the triumph, Sumo did not allow himself a moment of respite.
He recognized that this was merely the beginning. The 8 great imperial clans and their allies would not easily relinquish their pursuit of him. Thus, he must continue to enhance his strength, preparing thoroughly for the battles to come. Simultaneously, he needed to safeguard the numbers of the demonic soldiers,
ensuring they did not dwindle to a pitiful few, allowing them to survive amidst the cosmic turmoil.
At this juncture, the situation on the Death Star had shifted dramatically. The 8 great imperial clans from the primordial ancient realm, alongside other forces besieging the Su clan, had reduced the number of demonic soldiers by half with their overwhelming strength and intricate strategies.
The once crowded sea of demonic soldiers now revealed vast, desolate expanses,
evoking a sense of melancholy. In the heart of the Death Star, Sumo stood solitary, confronting the piercing gazes of the 8 venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of their realm.
These ancients licked their lips, their eyes glimmering with a sinister and avaricious light.
A murderous intent filled their hearts, yet they were simultaneously astonished by Sumo's strength and the origin of his soldiers.
This Sumo is indeed a challenging target, one elder grimly remarked. With so many demonic soldiers, one wonders where he sourced them.
If given more time, he might very well upend the entire universe.
Another elder nodded gravely, stating, "We can no longer afford to grant him any opportunities. We must eradicate him at once." As their words resonated, a formidable aura erupted from them, pressing down upon the atmosphere of the Death Star, rendering the air stifling.
The surrounding demonic soldiers, overwhelmed by this oppressive force,
emitted terrified roars and scattered in disarray. Yet, Suemo remained seemingly unaffected, standing there with a steadfast and profound gaze.
He understood that this battle would be pivotal to his very existence. Yet, he also recognized that with sufficient courage and wisdom, he could certainly uncover an opportunity for breakthrough. Just as the atmosphere reached its most intense point, Suemo suddenly made his move. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, surging towards the ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans. His speed astonished all present, and the ancestors were equally taken aback by his sudden assault, their faces betraying surprise.
However, Suemo's onslaught did not cease there.
As he charged forward, he unleashed formidable martial techniques and divine abilities, forcing the ancestors to retreat in haste. His offensive was as ferocious as a tempest, instilling shock and dread in everyone around. The battle raged on for an extended period, with both sides suffering immense losses.
Nevertheless,
through Sumo's perseverance and efforts, he ultimately succeeded in repelling the ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans, securing a glimmer of hope for himself. Suemo gazed grimly at the 8 great imperial clans and the other forces from the primordial ancient realm, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. Were it not for his lower cultivation, he would have relished the opportunity to annihilate those beasts. That recent encounter had already exhausted his last experience card for the imperial sovereign realm. He no longer possessed the capital to contend with the ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans. His expression darkened as he reflected on the past month, during which he had relentlessly slain foes to breach the boundaries of the demon soldier realm, acquiring several experience cards for the imperial sovereign realm. Although he had not reached the pinnacle of power, such cards still afforded him the capability to challenge 8 adversaries at once. The ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans understood that Suemo's tactics could not be sustained indefinitely. Thus, rather than engaging him in a head-on confrontation, they fixated intently on his cultivation level.
As his power waned, they would retreat, leaving Suemo in a state of exasperation.
Yet, this confrontation also deepened his awareness of his own shortcomings and the formidable nature of his enemies.
He knew he had to continue enhancing his strength to establish a foothold in this universe.
Simultaneously, he needed to safeguard the Su clan and the demon soldiers, ensuring their survival amidst the chaos of the cosmos. The gazes of the 8 peak ancestors of the imperial sovereign realm swept across the surrounding forces, filled with determination and ruthlessness. A thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder above the Dead Star, causing the entire planet to tremble.
Now, do not hold back.
Charge forward. The voices of the 8 ancestors were like cold steel blades, slicing through the air and resonating in the ears of every assailant. Their commands were as immutable as iron law. With this order, the already tense battlefield atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. The might of the 8 great imperial clans surged forth like a tidal wave towards Suemo at the heart of the Dead Star, their eyes gleaming with avarice and cruelty, as if they intended to devour him whole. The forces that had previously besieged the Su clan were invigorated by this momentum, joining the ranks of the attackers. In an instant, the skies above the Dead Star darkened ominously, as countless assaults rained down upon Suemo, enveloping the entire planet in a shroud of deathly aura. Faced with this unprecedented onslaught, Sumo's expression turned grave. He understood that he had truly found himself in a dire predicament. Nevertheless, he did not yield. Instead, he straightened his back, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Drawing in a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of strength within him, preparing to confront this final battle. He recognized that only through relentless effort could he hope to survive this fierce encounter. As the assaults continued to rain down, Sumo's figure flickered across the battlefield, moving with remarkable speed and reflexes. Time and again, he evaded the enemy's strikes while perpetually seeking opportunities for counterattack. Chapter 76, A Desperate Situation? However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, their assaults relentless like an unending tide. Although Suemo managed to evade most of the attacks, he sustained several minor injuries. His stamina was being gradually depleted. Yet his gaze remained resolute. At the zenith of the battle's ferocity, a sudden wave of intense foreboding washed over him. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, only to witness a terrifying aura rapidly approaching. He understood that it was the combined might of the 8 supreme ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans.
In that moment,
Sumo's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He realized that he might truly perish here. Under the fierce onslaught of the 8 great imperial clans and other formidable forces from the primordial ancient realm, the number of Sumo's demonic soldiers dwindled dramatically. This time, he chose not to strike back, wisely opting to seek refuge among his demonic troops. He was acutely aware that once exposed to the assault of the 8 supreme ancestors, his chances of survival would evaporate. Shielded by the ranks of his soldiers,
Sumo adeptly dodged the enemy's strikes.
A steadfast light flickered in his eyes, and a clear plan began to form in his mind. He had to ensure that he remained undetected by the 8 supreme ancestors and bide his time for an opportunity to feign death and escape. As the battle raged on,
the number of Sumo's demonic soldiers continued to diminish, yet he maintained his composure and tranquility. He recognized that this was his final opportunity,
one he could not afford to squander. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy surged through him. He looked up to see a fearsome attack hurtling toward his position. A sense of urgency gripped his heart, for he knew this was the combined strike of the 8 supreme ancestors, an unparalleled force. Faced with this lethal onslaught, Sumo inhaled deeply and made a bold decision. Without hesitation, he summoned all the power within him, coalescing it into a formidable defensive barrier that enveloped himself and the surrounding demonic soldiers. With a thunderous roar, the united attack of the 8 great imperial clans and other forces from the primordial ancient realm crashed against the barrier. It shattered in an instant, yet Sumo, fortified by his indomitable will and cultivation, managed to withstand the blow. However, the impact left him grievously injured, his body swaying precariously as if it could collapse at any moment. Yet he knew he could not succumb so easily. He had to persevere and find the opportunity to feign death and escape. In that moment of crisis, a spark of inspiration ignited in Sumo's mind. He swiftly retrieved a pre-prepared elixir from his storage space. This was a potion capable of inducing a state of apparent death, specifically concocted for such dire circumstances. It was also a divine elixir rewarded by the system, one that no onlooker could discern, rendering the act of feigning death undetectable. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumo consumed the potion, his aura diminishing to an almost imperceptible level, as if he had lost his very life. In that instant, the surrounding demonic soldiers, devoid of leadership, began to scatter in disarray. The 8 imperial clans and the formidable powers of the ancient realm rejoiced at the sight, believing they had finally eradicated the persistent threat posed by Sumo. However, they were oblivious to the fact that this was merely a ruse devised by Sumo to escape. Under the influence of the elixir, he had fallen into a state of apparent death, yet his consciousness remained remarkably alert. He sensed his body gradually sinking, as if being drawn by an invisible force. He understood that the effects of the potion were taking hold, enabling him to vacate this perilous battlefield. In the fleeting moment before his disappearance, he cast a lingering glance at the battlefield that had exacted countless sacrifices from him, his heart brimming with reluctance and resolve. He knew he would return, stronger than ever. As Sumo succumbed to his feigned death, the atmosphere of the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. The demon soldiers, previously engaged in fierce combat, suddenly lost their anchor, becoming panicked and scattering in all directions. Their combat prowess evaporated in an instant, rendering them as feeble as ants. Observing this, the 8 imperial clans and the other powers of the ancient realm unleashed a frenzied slaughter. Long since vexed by these demon soldiers, they seized the opportunity presented by their disarray. Their assaults cascaded down like a torrential storm, mercilessly decimating the demon ranks. In merely half an hour, every demon soldier lay slain, with not a single one escaping the catastrophe. The formidable army Sumo had painstakingly nurtured vanished in that moment, a loss that undeniably struck him with profound sorrow. Yet, even such a devastating blow could not alter the course of Sumo's defeat. In his state of apparent death, he was oblivious to the external turmoil. Meanwhile, the 8 imperial clans and the other powers of the ancient realm commenced their search for Sumo. Fully aware that he was the root of all this chaos, only by annihilating him could they eradicate this threat. As their search intensified, they swiftly uncovered Sumo's whereabouts. The 8 peak elders of the imperial clans and other powerful entities converged upon the spot where Sumo's body lay after successfully exterminating all the demon soldiers. He lay quietly on the ground, devoid of any vitality, as if he had lost all semblance of life, with not a trace of spiritual energy or consciousness remaining. His form was cold and rigid, appearing as though he had truly been lifeless for an extended period. The gathered powerful figures encircled Sumo's body. Their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Some displayed elation, believing they had finally rid themselves of this formidable adversary. Others furrowed their brows in disbelief at his sudden demise. Still others harbored doubts, questioning whether Sumo had genuinely perished. It seemed he had indeed met his end. A peak elder of the imperial realm spoke slowly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, after such a fierce battle, both his body and soul had sustained grave injuries, leaving no reason for him to still be alive. Another elder echoed in agreement. However, amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, a vigilant warrior discerned an anomaly. He pointed towards Sumo's lifeless body and remarked, "Look." His fingers appeared to be trembling ever so slightly. At his words, the assembly turned their gazes towards Sumo's fingers. Indeed, upon closer inspection, they observed that Sumo's fingers were indeed quivering, as if engaged in a desperate struggle. How could this be possible? One of the warriors exclaimed in astonishment. He has clearly lost all vitality and the essence of his soul, how could he still move? Just as uncertainty enveloped the crowd, Sumo's body suddenly underwent a transformation. Chapter 77, Has Sumo perished? His body began to emanate a faint luminescence, as if a mysterious force was stirring within him. The once dormant aura surrounding Sumo's corpse suddenly surged with fervor, vitality rapidly rekindling, as if he were struggling to return from the brink of death. This spectacle caused the 8 venerable ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans to change countenance. They were acutely aware of Sumo's terrifying potential and could not allow him any chance of revival. Alas! One elder roared, his voice laden with terror and resolve. The 8 ancestors acted in unison, their assaults cascading like a torrential downpour, instantly enveloping Sumo's remains in a tempest of terrifying energy. In the next moment, a shocking event unfolded. Under the onslaught of the 8 elders, Sumo's body disintegrated into a mist of blood, dissipating into the void. In this world, the essence of Sumo had vanished completely, as if he had never existed. All who beheld this scene were struck with disbelief and horror. They could scarcely fathom that the exalted ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans harbored such trepidation and fear towards a mere youth, not even allowing him a sliver of opportunity for resurrection. Sumo had perished. This news rapidly spread throughout the primordial ancient realm, causing a tremendous upheaval. Sumo's name became a taboo among the people, and his legendary tale morphed into a nightmare for countless souls. Yet, despite Sumo's demise, the impact he left behind was far from extinguished. His death deepened the understanding of his formidable power, rendering the situation in the primordial ancient realm even more intricate and tumultuous. Although his physical form had perished, Sumo's soul and will did not dissipate. In another unknown realm, he might be seeking an opportunity for revival, awaiting the day of his return. In a concealed space imperceptible to all, Sumo's soul and consciousness flickered like stars in the abyss of darkness. His soul's power flowed like a gentle stream, gradually coalescing into a vortex of immense energy. Time seemed to lose its significance in this realm, yet merely an hour had elapsed in the outside world. In this fleeting moment, Sumo's soul and consciousness underwent a remarkable transformation. Suddenly, a resplendent light erupted from the center of the vortex, and within that radiance, a figure identical to the one before began to materialize. It was Sumo, having reformed his body, resurrected in a new guise. He reveled in the surging power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He understood that although he had lost his previous corporeal form, he had successfully discovered an opportunity for revival through the strength of his soul and consciousness. At this moment, he was even more formidable than before. His soul had been elevated, and his comprehension of the universe and life had deepened profoundly. He recognized the boundless potential and possibilities within him. Given time, he would undoubtedly stand once more at the pinnacle of the cosmos. Sumo's gaze pierced the void, directed towards the distant primordial ancient realm. He understood that there lay unfinished missions and challenges awaiting him. Taking a deep breath, he felt the surging power within him, ready to embrace a new journey.
This time, he would confront those who once sought to annihilate him with a demeanor that was more mature and formidable. He recognized that only by continuously challenging and transcending himself could he ascend to the status of a true sovereign of the cosmos, crafting a legend that was uniquely his own. With unwavering determination on his face, Suemo transformed his ethereal form into a radiant streak of light, hurtling towards the depths of the universe's void. His objective was the legendary boundless sea, a mysterious realm shrouded by the fringes of the cosmos. A peculiar space where the laws of existence were dense, yet the barriers of reality were weak, teeming with both peril and opportunity. There, he intended to restore the fallen demonic warriors, elevating his cultivation to unprecedented heights. He was acutely aware that only through such endeavors could he triumph in the impending clash with the primal ancient realm. The boundless sea, a place where even the boundaries of the universe became indistinct, possessed laws of power potent enough to rend the void and reshape all creation. Suemo knew that it was only within that enigmatic expanse that he could unearth the chance for the resurrection of his demonic warriors. As he soared through the cosmos, he envisioned the blueprint of his future in his mind. He understood the urgency of his growth to confront the challenges that loomed ahead. He aimed to obliterate the primal ancient realm, compelling that ancient and formidable land to tremble beneath his might. During his flight, Suemo continuously sensed the fluctuations of the surrounding space. He could distinctly perceive the unique laws of power of the boundless sea, intertwining with his soul, bestowing both strength and guidance. At last, after countless spatial leaps and purifications of law, Suemo arrived at the edge of the boundless sea. Gazing at the profound and mysterious ocean before him, his heart brimmed with anticipation and exhilaration. He knew that his adventure was merely beginning. Within this boundless sea, he would encounter unprecedented challenges and opportunities. Yet, he firmly believed that with sufficient perseverance and resolve, he could surmount all obstacles and achieve his aspirations. Thus, Suemo inhaled deeply, stepping into the boundless sea. Enveloped by the laws of power, his figure gradually vanished into the infinite void. In this mysterious aquatic realm, a legendary tale of growth and transformation was poised to unfold. Simultaneously, the news of Sumo's demise swept through the universe like a tempest, igniting endless astonishment and discourse. The primal ancient realm, the paramount world within the cosmos, harbored an extraordinary apprehension towards a mere youth, creating such monumental ripples even in the wake of his death. Sumo's actions undoubtedly left an indelible impression on all. The Celestial Demon Clan and the Su Clan, two races intricately linked to Suemo, swiftly received the news. They were stunned by his passing, even more so by the cosmic scale tremors that ensued. Within the Celestial Demon Clan, members fervently discussed Sumo's remarkable legacy. They had once witnessed the remarkable growth and ascent of Suemo, fully aware of his strength and potential. Now, his demise is undoubtedly a profound blow to them. They began to reflect on their positions and choices, questioning whether they should continue to oppose the primordial ancient realm or seek new allies to confront this formidable force. Among the Su clan, the members are engulfed in profound sorrow. Suemo was their pride and hope. His passing has plunged the entire clan into deep mourning. Yet, they also understand that his death is not the end. His spirit and convictions will eternally inspire them to forge ahead. Chapter 78, The Death of Suemo. They began to unite, preparing to seek vengeance for Suemo and to carve out more space for the Su clan's survival. The entire universe was captivated by the repercussions of Sumo's demise. Some mourned his departure, others marveled at his legendary existence, while some speculated whether Suemo had truly passed away. After all, within this cosmos, only Suemo wielded such formidable power and influence. His death would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of reactions. However, regardless of whether Suemo had genuinely perished, his legendary tale would eternally resonate throughout the universe. His deeds would inspire countless successors to forge ahead, striving for their own dreams and beliefs. The name Suemo would become one of the most resplendent stars in the cosmos, forever illuminating the hearts of the people. Above the Su clan, a palpable atmosphere of grief and indignation enveloped them. The clan's people were devastated, unable to accept the loss of the young man they regarded as their future hope. Mercilessly extinguished by the primordial ancient realm, they were filled with rage, yearning to break free from the demon realm and seek retribution against the primordial ancient realm. Yet reason reminded them that such actions would be tantamount to courting death. In their moment of utmost despair, the figure of the Void Demon Emperor suddenly emerged. His countenance was somber, his gaze profound,
seemingly able to penetrate the fears and confusions within the hearts of the clan's people. He proclaimed with a resonant voice, "You, the Su clan, are all that remains. In the demon realm, even the 8 great imperial clans will not oppose the entirety of the demon realm for your sake. You must calm yourselves, diligently cultivate, and only then will you have the opportunity to avenge Sumo in the future. Rushing in your current state of weakness would only lead to needless sacrifice." The Void Demon Emperor's words struck the clan's people like a heavy hammer. They understood the truth in his counsel. Their current strength was insufficient to contend with the primordial ancient realm. Blind impulsiveness would only result in further losses among their kin. Gradually, the clan's people began to regain their composure, shifting from mindless vengeance to contemplating how to enhance their own abilities. They recognized that only by growing stronger could they hope to avenge Sumo and secure more survival space for the Su clan. Under the guidance of the Void Demon Emperor, the Su clan embarked on a grueling journey of cultivation. They faced hardships and trials head-on, united by a shared conviction to avenge Sumo. As time progressed, the strength of the Su clan steadily grew, and their name began to resonate throughout the universe. The legendary tale of Sumo also spread among the Su clan, motivating them to persevere. They understood that although Sumo had departed, his spirit would forever accompany them. They would emulate Sumo, continually challenging themselves in pursuit of greater realms. With the protection of the Void Demon Emperor and the diligent efforts of the clan's people, the Su clan gradually emerged from the shadows, welcoming renewed hope. They believed that as long as they stood united and persisted in their cultivation, one day they would rise once more to the pinnacle of the cosmos. As time passed, a fortnight swiftly elapsed. The news of Sumo's death gradually subsided within the universe, and the order of the primordial ancient realm returned to its former tranquility. The 8 great imperial clans have once again solidified their supreme status, feeling a long-lost tranquility in the absence of Sumo's potential threat. During the past fortnight, the formidable beings of the primordial ancient realm have returned to their respective territories, embarking on the reorganization of their dominions and cultivation plans. The 8 great imperial clans have also returned to their former serenity, with clan members dedicating themselves to cultivation and the enhancement of their powers, striving to become even stronger in the future. However, beneath the seemingly calm surface, the depths of the primordial ancient realm remain rife with undercurrents. Although Sumo's demise has temporarily eradicated a significant threat, it has also left behind a colossal enigma. Many speculate whether Sumo is truly deceased and whether he has left behind any hidden contingencies or final words. Simultaneously, those who hold admiration and nostalgia for Sumo are secretly mobilizing, gathering information and relics related to him, hoping to uncover clues regarding the cause of his death and his future aspirations. These individuals may be friends of Sumo or perhaps his adversaries, but they are all deeply captivated by his legendary tale. They understand that Sumo's death is a spectacle witnessed by the entire universe, a mere youth, barely in his teens and at the pinnacle of semi-emperor cultivation, could not have possibly survived against the venerable ancestors of the 8 great imperial clans. There is no doubt that Sumo is unequivocally deceased. Within the Su clan, its members strive to emerge from their grief, redirecting their focus toward cultivation and the enhancement of their strength. They recognize that only by becoming stronger can they seek vengeance for Sumo in the future. Concurrently, they are on a quest for any potential clues or final messages left by Sumo, aspiring to uncover insights into his future plans and objectives. Though Sumo has departed, his legendary story and spirit will forever inspire the people of the primordial ancient realm to forge ahead relentlessly. His death, while ushering in a brief period of turmoil and chaos, has also deepened the people's appreciation for peace and tranquility. In the days to come, the primordial ancient realm will continue to narrate its own legendary saga. Under the aegis of the heavenly demon realm, the members of the Su clan have embarked upon a grueling journey of cultivation. They are acutely aware of their stark disparity in strength compared to the 8 great imperial clans, which could be described as utterly insurmountable. Yet, despite this, they have not faltered, for they understand that only through persistent cultivation and the enhancement of their powers can they hope to avenge Sumo one day. Although the Su clan has lost its most exceptional and gifted members, they remain steadfast in their beliefs and resolve. They comprehend that the final hope of the Su clan rests upon their shoulders, and they must shoulder this grave responsibility. Under the guidance of the Void Demon Emperor, the Su clan members have commenced their arduous cultivation. They face challenges unflinchingly and embrace hardships, diligently striving to elevate their cultivation levels each day. They know that this journey will be long and arduous, but they also believe that as long as they persevere, hope will inevitably arise.
During their days of cultivation,
the members of the Sioux clan support one another, progressing together. They share their insights and experiences in cultivation, offering mutual encouragement and unwavering support. This unity and cohesion fortify their resolve to continue on their path. However, the journey of cultivation is fraught with challenges and obstacles. The members of the Sioux clan encounter numerous difficulties along the way. At times, they may sustain injuries due to improper practices. At other moments, they find themselves unable to break through barriers due to insufficient strength, and occasionally, they are tempted to abandon their pursuits, overwhelmed by fear and confusion. Yet, in such moments,
they recall the legendary tale of Suemo and his steadfast conviction. Chapter 79, The Hearts Will They understood that although Suemo had departed, his spirit would eternally inspire them onward.
Thus, they regained their composure and resolutely continued their cultivation. As time progressed, the strength of the Sioux clan gradually enhanced. They began to confront more formidable adversaries and were able to surmount higher thresholds. These advancements instilled hope within the clan. They recognized that as long as they persevered, a brighter and more powerful future awaited them. At such a time, they would seize the opportunity to avenge Suemo. Therefore, the Sioux clan held steadfast to their hopes, believing that persistence would ultimately lead to the realization of their aspirations. They would endeavor to cultivate their strength, seeking retribution for Suemo and striving for greater survival space for their clan. The 8 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm closely monitored the movements of the Sioux clan from the demon realm. However, they regarded these developments with disdain. In their eyes, the Sioux clan, having lost Suemo, resembled a leaderless army of shrimp and crabs, incapable of posing any substantial threat. The 8 imperial clans comprehended that it would be an unwise choice to contend with the entirety of the demon realm merely for the remnants of the Sioux clan. Such an action would not only jeopardize the delicate equilibrium they maintained with the demon realm but also invite unnecessary complications upon themselves.
Moreover, annihilating a clan within the demon realm would undoubtedly challenge its fundamental boundaries, an endeavor fraught with peril.
Furthermore, under the protection of the Void Demon Emperor,
the Sioux clan enjoyed a relatively secure environment for cultivation.
Yet, the 8 imperial clans were unconcerned. They believed that even with the assistance of the Void Demon Emperor,
the Sioux clan could not rival their supremacy in the cosmos.
The Sioux clan, devoid of Suemo, was akin to a soulless entity, incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. Consequently, the 8 imperial clans adopted a watchful stance regarding the Sioux clan's activities. They had no intention of launching a proactive assault. Instead,
they quietly awaited the Sioux clan to reveal any vulnerabilities.
In their perspective, the Sioux clan's development was merely a trivial game, one in which they could passively observe until the game reached its conclusion. However, they perhaps failed to realize that although the Sioux clan had lost Suemo, their conviction and resolve had never waned. Under the guidance of the Void Demon Emperor, the Sioux clan would cultivate with even greater fervor, seeking vengeance for Suemo. They understood that only by becoming stronger could they contend with the 8 imperial clans in the future. This unfolding was beyond the foresight of the 8 imperial clans. While the 8 imperial clans rested in complacency, a mysterious and formidable aura suddenly enveloped the primordial ancient realm. This presence was powerful enough to instill reverence in the peak ancestors of the Emperor realm, as if a mere breath could scatter them. Such an anomaly immediately heightened the vigilance of the 8 imperial clans. The 8 ancestors, who had been enjoying a tranquil existence, instantly adopted grave expressions. They recognized that this aura was extraordinary, emanating from no ordinary cultivator. Thus, they reacted almost simultaneously, swiftly converging at the deepest recesses of the primordial ancient realm. There, they discovered a secluded space known only to the 8 of them. This small sanctuary was imbued with an aura of mystery and the unknown, as if it were isolated from the world yet intimately connected to the vast cosmos.
Upon entering this hidden enclave, a towering statue came into view.
The statue exuded a solemn and sacred presence, as though it harbored boundless secrets. Inscribed upon its pedestal were the words, "True God of the other side of the world." These characters radiated a faint golden light, seemingly infused with some enigmatic power.
The 8 ancestors exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and reverence.
As the statue suddenly illuminated with brilliance, a terrifying aura surged forth, sweeping through the small space like a tempest, instantly suppressing the presence of the 8 peak emperors. These exalted beings, who reigned supreme in the universe and wielded unparalleled power, were now visibly shaken, collectively kneeling upon the ground. Their voices trembling with fear as they proclaimed, "We pay homage to the true God of the other side of the world. What directives do you have for us today?" Their tones were laden with awe and trepidation, as if confronting an entity of utmost supremacy within the cosmos. The mysterious being, referred to as the true God of the other side of the world, emanated a pressure so profound that it compelled any living soul to tremble in submission. This was indeed an astonishing spectacle. Throughout the universe, the 8 peak emperors were undoubtedly the highest authority, governing countless lesser worlds and possessing boundless resources and might. Yet, in the presence of the statue representing the true God, they displayed such humility, even shying away from making direct eye contact with the divine figure. This scene seemed to unveil a certain ultimate truth of the cosmos, that beyond the emperors, there indeed existed a more formidable existence, the true God. This long-rumored notion had been shrouded in mystery, unverified by any, but the reactions of the 8 peak emperors undeniably confirmed its validity. They felt deeply the majesty and power of the true God of the other side of the world, a force that transcended their imagination and comprehension. They recognized that, in comparison to this deity, their own strength and status appeared utterly insignificant. The humility and reverence exhibited by the 8 peak emperors were not merely gestures of respect towards this god but also a profound acknowledgement of the ultimate truths of the universe. They understood that only by ceaselessly pursuing higher realms and greater power could they establish themselves in the cosmos and protect all that they held dear. And all of this began with the statue and the entity it represented, the true God of the other side of the world. This mysterious and powerful being remained unknown. Yet the 8 supreme emperors of the universe regarded it with such awe. As the radiance emanating from the statue gradually stabilized, a voice, deep and distant, resonated through the space. "You need not be overly formal. I have manifested today to convey a matter of importance." The 8 ancestors held their breath, intently focused on the divine instructions. Under the watchful gaze of the 8 peak emperors, a formless and terrifying figure slowly materialized above the statue. The divine being is enveloped in a chaotic aura, hazy and enigmatic, as if it were in perfect harmony with the universe. With its emergence, the entire space is shrouded in a terrifying manifestation of celestial laws and profound truths, transforming this realm into an extension of the divine's formidable power. The 8 venerable ancestors, each of imperial stature, gaze upon this spectacle with a mixture of reverence and envy, having never before encountered such a powerful presence or such a magnificent phenomenon. The legendary realm of the divine is vividly unveiled before their eyes, leaving them utterly astounded. They comprehend that the power wielded by this divine entity transcends their wildest imaginings and understanding. In the presence of the divine, they feel as insignificant as mere ants. Their every breath taken with utmost caution. They are acutely aware that such an existence is the true master of the cosmos, with a strength and wisdom that are beyond their reach. Chapter 80, Convergence in the Profound Depths of the Primordial Ancient Realm. 8 venerable ancestors of the Emperor's sovereign realm stood in awe before the terrifying visage of the true God statue. A torrent of reverence and reflection surged within their hearts. Over a millennium ago, a true God, who claimed to hail from the other side of the world, descended upon this realm, bringing with him this resplendent sculpture that illuminated their path of cultivation like a brilliant star. Each of these 8 individuals, originally the foremost powerhouses of their respective clans, found themselves akin to mere ants in the gaze of the true God. However, the true God did not regard them with disdain. Instead, he bestowed upon them an opportunity to alter their fates and ascendance to the pinnacle of the Emperor's sovereign realm. This was a realm coveted by countless cultivators, and under the aegis of the true God, they all remarkably attained this exalted level. Yet, the true Goddess' boon was not without its conditions. In accepting this formidable power, they received a directive to annihilate the Su clan. The Su clan, the pinnacle of races in the universe, possessed unparalleled strength and wisdom, their existence posing a threat to certain mysterious and formidable forces. Consequently, the true God selected these 8 as the emissaries to execute this task. With the true Goddess' assistance, they united in an unprecedented assault. Although the Su clan was formidable, they gradually succumbed to the relentless onslaught. Ultimately, after a harrowing battle, the Su clan was utterly obliterated, their illustrious history coming to an irrevocable end. Reflecting on the events of yore, the 8 venerable ancestors were enveloped in a complex tapestry of emotions. They felt a sense of pride for their ascendance to the pinnacle of the Emperor's sovereign realm. Yet they harbored an abiding fear of the enigmatic true God. Nevertheless, they understood that this was their mission, their destiny. At this moment, the phantom of the true God statue re-emerged before them, as if to remind them not to forget their purpose. They inhaled deeply, casting aside their distractions, and prepared to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Regardless of the adversities they might encounter, they would unwaveringly execute the true God's commands. For the true God regarded them as mere insects. To outsiders, the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm were always adorned with an aura of grandeur, as though they were the innate rulers of this land. However, the reality was starkly different. The status and strength of these 8 imperial clans were entirely contingent upon the mysterious true God from the other side of the world. Had it not been for the arrival and patronage of this true God, the 8 clans might still have been subjugated by the now destroyed Su clan, unable to raise their heads. The Su clan, once the zenith of cosmic races, wielded a power that surpassed all forces within the primordial ancient realm. Yet, the emergence of the true God transformed everything. He brought forth immense power and boundless resources, aiding the 8 imperial clans in transcending the pinnacle of the Emperor's sovereign realm, liberating them from the Su clan's oppression, and allowing them to become the new sovereigns of the primordial ancient realm. As the leaders and representatives of their respective clans, the 8 Emperor's sovereign ancestors experienced an unprecedented elevation in their status and power. However, they are acutely aware that all of this is built upon the blessings of the true God, a powerful entity. Without the assistance of such a divine being, they might never have ascended to such heights. Thus, within the 8 great imperial clans, there exists an immeasurable reverence and gratitude for the true God. They recognize that everything they possess is bestowed upon them by this divine figure, and as such, they must perpetually cherish this grace and remain loyal. Of course, the outside world remains oblivious to this reality. They witness only the surface brilliance and might of the 8 great imperial clans, unaware of the concealed truths that lie beneath. Nonetheless, the 8 great imperial clans have undeniably established themselves as the new sovereigns of the primordial ancient realm, their status and power fully acknowledged. They shall forever hold dear the gifts and protection of the true God, and they dare not defy any of his commands. For all they are is a result of his benevolence. The 8 esteemed ancestors, each at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, are venerated figures in the outside world. Yet at this moment, they humbly kneel before a statue. This statue emanates an ancient and enigmatic aura, seemingly bearing the weight of endless epochs and power. Above them, the ethereal form of the true God from across the world spirals, shrouded in chaotic mists, obscuring his true visage. His presence is filled with majesty and terror, as if a mere thought could annihilate all existence. In the face of this overwhelming power, the 8 ancestors appear so diminutive and powerless. Though each is a leader of their clan, endowed with unparalleled strength and status, before this true God, they can only bow in submission, lacking even the courage to raise their eyes in awe. Their hearts are brimming with reverence and fear, intertwined with gratitude and relief. It is precisely due to the true God's grace that they have transcended to the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, becoming the most formidable entities in the primordial ancient realm. Without him, they might have remained forever oppressed by the Su clan, unable to attain their current status and glory. At this moment, they can only silently pray, hoping that the true God will continue to shield them, allowing them to thrive on this land and protect their kin and homeland. Simultaneously, they are acutely aware of the gravity of their responsibilities. They must forever remember the true God's kindness, remain loyal, and strive diligently. As the ethereal form of the true God continues to spiral, the entire space seems to be enveloped by an enigmatic force. The 8 esteemed ancestors feel their insignificance and helplessness magnified before this power. Yet, they understand that only by relying on the strength of this true God can they continue to safeguard their people and homeland, ensuring their place as the pinnacle race within the cosmos. Under the anxious gazes of the 8 esteemed ancestors, the true God from across the world slowly speaks. His voice profound and irrefutable as if echoing the very will of the heavens. Have you completed your task? Is Su-mo dead? These 2 simple inquiries strike the hearts of the 8 pinnacle emperor realm beings like a thunderous hammer. They were engulfed by an indescribable sense of oppression, as though their very souls were trembling uncontrollably, unable to resist even the slightest pressure. The 8 individuals, suppressing the terror that gripped their hearts,
raised their heads and responded in a manner that was almost sycophantic. "We humbly report, O divine lord, that the last widow of the Su clan, Suemo, has indeed perished before our eyes. In accordance with your directives, we have utterly annihilated the Su clan, leaving not a single soul alive." Their voices quivered slightly, yet were imbued with an overwhelming sense of resolve and determination. Chapter 81, The True God. They understood that this formidable true God was both their benefactor and their sovereign. They were bound to obey his commands unconditionally. Failure to do so would result in unimaginable repercussions. The true God from the other side of the world fell into silence for a moment. His ethereal form circled above the sculpture, and the chaotic mists seemed to thicken. The 8 peak ancestors of the imperial venerates held their breath, fearing to provoke this divine entity. At last, the true God spoke again. "Well done. The threat posed by the Su clan has been entirely eradicated, and this land shall return to peace and tranquility. You, the 8 great imperial clans, will henceforth be the absolute rulers of this territory, the primordial ancient realm. No one shall ever threaten your position. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you greater power and resources, enabling your respective clans to flourish even more." Upon hearing this, the 8 peak ancestors felt a surge of joy within. They knew that this true God was a being of his word, and his promises would undoubtedly be fulfilled. Thus, they knelt in unison, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for the divine benefaction and protection. As the voice of the true God faded away, the 8 peak ancestors gradually regained their composure. They understood that their mission had been accomplished, and now they merely needed to follow the directives of their divine master. Although they felt a flicker of regret for the demise of the Su clan and Suemo, they were predominantly filled with relief and pride, knowing that they had secured a new lease on life and an unparalleled sovereign status for their 8 great clans. The 8 peak ancestors lifted their heads, their gazes fervent and eager as they focused on this true God from beyond the world. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation, awaiting the rewards from the divine being. After all, their current status was entirely reliant on the grace and protection of this true God. "Excellent. Your loyalty and diligence have not gone unnoticed." The voice of the true God resonated once more, imbued with authority and affirmation. "As a reward, I shall grant each of your 8 great clans a mysterious treasure, each containing boundless power and resources, sufficient to elevate your clans to even greater heights." With the conclusion of the true God's words, expressions of astonishment illuminated the faces of the 8 peak ancestors. They recognized that this divine being was never stingy with his rewards. Each bestowal brought them immense benefits. This time, the prospect of the mysterious treasures stirred their imaginations. Simultaneously, "I shall confer upon you a unique inheritance," the true God continued. "This inheritance embodies a fragment of my power and wisdom, capable of assisting you in transcending your current boundaries and reaching elevated realms." Upon hearing this, the excitement within the 8 peak ancestors was beyond verbal expression. They understood the profound significance of this inheritance. With it, they could not only surpass their limitations but also lead their respective clans toward a brighter future. "Thank you, esteemed true God, for your generous gifts." The 8 peak ancestors chanted in unison, their voices rich with gratitude and reverence. They are acutely aware that their current achievements are entirely attributable to the support and assistance of this formidable divine being. This ethereal figure from the other world has its eyes gently closed, and its aura gradually ascends, growing increasingly powerful. The surrounding phenomena of heaven and earth, intertwined with the laws of the cosmos, create a magnificent tapestry, while extraordinary legacies and rare treasures slowly materialize, dazzling and captivating the hearts of onlookers. The 8 venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm are profoundly drawn to this spectacle, their hearts surging with excitement. They recognize that these legacies and treasures are rewards bestowed upon them by the divine being, capable of elevating their imperial lineage to unprecedented heights. However, just as the 8 revel in their relation, the divine figure from the other world suddenly fixes its gaze, and an air of gravity envelopes it. With a mere wave of its hand, all legacies and treasures seem to be drawn by an invisible force, vanishing instantaneously into the void. The venerable ancestors are left in stunned silence, bewildered by the divine being's abrupt change of heart. Have they faltered in some way? Or does the divine being harbor other intentions? The 8 venerable ancestors gaze incredulously at the powerful and enigmatic sculpture before them, which reflects the ethereal figure of the divine being. They witness the laws of the cosmos coalescing around it, as if the entire universe's might is at its disposal. The divine figure's presence intensifies, radiating waves of fury that engender an indescribable sense of oppression among the venerable ancestors. Their hearts are laden with confusion and unease, questioning why this divine entity has suddenly manifested such profound anger. One of the venerable ancestors, summoning courage, trembles as they inquire, "O divine being, why this?" In response to their query, the divine being's aura surges mightily, sweeping through the space like a tempest. Countless laws intertwine, forming terrifying energy edicts so dense they nearly solidify, saturating the atmosphere. With a commanding gesture, the divine being envelopes the 8 venerable ancestors in an irresistible power. They are akin to leaves caught in a gale, spiraling helplessly within the space, unable to govern their own bodies. What terrifies them further is that this force directly assails their very essence, inflicting unprecedented damage upon their auras. Despair and terror fill the eyes of the 8 venerable ancestors, for they comprehend that this divine being harbors murderous intent. Although they stand as esteemed powers at the zenith of the Emperor realm, they feel as fragile as ants before the divine presence. "You dare deceive me!" The voice of the divine being is frigid and authoritative, reverberating through the expanse. "Now, you shall learn the cost of your deception." As the divine being's words resound, the pressure upon the 8 venerable ancestors becomes even more suffocating. They realize that at any moment, they could be obliterated by this terrifying force. However, at this critical juncture between life and death, they found themselves powerless, utterly at the mercy of the true divine beings. In that moment, the 8 venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the imperial realm truly comprehended their own insignificance and helplessness. They had once believed they stood at the apex of martial prowess. Yet now they realized that before genuine strength, they remained but inconsequential entities. Following that strike, it seemed that the divine being from the other side of the world had yet to quell their fury. Chapter 82, The Might of the True Deity. He raised his hand once more, and the terrifying energy coalescing within his palm seemed potent enough to obliterate the very fabric of space itself, capable of utterly erasing the 8 venerable ancestors who stood at the zenith of the primordial ancient realm. The 8 venerable ancestors, upon witnessing this, were gripped by an overwhelming terror. They comprehended that in the presence of this formidable true deity, they had no chance of resistance. Thus, they hastily knelt upon the ground, lowering their heads as they trembled, pleading for mercy. "O great deity, spare our lives. There has been a misunderstanding." With desperation, they endeavored to articulate their plight, seeking to salvage a glimmer of hope. Yet, the countenance of the true deity remained icy, as though he had not heard their supplications at all. "Misunderstanding?" The true deity scoffed. "Do you truly believe that a mere misunderstanding can absolve you of your transgressions? I bestowed upon you power and resources, only for you to utilize them to deceive me. Such conduct cannot be easily forgiven." A shiver coursed through the hearts of the 8 venerable ancestors as they recognized the true deity's intent to exact vengeance. They hastily continued their pleas, pouring forth their grievances and helplessness with tears in their eyes. "O great deity, we genuinely acknowledge our errors. Please grant us an opportunity for redemption. We are willing to pay any price to atone for our misdeeds." Their voices brimmed with despair and entreaty, hoping to touch the heart of this formidable true deity. However, the true deity appeared unmoved, coldly fixing his gaze upon them. The spectral visage of the true deity swept over them, his voice laced with frigid ire. "You dare deceive me. Sumo has not perished as you claim, her essence still lingers upon this land." At this revelation, the 8 venerable ancestors were rendered speechless. They had clearly witnessed Sumo fall before their eyes. How could she possibly still be alive? Yet, the words of the true deity brooked no dispute, and they could only tremble as they replied, "O great deity, we did indeed see Sumo collapse before us. But we are at a loss as to why she yet lives." The true deity sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. "You consider yourselves the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, yet you cannot even extinguish the life of a single Sumo. How utterly laughable. Now, I command you to immediately seek out Sumo's whereabouts. Should you dare withhold any information, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." A chill ran through the hearts of the 8 venerable ancestors, fully aware that the true deity was not jesting. They could only nod in acquiescence, their hearts laden with trepidation and unrest. After all, Sumo's existence had always posed a significant threat to them,
and now that the true deity had personally ordered her apprehension, an immense pressure weighed upon them.
Ultimately,
just as despair threatened to engulf the 8 venerable ancestors, the true deity spoke softly, "Since you are willing to mend your ways, I shall grant you a chance."
However, while the death penalty may be averted, the living punishment remains unavoidable. You must accept my retribution and seek out Sumo's whereabouts. Should you falter in your duty again, I shall ensure your utter annihilation.
Upon hearing this, while the 8 venerable ancestors still felt a pang of fear, they understood that this was their solitary opportunity for survival. Thus, they hurriedly bowed in gratitude, vowing to exert their utmost efforts to accomplish the task. Observing the anxious expressions on the faces of the 8 ancient ancestors at the Emperor Zun level, the true god from the other side of the world discerned their sincerity. He understood that these 8 did not speak falsely and dared not conceal anything before him. Consequently, he subdued his wrath and spoke slowly to the 8 Emperor Zun ancestors. "I have detected the whereabouts of Sumo. She is currently in the boundless sea. You must swiftly send someone to pursue and eliminate her without fail. Concurrently, I will dispatch cultivators from the other side of the world to join the hunt. You must cooperate with them fully to accomplish this mission." Upon hearing his words, the 8 Emperor Zun ancestors nodded in agreement. Although they harbored a degree of trepidation towards Sumo's formidable power, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the true goddess' command and dared not show any reluctance. "Yes, great true god. We shall certainly cooperate wholeheartedly and ensure that Sumo is captured," they replied in unison, their voices imbued with determination and resolve. The true god nodded in satisfaction, then gradually faded into a wisp of light, vanishing into the air. Witnessing this, the 8 Emperor Zun ancestors exhaled in relief. They recognized the significance of this mission and understood it was an opportunity to regain the true god's trust. When the mention of the cultivators from the other side of the world reached their ears, their gazes momentarily froze, exchanging glances that conveyed profound shock and unease. They were aware that these cultivators, as heirs of the legendary true god, possessed powers that far surpassed those of their peers. Logically, a place that could give rise to a true god would have a lineage of cultivation that was immeasurably profound, with techniques that were unimaginably powerful. From birth, these cultivators had been under the true god's protection, receiving the highest caliber of guidance in their training, grasping secrets of cultivation that were beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Contemplating the prospect of collaborating with such formidable individuals, the 8 Emperor Zun ancestors felt both honored and pressured. They understood that this mission was not merely a hunt but also an opportunity to showcase their strength to the other side of the world. Simultaneously, they were acutely aware that any misstep could render them the casualties of this collaboration. However, they were not without preparation. As the pinnacle of strength in the ancient world of Taichu, each possessed substantial depth and capability. In anticipation of the impending challenge, they resolved to devote themselves entirely to working closely with the cultivators from the other side of the world to apprehend Sumo. At this moment, the 8 Emperor Zun ancestors were ready, their gazes resolute and profound, as if they could already envision the imminent clash upon the boundless sea. They understood that this would be an unprecedented confrontation, a battle that would determine their fate and dignity. Once the true god's ethereal form disappeared, the 8 Emperor Zun ancestors exchanged glances, each lost in thought. One of the ancestors broke the silence, voicing his confusion, given the immense power of this true god. Why does he not personally intervene to eliminate Sumo? With his strength, it should be a simple task. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a terrifying shockwave of energy erupted from the void, surging forth like a frenzied dragon towards the venerable elder who had posed the question. The elder's pupils constricted in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the fact that the deity was still eavesdropping on their conversation, and responded with such alarming swiftness. He attempted to withstand the onslaught, but the ferocity of the shockwave was overwhelming, hurling him away in an instant and crashing him violently against a distant mountainside. Blood spilled from his mouth, and his form swayed precariously, evidently grievously injured. Chapter 83, Wrath. He struggled to rise, yet the tumult within his body and the searing pain rendered him powerless. The other 7 ancestors, witnessing this, were overtaken by terror. They understood that they had truly angered the divine being. "Humph! Should you dare to speak of me behind my back again, you shall perish, mere ants." The voice of the divine resounded through the void, icy and imposing. This proclamation pierced their hearts like a frigid blade, sending shivers down their spines.
The 8 esteemed ancestors dared not voice any dissent. For they comprehended the unfathomable strength of this divine being, a force beyond their imagination. They hastily responded with reverence, "Yes. Divine Master, please quell your wrath. We shall exert every effort to assist in your plan to apprehend Sumo." At that moment, all their prior doubts and hesitations had vanished, replaced solely by awe and submission to the divine. They recognized that only through wholehearted cooperation with the divine's design could they hope to survive the impending hunt. The 8 peak ancestors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unprecedented shock and helplessness. As the pinnacle of power in the universe, they had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Nor had they ever imagined a day when they would be so easily crushed like mere insects. This divine being from across the world seemed to possess boundless strength and wisdom, rendering all their attributes insignificant in comparison. Their power, status, and even their lives were granted by this divine entity, instilling in them a profound reluctance to resist in the face of its fury. They understood that the divine could extinguish their lives at any moment, just as the aforementioned ancestor had experienced. The terrifying shockwave of energy deeply impressed upon them the might and majesty of the divine. They knew they must wholeheartedly obey the divine's commands, lest they face unimaginable consequences. This sense of helplessness and dread filled the 8 peak ancestors with bitterness and resentment. Once the mightiest beings in the universe, they now found themselves at the mercy of the divine, akin to mere ants. Yet, they also recognized this as a reality they must accept. Thus, they suppressed their bitterness and pride, respectfully expressing their resolve to the divine, "Divine Master, we understand. We shall strive diligently to align with your plan and bring Sumo to justice. Rest assured, we will not dare to show even the slightest negligence." As these words fell, the figures of the 8 peak ancestors gradually vanished into the void, embarking on their new round of pursuit. They understood this was a battle of life and death. They must commit themselves fully to survive this confrontation. Therefore, they swiftly returned to their respective factions, mobilizing all resources and forces, preparing to pursue across the boundless sea. Simultaneously, they conveyed the divine's commands to the practitioners from the other world and prepared for cooperation. An unprecedented pursuit spanning 2 worlds was about to unfold upon the boundless sea, and Sumo's fate would be revealed in this endeavor. Upon the return of the 8 venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm to their respective imperial clans, they promptly summoned all the formidable beings within the Emperor and Great Emperor realms from the 8 great imperial families, as the most elite entities within the universe. Emperor-level beings are meticulously categorized into 3 distinct tiers: the Emperor, the Great Emperor, and the Emperor Venerable, each representing vastly different powers and statuses. The boundless sea, the most enigmatic region of the cosmos, has long been regarded as both a sacred haven and a forbidden territory by countless adventurers and powerful beings. Due to its unique structure and formidable energies, the boundless sea cannot withstand the overwhelming pressure exerted by those in the Emperor Venerable realm, rendering it inaccessible even to them. This realm can only accommodate beings of the Great Emperor caliber, thereby establishing the boundless sea as a stage for the display of both might and intellect by the great emperors. The 8 venerable ancestors, fully aware of the peculiar nature of the boundless sea, resolved to dispatch great emperor-level beings to undertake a mission. These great emperors, pillars of strength within their respective clans, possess unparalleled power and wisdom honed through countless trials. As the great emperors from the 8 clans gradually assembled, a covert pursuit targeting Sumo commenced over the boundless sea. Each of these great emperors, bearing the glory and mission of their clans, prepared to venture into this mysterious expanse. The boundless sea, an expansive and infinite domain, stands as the most enigmatic region within the universe. Its profound laws of the great Tao are astonishingly rich, as if the entire ocean harbors boundless cosmic mysteries. Cultivating within this realm yields remarkable results, making it a coveted destination for countless practitioners seeking opportunities to transcend the emperor level. However, fortune is accompanied by peril. While the laws of the great Tao and the boundless sea are dense, they also give rise to terrifying entities of cosmic will. These beings are not mere life forms. They are manifestations condensed directly from the laws of the great Tao, possessing unfathomable power and intelligence. They roam these waters, mercilessly unleashing slaughter upon any life forms they encounter. Thus, entering the boundless sea presents both an opportunity and a challenge for practitioners. They must navigate this treacherous expanse with utmost caution, evading the horrifying entities of cosmic will while seizing fleeting opportunities for cultivation. Each breakthrough is fraught with immense risk.
Yet it is precisely this environment of simultaneous risk and challenge that renders the boundless sea a sacred ground in the hearts of countless practitioners.
For the great emperors of the 8 clans, the boundless sea is equally laden with uncertainty and danger.
Despite their formidable prowess, they must remain vigilant within this domain. They understand that only through unity and mutual support can they hope to achieve groundbreaking advancements in this mysterious sea.
The boundless sea,
captivating with its profound laws of the great Tao, beckons innumerable cultivators seeking to discover opportunities for transcending the emperor level. Those audacious enough to step into this realm are invariably confident, standing out as exceptional beings among their peers. They yearn to cultivate in this realm,
aspiring to touch the higher echelons of existence.
The 8 great imperial clans, as the preeminent forces within the cosmos,
are acutely aware of the preciousness and peril of the boundless sea.
Thus, they conceal nothing but instead summon all their imperial-level powerhouses, excluding those at the emperor's zenith.
To gather.
These formidable beings represent the very essence of their respective clans, even though they suffered significant losses in their previous encounter with Sumo. They still assemble a formidable contingent of several hundred imperial-level experts.
Chapter 84, The Boundless Sea. These formidable beings, each possessing distinct backgrounds and extraordinary skills, represent the pinnacle of power within their respective imperial clans. At this moment, they convene to deliberate on how to confront the potential emergence of cosmic will beings. The foremost objective is to locate and decisively eliminate Sumo amidst the vast expanse of the boundless sea.
The 8 imperial clans harbor high hopes for this undertaking. Aspiring to enhance the strength of their elites through cultivation in the boundless sea, thereby solidifying their standing within the cosmos.
Concurrently,
they seek an opportunity to eradicate the looming threat posed by Sumo once and for all.
Within the boundless sea, these imperial powerhouses will encounter unprecedented challenges and opportunities. They must remain vigilant, prepared to confront any imminent dangers. Yet, they hold firm in their belief that unity and collective resolve will enable them to achieve groundbreaking advancements in this enigmatic realm. Undoubtedly,
the primary mission is to ascertain Sumo's whereabouts and deliver a fatal blow, leaving him no chance for escape.
This time, Sumo must perish in the boundless sea.
The 8 peak ancestral figures of the imperial realm hover in a magnificent chamber, their expressions grave, and the intensity of their exchanged glances reveals an unprecedented determination. They are acutely aware that this venture transcends mere clan pride, it is a matter of survival for their entire lineage. The true god from beyond the realms has issued a lethal decree: Sumo must die, utterly and completely. Failure to comply would unleash the true god's boundless wrath upon them, a consequence too grave for the 8 imperial clans to bear. Thus, the 8 peak ancestral figures resolve to exhaust their resources without reservation. They understand that this mission will be an extraordinary contest, not only testing Sumo's capabilities but also evaluating the depth and wisdom of their 8 clans. As the ancestors reach their decision, the hundreds of imperial-level warriors below feel an unparalleled pressure. They recognize that they will serve as the primary force in this endeavor, facing a formidable adversary. However, they also understand that this represents a chance to showcase their own strength and intellect. The atmosphere within the chamber is thick with tension and solemnity. All present comprehend that the forthcoming actions will be a life and death struggle. Yet, they remain steadfast in their belief that, through unity and shared determination, they can overcome all obstacles and secure ultimate victory. The 8 peak ancestral figures and the hundreds of imperial-level warriors stand ready, prepared to confront the impending challenges with unwavering resolve. They recognize that this battle will be a trial. Yet it also presents an opportunity for their 8 imperial clans to demonstrate their might and sagacity. The 8 peak ancestral figures, their gazes fierce, survey the hundreds of elite warriors below, each one a carefully nurtured gem of their 8 imperial clans. United by a singular goal, they gather together to vanquish Sumo. The 8 venerable ancestors spoke in unison: "Esteemed ones, you are the elite of our 8 imperial clans, the pride of our lineage. In recent times, our clans have faced numerous setbacks, yet the wretched Sumo continues to roam unfettered. This time, within the boundless sea, we must eradicate him completely." Their voices reverberated within the confined space, resonating deeply with the hearts of every imperial powerhouse present. They fully understood the gravity of this mission and the weight of their responsibilities. The existence of Sumo had become a dire threat to their 8 imperial clans. Only by eliminating him could they extinguish this looming peril. The ancestors continued, "The boundless sea is a perilous and enigmatic realm, yet it is also rife with opportunities. There, you shall have the chance to enhance your own powers, perhaps even transcend your current limits. However, remember that your foremost task is to eliminate Sumo. Only upon the completion of this task can we reclaim our pinnacle and restore the glory of the 8 great clans." The imperial powerhouses below pledged their unwavering commitment to fulfill the ancestors' solemn charge. They recognized that this endeavor involved not only their personal survival but also the future of their entire clan. Thus, they would confront the impending challenges with resolute conviction and indomitable courage. As the ancestors' words resonated, the atmosphere within the small space grew increasingly grave and solemn. Each individual understood that the forthcoming actions would constitute a life and death struggle. Yet, they also believed that as long as they stood united, collectively facing the challenges ahead, they could overcome any adversity and achieve ultimate victory. The 8 peak ancestral figures hovered within the small space, their voices booming like thunder, shaking the very souls of every imperial powerhouse present. "Those who slay Sumo shall become the next cultivator of an imperial powerhouse within their clan. This is a universally acknowledged rule among our 8 imperial clans, one that no clan shall contravene." The ancestors proclaimed in unison, their tones imbued with undeniable authority. "This mission is of utmost importance, pivotal to the survival of our 8 great clans," they reiterated, intensifying the tension and solemnity in the atmosphere. "Sumo must perish in the boundless sea." One ancestor's voice sliced through the silence like a chilling blade. Hearing this proclamation, the eyes of the hundreds of imperial powerhouses sparkled with fervent anticipation. Becoming the cultivator of an imperial powerhouse meant access to unparalleled resources and opportunities, a dream cherished by each of them. However, they were acutely aware that such an opportunity was not easily attained. Sumo was formidable, and his elusive movements made it a daunting task to strike him down within the boundless sea. Yet, it was precisely this challenge that ignited their fighting spirit and courage. "For the glory of the 8 imperial clans, for our future, we must give our all," one imperial powerhouse shouted, his voice stirring a resonant echo among the crowd. As the cry reverberated, the atmosphere within the small space reached a fever pitch. Everyone is acutely aware that the impending action will be a life and death struggle. Yet they firmly believe that as long as they unite and confront the challenges together, they will undoubtedly triumph over all adversities and achieve ultimate victory. The 8 ancestral figures at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm gazed down at the fervent Emperor-level warriors below, their eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction. They recognized that these formidable beings would represent the future hope of their 8 great imperial clans. Furthermore, this forthcoming endeavor would serve as an opportunity for them to showcase their strength and wisdom. The words of the 8 venerable ancestors ignited the fighting spirit within the Emperor-level warriors like a blazing fire, as they looked up at the ancestors suspended in the air, their eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Chapter 85, The Hunt for Sumo. Inspired by the splendid future painted by the ancestors, they roared in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. "For the glory of the 8 great imperial clans. Kill Sumo! Kill Sumo!" Their shouts reverberated through the confined space, as if the very air around them trembled in response. In this moment, the once covert struggles for supremacy among the 8 great clans ceased to exist. All grudges and selfish motives were temporarily cast aside as they united with a singular purpose, to vanquish Sumo, this youth barely in his 20s. They recognized that Sumo's existence had become a significant threat to the 8 great clans. His strength and wisdom surpassed their wildest imaginations. If he were not eradicated, the 8 clans would face an unending peril. Thus, they understood the necessity of solidarity in confronting this formidable adversary. As their roars echoed, the fighting spirit of the imperial-level powerhouses surged to its zenith. They prepared to embark on their journey to the boundless sea, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle. They were acutely aware that this would be a grueling battle, yet they believed that through unity and collective resolve, they could triumph over Sumo, restoring glory and dignity to the 8 great clans. Witnessing the fervent determination of the hundreds of imperial-level warriors below, the 8 peak ancestors exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes gleaming with immense confidence. They were well aware that this assembly of the strongest imperial-level warriors from all 8 clans possessed enough power to shake the very foundations of the primordial ancient realm and even the cosmos itself. They were resolute in their belief that Sumo's demise was inevitable.
As the pinnacle races of the primordial ancient realm, the 8 great clans boasted a rich history and profound heritage, their strength unparalleled. Although Suemo was exceptionally gifted, he was destined to succumb to the overwhelming force arrayed against him. The 8 ancestors exchanged affirming glances. Understanding that this moment was crucial for the resurgence of their clans and the demonstration of their might, they eagerly anticipated the impending victory and the moment when Suemo would be utterly annihilated. As their gaze returned to the warriors below, those imperial-level powerhouses were already equipped and prepared to embark on their journey to the boundless sea. They comprehended that this would be a harrowing battle. Yet they understood that only through unity and facing the challenge together could they achieve ultimate victory. The 8 ancestors were filled with anticipation and confidence, convinced that under their leadership, the 8 great clans would once again manifest unparalleled glory and dignity. Meanwhile, Suemo, the adversary who had once caused them such vexation, would be thoroughly obliterated in this confrontation. However, the 8 venerable ancestors exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, their hearts laden with doubt. They had initially hoped that the true gods from the other side of the world would dispatch formidable imperial-level warriors to assist them in slaying Suemo, yet thus far, those legendary figures had made no appearance. Could it be that the so-called other side of the world held only true gods? One of the ancestors pondered aloud, his voice tinged with confusion and uncertainty. The world beyond has always been an enigmatic realm, shrouded in mystery, with none ever truly able to glimpse its entirety. Another elder took up the conversation, curiosity and a spirit of exploration gleaming in his eyes. Although these 8 venerable emperors possessed profound cultivation, they felt as insignificant as frogs at the bottom of a well in the face of the world beyond. This mysterious place seemed to conceal boundless secrets and power, invoking both reverence and intrigue. Perhaps we have indeed underestimated the might of the world beyond, one elder solemnly remarked, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if it could pierce the barriers of time and space to witness the distant and enigmatic realm. All 8 elders understood that this endeavor was pivotal to the survival of their 8 great imperial clans and the fate of the entire Taichu ancient realm. They must proceed with utmost caution, leaving no room for negligence or oversight. Yet, the current circumstances proved rather challenging. They had initially hoped for the strong from the world beyond to come to their aid, but it now appeared that this hope might be in vain. Regardless, we must not give up, one elder declared resolutely. We must rely on our own strength to vanquish Suemo and safeguard the glory and dignity of the 8 great clans. The other 7 elders nodded in agreement. They recognized that this undertaking would entail a grueling battle, yet they believed that as long as they united their efforts and faced the challenges together, victory would ultimately be theirs. Just as the 8 pinnacle elders remained in a state of bewilderment, the entire space suddenly quaked violently, as powerful auras of imperial-level beings surged forth like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, thousands of these imperial-level warriors manifested in the celestial expanse above, their imposing presence awe-inspiring and heart-stirring. The strong from the 8 imperial clans stood in shock, their mouths agape, for they had never anticipated such a multitude of imperial-level beings to appear so suddenly. The powerful and mysterious auras emanating from these warriors instilled an indescribable sense of oppression. What is happening? One imperial-level warrior stammered, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. The 8 pinnacle elders exchanged glances, having never encountered such a situation. From whence did these suddenly appearing imperial-level beings come? What could be their purpose? Could they be from the world beyond? One elder speculated, though uncertainty laced his tone. No, that is impossible, another elder shook his head, the number of beings from the world beyond is limited. And there has never been such a large-scale mobilization. Although the auras of these warriors are formidable, they do not resonate with the divine essence of the world beyond. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, a leader emerged from the throng of thousands of imperial-level warriors. Though this leader had only attained the peak of the great emperor realm, clearly inferior to the pinnacle elders, he did not exhibit a trace of fear. From his elevated position, he gazed down upon them with disdain, as if regarding the 8 pinnacle elders as mere trifles unworthy of consideration. He cast a cold glance at the hundreds of imperial-level powerhouses from the 8 great imperial clans, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he disdainfully remarked, "Is this what you call imperial level? It seems that your 8 great imperial clans are increasingly in decline. Upon hearing these words, the strong warriors of the 8 great imperial clans were filled with indignation. As imperial-level powerhouses, they were the pinnacle of their respective clans, never had they faced such contempt. Yet, in the presence of their leader's formidable aura and strength, they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness encountering his disdain. Chapter 86, Disdain. The 8 venerable ancestors, at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm, wore expressions of solemnity. Despite their lofty self-regard, they could not deny the validity of the leader's assertions. The 8 imperial clans had indeed experienced a gradual decline in recent years, with few exceptional talents emerging from the younger generation. The imperial powerhouses before them paled in comparison to the forces represented by the leader. However, as the apex beings of the 8 imperial clans, they embodied the honor and dignity of their respective lineages. They could not be easily swayed in their convictions and resolved by mere words from the leader. One of the ancestors spoke slowly, his voice imbued with determination and authority. Though we, the 8 imperial clans, have faced a decline, our foundation and strength remain formidable. We are fully aware of today's matters and require no concern from you. Upon hearing this, the leader raised an eyebrow, seemingly dissatisfied with the ancestor's response. Yet, he understood that these venerable figures were not easily dissuaded. It would not be a simple task to shake their determination. Taking a deep breath, he replied with measured calm, "Very well, since the 8 imperial clans have their own plans, I shall refrain from further discourse. However, I wish for you to comprehend that Sumo is not as simple as you may envision. Should you wish to successfully eliminate him, you must be prepared to exert considerable effort and sacrifice." With that, the leader turned and returned to his own cohort, leaving the members of the 8 imperial clans exchanging glances. They realized that this incident would present them with unprecedented challenges and opportunities. Whether they could seize this chance to restore the glory and status of the 8 imperial clans hinged upon their subsequent actions. However, the leader's words ignited a fierce anger among the imperial powerhouses present. As members of the supreme 8 imperial clans in the cosmos, they had always enjoyed unparalleled honor and status, having never endured such a humiliating belittlement. Their combat prowess had consistently placed them at the pinnacle among cultivators of equal realms, a source of pride for them. At this moment, the audacity of these suddenly emerging imperial cultivators to so brazenly denigrate them incited their fury. The imperial powerhouses unleashed their formidable auras, enveloping the space in an atmosphere of lethal intent. Who dares to show such arrogance and disdain towards the 8 imperial clans? One of the imperial powerhouses thundered, his voice resonating with authority and indignation. We, the 8 imperial clans, are the pinnacle of existence in the universe. How dare you nameless ones presume to comment on us? Another imperial powerhouse added angrily. Amidst the uproar from the imperial powerhouses below, the 8 venerable ancestors felt the pressure of the situation. They understood the necessity of upholding the dignity of the 8 imperial clans, even in the face of formidable beings from other realms. Yet, there must be a hierarchy among cultivators. Those at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm deserved the respect of imperial powerhouses. The 8 venerable ancestors remained grave, acutely aware that these imperial powerhouses represented the dignity and honor of the 8 clans, which could not be easily tarnished. As a result, they unleashed formidable auras, preparing to deliver a profound lesson to these audacious individuals. However, just as the tension reached its zenith, the leader spoke once more, "Gentlemen, please restrain your anger. I do not intend to belittle the 8 great imperial clans, but rather hope for an earnest dialogue among us. Sumo's prowess far exceeds your estimations. If we cannot unite, it will be exceedingly difficult to vanquish him." Upon hearing the leader's words, the imperial-level experts of the 8 great clans momentarily calmed their emotions. They recognized that, despite his arrogance, his statements held a semblance of truth. Sumo was indeed a formidable adversary, and unity was essential for their victory. Thus, they began to regain their composure and reassess the current situation. They understood that this was not the time for internal strife but rather an opportunity to come together against a common foe. Only through solidarity could they safeguard the dignity and glory of the 8 great imperial clans. The leader's words slightly eased the expressions of the imperial-level experts. Yet he soon shifted his tone, igniting their fury anew. He scoffed, "These are the words of the true deity from the other side of the world. Yet my own eyes reveal that you are indeed rather weak.
To speak plainly, all of you here, including you so-called peak ancestors of the imperial rank, are nothing but garbage. At this pronouncement, the imperial-level experts of the 8 great clans were once more incensed, their faces suffused with anger and humiliation. As the pinnacle of existence in the universe, they had never endured such a grave affront.
You dare to insult us so?
One of the imperial-level experts shouted furiously, pointing an accusatory finger at the leader. We, the 8 great clans, are the pinnacle forces of the universe, how dare you act so brazenly?
Another peak ancestor of the imperial rank retorted in outrage.
However, the leader remained unfazed, coldly regarding the assembly as he continued.
I am merely conveying the wishes of the true deity.
If you genuinely desire to collaborate with us, you must accept this reality.
If you find it unacceptable,
then we need not continue this discussion.
The experts of the 8 great clans exchanged glances, realizing that the leader's words were not without foundation.
The true deity from the other side possessed unfathomable strength, and if they wished to engage in collaboration, they must lower their pride and accept the evaluations and conditions presented. Yet, this did not imply that they would surrender easily. The dignity and glory of the 8 great clans were inviolable. They needed to devise a means to uphold their honor while still engaging with the other side. Consequently, they began to think calmly, seeking solutions to this predicament. They understood that only through unity and collective effort could they maintain an undefeated position in this cosmic struggle. The leader's words once again incited a furious outburst from the imperial-level experts, their wrath almost igniting the very space around them. The peak ancestors of the imperial rank could scarcely endure such indignity. As the apex of the imperial clan, when had they ever faced such humiliation? A mere practitioner of the imperial realm dared to exhibit such arrogance before them and act tantamount to defiling the honor of the 8 great clans. The 8 venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the emperor realm were filled with wrath, their voices resonating with authority and indignation. You insignificant emperor-level cultivator! How dare you exhibit such arrogance? It seems today we shall act on behalf of the true deity from the other shore, and thoroughly teach you audacious fellows a lesson. As their words echoed, waves of formidable energy erupted from their beings, causing the very fabric of space to tremble.
The depth of the strength possessed by these venerable ancestors was unfathomable. Once their fury was unleashed, it would manifest as a cataclysmic force.
However, the leader appeared undaunted, maintaining a disdainful smile, as if the fury directed at him was nothing more than a farcical spectacle.
Chapter 87, Insult. He spoke with a calm demeanor. If you truly wish to engage, then come forth. However, I must caution you that the true deity from the other side of the world is far beyond your imagination. Should you provoke him, the consequences will be insufferable. Upon hearing these words, the venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the 8 great emperors could not help but feel a jolt of alarm within their hearts. They were acutely aware that the power of the true deity from the other side was unfathomable, and if they truly incurred his wrath, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Yet, the humiliation they faced was intolerable, and they felt compelled to respond. Thus, a great battle was on the verge of erupting. The imperial powerhouses of the 8 great imperial clans prepared to strike, with their leader advancing at the forefront. The atmosphere surged with tension as both sides reached a boiling point, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. Observing the fury of the imperial powerhouses beneath the 8 great clans, the leader of the team from the other side merely smirked with disdain. He cast a scornful glance over the crowd, his tone dripping with contempt. Merely ants. Since you are so enraged, allow me to demonstrate the true might from the other side today. Do you dare to claim that your so-called 8 great clans are the pinnacle of the universe? To me, you are nothing more than insignificant insects. At this proclamation, the imperial powerhouses of the 8 great clans were further inflamed with rage.
As the foremost beings in the universe, they had never endured such an affront. Nevertheless, the leader remained unfazed by their indignation. With a mere wave of his hand, a powerful surge of energy erupted from him, radiating outward in all directions. This overwhelming energy was so formidable that even the venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm felt a hint of pressure. They understood that the leader's strength was extraordinary, and they would need to exert their utmost to contend with him. They had never encountered such a formidable peak emperor. Yet, the imperial powerhouses of the 8 great clans did not falter.
As members of imperial lineages, they possessed their own dignity and honor. They collectively roared in defiance,
unleashing their energies in preparation for a fierce battle against the leader. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere of impending slaughter.
The leader coldly regarded the imperial powerhouses, his tone laced with disdain. You insects dare to claim to be the pinnacle of the universe? Today, you shall witness true power.
In the next moment, the leader's aura surged intensely, the oppressive presence of a peak emperor flooding forth like a tidal wave, causing the very space around them to tremble. Though the ranks of the 8 great clans contained numerous peak emperor powerhouses, they now looked up at the leader from the other side, overwhelmed by an indescribable pressure that seemed to suppress their very souls. The peak emperor powerhouses exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. They had never encountered such a vast and imposing aura from a peak emperor. The leader's strength clearly exceeded their wildest imaginations. How is this possible? A peak powerhouse of the great emperor realm murmured to himself, his voice laden with disbelief.
Could it be that he truly stands at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm? Why does he seem even more formidable than those of the emperor's sovereign level? Another formidable figure displayed a look of dread.
The elite among the 8 imperial clans understood well that the leader before them was not an adversary they could easily contend with.
Although they were all distinguished cultivators of the emperor level, faced with such a mighty opponent, they could not help but acknowledge their own inadequacies.
Yet, despite the overwhelming strength of their foe, the warriors of the 8 imperial clans chose not to retreat. They recognized that the glory and dignity of their clans were sacred and inviolable. They must fight with all their might, even at the cost of their own lives,
to defend their honor.
Thus, the champions of the 8 imperial clans unleashed their energies, preparing for an intense battle with the leader.
However,
just as they were about to engage, the leader suddenly suppressed his aura, coldly regarding them as he proclaimed, "Insects, today you shall witness the true power from beyond this world." Yet, before the fight commenced, he added a condition. The warriors of the 8 imperial clans halted their motions, anxiously watching the leader, aware that his forthcoming words could alter the course of the entire situation. With a sinister smile, the leader shrugged nonchalantly, a scornful curve gracing his lips as he spoke with disdain. Though the great deity from beyond has requested that we cooperate fairly with you 8 imperial clans to eliminate Sumo, we, the prodigious cultivators from the other side, must be frank, your inferior races do not merit comparison with us. His voice was cold and arrogant, reverberating across the desolate battlefield as if the very air had frozen. The countenances of the 8 imperial clan warriors darkened, a tumult of anger and humiliation swirling within them. Yet they were compelled to confront this harsh reality. The leader continued with a chilling sneer, "Thus, after this battle, all cultivators from your 8 clans journeying to the boundless sea shall heed our command and become our servants. This is your sole path forward, the only condition for your continued existence in this world." His words struck the hearts of the 8 imperial clan warriors like a hammer, inciting fury and humiliation, but primarily a sense of helplessness. They understood that this leader from beyond possessed formidable strength, insurmountable by their means. If they wished to survive, they must accept this grim reality. Just as they wrestled with despair, a figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd, a young peak powerhouse among the 8 imperial clans. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination as he shouted, "We, the 8 imperial clans, are the apex of the cosmos. We shall never become the servants of others. We would rather perish on the battlefield than bow before you." His voice rang out with resolute strength, imbued with conviction and valor. The formidable warriors of the 8 great imperial clans were deeply moved by his words, straightening their backs in readiness to engage in a life-and-death battle against the leader from the other side of the world. Observing their resolve, the leader let out a cold laugh and declared, "Very well, allow me to witness the prowess of you so-called top-tier beings." With that, he vanished from sight, charging towards the young pinnacle emperor among them. An intense clash was imminent. The leader of the opposing team waved his hand, unleashing an invisible force that surged forth in an instant. The young pinnacle emperor from the 8 great imperial clans appeared utterly fragile in the face of this overwhelming power. Chapter 88, terrifying beyond measure, he retreated as if severed from his strings, his chest caving in as though struck by an immense force. His eyes widened, brimming with terror and disbelief. He attempted to summon the energy within him to resist, yet that power was overwhelmingly potent, rendering him incapable of countering it. His breath swiftly weakened, and in an instant, he lost all ability to resist, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless corpse. The powerful figures from the 8 great imperial clans witnessed this scene, collectively gasping in shock. They had never encountered such formidable strength, this young pinnacle emperor, among their ranks, was a top-tier existence. Yet, before the leader of the opposing force from the other world, he was utterly defenseless. A wave of profound unease and despair surged within them, as they realized that if this continued, none would escape impending doom. However, even in the face of such a formidable adversary, they chose not to retreat. They understood that only through unity could they hope to seize a sliver of survival in this battle. Thus, the powerful figures of the 8 great imperial clans roared in unison, charging towards the opposing force, prepared to sacrifice their lives and strength to avenge their young pinnacle emperor and to fight for their dignity and honor. As the hundreds of emperor-level warriors surged forward with overwhelming momentum, the leader of the opposing force remained remarkably composed. He exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he regarded them with a curious interest, as though observing a trivial performance. His gaze was filled with pity and sorrow, as if the charging emperor-level warriors were nothing more than inconsequential ants in his eyes. He gently shook his head, as if lamenting the decision of the 8 great imperial clans. "You truly believe that with your meager power, you can contend with me?" His voice was calm and indifferent, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the 8 great imperial clans' warriors tightened, yet their advance did not falter. They understood that in the presence of such a mighty foe, only through solidarity could they hope for a glimmer of chance. However, just as they were about to reach the leader of the opposing force, he waved his hand once more. An invisible force instantaneously spread out, resembling an unseen barrier that barred all the warriors of the 8 great imperial clans from advancing. They exerted all their strength in their assault, yet discovered their power rendered insignificant before this barrier. Anger and despair engulfed them, but more than that, they felt a sense of helplessness. They comprehended the vast chasm that lay between them and the leader of the opposing force. Yet, just as they were on the verge of surrender, the leader spoke again. "Though you 8 great imperial clans are feeble, your courage is commendable. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Should you withstand a single strike from me without perishing, I shall allow you to depart. Furthermore, only those who survive may become slaves of our world." The formidable warriors of the 8 imperial clans, upon hearing these words, felt a glimmer of hope flicker within their hearts. While honor is indeed precious, the value of life surpasses it. They understood that this was their sole opportunity. Thus, they gathered together, bracing themselves to confront the leader's impending strike. Yet, the leader's prowess was overwhelmingly potent, and the precise magnitude of his power remained shrouded in uncertainty for the champions of the 8 clans. Nevertheless, they recognized that they must exert every ounce of their strength to seize even a fleeting chance of survival. Under the scrutinizing gazes of all, the leader of the team from beyond the world, Huan Yu, raised his right hand slightly, and an ethereal light of the profound laws enveloped his entire being. Boundless celestial phenomena swirled rapidly across the heavens of this space, stars fell, and lightning intertwined as if the entire cosmos lay within his grasp. At that moment, Huan Yu resembled a deity descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of infinite majesty and mystery. He cast a disdainful gaze upon the members of the 8 imperial clans, his eyes glinting with contempt. His voice, deep and authoritative, reverberated in the hearts of all present. "I am Huan Yu, son of the divine phantom, the sovereign of the world beyond. To become my slave is your honor." This proclamation struck the champions of the 8 clans like a sledgehammer, igniting feelings of fury, humiliation, and most poignantly, helplessness. They were acutely aware that this formidable adversary from beyond the world possessed an unimaginable strength, one that rendered them utterly incapable of resistance. Yet, even in the face of such a colossal foe, retreat was not an option. The warriors of the 8 imperial clans clenched their fists, eyes alight with unwavering determination. They understood that in this critical moment, unity was paramount if they sought any semblance of hope. Thus, they unleashed their most formidable powers, preparing to engage Huan Yu in a battle to the death. However, just as they readied themselves for action, Huan Yu coldly smiled once more. With a subtle wave of his hand, an invisible force surged forth, subduing all the champions of the 8 clans in place. Despite their utmost efforts, they found themselves unable to budge, helplessly watching Huan Yu approach them step by step. As he stood before the warriors of the 8 imperial clans, he looked down upon them with a glint of icy ruthlessness in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "The 8 clans possess some strength, in my eyes.
You are but mere ants. To become my slaves is your only avenue of escape. The champions of the 8 clans roared in anger. Yet they were powerless to alter their fate. They understood that refusal to comply with Huan Yu's demands would lead only to unending torment and suffering. As the words of Huan Yu, the son of the divine phantom, resonated, the 8 peak ancestors of the imperial clans were instantly struck with astonishment. They had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful leader was, in fact, the biological son of the sovereign of the world beyond, Huan Yu. This sudden revelation thundered through their minds, leaving them breathless with shock. The divine phantom, the legendary true god, was a figure of immense power, although their clans boasted formidable strength. It paled in comparison to that of the world beyond. At this moment, they finally comprehended why the illusory feather wielded such immense power and why the other side of the world placed such significance on Sumo. It became evident that this was due to the fact that Sumo's threat had already reached the ears of that distant realm, where even the true god-level experts sensed his potential and the peril he posed. A profound sense of unease and dread surged within the hearts of the powerful members of the 8 great imperial clans. They understood that if they persisted in opposing Sumo, the other side of the world might very well intervene personally, leading them to face utter annihilation. Yet, they were loath to submit to a mere youth. After a fleeting moment of panic, they began to deliberate on their course of action. Chapter 89, The power of illusory feather. Sumo's strength and potential have gained recognition from the other side of the world, making it almost impossible for them to contend with him. However, they understand that only through relentless effort and self-challenge can they hope to survive in this unpredictable realm. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The son of the illusory god, illusory feather, raised his right hand, and at that instant, it seemed as though the entire firmament lay under his dominion. The laws of the cosmos and the anomalies of heaven and earth spiraled violently, radiant light illuminating the entire battleground. In a heartbeat, these anomalies morphed into countless golden, sacred sword shadows, each radiating a sharp brilliance, as if capable of piercing through the very fabric of space. These sword shadows coalesced in mid-air, forming an immense sword formation, where innumerable sword shadows intertwined in a breathtaking display. Illusory feather smirked coldly, his voice laced with disdain and contempt. Let me show you what true divine martial arts look like, the illusory god sword formation. As his words echoed, countless sword shadows transformed into terrifying phantoms, cascading down like a torrential downpour. Each sword shadow harbored apocalyptic power, tracing dazzling trajectories in the air as they surged towards the formidable beings of the 8 great imperial clans. Confronted with such a dreadful assault, the strongmen of the 8 great imperial clans turned pale. They felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the very sky were descending upon them. They exerted every ounce of strength, unleashing various powerful martial techniques and artifacts in a desperate attempt to fend off this overwhelming onslaught. Yet, the might of the illusory god sword formation surpassed their wildest imaginations. Countless sword shadows wove together in the air, creating a dense net of swords that completely enveloped them. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the entrapment of this sword net. As the sword shadows descended, anguished cries echoed across the battlefield. The strongmen of the 8 great imperial clans were struck down one after another, their bodies exploding in mid-air, transforming into clouds of crimson mist. This battle was swift and decisive. The elite of the 8 great imperial clans were utterly powerless against the illusory god sword formation. They finally realized the vast chasm that separated them from the other side of the world. Illusory feather's strength and martial arts had transcended their comprehension, leaving them incapable of contending. Illusory feather observed it all with a cold gaze, his eyes glinting with ruthless intensity. He understood that this battle had irrevocably established his position. The renown of the other side of the world would once again resonate throughout the realms, and he would become an unrivaled powerhouse, beyond challenge. The divine martial arts he unleashed, the illusory god sword formation, were unparalleled, directly striking down hundreds of imperial-level strongmen to the ground. Their bodies felt as though they had endured a crushing blow, each chest caving in entirely as blood streamed from their forms, staining the earth around them. Their breaths were erratic, clearly gravely wounded, presenting a pitiful sight. With great difficulty, these warriors lifted their heads, incredulously staring at Illusory Feather, who stood coldly above. Their eyes brimmed with shock and fear, having never witnessed such a formidable peak emperor. The prowess and martial skills of Huan Yu have far surpassed their expectations, shattering the confidence and pride they once held. They find it inconceivable that such a young warrior could possess such terrifying strength. In their eyes, Huan Yu is transformed from a mere adversary into an insurmountable chasm. They begin to comprehend the vast gulf that separates them from the world beyond, realizing that to confront Huan Yu is tantamount to seeking their own demise. At this moment, their hearts are laden with remorse and despair. They lament not recognizing Huan Yu's power sooner and regret disregarding the counsel of their elders, opting instead to stand against him. Yet, regret proves futile. They can only endure the pain and humiliation, watching helplessly as Huan Yu stands before them, an unattainable figure. Huan Yu gazes down upon these disheveled warriors, his eyes glinting with a cold, merciless light. He feels no pity or sympathy, for he knows that these individuals were once poised to harm him. He speaks icily, now. You should comprehend the consequences of opposing me. His voice, frigid and unyielding, pierces their hearts like a sharp blade. They silently bear the weight of their humiliation and suffering, filled with endless regret. However, they also understand that this outcome is the fruit of their own choices. They can only endure the repercussions in silence. The 8 esteemed ancestors. At the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, witness Huan Yu's display of divine martial technique, the illusory divine sword array, and their faces reflect a profound astonishment. The power of this strike far exceeds their imagination, instilling within them a deep awareness of the terror inherent in divine martial arts. Although the 8 great imperial clans possess formidable techniques and legacies, they pale in comparison to the illusory divine sword array wielded by Huan Yu. They have never encountered such a formidable divine technique. Its force seems capable of rending space itself and annihilating all in its path. The disparity in legacy and cultivation leaves them stunned and powerless. They realize that the chasm between themselves and Huan Yu is not merely one of cultivation level, but also a significant divide in martial skills and heritage. This realization fills them with despair, for they know that no amount of effort can bridge this gap. The emotional weight upon the 8 esteemed ancestors is immense. They are not only concerned for the future of their clans but also filled with dread at the formidable power Huan Yu has demonstrated. They understand that if they persist in opposing him, their 8 clans will face utter annihilation. Yet, they also recognize that the current situation has spiraled beyond their control. Huan Yu's formidable strength and fearsome divine martial prowess compel them to reassess their stance and strategy. They begin to contemplate how to defuse this crisis and reach an accord with Huan Yu to avert greater calamity. In this process, they must cast aside their arrogance and pride, initiating contact and negotiation with Huan Yu. They hope to resolve this conflict through peaceful means, striving to prevent further casualties and losses. However, they also comprehend that this endeavor is far from simple. For the strength and status of the illusory feather have rendered them incapable of engaging in dialogue as equals. Regardless, the 8 venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm have profoundly recognized their own shortcomings and limitations. They understand that only through continuous learning and advancement can they endure in this ever-changing world. They must reflect upon their cultivation and heritage, seeking methods of breakthrough, with the hope of narrowing the chasm that lies between themselves and the illusory feather in the days to come. Chapter 90, the son of the illusory deity with an air of superiority. Huan Yu gazed down upon the hundreds of imperial-level powerhouses and the 8 pinnacle ancestors of the imperial realm. A condescending smile curled at the corners of his lips as he coldly taunted, "Is it truly fitting for you to call yourselves the 8 pinnacle races of the universe? Just look at your pitiful strength, it is utterly laughable. On the other side of our world, a mere handful of imperial-level warriors could effortlessly vanquish the elites of your 8 imperial clans." Huan Yu's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of the lofty imperial-level powerhouses from the 8 clans. They yearned to retort, yet faced with the display of Huan Yu's formidable prowess and the overwhelming presence of the illusory deity, an invincible true god, they found themselves bereft of the courage and strength to respond. The 8 pinnacle ancestors wore solemn expressions, fully aware that Huan Yu spoke the truth. Although their 8 clans held significant status within the cosmos, they recognized the considerable disparity in power when compared to the other side of the world. They understood that continuing to oppose Huan Yu would lead to catastrophic consequences. At that moment, their pride and self-esteem evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of reverence for Huan Yu and the world beyond. They began to realize that confronting Huan Yu was not a prudent choice and contemplated ways to defuse the impending crisis and seek reconciliation. Observing their silence, Huan Yu felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him.
He was aware that his words had achieved a deterrent effect. He had no intention of annihilation, rather. He sought to impress upon them that the power from the other side of the world was not to be provoked lightly. In the next instant, Huan Yu's demeanor shifted. A knowing smile graced his lips as he spoke slowly. However, though your 8 clans may be somewhat lacking in strength, I, Huan Yu, as the son of the illusory deity from the other side of the world, can offer you an opportunity. His gaze swept across the assembly, and he continued. All of you shall become my slaves, with the 8 imperial clans serving as my vassals. Once I have completely mastered the other side of the world, I promise to bestow upon you the legacies and martial skills you seek, guiding you to greater heights. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere descended into a brief silence. The 8 pinnacle ancestors and the hundreds of imperial-level powerhouses exchanged glances, their hearts a tumult of emotions. They felt both indignation at Huan Yu's audacious claims and temptation at the alluring conditions he presented. The strong from the 8 clans felt a tightening in their chests, realizing that this was Huan Yu's final offer. They looked at one another, ultimately lowering their heads in resignation, choosing to compromise. They understood that continuing to oppose Huan Yu would only entangle them in deeper peril. Yet, they also recognized that becoming Huan Yu's slaves and vassals meant surrendering their freedom and dignity. On the other hand, the legacies and martial skills that Huan Yu promised were the very aspirations they had long coveted. This left them in a state of profound dilemma. Ultimately, the 8 venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm exchanged meaningful glances, fully aware that they were faced with a formidable decision. In this universe, rife with uncertainties, it is only through relentless self-empowerment that one can secure an invincible position. We are willing to become your subservient vassals. One of the venerable ancestors inhaled deeply, grappling with the weight of his choice. Observing this, the other ancestors and emperor-level powerhouses voiced their agreement, cognizant that this was a challenging but unavoidable reality. Upon witnessing their submission, Huan Yu nodded with satisfaction, confident that these once proud members of the 8 imperial clans would unleash greater potential under his guidance. He, too, would lead them to even loftier heights. Subsequently, Huan Yu raised his hand slightly, standing aloft as if a deity surveying those below. As he heard the collective declaration of fealty from all members of the 8 imperial clans, including the venerable ancestors, a satisfied smile graced his face. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed with resonant authority, "If that is the case, kneel before me. From this day forth, you shall address me as your sovereign. Follow me, Huan Yu, and I shall guide you in conquering the realms beyond, ascending to higher pinnacles where even the divine realm shall no longer be an unattainable dream." His voice reverberated like thunder throughout the expanse. Though the powerhouses of the 8 imperial clans felt a tinge of reluctance, they could not defy Huan Yu's formidable strength and imposing presence. Consequently, hundreds of emperor-level powerhouses and the venerable ancestors knelt in unison, reverently calling out, "Sovereign!" Their voices harmonized, brimming with awe and loyalty. Huan Yu inclined his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over his new subordinates, as if appraising their worth. He understood that these individuals had once been titans of the cosmos, and their strength and wisdom would prove invaluable in his quest to conquer worlds beyond. "Rise!" Huan Yu spoke with a calm yet undeniable authority. Upon hearing his words, the gathered rose, their expressions reflecting respect and anticipation. They understood that from this moment forth, they would embark on a new journey alongside Huan Yu, ready to conquer broader realms and pursue higher states of existence. Huan Yu regarded them, his heart brimming with ambition. He recognized that this expedition would be fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet he harbored confidence that, under his leadership, they would surmount all challenges and ultimately reach the zenith of the world. The venerable ancestors of the 8 imperial clans gazed up at the imperious Huan Yu, their hearts a tumult of emotions, bitterness intertwined with resignation. His talent and prowess were indeed astounding. His ability to manifest emperor-level strength at the pinnacle of the emperor realm left them in awe. They acutely realized that they had not measured up to Huan Yu in their youth, and once he ascended to the emperor realm, they would no longer stand as his rivals. Despite their feelings of frustration and dissatisfaction, a harsh reality compelled them to accept their fate as Huan Yu's subordinates. Yet, amid this bitterness and helplessness, a flicker of hope resided within their hearts. They understood that this was their opportunity to connect with and immerse themselves in the realm beyond. A chance to pursue a higher plane of existence. Perhaps, under the guidance of the ethereal Huanyu, they might indeed have the opportunity to touch the realm of the divine. A dream they had long cherished. Thus, despite the myriad of grievances within their hearts, the 8 venerable ancestors at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm chose to yield. They realized that only by following Huanyu could they possibly realize their dreams and reach that seemingly unattainable summit. They looked forward to the future, anticipating a more resplendent destiny under Huanyu's leadership. The 8 venerable ancestors exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with astonishment and resignation. Chapter 91, Slavery Initially. They had planned to collaborate with the imperial stronghold from the other side of the world to jointly venture into the boundless sea and eliminate Sumo. This endeavor, seemingly ambitious, has now taken an unexpected turn. They never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. What was supposed to be an equitable partnership has devolved into a situation where the 8 great imperial clans have become mere subservients under the dominion of the forces from the other side. This subjugation, forged under absolute pressure, has inflicted upon them an unprecedented sense of humiliation and frustration. Such a transformation is utterly astonishing, rendering them incapable of acceptance. Once, they were the pinnacle of power within the universe, basking in endless glory and dignity. Now, they find themselves compelled to bow before the rule of Huanyu. This stark contrast is unbearable for them. However, reality is merciless. They recognize that their strength pales in comparison to that of the powerful beings from the other side. They are reluctant to resign themselves to this humiliating fate, yet feel utterly powerless. They can only hope that, under Huanyu's guidance in the days to come, they might uncover a sliver of opportunity to reclaim their dignity and honor. Upon subduing the 8 great imperial clans, a triumphant smile graced Huanyu's face. He surveyed the gathered throng below and declared, "In light of this, let us not delay any further. We shall set forth to confront the so-called young master of the Su clan, Sumo. Prepare, boundless sea, to submit to the dominion of the other side." As soon as he finished speaking, Huanyu's figure vanished into the air, leaving behind a dazzling trail. Under his command, both the lower-tier teams from the other side and the imperial squads of the 8 great clans sprang into action. They activated their spatial traversal equipment, slicing through the cosmos like meteors, heading towards the boundless sea. Each individual's face was a canvas of anticipation and determination. They understood that this undertaking would present an unprecedented challenge, yet they firmly believed that under Huanyu's leadership, they would triumph over all adversities and achieve ultimate victory. As the expedition pressed onward, the silhouette of the boundless sea gradually emerged on the horizon. There, they would face off against Sumo. Huanyu stood at the forefront of the procession, his gaze resolute and profound, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. "Forward!" he commanded. And the entire convoy surged forth like a colossal dragon, traversing the cosmos towards the boundless sea. An exhilarating confrontation was on the verge of unfolding, poised to alter the very fabric of the universe's future. At this moment, in the darkest recesses of the cosmos, a vast expanse known as the boundless sea stood in tranquil solitude. Though named a sea, it was not characterized by shimmering waters, but rather an expansive realm of chaotic hues. Within this space, the laws of the great Tao intertwined with those of heaven, resembling silver ribbons dancing in the darkness, while celestial phenomena swirled about, exuding an aura of mystery and depth. The boundless sea stretched infinitely, akin to a colossal secret realm, brimming with endless opportunities yet concealing unpredictable perils. Every inch of this land, every breath of air, is imbued with the primordial mysteries and powers of the universe. Within this chaotic ocean, a myriad of strange phenomena unfolds. At times, one may witness a beam of light piercing the darkness, akin to a celestial visitor bearing enigmatic forces. At other moments, one might feel a profound tremor, as if some colossal beast stirs beneath the depths, triggering tsunami-like upheavals. However, it is these seemingly chaotic occurrences that constitute the unique allure of the boundless sea. In this expanse, celestial wonders abound, unfurling like vibrant scrolls across the infinite tapestry of time and space. The laws of the great Tao weave through the chaos like a wandering dragon, each thread representing a supreme principle of the cosmos. The laws of heaven are even more arcane, quietly governing the fate of this realm, ensuring that all remains within their dominion. The vastness of the boundless sea defies description. It resembles an unending sanctum, teeming with infinite opportunities while concealing unpredictable perils. Here, Every adventurer may uncover unprecedented marvels or, in an instant, face annihilation. Yet, it is this inscrutable nature and the challenges it presents that render the boundless sea one of the most captivating locales in the universe.
In this chaotic realm,
explorers must remain ever vigilant, relentlessly seeking the secrets of the Great Tao, while bravely confronting the unknown risks and challenges. Only those endowed with true courage and wisdom can discover their own fortunes and treasures amid this vast expanse.
It beckons countless adventurers to delve into its depths, searching for concealed opportunities and secrets within the chaos.
Simultaneously, it tests the intellect and bravery of every soul that sets foot upon this land.
At this moment, the boundless sea silently awaits the upcoming challengers.
They may be in pursuit of some rare treasure or striving to transcend their limits, but regardless, they will leave their mark in this chaotic ocean, scripting their own legends. Presently, deep within the heart of the boundless sea, in a concealed space, a youth of merely 20 summers sits cross-legged. Before him, a golden heart beats slowly, emanating an alluring radiance. This heart, as if born from myth, resonates with the universe with each pulse, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, channeling it into the boy's being. His visage is youthful and fair, yet his eyes betray a depth and resolve beyond his years. His aura intensifies in harmony with the rhythmic thrum of the golden heart, as if a mysterious power awakens within him. On the ground lies the corpse of a golden beast, a 9-clawed golden dragon, its scales shimmering with brilliant light, each reflecting boundless enigmas. The aura of this 9-clawed golden dragon is both formidable and sacred, emanating an imperial presence that instills terror, as if merely gazing upon it reveals the ancient bloodline power of the dragon clan. Though the 9-clawed golden dragon has perished, its lifeless form continues to emanate a spine-chilling aura of power, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dare approach. Yet, the youth appears oblivious to any threat, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the resplendent golden heart before him, as if the entirety of the universe has been distilled to the singularity of his being in this heart. As time unfolds, the intensity of the boy's presence grows, and his resolve crystallizes with increasing clarity. He is acutely aware that he is undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis, one that will irrevocably shape the course of his destiny. With a furrowed brow and eyes ablaze with determination, he fixates intently on the pulsating true dragon heart that manifests upon his chest. This heart is none other than the true dragon heart he seized after vanquishing the 9-clawed golden dragon within this concealed sanctuary. Chapter 92. The True Dragon. The heart of the true dragon emanated a faint golden radiance, each pulsation seemingly narrating the ancient legends of the dragon clan. The young man could perceive the immense power and enigmatic insights contained within. These revelations and strengths were derived from the divine golden dragon. He understood that if he could successfully absorb this heart, he would gain the dragon's profound wisdom and formidable bloodline. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare in the boundless sea, reflecting the power and terror of this mysterious expanse. The allure and dread of the boundless sea stemmed from the multitude of such chances it harbored. Here, vanquishing a formidable opponent could grant one the lifetime of insights and strength of the vanquished, facilitating an extraordinary leap in one's cultivation. The young man took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and anxiety surging within him. He recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a monumental challenge. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, his resolve solidified further. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on absorbing the power and insights from the heart of the true dragon. As time passed, his aura intensified, and his body seemed to undergo a profound metamorphosis. In this process, he felt as though he could perceive the true dragon soaring through the heavens, experiencing its overwhelming strength and indomitable spirit. These insights and powers gradually integrated into his being, rendering him even more powerful and self-assured. Sumo, this young practitioner, had ventured into the boundless sea to transcend to a higher realm and swiftly exact revenge on the 8 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm. His gaze was resolute, his focus unwavering, fixated on the heart of the true dragon, which had been plundered from the corpse of a golden 9-clawed dragon. It pulsed incessantly, radiating an enticing golden glow, as if containing boundless cultivation insights and power. Taking a deep breath, Sumo commenced the full absorption of the true dragon heart. As he absorbed its essence, his body erupted with a formidable golden light. This divine radiance was blinding and sacred, akin to the scorching sun, evoking awe and trepidation. The air around him seemed ignited by the golden glow, creating a sea of golden flames.
Time flowed slowly, several hours passed. Sumo felt as though he had merged with the heart of the true dragon, his aura continuously strengthened, his body undergoing tremendous transformation. When he finally opened his eyes with a sudden intensity, his presence had surged. In an instant, he shattered a limit, his cultivation ascending once more. His gaze deepened, as if he could penetrate all illusions. His physique became more robust, muscles defined and powerful, embodying an inexhaustible strength. Sumo realized he had drawn closer to his revenge. He sensed the surging power within him, brimming with confidence and determination. He understood that as long as he continued to advance, he would one day vanquish the 8 imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm, reclaiming justice for himself and his family. When the young man opened his eyes once more, his gaze had transformed into one of profound resolve. He comprehended that he had successfully absorbed the power and insights of the heart of the true dragon, thereby acquiring the bloodline of that magnificent creature. From this moment forth, he would possess a broader realm and a brighter future. Sacred golden hues perpetually manifested around Sumo, as if enveloped by a resplendent golden light. Even more astonishing was the emergence of dragon apparitions surrounding his form, each exuding a lifelike presence, imbued with an aura of majesty and mystery. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure from the true dragon bloodline radiated from him, a force so potent that it evoked both terror and reverence. The true dragon race, heralded as the pinnacle of existence in the cosmos, has long been shrouded in legends of their formidable might and enigmatic lineage. They possess boundless strength and longevity, ruling as true sovereigns of the earth. The pressure emanating from Sumo's true dragon bloodline was nothing short of astonishing. Its might was unprecedented, capable of crushing all in its path, rendering other races diminutive in comparison. No race could rival its presence. This formidable aura made Sumo an even more captivating figure within the universe, drawing him closer to the enigma and potency of the true dragon lineage. As he felt the power of the true dragon blood surging within him, his heart brimmed with shock and exhilaration. He understood that this marked a monumental breakthrough in his journey of cultivation, a significant stride toward his quest for vengeance. He was resolute that, as long as he continued to advance, he would one day become a true dragon, reclaiming justice for himself and his family. In the next moment, an infinite, terrifying golden light flickered in Sumo's eyes, akin to 2 blazing stars. Following this, a thunderous dragon roar resonated, echoing throughout the abyssal depths of the boundless sea, stirring the very souls of those who heard it. Amidst this awe-inspiring moment, Sumo's form instantaneously transformed into a divine golden true dragon. His body was immense, its scales shimmering with dazzling brilliance, as if each inch harbored boundless strength. More remarkably, he bore 12 golden dragon claws, each sharp and powerful, seemingly capable of tearing through any obstacle. The aura emanating from him was so formidable that it instilled despair, as if even the heavens and earth trembled in response. The true dragon form was terrifyingly magnificent, showcasing Sumo's current invincibility. He soared as a genuine colossal dragon above the boundless sea, exuding an unprecedented air of authority and dominance. In this moment, Sumo possessed the purest dragon bloodline, experiencing a qualitative leap in his power. He recognized that this was not merely a simple breakthrough but a crucial step toward ascending to higher realms. He believed in himself. As long as he continued to forge ahead, he would undoubtedly become a pinnacle powerhouse within the universe, avenging himself and his family. Sumo's true dragon form circled majestically above the boundless sea, with dragon roars echoing and reverberating throughout the entire space. His gaze sparkled with unwavering determination, as if he had already glimpsed the path of his future. He knew he would persist on this journey until he achieved the aspirations that resided within his heart. With the terrifying and powerful true dragon form at his disposal, he soared freely through this expanse of the boundless sea, dancing and spiraling through the skies. The sacred golden true dragon's form resembled a streak of golden lightning, slicing through the heavens and showcasing unparalleled power and majesty. With the augmentation of this true dragon's physique, Sumo's strength experienced a tremendous enhancement, manifesting a power several times greater than his original capabilities. He felt as though he possessed the ability to obliterate the very heavens and earth, able to effortlessly shake the fabric of this space. After a few minutes, Sumo reluctantly reverted to his original human form. He surveyed his body with satisfaction, feeling the surging might within, and his heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. Chapter 93, The True Dragon's Body. He realized that this transformation marked a significant milestone in his journey of cultivation, indicating that he had made a substantial leap towards a higher realm. He was confident that with continued effort and relentless practice, he would undoubtedly grow more powerful and ultimately achieve his goal of vengeance. At this moment, Suemo was filled with conviction and determination. He took a deep breath, absorbing the fresh and potent air around him. He understood that the road ahead was still long, yet he was prepared to embrace more challenges and opportunities. In the next instant, Suemo closed his eyes tightly, immersing himself fully in the endeavor to break through to a higher realm. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted from within his body, as if his bones were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. This formidable force surged through his being, relentlessly challenging his limits. Suddenly, his physique seemed to amplify several times over, as if he were undergoing a complete rebirth. The aura of his realm escalated wildly around him, sweeping through the space like a tempest. When Suemo reopened his eyes, they sparkled with resplendent light, and the aura emanating from him had ascended to the level of an emperor. He had successfully broken through to a grand realm in one breath, reaching an entirely new pinnacle. All of this was attributed to the fortuitous encounter with the heart of the true dragon, as well as the extraordinary experiences he had gained over the past few days in the boundless sea. These opportunities had immensely elevated Sumo's cultivation, propelling him directly from his previous realm to the emperor level. Feeling the powerful force surging within him, Suemo was filled with exhilaration and joy. He knew he was now standing at a new starting point, with more challenges and opportunities awaiting him in the future. He took a deep breath, relishing the freshness and strength permeating the air around him. At this moment, he felt as if the entire universe trembled beneath his feet. His power was now sufficient to shake the heavens and the earth. Suemo understood that he would continue to forge ahead, striving to surpass himself and pursue even loftier realms. He believed that as long as he maintained unwavering faith and relentless effort, he would reach unprecedented heights and fulfill his vendetta. Feeling the unmatched strength of his physical form, Suemo was elated and murmured joyfully, "The opportunities within the boundless sea are indeed among the most formidable in the entire universe. Such miraculous fortunes are rare to encounter throughout the cosmos. As long as I diligently cultivate here, I am confident that in the near future, I will no longer need to rely on the peak experience card of the emperor level to seek vengeance against the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm." Suemo was acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities resting upon his shoulders, and he had never allowed himself a moment's respite regarding his quest for revenge. At this moment, he was more resolute than ever, determined to delve deeper into cultivation within the boundless sea and continually enhance his strength. He understood that avenging himself against the 8 great imperial clans would not be an easy task. He must become even stronger. Now, having reached a new height, he was filled with anticipation for the path of cultivation that lay ahead. Suemo took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. He was acutely aware that his journey ahead was long, requiring ceaseless effort and cultivation. Yet, he held an unwavering belief that if he persevered, he would one day attain his aspirations. Thus, he closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in his practice. His silhouette gradually faded into the vast expanse of the boundless sea, leaving behind a shimmering golden light in the air. Shortly thereafter, Sumo's figure flickered, slicing through the confines of this small space like a shooting star, and he returned to the overarching realm of the boundless sea. This boundless sea, though seemingly infinite, beckoned cultivators from across the universe to seek the legendary, terrifying opportunities it harbored. As Suemo surveyed his surroundings, he beheld the surface of the water glistening, occasionally witnessing cultivators riding magical artifacts or spiritual beasts soaring across the sea. Their gazes were filled with an insatiable yearning for fortune and a spirit of adventure into the unknown. Suemo recognized that this boundless sea was not merely a sanctuary for cultivation, but a realm replete with challenges and opportunities. He could sense the formidable auras emanating from the surrounding cultivators, which fortified his resolve to continue his training. Taking a deep breath, he embraced the refreshing energy carried by the sea breeze. He understood that he had a long way to go, necessitating continuous enhancement of his abilities to establish his footing in this boundless sea. Not lingering for long, Suemo embarked once more on his path of cultivation. He was acutely aware that only through relentless advancement could he uncover his unique opportunities and realize his goals.
as his figure receded into the distance. The surface of the sea returned to tranquility. Yet, countless cultivators within this boundless sea remained in pursuit of their fortunes, sharing the same fervent desire to grow stronger. However, the boundless sea was governed by a unique celestial law, a principle that drove countless cultivators to madness. It stipulated that by slaying foes within the sea, one could acquire the profound insights of their adversaries accumulated over the years. For cultivators, this was undoubtedly a monumental shortcut, enabling them to amass vast amounts of experience and wisdom in a brief span. This extraordinary celestial law profoundly influenced the ecology of the entire boundless sea, plunging it into an endless cycle of bloodshed. Countless cultivators engaged in fierce battles to seize opportunities and gain insights, partaking in life and death struggles amidst the vast ocean, where each conflict brimmed with peril and promise. Suemo was acutely aware of this law's existence. He understood that he must remain vigilant in this domain to guard against unforeseen dangers. Yet, he also perceived the opportunities hidden within this law. Survival amidst the turmoil could grant him substantial insights, accelerating his cultivation journey. Thus, Suemo resolved to delve deeper into this sea, seeking his own fortune. He understood that only through the continual enhancement of his strength could he endure the tumult and ultimately realize his aspirations. In the days that followed, Suemo engaged in fierce battles with various cultivators. Armed with formidable strength and keen insight, he triumphed over numerous adversaries, thereby acquiring a wealth of profound realizations. These insights propelled his cultivation to new heights, reinforcing his unwavering commitment to the path of enlightenment. Simultaneously, Suemo observed that this relentless strife did not burden him with excessive negativity. Rather, he found himself evolving and surpassing his own limitations amidst the life and death confrontations, ultimately achieving his aspirations. He recognized that only those cultivators who have endured the trials of life and death can truly grow and undergo transformation. Suemo traversed the boundless, chaotic expanse of the sea, his figure darting like lightning as he soared through the vast, limitless waters. Chapter 94, Alliance. During this period, he encountered numerous cultivators who, upon sighting Suemo, unhesitatingly launched a fierce assault against him. Their eyes sparkled with avarice, clearly seeking to vanquish Suemo in order to seize his years of hard-earned enlightenment, hoping to take a shortcut to elevate their own cultivation. However, Suemo was far from an easy target. He possessed formidable strength and a wealth of combat experience. In the face of the onslaught from these cultivators, Suemo remained composed, his figure darting like the wind as he adeptly maneuvered through their attacks, searching for vulnerabilities. With each swing of his long sword, the blade shimmered with lethal brilliance, causing several cultivators to fall to the ground. Each of his strikes was precise and fatal, instilling a sense of dread among the surrounding cultivators. Nonetheless, the denizens of the boundless sea were driven by the allure of opportunity and would not yield easily. Despite some being defeated by Suemo, a greater number continued to surge toward him. In the merciless expanse of the boundless sea, the harsh laws of cultivation compelled the practitioners to engage in relentless battles for survival. Suemo, a being of extraordinary combat prowess, stirred a tempest within this maritime realm. Those who, when acting alone, may not have been his match, now chose to unite upon sensing his overwhelming strength. They realized that only through solidarity could they hope to vanquish this formidable adversary. Hundreds of Empyrean-level cultivators converged, their gazes fixed intently upon Suemo, with greed and desire gleaming in their eyes. Though hailing from diverse factions, they were united by a singular purpose: to slay Suemo and obtain his captivating insights into cultivation. They understood that Sumo's revelations must harbor boundless mysteries and wisdom, and possessing them would ensure a qualitative leap in their own cultivation. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of Empyrean-level beings, Suemo exhibited no sign of trepidation. On the contrary, a resolute light flickered in his eyes, suggesting he was thoroughly prepared for the impending confrontation. He was acutely aware that this battle would be a grueling contest, yet he held steadfast belief in his own capabilities. As a wave of intense energy surged forth, the multitude of Empyrean-level cultivators simultaneously launched their assault on Suemo. Nevertheless, Suemo, with astonishing speed and agility, navigated through their attacks with finesse, ever on the lookout for openings. His longsword traced brilliant arcs through the air, each strike accompanied by a powerful explosion of energy that left the surrounding cultivators trembling. The battle raged on for an extended period, with Sumo gradually gaining the upper hand through his exceptional prowess and combat techniques. Yet, the cultivators refused to concede. They continuously adapted their strategies in search of a means to overcome him. Sumo merely chuckled coldly, not even contemplating the need to exert his full strength. He was simply fine-tuning his capabilities, reinforcing his foundation. After all, his recent ascension had been remarkably swift, necessitating combat to solidify his base. Surrounded by hundreds of Empyrean-level cultivators, their eyes brimmed with greed and longing. They are well aware that Sumo, throughout his journey in the boundless sea, has effortlessly slain formidable Emperor-level experts, demonstrating a combat prowess that is far from ordinary. To acquire Sumo's insights into cultivation would undoubtedly be an immense treasure for them. These cultivators have even privately agreed that once they defeat Sumo, his insights shall be shared among them. Such temptation has only fortified their resolve to besiege Sumo. However, in the next moment, someone in the crowd recognized Sumo's identity. He exclaimed loudly, "The young master Sumo of the Su clan. The one who led the celestial demon clan to crush the myriad races of the universe on the battlefield beyond the realms." This shout reverberated through the crowd like thunder, leaving all cultivators astonished as they gazed upon Sumo. Many among them had heard of Sumo's renowned reputation but had never imagined they would encounter him here. Sumo's name echoed across the boundless sea, and his identity and accomplishments heightened the excitement of those surrounding him. They realized that this was not merely an opportunity to gain insights into cultivation, but also a rare chance to engage with a legendary hero. Yet, for Sumo, this was undoubtedly dire news. Already besieged by hundreds of Emperor-level experts, his exposure only made him the target of their collective ire. Nevertheless, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. Sumo took a deep breath, fully aware that a grueling battle lay ahead. Yet, he believed that if he unleashed his full strength, he would undoubtedly vanquish these cultivators and safeguard his path of cultivation. With a surge of intense energy fluctuations, hundreds of Emperor-level experts launched yet another assault on Sumo. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, a wicked smile played upon his lips as he declared, his voice cold and unwavering, "Since you are aware that I am Sumo, do you not fear me? Even the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm hold me in reverence. Do you, a mere rabble, truly believe you can contend with me?" However, the hundreds of Emperor-level experts remained unfazed by Sumo's words, responding with disdainful laughter. "Indeed, your reputation precedes you, Sumo. But that is merely a result of your reliance on special means to attain such formidable power. Now, we stand as equals in the Emperor realm. Having cultivated in the boundless sea for an extended time, our strength is no longer what it once was. What is there for us to fear?" Hearing their retort, a glint of coldness flashed in Sumo's eyes. He understood that, despite their numbers, most of these cultivators were either rogue practitioners or representatives of minor factions. They may have heard of his renown, but they had not truly grasped his strength. However, Sumo did not underestimate them. He recognized that in a place like the boundless sea, any cultivator who had reached the Emperor realm had undoubtedly endured countless trials of life and death. They may lack the powerful backgrounds and means he possessed, but their combat experience and teamwork capabilities were not to be dismissed lightly. Therefore, Sumo resolved to exert himself fully, determined to crush these cultivators with overwhelming force. He moved like a specter through the crowd, each strike accompanied by a formidable surge of energy that left the surrounding cultivators trembling with trepidation. Yet, these cultivators were not to be underestimated. They unleashed their unique techniques and artifacts, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Sumo. In an instant, the skies above the boundless sea were shrouded in powerful energy fluctuations, as if even heaven and earth had changed hue. Amidst this breathtaking clash, Sumo showcased his unparalleled strength and combat finesse. With extraordinary speed and agility, he deftly maneuvered through the assaults, seeking out vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, he astutely harnessed the surrounding environment and energy waves, crafting greater advantages for himself. Chapter 95, The Tenacity of Sumo. Thus, Sumo engaged in combat with the multitude of formidable Emperor-level warriors for several hours. Throughout this protracted battle, he refrained from unleashing his full prowess, instead opting to maneuver and spar with the hundreds of Emperor-level adversaries. He understood that having recently ascended to the Emperor realm, these numerous foes served as an exceptional honing stone, enabling him to refine and solidify his own strength. Sumo moved with a grace that belied the ferocity of the encounter, as if he were toying with mere playthings. At times, he struck with the speed of lightning. At others, he flowed like water. Each of his actions was impeccably timed, rendering his opponents perplexed and ineffective. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Emperor-level warriors appeared utterly powerless before him, as he deftly manipulated the battlefield, preventing them from exhibiting their true capabilities. As time progressed, Sumo's combat experience grew exponentially, his techniques becoming increasingly fierce and precise. Conversely, the Emperor-level warriors began to succumb to exhaustion and disarray, their assaults growing feeble and their defenses increasingly fragile. Finally, after enduring a fierce melee, Sumo seized a remarkable opportunity. In a blink, he vanished from sight, akin to a specter, plunging into the ranks of his enemies. His onslaught was relentless and tempestuous, akin to a torrential storm, rendering the Emperor-level warriors incapable of resistance. With a cacophony of anguished cries, they fell one by one. Their eyes filled with disbelief and shock, they had never anticipated being vanquished by a youthful individual who had only recently ascended to their realm. As Sumo hovered above, he gazed coldly upon the fallen cultivators. His countenance betrayed no emotion, yet within, he was filled with elation and satisfaction. He recognized that this battle signified a monumental triumph. Not only had he successfully defeated hundreds of Emperor-level warriors, but he had also honed his skills and accrued invaluable experience. This confrontation held profound significance for Sumo. It was not only his inaugural battle following his ascension to the Emperor realm, but also a pivotal step toward broader horizons. Henceforth, Sumo would steadfastly pursue his cultivation path, continually challenging himself and transcending his limits. In an instant, the multitude of Emperor-level warriors lay vanquished at his feet. Their wounds, some deep, others superficial, attesting to Sumo's formidable strength. They struggled to rise, yet the agony and weakness coursing through their bodies rendered them immobile. With fury, they glared at Sumo, their eyes brimming with resentment and rage. "Sumo, you are utterly arrogant!" one of the Emperor warriors bellowed. "We, a formidable force in the cosmos, shall ensure you pay dearly for this affront." Sumo cast them a disdainful glance, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "Pay dearly? I, Sumo, fear no consequence. You may consider yourselves a top-tier force, yet before me, you crumble with such ease. This cost was one you should have anticipated long ago. Do you believe you have triumphed?" Another Emperor warrior struggled to sit up, malice flickering in his eyes. "Sumo, do not let your pride blind you. Although we have faced defeat, our power, our clan will not let you escape. You shall confront the relentless pursuit and oppression of the entire universe." Upon hearing this, Sumo merely smiled faintly, responding, "Pursuit? Oppression? I, Sumo, have never feared such things. My path of cultivation has never been threatened by others. If you truly seek revenge, then come forth. I am eager to see what you, the so-called top forces, can do to me." They realized, for the first time, that they had truly met their match. And it was at the hands of a young man they had never regarded with any seriousness. The cost of this defeat was perhaps far heavier than they had anticipated. The hundreds of powerful emperors outside, who had once been imperious, now glared at Sumo with fury, their faces contorted and their eyes ablaze with rage. In unison, they bellowed at Sumo, "Sumo, how dare you use us as stepping stones? We will not let you off the hook." Yet, undeterred by their threats, Sumo responded with a cold smile, "You fools truly do not comprehend your situation. You are now prisoners, your lives are in my hands. Do you think you still have the right to negotiate with me?" With a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, he continued, "If you were to kneel and plead for mercy, perhaps I would grant you a chance for survival. Otherwise, I cannot promise what may transpire next." In response to Sumo's taunting words, the hundreds of fallen emperors exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with intense malice and resolve. They were the representatives of their respective top forces throughout the universe, having always stood above others, basking in the awe and adulation of the masses. Never had anyone dared to provoke them so openly, let alone speak to them in such a derisive tone. Their combined might was enough to send tremors across the universe. Even the legendary ancient clans would hold them in reverence. Yet today, they had suffered a significant setback at the hands of a mere 20-something youth. Sumo, how could they possibly accept this? "Sumo, you impudent wretch,
How dare you humiliate us so? One of the emperor-level warriors struggled to rise, shouting. Do you think you have one? I assure you, today's events will not go unpunished. Our forces will pursue you relentlessly until you are utterly eradicated from this universe. The other emperor-level warriors echoed his sentiments, rising to unite against Sumo. They understood that alone, they were no match for him, but together. Even Sumo would have to tread cautiously. However, Sumo seemed oblivious to their movements, maintaining his serene smile. He shook his head and said, "You stubborn fools. Have you not yet grasped the gravity of your situation? You are my prisoners now, and at my discretion, I can make you vanish from this world at any moment." As he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Sumo's eyes, and a formidable aura emanated from him, causing the mighty emperors to feel a wave of trepidation wash over them. They understood that Sumo was speaking the truth. Should he truly decide to strike, they would scarcely have the opportunity to resist. Nonetheless, as representatives of top-tier powers, they possessed their own dignity and pride. They were loath to submit to Sumo so easily, yet equally unwilling to meet their demise without a fight. In that moment, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament with no clear path forward. Chapter 96, Lord Sumo. Ultimately, a formidable emperor rose to speak. Taking a deep breath as he addressed Sumo, "Lord Sumo, we were mistaken. Our arrogance and ignorance should not have provoked you. We are willing to offer our apologies and beseech your forgiveness." Seeing this, the other emperors bowed their heads in unison, expressing their contrition to Sumo. They understood that the preservation of their lives took precedence over pride and dignity, which had become trivial in the face of mortality. They knelt before Sumo, their voices low and pleading, "Lord Sumo, we were wrong, please grant us a chance to live." Sumo regarded these once mighty emperors with no trace of sympathy in his heart. He replied coolly, "Remember this lesson well, not all can be provoked at your whim." As his words fell, the hundreds of emperor-level beings, who had anticipated Sumo's mercy and a chance for survival, felt a sudden surge of elation. Yet, the murderous intent flickering in their eyes did not wane, instead, it intensified. They gazed upon Sumo's figure, filled with boundless resentment and fury, prepared to strike at any moment. Just as these emperors resolved to retreat and secretly gather their forces for revenge, Sumo's sudden cold laughter shattered their illusions. With a sweeping gesture, the terrifying laws of the heavens surged forth, and strange phenomena manifested in the skies, as if the entire universe trembled in that moment. Countless ominous sword shadows emerged from the firmament, each imbued with the power to obliterate the world, capable of tearing apart space and shattering stars. Upon witnessing the dreadful laws of the heavens and the endless sword shadows displayed by Sumo, the arrogance and murderous intent on the faces of the hundreds of emperor-level beings vanished in an instant, replaced by profound regret and desperation. They all collapsed to their knees, trembling voices crying out, "Lord Sumo, we were wrong. We sincerely implore your forgiveness. Please grant us an opportunity, spare our lives. We are willing to pay any price, as long as you let us go. Whatever you desire, we shall do our utmost to fulfill." Their words were laden with fear and despair. The once exalted emperors now appeared so humble and helpless before Sumo. They realized that their earlier actions had incited Sumo's wrath, and their only hope lay in seeking his mercy. However, Sumo did not respond immediately. He coldly surveyed the emperor-level beings kneeling before him, his heart unwavering. He understood that their pleas for mercy were not born of genuine remorse but rather from fear of his might. After a moment, Sumo finally spoke. His voice was frigid and devoid of empathy, as if entirely stripped of emotion. "Do you believe that begging will resolve the issue? Your prior actions have rendered me impatient. The opportunity one offered was not cherished, now, it is too late for regret." Upon concluding his words, Sumo raised his hand once more, and the lingering shadows of swords surged forth, hurtling towards the formidable emperors. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the expressions of the emperors changed drastically. They could scarcely fathom that Sumo would unleash such a ferocious attack. They hastily summoned all their strength, attempting to withstand the assault of the sword shadows. Yet, the might of these shadows was overwhelming, rendering their efforts futile. Under the relentless barrage of countless sword shadows, the emperors were struck down, their protective auras shattering instantaneously, and their bodies reduced to mere fragments. Their vitality waned rapidly, and they realized that their chances of survival had evaporated. This time,
They found themselves devoid of any opportunity for resistance, compelled to witness their own obliteration at the hands of the sword shadows. As a thunderous roar echoed, the bodies of hundreds of emperors were obliterated, their life force dissipating in that very moment. Suemo observed the scene with an indifferent gaze, as if it unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. He turned to depart, leaving behind a scene of devastation and profound silence. The sword shadows, under Suemo's command, surged forth like a tempest of arrows, targeting the emperors with relentless ferocity. With a tone of detached calm, he remarked, "Opportunity? The chance I offered you was squandered in preparations to slay me. Why should I extend such opportunities to you?" As the final sword shadow vanished into the vast expanse above, the emperors lay prostrate on the ground, their life essence completely extinguished. Suemo turned away, leaving a landscape of ruin and desolation. Following the demise of these hundreds of emperor-level warriors, ethereal beams of light, akin to shooting stars, emerged from their blood-misted remains. Radiant and resplendent, encapsulating the profound insights garnered over millennia of cultivation. These luminous essences converged towards Suemo at an imperceptible speed, as if drawn by an invisible force. Amidst the barrage of these potent lights, Sumo's form gradually became more formidable, his muscles more defined, each cell seeming to exult in the absorption of these invaluable insights. He gently closed his eyes, immersing himself in this immense energy, allowing it to cleanse his meridians and dantian. Moments later, Suemo slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. He sensed a significant enhancement in his cultivation, accompanied by a deeper understanding of the path of martial arts. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he mused, "The rules of this boundless sea are truly marvelous. To kill is to elevate one's comprehension of cultivation. For one like me, who seeks the pinnacle of martial prowess, this is indeed the most perfect arena for training." Suemo understood that the demise of these hundreds of emperor-level warriors did not come without consequence. In this boundless sea, the law of the jungle prevailed. Yet, he also recognized that only through relentless challenges and battles could he forge himself into an even more formidable entity. He eagerly anticipated the forthcoming adventures and challenges. For he understood that only through enduring numerous trials of life and death could he traverse further along the path of martial arts. Simultaneously, Sumo's consciousness delved deep into the system space within his mind. Through his experiences and battles in the boundless sea, the multitude of cultivators he had vanquished invigorated the very operation of the system. In this vast universe of the boundless sea, the number of cultivators was counted in the hundreds of millions, an almost unfathomable multitude. Yet, bolstered by his innate strength and unwavering resolve, Suemo not only eliminated those who dared to provoke him but also dealt with those cultivators whose mere presence he found irksome. Chapter 97, The Ascendancy of Demonic Soldiers. With the demise of these cultivators, the number of demonic soldiers under Sumo's command surged once more into the millions, gradually burgeoning in strength. These soldiers became the sharp swords in his grasp, as well as the steadfast support he relied upon while navigating the boundless sea. Each time he summoned these demonic soldiers, the battlefield would tremble, as if an inexhaustible force was coalescing, poised to unleash a devastating strike upon his foes. Suemo understood well that in this realm, rife with challenges and opportunities, only through the continual enhancement of his own power could he secure an invulnerable position. Thus, he relentlessly practiced, fought, and endeavored to augment his might. Concurrently, he recognized that these demonic soldiers were not merely instruments of war, but symbols of his strength. Only by truly mastering these soldiers could he unleash their full potential. As the number of demonic soldiers continued to swell, Sumo's prowess steadily ascended. He eagerly anticipated the challenges and adventures that lay ahead, for he knew that only by forging onward, continually surpassing himself, could he carve out his own legend in the boundless sea. With the deaths of hundreds of supreme beings, the entire universe quaked in response. The life plaques, which symbolized the existence of these paramount entities, shattered in an instant, their explosive sound reverberating like thunder among the great powers. The rulers and elders of these factions gazed in shock at the splintered life plaques in their hands, their faces etched with disbelief and fury. Their eyes blazed with wrath, as if they sought to incinerate this unseen enemy. Who dares to slay our supreme beings? The furious roars echoed through the various factions, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of the universe asunder. The formidable figures among these elite powers employed their divine senses to probe the unfamiliar aura.
Amid countless perceptions, Sumo's presence began to emerge, like a brilliant flame igniting in the darkness. Sumo. This name spread through the factions like a plague, inciting a tide of anger and hatred. These elite powers regarded Sumo as their foremost adversary, vowing to rend him limb from limb to assuage their fury. The entire cosmos seethed with turmoil due to Sumo's actions, as a tempest targeting him quietly brewed. Yet, Sumo appeared unfazed, continuing his cultivation and battles in the boundless sea, indifferent to the approaching storm. Above the realm of supreme beings lies the exalted realm of the Emperor. Such beings are exceedingly rare within the universe, with only the 8 great imperial clans of the primordial ancient realm able to nurture emperor-level powers. And they are born at the pinnacle of this realm. The Emperor's realm delves into a terrifying secret within the cosmos, which fundamentally underpins the dominion of the 8 great imperial clans over the universe. The swift demise of hundreds of these supreme beings undoubtedly provoked a challenge to many elite factions. These powers, already intertwined with the supreme beings, would inevitably trigger a series of cascading repercussions following their deaths. The 8 great imperial clans, as the sovereigns of the cosmos, possess an unassailable status. They hold the secrets to the Emperor's realm, wielding boundless resources and power. However, the recent demise of several hundred formidable emperors has undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to their dominion. It is inevitable that they will take action to investigate this matter and unearth the perpetrator behind these tragic events. Simultaneously, other factions across the universe have begun to closely monitor the situation, speculating on the underlying motives while discreetly amassing strength to prepare for potential crises. The entire cosmos has become increasingly turbulent due to this incident. Yet, regardless of the external turmoil, Sumo seems to remain unfazed. He continues to cultivate and battle within the boundless sea, ardently pursuing a higher martial realm. He understands that only by incessantly strengthening himself can he establish a foothold in this universe fraught with peril and opportunity. Moreover, he is acutely aware that the enmity between himself and the 8 great imperial clans has become irreconcilable, making his future path all the more arduous. Each emperor-level warrior is the core combat force of their respective elite factions, regarded as their most cherished treasures. The deaths of these hundreds of emperors have undeniably inflicted tremendous losses and shock upon these top-tier powers. Their demise signifies not merely a diminishment of strength but also a profound loss of dignity and stature. These elite factions possess immense status and prestige within the cosmos, and the murder of their members is nothing short of a provocation and an insult. Consequently, their animosity towards Sumo has reached a pinnacle. In their fury, they vow to rend him limb from limb to vent their wrath. It is noteworthy that many among the deceased emperors hail from the same faction. Thus, Sumo's actions have effectively antagonized numerous elite powers throughout the universe. The intricate connections among these factions, coupled with their fierce competition and collaboration, render Sumo's actions a direct challenge to the very order and rules of the cosmos. In the face of the ire and relentless pursuit of these elite forces, Sumo's situation has undoubtedly become perilously precarious. Nevertheless, he has chosen neither retreat nor evasion. He persists in his cultivation and combat within the boundless sea. The annihilation of the Su clan stands as a heart-wrenching catastrophe within the celestial realms. In this calamity, the majority of elite factions have participated, leaving indelible marks upon the ruins of the Su clan. For Sumo, these factions represent not only adversaries responsible for the loss of his loved ones but also the source of his unresolved hatred. He has long forged an indelible enmity with most of the elite powers in the celestial realms. Their assault on the Su clan and the atrocities committed against Sumo's kin have filled his heart with fury and murderous intent. Even if these factions do not actively pursue him, Sumo is eager to prepare for a decisive battle against them. His enemies are scattered throughout the vast cosmos. Yet Sumo remains unconcerned. He knows all too well that in this universe, where the weak are devoured by the strong, only power can dictate the course of all things. Thus, he relentlessly elevated his cultivation and honed his will, all for the day when he could personally exact vengeance for the Su clan and seek justice for his kin. In Sumo's gaze resided an unwavering resolve and determination. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with adversity and peril, yet he never wavered. He believed that as long as he grew formidable enough, nothing could impede his relentless advance. In the days to come, he would continue to traverse the vast cosmos, seeking out those who had once played a role in the downfall of the Su clan,
to avenge them and restore his own honor.
Chapter 98, a frantic ascent. After Suemo vanquished hundreds of formidable emperor-level cultivators, the entire universe trembled, unleashing a tempest of turmoil. The factions whose emperor-level powerhouses fell to Suemo were engulfed in a maelstrom of rage and fear, clamoring for vengeance and vowing to dismantle him utterly. These factions had previously conspired to besiege the Su clan, fully aware of Sumo's terrifying prowess and potential. They recognized that if this threat were not eradicated promptly, Suemo would eventually seek retribution against them. Thus, they resolved to extinguish Suemo while he was still in his infancy, dispatching their emperor-level cultivators into the boundless sea, intent on hunting him down. Their singular objective was to obliterate Suemo, ensuring no future repercussions. However, Suemo was already well prepared. He understood that adversaries were scattered throughout the cosmos, yet he never faltered. Aware that only through relentless self-improvement could he establish his foothold in this realm rife with peril and opportunity, he continued to cultivate and battle within the boundless sea, enhancing his strength. As Sumo's power burgeoned, he gradually emerged as a formidable force within the boundless sea.
The factions that sought his downfall suffered grievous losses. Their emperor-level warriors fell before him, some even perishing in the fray. This amplified their fury and dread, simultaneously illuminating the extent of Sumo's formidable nature. Yet,
Suemo remained unsatisfied. He recognized the long road ahead and the multitude of enemies yet to confront.
Thus, he persevered in his cultivation and combat, consistently pushing his limits.
When the news of Sumo's slaying of hundreds of emperor-level cultivators spread, the entire universe was engulfed in chaos.
Apart from a few neutral factions, nearly all the leading powers had participated in the siege against the Su clan. Initially, the Su clan, with its unparalleled might and abundant resources for cultivation, had become the coveted prize for many factions, eager to partake in its wealth, leading them to unite in their assault.
However, as a survivor of the Su clan, Suemo not only withstood this calamity but emerged even more powerful.
Through sheer tenacity and innate talent, he grew stronger through countless life-and-death confrontations, ultimately reaching a level that instilled trepidation even among the most elite factions. Presently, Suemo had become a common adversary to nearly all the top powers in the universe. They feared his vengeance and dreaded his continued ascension, apprehensive that he might evolve into an uncontrollable force.
Consequently, these factions dispatched their strongest into the boundless sea, aiming to eliminate Suemo once and for all. In the vast expanse of the cosmic realm,
the accumulation of emperor-level cultivators by the leading powers over countless epochs was indeed staggering, nearly impossible to quantify. These formidable beings surged into the boundless sea like an unstoppable tide, their sole aim, to slay Suemo.
Yet, Suemo remained undaunted by this overwhelming force.
Through his tenacity and perseverance, coupled with an innate and extraordinary talent, he continually enhanced his strength amidst countless life-and-death confrontations.
With each formidable emperor he vanquished, his renown grew,
instilling an ever-deepening dread in those who heard his name. As time progressed, the name of Suemo resonated throughout the cosmos, his might, exceptional gifts, an indomitable spirit earning him the admiration of countless souls. People began to realize that this youth hailing from the Su clan was not merely an ordinary cultivator but rather a legendary figure capable of reshaping the very fabric of the universe.
However, for Suemo, such accolades and astonishment provided no tangible assistance.
He was acutely aware that his adversaries were scattered across the cosmos.
Only through relentless self-improvement could he secure his footing in this realm rife with peril and opportunity.
Thus, he remained unfazed by the praises, continuing his training in battles within the boundless sea, persistently challenging his own limits. During this arduous journey, Sumo's prowess surged rapidly. He assimilated new cultivation methods and mastered increasingly formidable martial techniques, drawing ever closer to the leaders of the most powerful factions.
His fame burgeoned, rendering him a legendary figure known throughout the universe. As time swiftly passed, within just a few days, Sumo's achievements once again astonished the cosmos.
The number of emperor-level foes he had defeated approached 500, a figure sufficient to instill fear in any faction.
Simultaneously,
Suemo himself reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm, tantalizingly close to the fabled imperial sovereign realm, merely a step away. Yet, within the mysterious and vast expanse of the boundless sea, Suemo discovered that he remained unable to transcend into the imperial sovereign realm. As a descendant of the Su clan, he understood that this realm was not easily attained. Only the imperial clans could produce imperial sovereigns due to their unique pathways and means.
With the Su clan in ruins,
Suemo realized that to breach the imperial sovereign realm, he must seek alternative avenues. He recognized the necessity of leveraging the power of the 8 great imperial clans.
A task far from simple. How would he do so?
In his heart, Suemo had already conceived an answer through his own strength and wisdom. He would carve a bloody path directly to the core of the 8 great imperial clans. However, the time was not yet ripe.
Suemo understood that he must continue to enhance his abilities, honing his martial skills and willpower within the boundless sea.
Only then could he navigate future battles with greater ease and challenge the 8 great imperial clans with more assurance.
Consequently, Suemo eschewed impatience,
instead finding tranquility as he continued his cultivation and combat within the boundless sea. He believed that as long as he persisted in his efforts, he would one day transcend the imperial sovereign realm, avenging the Su clan and vindicating his name. At this very moment, on a planet countless light years away from the boundless sea, what was once a vibrant and bustling world had transformed into a lifeless sphere, resembling a void devoid of existence. The surface of the planet reveals no signs of life, only an endless expanse of corpses and a mist of blood.
As if recounting the harrowing battles that once transpired here. On this desolate sphere, 2 factions stand in opposition.
One hails from a distant realm, shrouded in mystery and strength,
each member exuding an indescribable aura.
The other comprises formidable beings from the 8 great imperial clans, representing the pinnacle of power in the universe. Each one a formidable force in their own right. Among these 2 factions, the son of the illusory deity, Huanyu, stands out remarkably. Chapter 99, The ruthlessness of illusory feather. His visage bore the scent of blood, yet it radiated a profound sense of pleasure.
He seemed utterly enraptured by the atmosphere of slaughter and combat, each swing of his weapon claiming countless lives.
Illusory feather's gaze swept across the battlefield, imbued with a chilling and merciless intensity. He understood that this conflict was waged for something of paramount importance, a secret meticulously guarded by the 8 great imperial clans. At this moment, the tension between the opposing forces was palpable.
An eruption of battle could occur at any instant,
with Illusory Feather standing as one of the pivotal figures in this confrontation.
Possessing formidable strength and a unique ability,
each of his movements held the potential to sway the entire course of the engagement. Nevertheless, Illusory Feather appeared unfazed by the stakes. He reveled in the exhilarating tension, savoring the thrill that each act of killing bestowed upon him. His heart harbored but one conviction: to lead his team to victory in this struggle.
In the boundless cosmos,
rays of light surged forth like meteors from the depths of the void, cascading into the being of Illusory Feather, the son of the illusory god. His form radiated an even more enigmatic and powerful aura beneath the illumination of the celestial glow.
With keen interest, Illusory Feather regarded the 8 great imperial clans,
a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So, this is the secret behind your ability to produce sovereign-level warriors. His voice resonated through the void,
laced with a hint of mockery and derision.
He continued, you 8 great imperial clans possess unique techniques that allow you to absorb the essence and lifeblood of others, nurturing your own champions.
Pray tell, how many lives must be sacrificed to manifest a sovereign-level powerhouse?
Illusory Feather's words incited a murmur of unease among the ranks of the 8 great imperial clans. They recognized that this formidable being from a distant realm had unveiled their closely guarded secret, a cornerstone of their dominance in the cosmos,
now laid bare by an outsider. This revelation instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure upon them.
In response to Illusory Feather's pronouncement, an uncontrollable panic erupted within the ranks of the 8 great imperial clans. While their gazes toward Illusory Feather brimmed with indignation, they were overshadowed by a greater sense of dread and helplessness. They understood that this being from beyond the world possessed the power to obliterate the very fabric of the universe. Half kneeling on the ground, they respectfully inquired, Lord Illusory Feather,
should we not proceed to the boundless sea to eliminate Suemo?
You have already slaughtered the cultivators of dozens of planets. If this continues, it may draw the attention of other forces in the universe, aside from our 8 great imperial clans. At these words, Illusory Feather scoffed disdainfully, his gaze profound and icy, as though he could see through all illusions. He remarked, the myriad universes are but mere ants in the eyes of my realm.
Should they dare to challenge the majesty of my world, this entire cosmos could very well usher in a new era.
Illusory Feather's words sent a chilling wave through the ranks of the 8 great imperial clans. They were acutely aware that the words of this formidable being from across the world were not mere fabrications. Although they belonged to the 8 great imperial clans, in the eyes of that distant realm, they were but insignificant insects. They dared not fathom the fate that awaited them should they truly provoke the powers of that other world. Yet, they also understood that they had no choice but to obey the commands of Huan Yu. Slowly, they rose to their feet, preparing to embark on their journey to the boundless sea to eliminate Sumo. Though their hearts brimmed with trepidation and unease, they recognized this as their sole option. Huan Yu regarded them with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He was aware that, despite their inner discontent, these members of the 8 great clans had chosen to heed his orders. This was ample proof that his strength and authority were sufficient to compel their submission. He offered a faint smile before vanishing into the void. The contingent of the 8 great clans followed closely behind, also disappearing into the abyss. They understood that the path ahead would be fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet they had steeled themselves for what lay ahead. They would exert their utmost effort to fulfill the task entrusted to them by Huan Yu. Under Huan Yu's cold and merciless leadership, the forces from the other world, alongside the 8 great clans, swept across dozens of planets, unleashing one massacre after another. The cultivators on these planets had no means of resistance and could only serve as a source of energy for Huan Yu. With each essence of blood and vitality he absorbed, his power surged, leaving in his wake only silence and despair. Though the 8 great clans trailed behind him, the fury and helplessness within them burned like an unquenchable flame. Historically renowned for their dominance and tyranny, the 8 great clans had never before engaged in such large-scale slaughter of the innocent. They understood all too well that should these actions be revealed, they would become the pariahs of the universe, their reputation irrevocably tarnished. Yet, in the face of Huan Yu's overwhelming pressure, they could only seethe in silence. Huan Yu appeared indifferent to it all, his gaze fixated solely on his insatiable thirst for power and relentless pursuit of victory. He reveled in the exhilaration brought by each act of carnage, as if such brutal deeds were the very essence of his existence. Nevertheless, the balance of the universe is always delicate. Huan Yu's actions, while temporarily granting him formidable strength, had also sown the seeds of his own destruction deep within his soul. He may conquer for a moment, but he could never escape the laws and judgments of the cosmos. Meanwhile, the 8 great clans, though they gained fleeting power from this massacre, found their souls severely tainted. They began to question their beliefs and morals, contemplating what true strength and dignity entailed. In the days to come, this slaughter would become an indelible pain in their hearts. They would come to realize that true strength does not stem from cruelty and slaughter, but from inner goodness and resilience. Ultimately, Huan Yu would also have to face the consequences of his actions. After absorbing the energies of cultivators from dozens of planets, Huan Yu licked his lips, a flicker of insatiable greed shining in his eyes. He gazed upon the ranks of the 8 great imperial clans, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he disdainfully remarked, "You 8 great imperial clans are indeed far inferior to the Su clan of yore." The Su clan, in its prime, possessed a unique legacy that enabled the cultivation of sovereign-level experts, even allowing them to ascend further. The fruits of their understanding of the heavenly laws. In contrast, your 8 great imperial clans have always relied on techniques that absorb the essence and blood of others. It is no wonder you are overshadowed by the Su clan. Huan Yu's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into the hearts of the members of the 8 great imperial clans. They felt a wave of shame and anger, but more so, a sense of helplessness and despair. They understood that what Huan Yu spoke was the truth. Indeed, their lineage and foundation paled in comparison to that of the Su clan. Yet, they had not surrendered. Chapter 100, The Mockery of Phantom Feather. They understood that only through unwavering unity could they hope to vanquish the formidable adversary, Sumo. Thus, they commenced a silent exchange, deliberating strategies and preparing to exert their utmost in the forthcoming battle. Observing their reactions, Phantom Feather felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that his taunts would ignite their fury and resolve, yet they opted for silence and solidarity instead. This revelation made him aware that although the members of the 8 great imperial clans lacked his prowess, their indomitable spirit and unity were not to be underestimated. With a disheartened shake of his head, he turned towards the ranks of the 8 great imperial clans and his own team, the World's Edge, and proclaimed with a booming voice, "The time has come to confront the heir of the Su clan, Sumo."
I am eager to discover what manner of being this so-called Sumo truly is, that my father has deemed it necessary to dispatch us for his demise. The Su clan has been eradicated, this insignificant Sumo shall stir no tempest. His voice dripped with disdain and scorn. As if Sumo were merely a trivial existence in his eyes. Yet, his gaze remained profound and incisive, betraying an anticipation and exhilaration for the impending clash. Though the 8 great imperial clans felt a sense of reluctance, they could do naught but submit beneath Phantom Feather's oppressive presence. They recognized that their sole hope lay in swiftly locating and eliminating Sumo to fulfill their mission, without affording them ample time for contemplation. Phantom Feather commanded the troops to set forth towards the boundless sea in pursuit of Sumo's whereabouts. He was confident that once they found Sumo, he would be effortlessly vanquished. As they journeyed towards the boundless sea, Phantom Feather's heart brimmed with hubris and arrogance. He believed his strength was sufficient to crush all opposition. No matter how formidable Sumo might be, he could not evade his grasp. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Sumo was no ordinary cultivator. He possessed the unique heritage and talents of the Su clan, coupled with an indomitable spirit that propelled him forward. In the battles to come, Sumo would unveil his true capabilities, engaging Phantom Feather in a breathtaking confrontation. Resolute in his intent, Phantom Feather resolved to waste no further time. Preparing to press onward to the boundless sea in search of Sumo. He understood that conquering Sumo was essential to genuinely affirming his strength and worth. Throughout this endeavor, he would continue to absorb more energy, fortifying himself further. With no other plans to delay him, Phantom Feather swiftly led the World's Edge team and the 8 great Imperial clan troops to the entrance of the boundless sea. As he sensed the unique aura of the profound laws that characterized the boundless sea, he nodded in satisfaction, a surge of ambition swelling within him. Ah, the boundless sea. The most enigmatic and fascinating expanse in all the cosmos, only you can pique my interest. The gleam of excitement sparkled in Phantom Feather's eyes. As he envisioned his exploration within the boundless sea, breaking through barriers, and ultimately ascending to the realm of the Emperor, he took a deep breath. Immersing himself in the rich aura of the natural world and the essence of the great Tao, his heart brimming with anticipation and confidence. He understood that this expedition into the boundless sea was not solely to eliminate Sumo but also a pivotal moment for his personal breakthrough and future legacy. Upon his return, he envisioned himself transcending to the Emperor's sovereign realm, accepting his father's inheritance, and ultimately claiming dominion over the entire world beyond. The resolute and self-assured tone in his voice reflected his unwavering belief in his abilities and innate talents, as well as in his promising future. Under his leadership, the team from the world beyond and the 8 imperial clans commenced their gradual descent into the boundless sea. They were acutely aware that the journey ahead would be fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet, they held steadfast in the belief that, guided by Huanyu, they could surmount any obstacle and fulfill their mission. The surface of the boundless sea shimmered with light, its waves tumultuous, concealing endless mysteries and dangers. Nevertheless, Huanyu and his companions pressed forward without fear, emboldened by their resolute faith and determination as they embarked on this challenging path. Subsequently, Huanyu led over 400 formidable emperor sovereigns, surging into the boundless sea like a mighty torrent. The majority of this assembly belonged to the world beyond, their numbers and strength far surpassing those of the 8 imperial clans. This inherent legacy of strength rendered other elite forces, including the 8 imperial clans, utterly inconsequential. Standing at the forefront of the group, Huanyu's gaze was unwavering and profound, as if he could perceive the secrets lurking within the depths of the boundless sea. The emperor sovereigns behind him emanated a powerful aura, their eyes filled with an insatiable thirst for the unknown and a thrill for the challenges ahead. The tumultuous waves of the boundless sea seemed to harbor an invisible force seeking to hinder their advance. Yet, Huanyu and his cohort did not falter. Armed with formidable strength and steadfast conviction, they pressed deeper into the ocean's embrace. Throughout their journey, they encountered various perils and trials. Sometimes, mysterious creatures from the depths of the boundless sea would launch sudden assaults, at other times, the principles of the great Tao would test their resolve. Regardless of the obstacles they faced, Huanyu and his team consistently triumphed through collaboration and individual prowess. They recognized that this venture into the boundless sea was laden with uncertainties and dangers. Yet they firmly believed that as long as they united in purpose and pressed forward with courage, they would inevitably uncover Sumo's whereabouts and vanquish him. Simultaneously,
They engaged in relentless exploration and cultivation, seeking opportunities and avenues for transcending to the Emperor's sovereign realm. As they delved deeper into the boundless sea, the surroundings grew increasingly enigmatic and surreal. However, rather than succumbing to fear or retreat, their resolve and confidence to advance only intensified. They understood that only by continuously challenging themselves and transcending their limits could they truly become formidable beings. Undoubtedly, the team led by Huan Yu represented the most formidable force within the vast expanse of the boundless sea, their strength and presence unmatched. Within this formidable team, the name of Phantom Feather resonates like thunder, as he has become a nightmarish specter in the minds of all cultivators and beings. Owing to his unparalleled combat prowess and ferocious methods of slaughter. In the depths of the boundless sea, Phantom Feather unleashed his innate penchant for carnage, slaying any who dared to obstruct him, be they man or deity. His silhouette flitted through the shadows, each strike accompanied by a powerful surge of energy that instilled dread in the hearts of surrounding cultivators and creatures alike. Every cultivator and being that crossed the path of Phantom Feather's team inevitably fell prey to him, serving as sustenance for his insatiable hunger. He ruthlessly devoured their life force, fortifying his own cultivation. His gaze was imbued with a chilling cruelty, as if in his world, the singular theme was one of battle and slaughter. Chapter 101, Tyrannical Slaughter. The ferocity and cruelty of Phantom Feather did not go unnoticed by other factions. However, in the face of overwhelming power, all resistance appeared futile and insipid. They could only watch helplessly as Phantom Feather and his entourage rampaged through the boundless sea, unable to impede their relentless advance. Yet, Phantom Feather was not satisfied by this. He understood that his ambition was to become a true powerhouse, to stand at the pinnacle of this world. Thus, he continued to lead his team deeper into the boundless sea, in search of even more formidable adversaries and abundant resources. In the depths of the boundless sea, Phantom Feather and his crew became a unique spectacle. With their strength and cunning, they conquered this realm brimming with danger and opportunity, etching their own legend. Shortly thereafter, Phantom Feather, along with his team from the World's Edge and the 8 great imperial clans, exhibited their unparalleled prowess within the boundless sea, mercilessly slaughtering several hundred formidable cultivators of the Emperor Realm. These Emperor Realm practitioners included members of the elite factions that had previously besieged the Su clan, as well as those who had fallen to Sumo's earlier hunts. The news of this massacre sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of power, igniting immense outrage. They condemned Phantom Feather's barbarity and vowed to avenge their fallen cultivators. The cosmos was once again thrown into turmoil due to the enmity between Sumo and Phantom Feather. Nevertheless, Phantom Feather did not relent. He was acutely aware that the animosity between him and Sumo was irreconcilable. Only through combat could their conflict find resolution. He pressed on, leading his team deeper into the boundless sea in pursuit of Sumo's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Sumo sensed the looming threat posed by Phantom Feather. He knew he had become a thorn in Phantom Feather's side and needed to devise a strategy swiftly. Utilizing his advantages in the boundless sea, he evaded Phantom Feather's relentless pursuit while simultaneously seeking opportunities to enhance his own strength. The entire boundless sea held its breath, anticipating the imminent clash of titans. People awaited the epic confrontation between Sumo and Phantom Feather, concerned about the ramifications this battle would have on the cosmos. Regardless of the outcome, this confrontation would undoubtedly become a legendary chapter in the annals of the universe's history. The top factions that had suffered tremendous losses of their Emperor Realm elites once again found themselves engulfed in a tempest of fury. They unleashed their wrathful roars, vowing to annihilate the remaining Su clan members, particularly Sumo, within the boundless sea. The echoes of their threats reverberated like thunder throughout the cosmos, leaving the entire celestial realm in shock. From distant galaxies to nearby planets, the palpable surge of anger and murderous intent was felt far and wide. Yet, Sumo exhibited no sign of trepidation. He understood that the threats from these elite factions were but impotent howls, incapable of altering his unwavering resolve and formidable prowess. He would persist in his exploration of the boundless sea, seeking opportunities for breakthroughs to fortify his strength in preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. At this moment, Sumo remained engrossed in the exploration of the boundless sea, utterly oblivious to the tumultuous changes unfolding in the outside world. He was unaware that a formidable force, capable of sweeping across the entire universe, had quietly risen within the boundless sea, their singular objective being to eliminate him, Sumo. This group operated with remarkable swiftness and secrecy,
relentlessly hunting down practitioners of the universe. Anyone who dared obstruct their path would inevitably become their prey.
Such actions undeniably intensified the animosity of the top powers in the universe towards Sumo, exacerbating an already tense atmosphere.
Nevertheless, for Sumo, these developments held little significance. His mind was singularly focused on one pursuit: vengeance.
The elite forces that had once participated in the siege against the Su clan had long since become his prime targets. Regardless of the shifting circumstances outside, his aim remained steadfast. He sought to ensure that those who had inflicted harm upon him and his family paid the requisite price.
Within the boundless sea, Sumo continued his cultivation in combat, tirelessly enhancing his strength and seeking opportunities for breakthroughs. He understood that only by becoming increasingly powerful could he protect himself and his family, and realize his plans for retribution. Meanwhile, the elite forces, despite their deep-seated hatred for Sumo, were acutely aware of his formidable capabilities and the peril he posed. They recognized that to eradicate the threat he represented, they would need to amass greater strength and devise more meticulous strategies. However, Sumo would not afford them that opportunity. He remained resolute in his training and combat within the boundless sea, continuously augmenting his prowess. He believed that with sufficient strength and determination, he could vanquish all adversaries and fulfill his revenge. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During this time, the situation in the boundless sea grew increasingly fraught. The appearance of the mysterious group was akin to phantoms haunting the waters, mercilessly slaughtering every practitioner they encountered. Regardless of the reasons, anyone marked by them faced inevitable death. Simultaneously, the practitioners in the boundless sea encountered Sumo, who too unleashed his relentless pursuit of vengeance. He had cast aside all notions of sympathy and compassion. He had truly become Sumo the demon, showing no mercy to those who had wronged him and the Su clan. Among the practitioners in the boundless sea, scarcely anyone remained untainted. They were all, to varying degrees, connected to the demise of the Su clan, thus rendering Sumo's retribution entirely justified. Over these 3 days, the clashes between Sumo and the mysterious group intensified. Both sides recognized the other as their enemy, and within this boundless sea, only the strong could survive. Each encounter between Sumo and the mysterious group was fraught with tension, yet the outcome remained unpredictable. Regardless of the results, Sumo was prepared. He understood that his path of vengeance was just beginning, and the road ahead was fraught with peril and uncertainty. Yet he firmly believes that as long as he possesses sufficient strength and determination, he shall inevitably conquer all adversaries and fulfill his vengeance plan. Amidst this boundless sea, Sumo will persist in his journey of hunting. He shall employ even more ruthless and merciless methods against those who have wronged him in the past. As for the innocent cultivators, he will remain vigilant and cautious, to prevent being ensnared in this ceaseless conflict. The formidable assembly of the 8 great imperial clans, led by Huan Yu and allied with the powers from the other side of the world, has stirred a bloody tempest within the boundless sea. Each encounter with a cultivator is met with cold and unyielding inquiries regarding Sumo's whereabouts. However, this question has transformed into a nightmare for the cultivators. Chapter 102, The Search for Sumo. Regardless of whether they possessed knowledge of Sumo's whereabouts, the sole answer they could provide was death. Those cultivators who attempted to respond but offered erratic answers were equally doomed. In the eyes of Huan Yu and his companions, any information pertaining to Sumo could potentially serve as a clue, rendering every possible informant a target. However, the stark reality was that no one truly knew Sumo's precise location. Almost all of those who had encountered him perished in their confrontations, without exception. Sumo's ruthlessness and might rendered him an untouchable taboo in the boundless sea. Although Huan Yu's forces were formidable, they found it exceedingly challenging to trace Sumo's movements within the vast and enigmatic expanse of the boundless sea. Their only recourse was to relentlessly hunt down cultivators, hoping to extract a fragment of information. Yet, this approach only succeeded in creating countless enemies and inciting further disputes and conflicts. For Sumo, these relentless pursuits and skirmishes had long since become the norm of his existence. He traversed this ocean alone, engaging in life-and-death battles with adversaries. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his situation, yet he had never relinquished his quest for freedom or his fervent desire for vengeance. The struggle between Sumo and Huan Yu persisted in the boundless sea,
their entangled grievances leaving indelible marks at the edge of this mysterious cosmos. In a vast, secluded space within the boundless sea, Suemo sat in solitary meditation, enveloped by a radiant golden light that exuded an aura of sanctity. This brilliance shone like the sun, illuminating the entire small space. The golden halo gradually spread throughout the area, as if even the surrounding air had been imbued with its hue. Suddenly, Sumo's eyes flew open, revealing pupils that sparkled with an endless golden glow, reminiscent of two burning stars. The intensity of the light was so overwhelming that it threatened to tear the small space asunder, rendering it almost unbearable to behold. He felt the strength coursing through his body, a formidable power emanating from within, as if he had become one with the universe itself. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Yet it was tinged with a hint of confusion. Having reached the threshold of the Emperor's realm, why was he unable to take that final step? Suemo understood that he had encountered a bottleneck, a requisite passage on the journey to a higher realm. However, despite his relentless efforts, he sensed an invisible barrier preventing his advancement. He closed his eyes and began to contemplate. He reflected on his journey of cultivation. From his initial weakness to his current strength, having endured countless trials and tribulations along the way, he recognized that the path of cultivation was seldom smooth. Yet he had never abandoned his pursuit of loftier heights. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes once more. He knew he could not afford to stagnate in this moment. He must discover a means of breakthrough to continue his progress. Thus, Suemo began to adjust his state, immersing himself in a deeper and more focused mode of cultivation. He delved his consciousness into every cell of his body, seeking to perceive the subtle changes and flows within. Time flows imperceptibly in the boundless sea, while Suemo immerses himself in his cultivation. He firmly believes that as long as he perseveres, he will one day break through this bottleneck and attain a higher realm. With closed eyes, he sits in silence, his thoughts drifting back to the distant Taichu ancient realm, the homeland of the Su clan where he grew up. In his memories, the Su clan stands out among the 9 great imperial families, boasting several formidable Empyrean-level experts, a feat unattainable by the other 8 clans. He vividly recalls his father, the patriarch of the Su clan, solemnly imparting the stringent conditions required for the emergence of an Empyrean-level powerhouse. Not only exceptional talent and comprehension are necessary, but also countless opportunities and fortuitous encounters. In the Taichu ancient realm, aside from the imperial families, it is nearly impossible for any other cosmic forces to give rise to Empyrean-level beings. A surge of pride and nostalgia wells up within Suemo. He feels honored to belong to such a powerful lineage. Yet, when he contemplates the current plight of the Su clan, an overwhelming sense of sorrow and anger fills his heart. Those forces that once stood against the Su clan have not only obliterated it but have also robbed him of his loved ones and his home. Drawing a deep breath, he strives to calm his turbulent emotions. He understands that he cannot remain ensnared in the memories of the past. He must forge ahead, seeking vengeance for the Su clan and carving a path toward a higher realm for himself. Refocusing his attention on his cultivation, Suemo is confident in his strength and wisdom, believing he can surmount any adversity and achieve his goals. He closes his eyes once more, immersing himself in his own world, keenly sensing the subtle changes and flows, searching for the opportunity to break through the bottleneck. Hours pass. Yet Suemo